Chapter 141. Soon, Su Yin came over with an exquisite black gift bag. "General Shi, these are the 40 black diamond jewelry, 20 diamond rings, and 20 pendants that you asked me to customize for you." When Su Yin mentioned this, Shi Hao remembered that he asked Su Yin to help customize a 10-carat diamond ring and pendant, and both were engraved with the word Hao. Shi Hao took the bag. Then he said, "You two can each pick one, either a diamond ring or a pendant." "We can't take it. It's against the rules." Wu Yi waved his hands repeatedly. "This is my personal customization, with the word Hao engraved on it. It's only 10 carats, and it's not expensive now. Give me 1,000 yen Gua coins each. From now on, I will recognize jewelry instead of people," Shi Hao said half jokingly and half seriously. Wu Yi was not polite anymore, and picked a diamond ring. Their friendship cannot be measured by money or a piece of jewelry. Su Yin took a look and chose a pendant without any excuse. After that, Shi Hao talked about the gemstone underwriting. Su Yin thought about it for a while, and agreed to give the gemstones other than industrial use to Haosher jewelry for underwriting, using a profit-sharing system with a 50-50 split. "Xiao Su, help me cut 5 100-carat black diamonds, and 5 100-carat sapphires from the stock. Leave them with General Wu after they are done, and I will come back to get them." Not knowing whether black diamonds and sapphires are valuable in the eyes of aliens, he planned to keep a few on him in case they were needed. Shi Hao, Wu Yi, and Su Yin talked about the changes in Chanhua City for a while. Su Yin also told Shi Hao that the land bought by Li Bin Hui was 1,000 acres. When it was bought, the location was very remote. Li Bin Hui only asked for a cheap and large space, and the location didn't matter. But now that area has been planned as the newest industrial zone on the moon. Shi Hao thought Li Bin Hui had only bought a small piece of land. Since it was such a large area, Shi Hao began to think about it. Considering that the space exploration market will soon explode in a few years, he wanted to build a civilian starship production base on the moon, and immediately told Wu Yi and Su Yin about this idea. As the chief officer of the Yan Kingdom's moon base, Su Yin attaches great importance to the future development of the moon and has been conducting various investment promotion work. "Mr. Shi, if you have this plan, we can build a factory in a joint venture." "Okay, I ask Lao Wan after I go back to see if the starship technology can be used for civilian purposes. If it can, I send someone to the moon to contact you. Well, I keep all the open space around that piece of land first." Su Yin knew that building a starship factory was not like building a flying car factory on Earth, and the area occupied would be very large. After the three of them finished chatting, Shi Hao said goodbye and went to Leiwa auction house to find Yang Mingyu. He took out a diamond ring and a pendant and asked him to choose one. Yang Mingyu chose the ring. Su Yuan had already left the moon for Mars, so he put a diamond ring and a pendant in Yang Mingyu's hands and asked him to pass it on to Su Yuan. That was his granddaughter, so giving her two was not too much. Then Shi Hao took a car to the Moon International Airport and bought a ticket back to Earth. Some people think that wherever the protagonist goes, there will be accidents, such as the ship sinking, the plane crashing, and it is not normal not to run into a jerk when walking. On the contrary, Shi Hao, who has a lucky attribute, returned to Kyoto City on Earth smoothly. The passenger ship has now been replaced with a starship with a gravity offset rate of 80%, so there is no need to transfer from the space elevator. Shi Hao directly bought a high-speed rail ticket from Kyoto City to Jiankou City, and then took a car to Wudong Mountain. This time, he did not go directly to the back mountain, but bought a ticket, entered from the entrance of Wudong Mountain scenic area, and climbed up the steps. He walked and strolled leisurely, looking at the beautiful scenery, and feeling the heavy historical heritage of Wudong Mountain. He stood on the top of Tianju Peak, looking at the beautiful scenery and the tourists below, searching for a moment in the memory bank of his brain, and a few lines of poetry came out of his mouth. Wudong is a blessed land by nature, and the fairy mountain of Cheongda has a good reputation. Mist and clouds surround the peaks, and the green and beautiful, and tourists walk freely in the painting. What a good place. I wonder if the recorded Jinwu Emperor is really 100 feet tall. The ghost and god stories of ancient Yin state are quite interesting, Shi Hao said to himself. It is said that the ancient buildings of Wudong Mountain were designed and laid out according to the myth of Jinwu's cultivation in the Jinwu Sutra. The legend of Jinwu Emperor has been circulating, so Shi Hao said such words. As the sun set in the west, Shi Hao jumped over the wall at the end of Tianju Peak, and then climbed down the bulge on the peak wall. He did not go in the direction of the Wudong Mountain gate. After coming down, he went directly down to the ridge, and came to the cave door where Mi Jinren was in seclusion. Before Shi Hao shouted to pass the message, Mi Jinren's gentle and clear voice came from inside. "Dear guest, please come in, no need to be polite." Shi Hao stepped into the cave after hearing the words. Shi Hao disturbed Jinren's cultivation. Shi Hao came to Mi Jinren and immediately greeted him. "I haven't seen you for a few years. The general has shed his mortal body and has a dragon body. Congratulations." Master Mi saw the changes in Shi Hao at a glance, and he saw through them clearly. Master Mi has a keen eye. "I came here this time to take advantage of Master Mi's place of meditation to get some of the immortal energy, so that I can be enlightened soon." Last time, after Master Mi's guidance, Shi Hao quickly mastered the essentials of Tai Chi. This time, he wanted to make a breakthrough in Tai Chi and Tai Chi Dao. Tai Chi posture is the foundation, just like the horse stance, standing, and moves of traditional martial arts. Tai Chi is to flexibly apply Tai Chi postures, but if you want to flexibly apply Tai Chi, you must first understand Tai Chi Dao. Use the art to carry the Dao, and use the art to spread the Dao. If you don't have the Dao, how can you carry it and spread it? Therefore, you must first understand the Dao before practicing Tai Chi. With a certain level of Dao, the art will be flexible and have stamina, so that you can achieve smooth and flowing movements, loose and slow, and continuous movements. Only by doing this can you use Tai Chi postures flexibly until you forget those postures. The core of Tai Chi Dao is that people follow the earth follows the sky follows the Dao, and the Dao follows itself. What is nature? You are in the cave, this stone cave, those water drops, and these flowers and plants are nature. You are on the earth, the birds and insects on the whole earth, the wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and the changing seasons are nature. You are in space, those planets, and the endless nothingness are nature. You are in the cave, the stone cave, the water drops, the flowers and plants, and then extend outward to feel the birds, insects, and beasts that are invisible but all over the earth, and feel the summer heat and cold. Extend outward to those planets, the nothingness, and the distant chaos. It's just that you have to start from the small piece of land around you. Yin and Yang alternate, reality and illusion alternate. Enlightenment. Shi Hao and Mi Jinren sat cross-legged on two cushions, respectively, and understood. Shi Hao listened to every word Mi Jinren said. As if he had been enlightened, his mind became clearer and clearer, and his body and mind gradually integrated into the natural environment around him. A day later, Shi Hao woke up from enlightenment, and could no longer enter a state of concentration. He stood up, went to the martial arts field, and began to practice Tai Chi postures, like a madman, from morning to night, over and over again. Each time was slower than usual, and in the end his hands and feet seemed to be filled with lead, unable to move at all. When he put away the posture, his hands and feet recovered freely. He sat down next to Mi Jinren again, and continued to try to enter a state of concentration and enlightenment. This time he entered the state quickly, and this time it lasted for 3 days. After waking up, he began to practice Tai Chi postures again, still over and over again, from fast to very slow. Master Mi still sat still, and Shi Hao sat down again. This time, his enlightenment lasted for 15 days. Shi Hao clearly felt the shining North Star, and was finally awakened by a white light from the North Star that pierced his forehead. This time, Shi Hao practiced the Tai Chi posture again. When he became very slow again, a voice sounded in his ear. Forget the posture, the mind follows the thought, and the posture is released at will. Shi Hao did as he was told, and saw his body dancing without any rules, without moves or postures, but there were moves everywhere, and every move showed a unique charm in the flowing water. General Shi's 1-month achievement is lower than my 10-year practice, and he is worthy of being the chosen one. After Shi Hao finished his work, Master Mi commented, "Master, you are overpraising me. How dare I compare with you?" Shi Hao's face got slightly hot when he heard what Mi Jinren said. "I'm not being modest. General Shi's physical fitness is second to none in Yin country. You have realized a little bit of Taoism. No one can compare to me in Wudong Mountain, but how long have I realized it? These have a lot to do with your physical condition. In addition, General Shi's understanding is indeed 1 in a million. Your future achievements are limitless." Mi Jinren summarized Shi Hao's practice results in a few words. "I have a suggestion. You have good physical fitness and strong absolute strength. It's best to practice some extremely young and extremely strong boxing. It's better to have more skills." Mi Jinren suggested to Shi Hao. I wonder if Jinren has any good suggestions for the choice of boxing. He didn't think much of Huashan School's Fu Palm, so he didn't practice it at the beginning. Hun Yuan Palm should be practiced in conjunction with Hun Yuan Gong. And what he wanted to practice most was Tai Chi, so he didn't choose Hun Yuan Gong. As for the most rigid and masculine boxing, he wanted to find a suitable one to practice, so he wanted to listen to Master Mi's advice. I don't know much about the martial arts of other sects, but I can introduce you to the Shaolin sect, where you can find Master Zhuanyu. I write him a letter, you take it. He will naturally know what to do. Master Mi said, turned back to the house, and after more than 10 minutes, he handed a letter to Shi Hao. In today's advanced communication means, Master Mi still uses the most primitive letters to convey messages, which is indeed rare, but Master Mi didn't say it, and Shi Hao didn't ask. The two said goodbye. Shi Hao came to the back mountain and saw that a month had passed. In order to save time, he called Tianning and asked him to bring Miki and the pigeon to pick him up, saying that he would go to Shaolin to play. Last time when Shi Hao's new body was graded, Miki proposed to visit Shaolin, and Shi Hao always remembered it in his heart. Chapter 142. Soon, several people took a flying car to the foot of Songtan Mountain. Shi Hao's earliest knowledge of Songtan Shaolin was through a movie Shaolin Temple that was popular in Yin country at that time. Shaolin Kung Fu is amazing, and the world's Kung Fu comes from Shaolin. This statement was known to everyone at that time. Fists, kicks, sticks, swords, spears and other routines have been passed down for a long time, and long, short, hard, soft, hooked, thorny, bladed, and other types of weapons are all available. In order to show respect to the Shaolin school, Shi Hao asked Tianning to park the frisbee at the foot of the mountain and wait for them, and he took Miki and the pigeon to hike up the mountain. After arriving at the mountain gate, the little monk took them to meet the host. After Shi Hao explained his purpose, the host asked the little monk to take them all the way to the back mountain. Stopped in front of a slightly shabby, but very simple and elegant courtyard. Please go in by yourself, Master Zhuanyu is inside. After the young monk said this, he put his hands together and left by himself. Shi Hao saw that the young monk left without saying anything, so he stretched out his hand and gently pushed the half-closed door. After the door opened, the three of them walked in slowly. There was a Bodhi tree planted in the middle of the yard. Under the tree, an old monk was slowly sweeping a few leaves blown down by the wind under the tree. I, Shi Hao, greet the master. Shi Hao said while putting his hands together and bowing slightly. The monk continued to sweep the floor slowly, as if he didn't hear it. Master, Mizhenren asked me to bring you a letter. Shi Hao took out the letter and walked to Master Zhuanyu, only to see that Master Zhuanyu's eyes were empty, and he looked like he had been blind for a long time. Master Zhuanyu stopped sweeping the floor after hearing what Shi Hao said, stood up straight, took the letter from Shi Hao, and stroked it. Buddha has mercy on me. A voice as loud as a bell came out of Master Zhuanyu's mouth. Dang. At this time, a melodious bell sounded from the bell tower. If you stand close, you can see the pendulum moving without wind, striking the bell vigorously. When the bell rings, troubles are relieved, wisdom grows, Bodhi is born, leaving hell, leaving the fire pit, wishing to become a Buddha and save all living beings. Master Zhuanyu did not stop, and continued to recite the scriptures loudly. Along with the sound of reciting the scriptures, the bell sounded one after another. Finally, Master Zhuanyu chanted a sentence, Amitabha, and then stood there motionless. Master Zhuanyu has passed away. After a while, a monk shouted loudly, which sounded like the voice of the host just seen. All the monks in the temple stopped their work, sat cross-legged on the ground, and chanted the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's original vow sutra. Shi Hao took a closer look and saw Master Zhuanyu standing still with a broom. He stretched out his finger to test, and found that he was no longer breathing. After a while, the host came with a few monks. Those monks began to prepare for Master Zhuanyu's funeral. The host led Shi Hao and the others to the front yard. Donor, please sit down. The host led Shi Hao and the other two into a room and sat down. Donor, please wait a moment. I will arrange for the master of the Sutra Pavilion to take you in. The three donors can look through the exercises and routines in the collection. Except for some of the exercises in the Shaolin collection, I will arrange for someone to give you an electronic version of the rest of the exercises and routines before you leave. Before Shi Hao could speak, the host had already arranged everything. Excuse me, host. Shi Hao opened his mouth to ask for the reason. Donor, there is no need to say more. There must be a cause for every effect. Everything is a fixed number. This principle is true for the earth and the universe. The host interrupted Shi Hao. Then I'd rather obey than be respectful. Thank you for your help. After Shi Hao thanked him, he sat there and said nothing more. Thinking about the host's words, what is the cause and effect of the universe? Not long after, a monk came and took them into the sutra library. Shi Hao, Mickey and Pigeon stayed in there for 3 days. With their super memory, they remembered several exercises, routines, and corresponding cultivation experiences that they were interested in. After they came out, the monk who brought them in handed Sure Hao a memory and said, "Donor, this is what the host asked me to give you. The host is performing a ritual, and it will probably take 3 more days. I will take you 3 to wait over there." The monk pointed to a room and said, "Master, please express my gratitude to the host master on my behalf. I will thank the host in person later." Sure Hao heard that it would take 3 more days. He had been out for more than a month, and it was time to go back. "Host, you don't want to see them, is that okay?" The monk who led Sure Hao and the others into the sutra library asked the host standing next to him. The host looked at the 3 people who were going down the mountain and said, "That is his karma. He can't ask, I can't say, what can we do if we meet?" Master Juanyu has waited for 200 years, and finally waited. The host muttered to himself and walked into the temple. After Sure Hao went down the mountain, he immediately called Wang Yukai and asked him to arrange a general meeting of the board of directors in 3 days. Then he flew to Kyoto City on a flying disc. Wang Guiyong's office in Kyoto City. "Haozi, you've been gone for more than a month." When he was in Wudong Mountain, Sure Hao turned off his phone directly in order not to affect his practice of Tai Chi. "The laser sword was trial produced half a month ago. I couldn't contact you, so I went to try it out myself 2 days ago. It felt pretty good. Then I proposed some modifications. Yesterday, they called and said that the improved version had been produced." Sure Hao didn't answer, but stared at Wang Guiyong, then circled around him and asked, "Have you taken that step?" "Yes, I applied on the day I came back from the moon, and wrote a plan based on the current situation in space. That day, Wu also submitted a proposal related to space strategy. That night, the leaders organized a meeting overnight. The participants included Lao Lei, Lao Wu and me, as well as other departments, the commanders of the war zone. The proposals we proposed were discussed, and several resolutions were passed in the end. One of them was to approve Lao Wu and my application. After we upgrade and observe for 3 months, we will start accepting applications from other people. The applicant's work must be related to space. Research institutes and space research personnel can upgrade their bodies, but their physical fitness and combat power must be controlled at Taishan or Lingshan level. In terms of civilian use, there is an idea that it can be released for a fee, but the strength can only be Lingshan level. The specific release time has not yet been determined, and the specific group has not been determined. We will know after all the details are formulated. In addition, the earliest batch of Shenglong team members, that is, Wang Ping and others, can be upgraded to Songhan level. Sure Hao didn't expect that the higher-ups were so efficient, and that they could finalize this matter so quickly. With the introduction of the policy, I believe that the entire space industry will develop faster. "Do you want to build a civilian starship factory?" Wang Guiyong looked at Sure Hao and asked. "Yes, how did you know?" Lao Wu said it at the meeting. Sure Hao went to Wudong after leaving the moon, and then to Shaolin. It's been more than a month, and a lot of things have been delayed. I think in a few years, human beings will explore space more deeply. For example, searching for resources, self-driving in space, and developing other planets. If the policy of physical upgrade is used for civilian purposes, the speed will be faster. So, I think the market for civilian starships is huge. We can now build advanced starships on Earth, and there are basically no obstacles to activities between the planets and satellites in the solar system. With development, I think it won't take long to go out of the solar system. That day, the garbage transportation project discussed by Ouyang Xiajia and Su Yuan reminded me. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Both Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong understand this principle. At the meeting, space-related projects such as starships were explained, not only starships, but also intelligent control robots, special glass and other projects. Gradually, they will be open to civilian capital. You want to build a starship factory, now is the time. Next, Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong discussed the details together, and finally preliminarily determined that the Luo City Starship Factory would also participate in the investment. In this way, the investors include the Starship Factory, the Chanhua City side represented by Su Yin, and the Hausher Group. After the two finished talking, Wang Guiyong took out a dagger with a metal sheath and handed it to Sure Hao. Sure Hao pulled out the dagger. He didn't know what material it was made of, but he saw a cold light blue luster on the surface of the dagger. This dagger can cut through the hull of the Kaichuo ship. Wang Guiyong explained the hardness and sharpness of the dagger in one sentence. The hull of the Kaichuo ship cannot be burned even by ordinary laser guns. Of course, the principles of the two are different, but it highlights the awesome characteristics of this dagger from the side. Good stuff. Shihao waved it in his hand a few times and praised it. The weight of the dagger was 1/3 heavier than the previous one. As a Songshan level Shihao, it was very comfortable to hold in his hand. It was not heavy and not floating. The material used for this dagger is a new achievement of the Materials Research Institute, an alloy processed on a starship in space. It has such high hardness and sharpness because the molecular arrangement of this alloy is very special. It can only be made in the gravity-free environment of space, and cannot be made in the environment of the Moon and the Earth. They plan to build a floating factory in space to specialize in the production of this alloy, which may be used on the hull of starships in the future. Considering the threat of stone grain insects on Mars, this new dagger will become the standard weapon of the Mars Shenlong team. At the meeting, Wu Yi specifically raised the issue of the evolution of stone grain insects, which must be prevented. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Shenlong team on Mars, there is a team member named Lao He. His mother is over 80 years old and not in good health, but she is unwilling to use current methods to treat illnesses or prolong her life. Lao He wants to be more filial. He has been discussing with the Mars administrative chief to transfer back to Earth. If Earth is not possible, the Moon is also fine. At that time, Laura and the other three agreed to exchange positions with him, but the administrative chief over there has not nodded. Speaking of Lao He's mother, he remembered Zheng Xian who passed away in pain, so he wanted to help Lao He get this done. I'm ashamed. They went through so many missions and dedicated themselves to the cause for so many years. We didn't care enough about them. Mars is a bit far from the Earth. Lao Lei and I have never been there. Lao Wu spends most of his time on the Moon. Other people have also reported management problems on Mars. It seems that Lao He is not an isolated case. Recently, I've been thinking about finding someone to take charge of clearing mutant beasts on Earth. It's difficult to kill all mutant beasts. We can only set up a special department to pay long-term attention to and deal with this matter. When the time comes, transfer Lao He back. Wait a minute. After saying that, Wang Guiyong directly called the relevant department in front of Shihao and issued a transfer order. I thank you on his behalf. Shihao was very grateful for Wang Guiyong's pragmatic approach. Then let's go to the Laser Research Institute to see their improved laser swords. Wang Guiyong said, got up, put on his coat, and flew to the Laser Research Institute with Shihao. Chapter 143. Shihao held a hilt with one hand and looked at it carefully. The hilt was very large, and only 2/3 of it could be held with one hand. Ordinary people had to use both hands to pick it up. The hilt had a built-in laser transmitter, telekinesis controller, and magnetic device. But most of the weight was contributed by the high-energy battery, which occupied 2/3 of the volume of the hilt. Come to an empty training ground. Shihao held the hilt with one hand and held it upright in front of his chest with a laser emission port facing upward. According to the researcher's instructions, the activation device of the laser sword was sensed by the mind, and the activation order was first magnetic force and then laser. Shihao focused his mind on one point and clearly sensed two waves. With the movement of his mind, a laser of more than 40 meters shot out. This laser was light blue, with a slightly darker blue in the center, radiating upward and to the side, and the color gradually became lighter and lighter until it turned white. Shihao's mind moved again, and the length of the laser instantly became about 10 centimeters. The middle of the laser was a thick purple, and from the center to the outside, it was blue-purple, blue, and the edge was a thick milky white. Wow, it's amazing! A female researcher couldn't help but exclaimed. I can only barely shrink it to a length of 50 centimeters. You can shrink it to 10 centimeters. Wang Guiyong stood by with envy. Is there any difference? Shihao asked puzzledly. According to them, the stronger the telekinesis, the higher the laser compression, and the laser lethality at this time is also the strongest. We are all Songshan level. Why is your telekinesis so strong? Wang Guiyong asked Shihao puzzledly. Do you believe me when I say talent? You are a soldier trained by me and Lao Lei. A master can't be that much worse than his apprentice, right? I don't believe it. If you talk about physical fitness, they are at the same level. If you talk about brains, Wang Guiyong is not dumber than Shihao, so Wang Guiyong doesn't believe it. The key is that the body has just been upgraded and the excitement has not yet passed. If it is true, it would be too depressing. Have you not heard that since ancient times, the back waves push the front waves, and the front waves are beaten to death on the beach? Shihao continued to tease. But you are right not to believe it. When Wang Guiyong was about to answer, Shihao changed the subject. I have been practicing Tai Chi for the past month. Shihao moved closer to Wang Guiyong and whispered. Yin country's internal power, and Qigong seem to have a better effect on improving telekinesis. As for whether the effects are the same, it's hard to say. In addition, I haven't studied which one is better. I just feel that Tai Chi is very suitable for my temperament, so I started practicing. Sure Hao thought that everyone's body is different, and the practice method should also be different, so he told Wang Guiyong in a realistic way so that he could choose the one that suits him better. Forget it, it's too troublesome. I don't go out to fight and kill, and telekinesis is of no use to me at present. I have a lot of things to do, and I don't have time. After Wang Guiyong knew the truth, he realized that it was not a physical problem, and he felt much more comfortable. As for strengthening telekinesis, he was not so urgent. Next, Sure Hao controlled this super laser sword to test, and everything that could be found that was hard enough was easily cut off by him. It seems that there is no harder thing to test on the earth for the time being. As for the Pioneer, it is a treasure and cannot be tested randomly. It will be troublesome if it is cut. Overall, this laser sword is quite easy to use. The handle is a bit thick, so I have to make do with it in view of the battery life. According to the staff, the battery of this laser sword can last for 8 hours, and the battery can be recharged and reused. In addition, it is equipped with a special messenger bag, which also contains 3 cylindrical high-energy batteries. This bag was designed at the suggestion of Wang Guiyong. Sure Hao is most concerned about the laser sword and dagger, and is ready to plan to go to Mars. Wang Guiyong said that he would arrange for the Pioneer to send Sure Hao to Mars at that time, and the new super laser gun prepared for him would be prepared in advance. Before going, Wang Ping and the others will be upgraded. You can arrange Tian Ying, Miki, and the Pigeon to go to Director Wu. I have applied to the higher-ups, and they can all accept the upgrade. In addition, the Songshan class battle pet has also been developed, and your battle pets will be upgraded together. After finishing the work here, the 4 of them returned to Los Angeles. Sure Hao asked the 3 of them to take Jupiter and their respective pets to Director Wu. Tian Ying directly stated what pet he wanted, and Director Wu could help him customize it. Except for the previous pets, the customized pets later were all intelligent bionic brains, which could communicate with the owner in language. Sure Hao stayed at home for 2 consecutive days. During the day, he used a pen to record his recent life and work. At night, he cooked and asked Shi Shirui and Su Wuqing to go home for dinner. He lived a very comfortable life. The closer he was to leaving, the more he cherished the present. This morning, Sure Hao put on the suit that Shi Shirui specially prepared for him, ready to dress up to attend the company's board of directors. The reason why it is called dressed up is that, after Sure Hao returned to Earth from the B-52, he often wore military uniforms, and this was the first time he wore a suit. Since he was promoted to Songshan level, he has paid more attention to the ritual sense of life than before. Everyone looked at Sure Hao, who was dressed in a suit and was very handsome, and was almost blinded by his brilliance. Too handsome. Katerina looked at Sure Hao, and said in a crazy way, "I even doubt whether you are my grandfather. You can easily beat all the young handsome guys." Su Yuan also shouted loudly. Sure Hao saw that everyone was staring at him intently, so he quickly lowered his head to look at his clothes, tie, shoes, and even pulled his collar with his hands. Everyone looked at Sure Hao's embarrassing look and laughed. The conference room was already full of people. Wang Yukai, Su Wuqing, Shi Shirui, Li Binhui, Liang Wenhui, Lin Yunshan, Zhou Xueyu, Yang Mingyu, Su Yuan, Katerina, Ilef, Chang Fanpeng, these are all members of the board of directors. There are also Sun Qian, and a worker representative named Peng Ling. She joined the company at the beginning of the establishment of Hausher Group and has been on the production line, from employee to team leader, to workshop director, and then to branch manager. Sun Qian and Peng Ling are both members of the supervisory board. Su Yan appeared in the conference room through holographic projection. He is one of the members of the supervisory board invited by Sure Hao. Su Yuan, how is the progress of the project you talked about with Ouyang Xiajie? Before announcing the start of the meeting, Sure Hao asked Su Yuan about the progress of the project. The company has been registered, and the funds of both parties have been in place. The main thing is that the transport ship needs to be scheduled, which may take half a year. In this case, you call Ouyang Xiajie now and ask him to join the meeting. Su Yuan heard this and immediately went out to make a phone call. Sure Hao told everyone about the project that Ouyang Xiajie and Su Yuan cooperated on. Because of the issue of mobilizing funds, Wang Yukai, Su Wuqing and Shi Shirui were aware of this matter, but today was the board of directors, and others must also be informed. Soon, Ouyang Xiajie appeared in the meeting hall through holographic projection, and Sure Hao introduced him to everyone. Since everyone is here, our meeting will start now. Everyone was present, and Shi Hao announced the start of the meeting. First, I will inform everyone of one more thing. Li Binhui bought 1,000 acres of land on the moon in the early stage, and this land is intended to build a civilian starship manufacturing plant. The transport ships required for the interstellar garbage transportation project will be manufactured by the newly built starship manufacturing plant. First, it can improve efficiency, and second, it can reduce costs. Third, it can help our newly built starship manufacturing plant to gain popularity. As soon as Shi Hao finished speaking, warm applause broke out. Now, I announce my withdrawal from the board of directors, and this position will be replaced by Ouyang Xiajie. The first Ouyang family in Kyoto, everyone must have heard of it. Needless to say, the strength of the two sides will surely create glory again. Shi Hao's decision was like setting off a bomb. More than a dozen people were a little confused, and then began to talk about retaining him. Everyone, please be quiet. I will go into space again, for exploration, in about 3 months or 6 months. The last time I went there was 8 years. This time, I will be there for longer. In order to avoid the last incident, I will establish a complete board of directors and supervisory board system before I leave. Everyone was silent after hearing Shi Hao's words. The last lesson was still fresh in their minds. Everyone understood what Shi Hao meant. I have a few words to say. Wang Yukai saw that everyone was in a low mood, so he stood up. Mr. Shi must have considered this decision for a long time. Although he has withdrawn from the board of directors, he is still the company's major shareholder. He can't escape this. I have a proposal to appoint Mr. Shi as the lifelong honorary chairman of Haoshi Group in the name of the group. When Mr. Shi comes back, he will automatically exercise the rights of the chairman, and the current chairman will automatically become the vice chairman. I agree with this proposal. I agree too. I agree. Everyone raised their hands to express their opinions. Su Yuan looked at Ouyang Xiajie, who was still a little confused, and forced him to raise his hand immediately. Ouyang Xiajie woke up as if from a dream, and quickly raised his right hand. Seeing Su Yuan's thumbs up to him, he was very happy. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ouyang Xiajie was interested in Su Yuan. In the end, Shi Hao had to agree to Wang Youcai's proposal. Then he started the next topic, electing the current chairman. At this time, Wang Yucai stood up again. Don't get me wrong, I've been talking a lot today. Wang Yucai apologized first. Mr. Shi has been out for 8 years. Haoshi Group was almost destroyed by Wu Cheng and I have always felt guilty. Before the election, let me say a few words. I have recently made a self-review. In one sentence, I have lost my drive and my original intention. With my vision and realm, I can no longer control the growing Haoshi Group. This is purely a problem of ability and courage. It cannot be changed. If I go back a few years, I might make the same mistake. What about Wu Cheng? After all, he is a peasant. He is not much better than me. He is good at supporting, but he has great flaws when he is the leader. Su Wucheng listened to Wang Youcai's evaluation and nodded repeatedly. There are so many of us here. I think Mr. Li Binhui has the demeanor of a general, and is qualified to be the chairman. This can be seen from his layout on the moon. Panlong Fund has now changed its strategy and focused on the primary market, so Mr. Liang Wenhui is no longer so busy. If he continues to be idle, it will be a huge loss for Haoshi Group. When he was in charge of the Liang family, it was so glorious, so Mr. Liang is one of the best candidates for general manager. At this point, Wang Yukai bowed slightly to apologize to everyone, then sat down and said nothing. Everyone felt that Wang Youcai's vision was indeed very sharp, and he saw the problem very clearly. Old Wang, it seems that you have been thinking about these things a lot recently. You have lost weight. Shi Hao looked at Wang Yukai and teased him. He also changed his name for Wang Yukai, but Wang Yukai felt comfortable when he heard the name Old Wang. Shi Hao did not treat him as an outsider. Everyone smiled knowingly when they heard Shi Hao's words. Mr. Wang has said so much, and every word is for the benefit of Haoshi Group. I would like to express my gratitude here. Now, we will vote for the chairman based on our own hearts. Chapter 144. Not surprisingly, Li Binhui got 12 votes, and the one less vote was because he abstained. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for pushing me into the fire pit. Li Binhui reluctantly accepted the position of chairman, and said this as soon as he stood up. I am quite lazy. I originally wanted to go to space with Mr. Shi to play, and see if I could buy some land in the Milky Way. It seems that it will not be possible in the near future. I have to take care of this family first. Thank you for your trust in me. I, Li Binhui, will definitely get up on time and go to work on time. Li Binhui used to work for 3 days, and dry the net for 2 days, and he was always absent. It was a great improvement for him to promise to get up on time and go to work on time. He didn't need to work hard, as long as he could make plans. Next, after election and appointment, everyone's position was determined. Shi Hao, honorary chairman of Haoshi Group for life. Li Binhui, chairman of Haoshi Group. Wang Yukai, vice chairman of Haoshi Group. Liang Wenwei, general manager of Haoshi Group, concurrently general manager of Panlong Fund. Su Wuqing, deputy general manager of Haoshi Group, concurrently general manager of Haoshi Bionic Technology. Lin Yunshan, deputy general manager of Haoshi Group, concurrently general manager of Haoshi Bionic Materials Company. Shi Shiru, financial director of Haoshi Group. Zhou Xueyu, executive director of Haoshi Group. Yang Mingyu, general manager of Haoshi Jewelry and Leiwa Auction House. Chang Fanpeng, general manager of Haoshi Galaxy Speed Car, in charge of Galaxy Speed Cars domestic and overseas companies. Sun Qian, general manager of overseas industries of Haoshi Construction Investment Company Earth Region. Peng Ling, general manager of Haoshi Group Galaxy Speed Car domestic factory. Katarina, general manager of Haoshi Group Galaxy Speed Car overseas factory. Ilef, deputy general manager of Haoshi Group Galaxy Speed Car overseas factory. Su Yuan, general manager of Haoshi Space Transportation. Ouyang Xiajia, deputy general manager of Haoshi Space Transportation. The general manager of the Starship manufacturing plant is appointed by Wang Guiyong. Wang Guiyong and Su Yan only held shares in the Starship factory and did not exchange them for shares in the Haoshi Group, so they did not send anyone to join the Haoshi Group's board of directors. Haoshi Space Transportation and Haoshi Space Tourism Company merged to form Haoshi Space Transportation Company. The company's main business is freight and passenger transportation, and the tourism business is ready to introduce third-party tourism companies for cooperation. Because it has the Starship factory as a backing, Haoshi Transportation will focus on the transportation industry without being distracted, and garbage transportation is just one of the transportation items. Su Yuan's goal is to establish a Starship fleet to sail to the Milky Way and the entire universe. After everyone's position is determined, work arrangements will begin. According to the agreement just now, as long as Shi Hao is at home, he will automatically suppress the current chairman, that is, in this meeting, he still has the final say. Thanks to Binhui's layout on the moon, we have more and more industries on the moon. I believe that the proportion of space economy will become larger and larger, so I propose to build a Haoshi Group office building on the moon as a springboard for Haoshi Group to move towards the solar system. Shi Hao's proposal was passed unanimously. According to estimates by financial experts, in 30 years, Yan's GDP in space will exceed the total output of the Earth. If humans can leave the solar system, the proportion of the Earth's economy will become smaller and smaller. Liang Wenwei made a forecast on the development of the space economy. My mentors are planning to improve the space economic system. Su Yuan continued. Although Su Yuan manages Haoshi Space Transportation and Haoshi Space Tourism, she is also studying for a doctorate at Yan's University of Science and Technology. Every day, she has to attend classes through holographic images, communicate with her tutor, and complete the corresponding projects. The company she runs provides her with the best research platform and research objects. How to improve it? This is what Yang Mingyu asked. He is on the moon and is more concerned about this issue. Prepare to issue currency. We now have to price a Starship in trillions or trillions of yen currency. If we build a Starship manufacturing plant, the total value will be calculated in tens of trillions of yen currency. It is very inconvenient to price space industries and commodities in yen currency. After Su Yuan explained, everyone felt that this was indeed a problem. Shi Hao was thinking in his mind, if he encountered an asteroid that is very suitable for making starships, how to price it? Then how is the currency exchange rate determined? Liang Wenwei raised a professional question. The new currency is initially named Sun Coin, and one Sun Coin is initially determined to be exchanged for 100 million yen currency. Su Yuan was not sure about the things being discussed. Everyone listened without saying anything, silently calculating how much their wealth was worth in Sun Coins. How do I get change for such a large denomination? Yang Mingyu said to himself. Uncle Yang, you are too old-fashioned. The digital currency issued can be decimal. In addition, if it is really a small transaction, it will definitely be carried out in yen currency or other currencies on Earth, and it will still be circulated normally in units of countries. Su Yuan smiled when she heard Yang Mingyu's words. When it comes to Starship sales, land sales, or bulk energy sales, we will choose to use Sun Coins for settlement. This is very useful for the long-term development of the space economy. Liang Wenhui added. The space economy has developed to the point of issuing currency, which indicates that the development speed will be faster and faster. Shi Hao is also thinking about the influence of issuing solar coins. Energy trading? When Shi Hao heard Liang Wenhui's words, he suddenly thought of Jupiter. You should keep an eye on the energy industry in the future. My suggestion is to focus directly on Jupiter, and when the conditions are ripe, try to conduct Jupiter resource collection experiments immediately. There is plenty of liquid hydrogen and helium on Jupiter, which is the fuel for nuclear fusion. We have already started to plan to build a Starship manufacturing plant, and high-end energy will inevitably be in short supply in the future. When Taiyan took them to the surface of Jupiter to collect energy, Shi Hao also carefully observed the surface of Jupiter. If you want to go down to Jupiter to collect energy, you need a complete set of collection equipment. When the Starship factory is built, you can consider using anti-gravity technology to build a set of energy collection devices suitable for Jupiter. I just have a rough idea. The specific details need to be designed by specialized scientific researchers. You can worry about it. Shi Hao didn't know where he was in space at that time, and he couldn't worry about it. Ouyang Xiaojie thought that his idea of throwing garbage on Venus was crazy enough. Unexpectedly, Shi Hao's idea was even more unrealistic. At least he, Ouyang Xiaojie, felt that Jupiter was terrible when he looked at the great red spot on Jupiter. But looking at Shi Hao's calm and indifferent look, he sincerely admired him. He was born in the Ouyang family. He has seen a lot since he was a child, and there are not many people he can admire. This also strengthened his confidence in cooperating with Hausher Group. The Ouyang family has many descendants, and it is not easy to get ahead. After the board meeting, he, like other participants, was full of confidence in the development of Hausher Group. At the end of the meeting, Shi Hao took out a bag. It contained a black diamond ring and a pendant. Come here, there are black diamond rings and pendants. Everyone can choose one of them, whether it is a ring or a pendant. There is a word Hao engraved on it. You can't buy it outside. Shi Hao put the rings and pendants on the table in front like a street stall. After a while, everyone in the meeting room had a ring or a pendant in their hands. 10 carats is not big for them, but it is given by Shi Hao, which is of great significance. Xiaojie, come and pick one, I let Su Yuan bring it to you. Shi Hao greeted Ouyang Xiaojie. Grandpa, no need, you asked Uncle Yang to give me 2, and I gave him a pendant. Su Yuan heard Shi Hao greeting Ouyang Xiaojie, and said immediately, well, that's good, but how can you use a pendant as a token of love? Su Yuan, come here and take another ring and pendant. Shi Hao said, as he waved his hand to let Su Yuan come over. Shi Xiaowei heard the word deal, then looked at Su Yuan, then at Ouyang Xiaojie. She immediately stood up, and wanted to pull Su Yuan to Shi Hao. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense, or I will. I will curse you. I will curse you to look bad in a suit. What the hell is cursing someone for not looking good in a suit? Maybe only Su Yuan could think of it. Su Yuan knew that Shi Hao was in danger everywhere in space, so she couldn't bear to curse him, but now that the words were out, she had to find the least lethal curse. Su Yuan held onto the chair with her hands, and refused to go over. Shi Xiaowei let go of her hands, then went over to get a ring and a pendant, and said to Ouyang Xiaojie, who was secretly happy in his heart, Xiaojie, I keep them for you. If you have time, come to my house for dinner. Okay, Auntie, I will definitely go. I heard from Su Yuan that your cooking is delicious. Ouyang Xiaojie is not stupid. Such a good opportunity should not be missed. No matter how capable Su Yuan is, or how high her education is, she still can't stand the pressure from her family to get married. This is the fate of young people in Yin country, but it is also happiness. As soon as the meeting was adjourned, Su Yuan was the first to cover her face with a notebook and ran away. Ouyang Xiaojie was gentle and polite, and he greeted everyone politely before leaving. Shi Hao specifically approached Su Yan's image and thanked him, and Su Yan also left. When everyone had almost left, Katerina walked to Shi Hao and called him boss sweetly. Shi Hao felt goosebumps all over his body. Katerina looked at his reaction and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Then she said, don't leave me behind when you go to space this time. I also want to go there again. Katerina didn't say it clearly, but Shi Hao knew where she was talking about. Ilef also came over at this time. Katerina said directly, Ilef, do you want to go to space to play with aliens? Ilef shrugged and said, I still have dozens of orphans at home, and I can't leave. Shi Hao really admired Ilef's spirit. He said, Ilef, you calculate it, I will pay for you to build an orphanage. Thank you, boss. Ilef bowed and thanked Shi Hao when he heard what Shi Hao said. Shi Hao chatted with them for a while, and then went back to the office. After returning to the office, Shirhao specifically called Zhou Xueyu and Shi Xiaowei over. I want to give some of my shares to Tianying, Mickey and Xinggu, 5 million shares to each person. You two hurry up and prepare the documents. I asked them to come over and sign in a few days. Tianying, Mickey and Xinggu are now Shirhao's subordinates. Whether they follow him to space or not, he plans to give them some shares. After Shi Xiaowei and Zhou Xueyu left, Shirhao called in Li Binhui, Lian Wenhui, Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing. The future mission of Haoshi Bionics technology is very important. There will be more and more people who will be upgraded to Taishan and Songhan levels. Don't blindly pursue profits. You must keep a close watch and ensure safety. Director Wu is very important to the country, and cannot afford to lose anything. I will make proper arrangements for Director Wu before I leave. You should keep in touch with him in the future. With the relationship with Miki, he will definitely help. Okay, no more words. Before I go to space, I will come back to see if I have time. If you don't come back, it's not surprising. You can do what you should do. You can come to my house for dinner in the evening. After speaking, Shirhao packed up his things, turned off the computer, and walked home. Chapter 145. Because Tianying, Mickey and the pigeons have just started to upgrade their bodies, according to his own experience of upgrading, it will take about 20 days to be fully mobile. Before that, it will take 15 days to culture cells, which will take more than a month in total. After Tianying was captured, she was forced to change her body, but at the same time, she was left with a biological gene sample. The gene that Mickey used to culture cells was from Wu Ruinfo. During the waiting period, Shirhao stayed at home, ready to calm down and read books and practice Tai Chi. Tai Chi and Laozi have a lot of roots, so Shirhao plans to start by reading the Tao Te Ching. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. Saints are not benevolent, and treat the people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, is it like a bellows? All things are born and destroyed by themselves, and people do their own things and rest. This is easy to understand. But is heaven and earth really like a big bellows? Then is the universe the same? Interesting. Shirhao talked to himself while reading, and gradually sank into it. I read very slowly, and thought a lot. When I couldn't figure it out, I stood up and punched again and again. No posture is better than posture. As I punched, I suddenly figured out what I couldn't figure out. Nothing in the world is softer than water, but nothing can defeat it when it attacks the strong, because there is nothing to replace it. The weak overcomes the strong, the soft overcomes the hard. Everyone in the world knows it, but no one can do it. I also understand that the weak can defeat the strong, and the soft can overcome the hard. I wonder if Tai Chi can do it. Thinking of this, he put down the book, stood up and walked to a big tree that one person could barely hug, got a posture, and started punching. When there was no opponent, the whole set of punches was smooth and pleasing to the eye. When he hit the tree trunk, the whole boxing posture was immediately messed up. After the mess, he had to find the right posture and start again, stumbling and awkward. Shirhao didn't take it to heart, and continued to start again and again. After a day, he could continue when he hit the tree trunk, and the posture was gradually not messed up, but the Tao was not found. After 2 days, he could control the posture with the technique, but he couldn't forget the posture. After 3 days, he could already do it smoothly, but he had the technique but not the Tao. The tree was still motionless, you were you, I was me. After 10 days, he could use the technique to carry the Tao, without any moves or posture, and he could do it smoothly. The key is that he also added the softness to overcome the hardness. Every time his hand passed over the tree trunk, the whole tree began to tremble slightly. It seems that the direction is right. Shirhao stopped and didn't continue to practice boxing, because he knew that this could not be practiced in a few days. As long as the direction was right, there was plenty of time and space. His heart calmed down again, and he picked up the book to read. That day, when he was absorbed in reading, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw Katerina, fully armed and carrying a lot of bags, standing outside the door, and an air taxi was flying away. Aren't you in the overseas factory? Katerina ran over at this time, and he was surprised. I have rearranged someone to work there in my place. These have been approved by Director Li and General Manager Liang, and they have personally interviewed the people I found, and they are very professional. Ilef will be the general manager of the overseas factory, and the person I brought will be the deputy general manager. He will also attend the board meeting in my place. Before Shirhao could ask further, Katerina explained everything clearly. So what? Shirhao was still confused, not knowing why she came here. So I want to go to space with you. I said I want to go there with you to see it. I didn't agree. So I come to live with you, watch you, and follow you wherever you go. Katerina smiled at Shirhao, then carried her bag into the house. Shirhao patted his forehead lightly, his head hurting a little. In desperation, Shirhao had to arrange her in Shirshiroe's room. Shirshiroe no longer lived in this compound. In the evening, Shirhao made a dish of 3 fresh delicacies and stir-fried bean sprouts, and ate it with relish while holding rice. Katerina sat next to him, and could only watch. If she had drool, it would probably have flowed all over the floor. Brother Hao, how can you eat? Katerina stood up, pinched Shirhao's arm, pinched his shoulder, and pulled his hair. Hey, don't touch me. Otherwise, I kick you out. Shirhao read books and practiced boxing every day these days. He liked to be quiet. He didn't even call Shirshiroe and Su Wuqing back. Katerina, driven by curiosity, wanted to see what changes had happened to Shirhao's body. Wow, your body has become much stronger again. Katerina did not respond to Shirhao's words, but exclaimed. The man sat back in his chair obediently. When Katerina asked him, Shirhao told him the truth. Then I have become very weak. After listening, Katerina stood up suddenly and said angrily. Don't be so surprised. Aren't you very strong? Shirhao comforted her. How strong? I used to have some use for my telekinesis advantage. Now you have telekinesis, so I am just a decoration. Except that my breasts are bigger than yours. There is really no other place that is stronger than yours. Katerina gestured as she spoke, looking at herself, and then at Shirhao. Shirhao felt a headache again when he heard his words. The calm and peaceful state of mind that he had cultivated with great difficulty in the past few days was disturbed. Tianying's house is empty. You can move in. Shirhao issued an order to expel her. He still had a few days to finish reading the Tao Te Ching. Brother Hao, please help me apply. I also want to upgrade my body. Katerina ignored Shirhao's order to expel her. She looked at Shirhao eagerly and said seriously. Shirhao wanted to refuse, but thinking that she would go with him soon, he decided to give it a try and called Wang Guiyong. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Guiyong called back and said, okay, but her strength must be better than your weakness, quasi-Songshan level. Ask her if she agrees. You can take her to see Director Wu. Shirhao understood what Wang Guiyong meant. This was a protection for him. After all, Katerina was not a Yin countryman, so he could not say that he knew her completely. She was completely incomparable to Tianying, Mickey and Pigeon. Shirhao told Katerina the decision from above truthfully. Katerina agreed without even thinking about it. Shirhao immediately took her to see Wu Ruinfa. Tianying and the others had already done 1/3 of the work, and he did not want to waste too much time. After arriving at the laboratory, Shirhao found Wu Ruinfa to explain the situation, and Wu Ruinfa immediately arranged for someone to start scanning Katerina's data. Katerina called China, and 3 hours later, her genes were sent over by a special person. Director Wu, I will be in space for a longer time this time. What are your plans? Shirhao originally planned to talk to Wu Ruinfa about this matter when Tianying, Mickey and Pigeon were almost finished upgrading. As long as there is a laboratory, I can do anything. It's good here. Wu Ruinfa only had research in his eyes, and didn't think of himself as a treasure. But Shirhao couldn't be so casual, and said, Director Wu, you are our Yin country's national treasure. In order to ensure your safety, I will make suggestions to the higher-ups. Besides, your laboratory should be upgraded, right? Shirhao saw that Wu Ruinfa was not very active, so he took out something he was interested in to attract him. You're right. Times are different now. The experimental equipment is more than 10 years old. It's time to upgrade it. The last experiment in space was very effective. I think if conditions permit, we can go to space more often. In the future, there should be some alien life to study. We need to build a few sturdy cages. Wu Ruinfa is still interested in research. After hearing Shirhao's question, he began to imagine. In that case, how about I contact Lao Wu and build a laboratory for you on the moon? Shir Group will pay for it. Moving the laboratory to the moon is the general trend. Shirhao also wants to make this happen and took the initiative to propose a plan. That's not good. It's a waste of money for you. Wu Ruinfa said a little embarrassed. It's settled. In the future, some technologies of Shir Group will need your approval. It's nothing to pay a little money. That's no problem. If you encounter any problems, just let Wuqing come to me. Since the prosthetic factory, Su Wuqing and Wu Ruinfa have been in contact, so he trusts Su Wuqing more. Okay, then I make arrangements. I let Wuqing discuss the matters of Shir Group with you. As Shirhao said this, he took out a black diamond pendant and handed it to Wu Ruinfa, saying, "I don't know when I can come back this time, so keep it as a souvenir. By the way, I wonder if you've found the things that Tai Dan wants to transform his body." Shihao has never forgotten the request made by Tai Dan. "I came back and studied their body tissues carefully. There is no good solution at present. It takes tens of thousands of years for their bodies to develop into adults. This process is too long. It will take a long time to make changes to their bodies. The test cycle is also very long, so I can only propose a plan based on theoretical analysis, but I don't know if it will work," Wu Runfa said helplessly. "No matter whether it works or not, let him try it. It's very simple. Let him take a little collagen stone every day. The collagen stone should be slowly absorbed into his body, thereby changing his body flexibility." After getting Shihao's affirmative answer, Wu Runfa arranged for the staff to grind several kilograms of collagen stone powder for him to take away. Shihao left the laboratory and called Wu Yi as soon as possible. After listening to Shihao's opinion, Wu Yi immediately agreed. It can be seen from the above that the space environment is very helpful for scientific research, so it also encourages scientific researchers to build laboratories on the moon. It is more convenient to do experiments from the moon to space. After discussing the details with Wu Yi, Shihao immediately called Li Binhui and asked him to arrange for Su Wuqing to go to the moon to arrange for the construction of a new laboratory. Then he called Su Wuqing again and talked about some details and the problem of contacting Wu Runfa. After the last accident, Shihao was still worried about the Hausher group before he left. After finishing his work, Shihao went home and continued to practice. After reading the Tao Te Ching, he thought about practicing a set of stronger boxing. He thought he had learned the basics of Tai Chi's softness overcomes hardness, and the strength he was good at should also be explored. So he started to practice Luohan boxing. He started with standing. There is a proverb about Luohan boxing. If you want to be a good Luohan, look for it in the 3 corrects. The so-called 3 corrects refers to the straight hands, straight body, and straight horse. The horse here refers to the horse stance, which should be practiced by standing in the horse stance. Tai Chi looks very flexible on the surface, but the basis of flexibility is a stable lower body. After so much practice, Shihao has laid a good foundation, and it is easier to practice other types of boxing. So standing in horse stance is no problem for him. He stands twice a day, 1 hour each time. Luohan boxing is not a very rigid boxing, but a combination of rigidity and softness, flexible and changeable. There are many techniques such as separation, pressure, and rush, and the leg techniques emphasize leaping, rolling, sweeping, and bouncing. Shihao did not rush for quick success, but practiced one technique at a time, and then practiced leg techniques after practicing the techniques. He went to find a few sandbags, and lived an ascetic life every day. He rested when he was tired and started practicing when he woke up. He repeated each action thousands or tens of thousands of times. That day, he received a call from Tian-Ing. Tian-Ing, Mickey, Pigeon and their respective battle pets had been upgraded and recovered well. Wu Runfa learned the lesson from Shihao's upgrade process. When they were awakened for the first time, they would be connected to bioelectricity. Every time you get tired from training and feel sleepy, your heart rate gradually drops to a certain value, and then your biovoltage suddenly rises, which is very refreshing. Whether you are sleepwalking in the 18 levels of hell or floating in heaven, you will be brought back to reality immediately. Shihao asked them to come back and train first, while waiting for Katarina. After nearly a month of exploration, Shihao felt that the skills and routines were of great benefit to the Songhan level, so they naturally had to hurry up. Chapter 146. Mickey never knew what delicious food was. He had no such desire in his mind, but Tian-Ing and Xinggu knew. The first thing they did after training was to drag Mickey to the snack street in Los Angeles. This smell is too bad. Mickey smelled the stinky tofu being fried and felt a little nauseous. You will know after you try it. It smells very good. After frying, Mickey tried to eat a bite, and then he couldn't stop. Boss, give me 10 more. There were more than 20 boxes in front of Mickey, and he opened his mouth to ask for 10 more. Mickey, there are other delicious foods. Let's go and have a look. Tian-Ing wanted to call Mickey away like coaxing a child. There were already many people watching around. If there was a camera, Mickey would definitely be the most eye-catching food broadcaster. No, this is too delicious. No wonder the captain came here first that day. I have some more. This was the first food that his taste buds really tasted. It gave him a subversive feeling in his cognition, so he couldn't stop eating. Mickey, you can't do this. Someone will take you away with a box of fried stinky tofu. Captain. Captain. Tian-Ing and Xinga greeted Shi Hao, who was coming over embarrassedly. Mickey was chewing stinky tofu with big mouthfuls, so he had to nod to Shi Hao hurriedly. Shi Hao patted him on the back and said, eat slowly, eat slowly. Boss, give me another 10 servings. It's super spicy. Shi Hao was also greedy. Mickey couldn't stop eating just now. Tianning didn't have enough money, so he had to ask Shi Hao for help. Before the three of them were ready to upgrade, they packed their watches and other things, and put them at Tianying's place. Then, Shi Hao took the lead, and the four of them ate at the snack street again, and then returned home contentedly. In the following days, Shi Hao cooked 3 meals a day in different ways, mainly to take care of Mickey, and let him understand the essence of Yin country's food culture. As soon as they came back, Shi Hao asked for their opinions, whether to stay at home, or go on an adventure in space with him, and explained that no matter what choice they made, Shi Hao would help them arrange it. The three were very determined, and wanted to follow without any ambiguity. But Tianning made a request, saying that he wanted Shi Hao to help arrange Jingxiaoji, and Shi Hao remembered the fat man in Xuanqin society. Shi Hao asked Li Benhui for his opinion, and arranged Jingxiaoji to be next to Yang Mingyu, to be responsible for security work. Of course, during this period, the three of them did not fall behind in practicing boxing. Mickey and Xinga still practiced the Fuhu Palm. As a symbol of Yin Kung Fu, Shaolin is responsible for promoting Yin Kung Fu, so the sutra library also includes the widely circulated exercises and routines of other schools. Modern Wing Chun, which is circulated in the South, was originally a kind of Shaolin internal Kung Fu, and is also included. Tianning fell in love with the Inchforce technique of Wing Chun at first sight, and concentrated on practicing it. To improve their telekinesis, they have to practice the exercises. The three of them saw that Shi Hao had made great progress in practicing Tai Chi Dao, and they also wanted to try it. Dao is based on the understanding of nature, life, and all things in the universe, and is the product of the evolution of human complex emotions. Mickey was originally the core of intelligence control, and his understanding and perception of human emotions was almost zero. How can you understand Dao without knowing the hardships of the world, and without tasting the taste of the world? So Shi Hao did not let Mickey practice Tai Chi Dao, but let him choose Hun Yuan Gong. Xingda and Tianning tried to comprehend Tai Chi for 2 days, but it was difficult to enter a real state of concentration. In desperation, they had to give up. Xingda and Mickey started practicing Hun Yuan Gong. Tianning searched on the computer, and finally chose a book called I Jing Jing with a powerful name, and started reading it. Shi Hao thought that if he wanted to enhance his telekinesis, it would be most appropriate to focus on Taoist exercises, which advocated natural communication. Shi Hao saw that Tianning was reading with great interest, and seemed to have some feelings, so he ignored her. After all, he only knew the basics, and couldn't give her any advice. If she likes it, let her do it. For a while, the courtyard became a martial arts arena, which was very lively. They didn't bring back their war pets, and they were trained by a special person at Wu Ruinfa's place. Tianning chose a hunting falcon as her war pet. During this period, Shi Hao also asked Shi Xiaorui and Zhou Xueyu to bring the equity transfer documents, and the three of them signed them separately. After finishing this, Shi Hao and Shi Xiaorui went to sweep Zheng Xian's grave together. A few days later, Shi Hao and his team received a notice to pick up Katarina and bring back their respective pets. Katarina was so envious of Tianying's hunting falcon that she couldn't walk. In desperation, Shi Hao asked Wu Ruinfa for a Super Taishan level intelligent control pet, and gave it to Katarina. Although a little regretful, Katarina was still very happy. She held a German Shepherd and refused to let go, and named it Mercury. Because she said that Shi Hao's pet was called Jupiter, she also wanted to name it after a star. When they got home, Shi Hao gave each of them a black diamond ring and a pendant. Mickey blushed and asked Shi Hao if he had asked for an extra ring. Do you want to give it to Yang Shui? Shi Hao understood Mickey's thoughts. Mickey nodded, took the ring, and shyly ran to pack the things. Their things filled a frisbee. Katarina was stunned, and didn't understand why there were so many things. 3 days ago, Shi Hao and his friends went out for several large purchases. Shi Hao bought many sets of clothes, including suits. Tianning, Mickey and Pigeon were slightly better, but they also prepared a lot, mainly because they were afraid that their clothes would be torn and they would have nothing to wear. It would not be fun to be naked. Several people can't live without food, especially Mickey. Every time it's time to eat, he would stand next to Shi Hao with chopsticks on time. So they bought a lot of pots and pans and induction cookers, and other foods that can be stored, such as various seasonings, dry goods, canned food, ham, etc., were bought in large quantities. They bought white and red wines of good years. Anyway, they bought all the daily necessities they could think of, and bought out the stocks of merchants in many places. Boss, give me 5 of each color of this dress. They all bought it according to this routine. Large items, such as sandbags and wooden stakes for training, have been delivered to the Pioneer. Sure Hal was considering going to Mars, and then exploring space, so he prepared things in advance. He didn't call anyone, just took the flying disc and left like he usually did when he went on a mission. After the flying disc arrived at the starship base, Mickey ran away. Sure Hal smiled and said nothing, letting him go. They began to move things to the Pioneer. Wang Guiyong had already prepared enough weapons. There were also 6 laser cannons and electromagnetic rail guns promised to Tai Dan, and 20 heavy super laser guns were also installed on the Pioneer. Originally, Wang Guiyong insisted on sending Sure Hao to Mars. Sure Hao said, "After sending you thousands of miles, we must say goodbye in the end, why bother?" Because the black diamond rings were all picked out, Sure Hao took out 2 pendants and handed them to Wang Guiyong, asking him to bring one to Lei Shiyu. After shaking hands and hugging each other gently, Sure Hao turned around and boarded the Pioneer. Mickey ran back with a smile on his face, holding a women's platinum ring in his hand. It seemed that things went quite smoothly. After boarding the Pioneer, he took out his black diamond pendant, tied the ring next to the pendant, and then happily put the pendant on his neck. This kid got promoted and immediately got it, hee. The pigeon smiled and whispered to Sure Hao, "That's good." After that, the two smiled at each other. After everything was ready, the Pioneer was activated and took off. After reaching space, Sure Hao asked the pigeon to contact Tidan. When Tidan heard that the laser cannon he had been thinking about was on the Pioneer, he was extremely excited. "Mars, right? I wait for you." After that, he started the hunter and flew towards Mars. The Pioneer went to the moon first. Sure Hao found Wui and took the key left by the Stoneworm King and the 100-carat diamond that he asked Su Yin to prepare for him, and then flew towards Mars at a high speed. When the Pioneer just arrived near the orbit of Mars, it suddenly stopped automatically, and then the eyes went black. Sure Hao knew that he must have been controlled by Tidan and sucked into the hunter again. After Tidan flashed into the Pioneer, he didn't look at them, but ran directly to the warehouse, looking at the cannons, and was very happy. "Tidan, why are you in such a hurry? We will definitely not break our promise to give you the things we said we would give you," Sure Hao said as he walked towards Tidan. "These 6 cannons and the 20 heavy super laser guns are all yours." As soon as Sure Hao finished speaking, the pile of things disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Tidan had teleported them to the Hunter Tan, which was too fast. Seeing this, Sure Hao simply asked Tidan to teleport all the things they had prepared. Only the equipment they needed to explore Mars was left. Each person had a heavy super laser gun, a laser sword, a new special dagger, as well as batteries, communication switches, etc. Tidan gave Sure Hao 5 bottles of gravity stone powder. "Tidan, wait for me in the orbit of Mars. We will come to you after we finish our business, and then we will set off." Tidan readily agreed. He was a little tired of staying here alone. Because the place to be explored was not far from the Nikolai Kingdom in Minsk, in order not to attract their attention, the Pioneer landed directly at the Mars base of Yin Country. Wang Ping and Wu Feng were already waiting there with their men, and Lao He had already returned to Earth. Sure Hao arranged for Fang Jia to drive the Pioneer back directly, and bring the 5 bottles of gravity stone powder to Wang Guiyong. Wang Ping drove a lunar-class starship at a low altitude and, according to the guidance of the quantum beacon placed in advance, came to the place where the stone-grained Worm King left. Nearly 10 years have passed, and the pit there has been covered by more than half of the Martian dust. After the excavation of the Intelligent Control Engineering Vehicle, the quantum beacon was found. But there was no trace of any door, so they had to continue digging down. When digging more than 1 meter deep, the bucket of the engineering vehicle hit a metal-like object. Then dig along that object, clean up, and finally a black door appeared. Just like the hole that Sure Hao tracked the stone-grained worm into at that time, the door he encountered there was also such a door. There is a groove on the door, and the pattern looks the same as the shape of the flying stone-grained worm key given to him by the stone-grained worm king. Sure Hao opened the box, took out the ruby-like stone-grained worm, and put it in the groove. The door also had a fluorescent light, and then it slowly opened. The accumulated dust on the door fell down. The cave was completely dark. Sure Hao saw this, and prepared to go inside. Wang Ping and Wu Feng were also ready to follow with their equipment. "Wang Ping, you stay outside with your people. If we are in danger, at least you can bring people to rescue us." Wang Ping looked at Shi Hao's eyes that could not be refuted, so he had to salute them, and then take people to stay and guard the cave entrance. Shi Hao, Tianying, Mickey, Pigeon and Katarina, 5 people, brought their own war pets, wearing searchlights on their heads, and filed in. The flying stone pattern insect that had turned into a key was surrounded by red light, and then gradually grew larger, and finally returned to its original size, flapping its wings and flying in with Shi Hao and the others. Chapter 147. After walking more than 10 meters inside, Shi Hao was about to ask everyone to turn on the searchlight. At this time, the flying stone worm that followed behind surpassed them, and continued to fly forward. When it was about to be submerged in the darkness of the cave, the flying stone worm flew out with red dots all over its body. Those red dots began to spread around, just like many miniature fireflies, very beautiful. After the outermost red dots touched the cave wall, they disappeared as if annihilated, and the cave wall flashed a few times, emitting 2 thin white fluorescent lights. When the fluorescent light stopped flashing, it seemed to cause a chain reaction, and the cave wall inside also began to flash. The long white fluorescent light extended along the cave wall. The whole cave was as bright as day, and the ground showed a 15-degree slope and meandered downward. The cave was more than 20 meters wide, and the lower cave wall was relatively smooth. Looking at the top of the upper side, it became very rough, and strange rocks stretched out from time to time. The height of the cave where they stood was roughly estimated to be about 30 meters. The red dots on the flying stone worm continued to emit, and disappeared when they touched the cave wall. This process lasted for a quarter of an hour, until the entire flying stone worm disappeared, and it lit up the cave with its entire body. Shi Hao touched the cave wall with his hand, and felt that it was stone, not a stone worm, and felt a little relieved. Wang Ping, can you receive it? We are going to go down. Shi Hao called Wang Ping to test the communication and prepared to continue exploring. Captain, I can receive it, I can receive it. After hearing Wang Ping's reply, Shi Hao made a gesture and walked forward. The further they walked, the higher the cave ceiling became, and the more messy the stones on it became. They were a little worried that the stones would fall down. Mars has a relatively thin atmosphere, so if there is any sound, it can be heard. So far, no sound has been heard from the cave. A group of people walked forward along the uneven ground. When they passed a place where the cave wall was slightly concave, and there was no fluorescent strip, a gray-black stone worm drilled out half of its body from the wall with a squeak sound, trying to bite Mickey, who was closest to him. Mickey screamed, hugged the head of the stone worm with both hands, and twisted the head off with force. Then, several people quickly retreated, and after a few steps, 2 more stone worms drilled out one after another. At this time, everyone took out their daggers and easily solved them. Shi Hao walked to the wall of the cave, cut a hole from top to bottom with a dagger, and broke a part of the cave wall with his hands. At this time, another smaller stone worm was about to drill out, and Shi Hao punched it and blew its head. Shi Hao used a dagger to clean up the wall, and saw a dozen round things on the ground, wriggling. They should be the eggs of stoneworms. Shi Hao said, as he used a dagger to cut the surface of an egg, proving that his judgment was correct. He quickly smashed the eggs with a dagger, and found the same thing on the opposite wall. This time, as they continued to move forward, they slowed down, held the dagger tightly, and observed which walls were abnormal. After walking a few hundred meters, they found a dozen stoneworm nests, and destroyed them all. When they destroyed another stoneworm nest, a shrill scream came over, and it felt like the source of the sound was far away from them. The screams immediately made everyone's nerves tense. After a few dozen seconds, they heard a rustling sound coming over. Laser gun activated, ready for battle. Shi Hao judged that these sounds should be the stone grain insects crawling out of their nests, and the screams seemed to be commanding the stone grain insects. After a few minutes, more than a dozen stone grain insects appeared in everyone's field of vision, confirming Shi Hao's judgment. The 5 people's laser gun shot quickly. The whole process lasted more than 10 minutes, and it was estimated that 200 or 300 gray-black stone grain insects were killed. The passage ahead was blocked. Shi Hao ordered everyone to stop and rest on the spot. He specifically checked the power consumption of the laser gun and found that 1/5 of the power had been used up, and each person had 2 spare batteries. The attack power of these stone-grained insects is not strong. We will use daggers and battle pets to deal with them later. If we must use laser guns, keep the burst mode to save energy. According to the attack characteristics of stone-grained insects, the first batch is just the beginning, and there should be a large number of stone-grained insects in the future, so Shi Hao has to consider the whole situation. After 20 to 30 minutes, only 1/3 of the stone-grained insect corpses blocking the passage were left. Shirhao led them over, and found that more than a dozen stone-grained insects were gnawing on the corpses, and 2 of them were fluttering their newly grown wings. Shirhao jumped over, and used a dagger to deal with the 2-winged stone-grained insects first. Leave the others behind to continue gnawing on the corpses. The function of stone-grained insects to evolve by gnawing on the corpses of their companions made Shirhao dare not take it lightly, and he had to clean up the corpses before leaving. After dealing with this, they continued to walk down. The entire passage was inclined downward and extended downward in a spiral. As they walked, they smashed all the eggs in the broken stone-grained insect nests. They walked another 2 or 3 kilometers, and according to the vertical height, they were already about 1 kilometer underground. At this time, they encountered an irregular circular area with a diameter of about 50 meters. The ground was flat, and it was a nice small square in the park. Do stone-grained insects also dance square dance? Katerina asked while looking at the square, because she saw many ants dancing square dance in neat rows every night in Yinhua Park. You are too imaginative, yeah. Tianying imagined the scene, and got goosebumps all over her body. They searched around, and the whole square was empty, not even a stone-grained insect nest was found. The group continued to move forward from the opposite passage. At this time, the color of the cave wall changed a little, and the gray-black color was slightly mixed with some light red. Pay attention, the stone-grained insects here should have light red stripes. Different areas have different wall colors, so according to the rules, the stone-grained insects are also different. They continued to walk, digging out stone-patterned insect nests, and smashing stone-patterned insect eggs. There were indeed light red striped stone-patterned insects in the nest, but the number was twice as much as the gray-black stone-patterned insects. In the flying machine of the stone-patterned insect king, the higher the level, the fewer the number should be, but here it is the opposite. I just don't know if the length of this hole is shorter. They just kept moving forward, and after walking 2 or 3 kilometers, the light red stone-patterned insect nests still did not decrease. This time, the screams rang again. The battle pet stood in front, and Shirhao and the others stood in the back. 2 or 3 minutes later, the battle began, and the heads and legs of the stone-patterned insects were seen flying everywhere. In order to maximize efficiency, they did not seek to kill them completely, but only to kill them so that the stone-grained insects lost their attack power. After killing more than 200, the front was full again. They sat down to rest, waiting for the stone-grained insects to clean up the dead and injured stone-grained insects. They killed 3 waves, a total of more than 1,000, and the light red striped stone-grained insects did not appear again. Continued to move forward and continued to destroy the eggs. This time, they walked another 5 or 6 kilometers before they found a small square of the same size. After passing this small square, the cave wall opposite was black mixed with red, and the proportion of red began to increase. This time, they walked 4 or 5 kilometers before they heard screams again. Shirhao judged that there should be about 10 kilometers further down. In this way, there will be about 3,000 red-striped stone-grained insects. It seems that there should be a tough battle this time, Shirhao said to everyone. Shirhao remembered that there was a relatively straight passage where they walked, about 100 meters long. He asked everyone to retreat to the end of the passage. A few minutes later, they saw red-striped stone worms lined up more than 100 meters away, crawling towards this side quickly. Use laser guns to string candied haws. The stone worms were in a very neat line. In order to improve efficiency and save laser gun energy, Shirhao Xiang came up with this idea. After he said that, he took out a heavy laser gun, moved his position, and stood in front of a line of stone worms. When the stone worms were only a few meters away from him, a beam of laser shot out. After shooting, the stone worms in that line fell down one after another. Others followed suit and picked up laser guns to start shooting. This is easier. After one round of shooting, everyone sat there to rest. Later, the stone-grained insects advanced while gnawing at the corpses. The attack speed was much slower. As time went on, many flying stone-grained insects evolved, ignoring the ground obstruction and flying toward Shirhao and his team. Because there were not many of them, they were still dealt with daggers. At this time, Tian Ying's hunting falcon and the black drongo of the carrier pigeon showed their advantages. They flew up and bit down, and a flying stone-grained insect fell to the ground. It was not Shirhao's turn to take action. Shirhao and his team stood up from time to time and shot at the stone-grained insects crowded in front with laser guns. They also deliberately let a few flying stone-grained insects that were bitten to death by the hunting falcon come over. This time, the battle lasted for 4 or 5 hours before it ended. They still walked along the way, destroying insect eggs along the way. When they passed a small square again, the color of the cave wall turned red with a small amount of black mixed in it. This time, they had only entered a few meters when they saw many red wide-striped stone insects crawling out of the ground, and flying stone insects flying out from above. It felt like an overwhelming situation. The stone insects on the ground were no longer lined up, and the ones behind kept pushing forward. Sure Hao and his team quickly picked up the laser guns, and the battle pets also pounced on them, firing continuously at the ground and the air. As the stone insect corpses piled up, the offensive on the ground slowed down, but the stone insects behind them didn't care about chewing the stone insect corpses, and kept climbing forward and slowly piled up. The flying stone insects offensive did not slow down at all, diving down from a high place. The hunting falcon could no longer cope with it, and Katarina, Tianying and Mickey called on the flying stone insects. Sure Hao and the carrier pigeons shot at the crawling stone insects. Sure Hao and his team fought and retreated, and after nearly an hour of shooting, the stone insect corpses in front piled up more than 10 meters high. The screams from the depth sounded again, the sound was sharper, and the frequency was faster. At this time, the flying stone-patterned insects began to dive toward Sure Hao and his group recklessly, and ram them with their bodies. After being approached, the only way to solve the problem was to use daggers. But the flying stone-patterned insects behind them continued to dive down and fly forward regardless of anything. Some had already flown over, but continued to fly forward. Sure Hao and his group were buried under the pile of insects. Sure Hao called everyone and the battle pets to retreat. While retreating, he drew out the laser sword. Sure Hao controlled the length of the sword to about 1 meter and stirred it at the flying stone-patterned insects in the air. Seeing this, everyone slightly distanced themselves and took out the laser sword to stir it upwards. Broken wings and legs kept falling down. After a few minutes, the pressure was slightly relieved. Sure Hao called everyone to run back quickly and distance themselves from the piles of stone-patterned insects. They didn't notice that when they ran back, more than 20 stones on the cave wall around the small square were pushed out and fell down, and something flew out from there. Chapter 148. Fearing that the flying stone-grained insects that had just flown past would surround them from behind, Sure Hao and his men quickly chased after them, killing them as they went, until all the flying stone-grained insects were killed. After a short rest, they returned along the same route. They did not encounter a single stone-grained insect along the way. When they came to the vicinity of the square again, they saw a dozen red and yellow things gnawing on the corpses of stone-grained insects on the ground. A closer look revealed that they were flying stone-grained insects with red bodies and yellow spots on them. The yellow spots were matte earthy yellow, forming a sharp contrast with the bright red, which was very inconsistent and ugly. The stone-grained insect corpses that had just piled up like a small mountain had been eaten to the point where there was little left. In the end, they chased and ate a few normal red and black-spotted flying stone-grained insects. After eating, the yellow-spotted insects turned around and flew back to the small square. When Sure Hao and his companions stood by and watched in confusion, suddenly a yellow spot flashed on the body of a nearby yellow spot worm, and it flew to Sure Hao in the blink of an eye. Sure Hao subconsciously blocked it with his hand, and felt a sharp pain in his arm, and a piece of the protective strand was torn off. This yellow spot worm is fast, powerful, and has strong attack power. Quickly retreat, Sure Hao said, pulling out the laser sword. He compressed the length of the sword to about 50 centimeters. At this time, the yellow spot worm pounced on him again. Sure Hao blocked the laser sword in front of him and swept it across. The mouth that was about to get in front of him was cut off by the laser sword along with a small part of the body. Sure Hao was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the other yellow spot worms did not swarm and besiege them, otherwise the consequences would be difficult to predict. Sure Hao immediately picked up the fallen yellow spot worm corpse and retreated, and everyone followed him and retreated 20 to 30 meters. The other yellow spot worms did not react and continued to fly back and forth in the small square. Sure Hao took out a dagger and tried it. It could cut through the shell of this insect. But the dagger was too short, and this insect was fast, so it didn't have much effect. Sure Hao just compressed the laser sword to 50 centimeters for safety. This time he compressed the laser sword to the standard 1 meter length and tried it. The effect was very good. Extending the laser sword to 3 meters, the effect was barely good, and it could hurt this insect. Beyond 3 meters, it would not have much killing power against this insect. Sure Hao asked everyone to take out the laser sword and practice operation to ensure that they could skillfully control the laser sword. Katarina could easily suppress it to about 15 centimeters with the laser sword. Tianying and the pigeon could be compressed to about 20 centimeters, and Nikki could only barely compress it to about 30 centimeters. The degree of compression of the laser sword can show the strength of their telekinesis. Shirhao has never tested telekinesis specifically. Katarina's telekinesis has reached level 8. It seems that Shirhao's telekinesis strength must exceed level 8, and is much stronger than Katarina. They estimated that if each person faces a yellow spot worm at the same time, they can easily deal with it. But if there are 2 or 3, it will be a bit difficult for one person to deal with it. Shirhao also let Jupiter, Mercury, Lightning, Falcon and Pigeon's black curly tail try it, and they can easily bite through the carapace of the yellow spot worm. This kind of insect is fast, and has strong attack power, but its body hardness is similar to that of the red striped stone worm. Shirhao had a pigeon release a crawler robot that slowly crawled from the ground into the small square, with the camera facing upwards. Through the camera, they could see that there were a total of 23 insects flying in the air, distributed throughout the square, with each yellow spot insect relatively far apart. When the crawler robot started again, and was about to crawl to the center, a nearby yellow spot insect swooped down and swallowed the robot in one gulp. Shirhao came to the square and stomped his feet hard, but the yellow spot insects turned a deaf ear to him. It seemed that these yellow spot insects were not very sensitive to vibrations, but had a wider field of vision. You guys step back first. I shoot one with a laser gun and see. After Shirhao finished speaking, he walked to the edge of the square with a laser gun. He aimed a laser beam at the nearest one and fired it, and the yellow spot insect was hit, and fell to the ground, making a piercing wail before landing. The other insects flying in the square all flew over, and Shirhao was so scared that he quickly retreated. The remaining yellow spot bugs seemed to be frightened, speeding up their flight and flying back and forth inside. I tried to lure one out. I guess I didn't hit the vital point just now, so it gave me a warning. Shirhao thought for a while and said. This time Shirhao came to the edge of the square, took out the laser sword, and controlled the length of the laser sword to about 40 meters. Then he poked a lone bug. The bug felt something and began to circle around to find it. When it saw the whitish laser beam, it flew out along the laser beam without making any sound. After coming out, according to the plan, the battle pets were first sent out to fight. The black drongo of the carrier pigeon, the hunting falcon of Tianying, and the lightning of Mickey all stood on the shoulders of their masters. When the bug just came to Shirhao, the black drongo, the hunting falcon, and the lightning moved at the same time. The black drongo pecked at the eyes. The hunting falcon's mouth directly bit through the back shell of the yellow spot bug, and the lightning still bit the neck. The yellow spot bug was silent in an instant. The second time, the carrier pigeon went over, and used the laser sword to lure out another yellow spot bug. Shirhao held Jupiter, and Katarina held Mercury and threw it high. In the end, Jupiter was one step faster and bit the bug's neck. After 2 drills, everyone had confidence. After entering the square, they walked forward side by side. Shirhao and Katarina threw their war pets high. Tianying, the carrier pigeon and Mickey's war pets all stood on their shoulders. All the war pets dealt with the first yellow spot bug they saw, and then Shirhao and his team fought against the second one that flew over. In an instant, 10 bugs were killed. At this time, the wailing of the bugs in the square came one after another, and other yellow spot bugs flew over quickly. Shirhao and the other 5 threw their daggers, and stabbed them directly into the heads of the yellow spot worms flying towards them. The remaining few were easily eliminated. As soon as the yellow spot worms were killed, screams came again, and they heard the smell of anger. Picking up the daggers, they began to check the square and found the fallen stones. A black drongo was arranged to drill in, but it was a dead end. They didn't understand how the yellow spot worms got out, so they simply ignored it and began to explore. Continuing to go deeper into the ground, they felt hotter and hotter. Along the way, they still cleaned the stone pattern worm nests and destroyed the eggs. They walked nearly 30 kilometers along the way. The cave walls here had completely turned red. At this time, they heard the sound of gurgling. Shirhao signaled everyone to be alert and slowed down. After turning 2 more corners, a sea of red appeared in front of them, and waves of heat rushed towards them. Those red things were bubbling. All of them were magma. Since this cave was left by the stone-grained insect king, there must be a reason for it. According to the fluorescence on the cave wall in front, and the stone-grained insect nests that appeared at a distance, it should be artificially arranged. Then, there should be arrangements under this magma. Shirhao and his team continued to move forward and came to a small platform. From this platform, it can be seen that there are still several hundred meters below. In the air far below, there is a road more than 2 meters wide above the magma. After observation and confirmation, it should be the only passage. There are steps leading down on the side of this platform. The temperature here is a bit hot for Sure Hao and his team, but it is acceptable. Captain, look in the middle. The voice of the carrier pigeon sounded. Everyone looked over there, and saw a circular square with a diameter of 50 meters in the middle. Looking again, wow, the square is full of yellow spot worms. Everyone, let's rest here first. Sure Hao saw the situation in front of him, and had to stop to observe and think of a solution. Sure Hao simply sat on the edge of the platform, with his legs hanging in the air, staring at the platform motionlessly. It seems that those yellow spot worms can't get out of that circle. Once they get out of the circle, they will fall into the magma. Sure Hao watched there for more than an hour. He saw 3 yellow spot worms fly out of the boundary of the platform, and immediately struggle to fall into the magma below. After hearing what Sure Hao said, everyone also began to stare at the platform. Hey, look, they're fighting. Mickey pointed to the center of the platform and shouted. The yellow weevils in the middle were in a commotion. Something just fell from above, and they started fighting for it. Mickey continued to add. Something fell? Sure Hao said to himself, and then his eyes lit up, and he continued to look at the edge of the platform with wide eyes. Everyone pay attention. When the yellow weevils on the edge of the platform fly out, is there something falling? Sure Hao reminded everyone while watching. Just like that, the 5 people stared without blinking. I see it, I see it. Tian-Ying shouted. She pointed to a place. She said that a very small stone fell, just outside the platform. When everyone looked, they saw 2 yellow weevils flapping their wings desperately in the air, but they finally fell down. It's confirmed that the stone that fell from above should be very attractive to the yellow weevils. Sure Hao stood up and said happily, let's go down, find a slightly closer position, shoot the stones on the top of the outer periphery with laser guns, and get rid of some of the yellow spot worms first. Everyone started to climb down the stairs, and move closer to the middle platform along the narrow steps and passages. Occasionally, 1 or 2 lone yellow spot worms would be encountered on the way, and they would be easily killed and thrown into the magma. According to the depth, when everyone went halfway down, they felt that the position was almost right, so Sure Hao started to shoot the top of the cave with a laser gun. The stones above began to fall down. Because half of them fell on the platform, the yellow spot worms were busy grabbing the stones on the platform and did not fly out. Sure Hao moved the aiming position outward and shot again. When the stones fell, 2 yellow spot worms flew out. Seeing that it was effective, Sure Hao asked others to find their own positions to shoot. Next, the yellow spot worms started the magma jumping competition. As more and more yellow spot worms jumped down, the screams inside appeared again. This time, it sounded like the sound was not far away. Everyone looked towards the end of the middle passage to identify the sound. Gradually, the number of yellow spot worms decreased by 1/3, and everyone stopped. It was not because they were tired or out of power, but because there were too few yellow spot worms on the periphery, and the falling stones sometimes could not attract a yellow spot worm. The yellow spot worms in the middle had not had time to fly over to fill the position. As more and more yellow spot worms jumped into the magma, the screams appeared more and more frequently. When they were up there, the screams drove the stone-patterned worms to attack Sure Hao and the others, which made people feel a kind of domineering and strategic planning. Now the screams increased in frequency and kept changing, with more anger and helplessness mixed in. Chapter 149. At first, Sure Hao and his team were somewhat affected by the screams, but later they got used to it and simply ignored it, because the screams did not attract the stone-patterned worms to attack them again. After a short rest, the yellow spot worms gradually dispersed, and the edge area was covered again, but the overall density was reduced. After a period of time, nearly half of the yellow spot worms were lured into the magma with stones. Because the density was reduced, the yellow spot worms on the edge of the platform became smaller and smaller, and most of them stayed in the middle position and waited for the stones to fall, not swinging towards the edge of the platform. Sure Hao saw that shooting the stones had no effect, so he asked everyone to stop. After counting, each person used up a battery, and the second battery was almost half used up. After observing the surrounding environment, Sure Hao aimed at the top of the cave near their top and shot a laser beam. Only a few pieces of broken stones fell on the nearby steps. Sure Hao walked over and picked up a few stones. He found that the stones were a little hot to the touch, and there was a faint yellow fluorescence flowing inside. He squeezed it hard with his hand, and his hand was hurt by the water chestnuts. It seemed that the stone was very hard. Sure Hao squeezed the stone and aimed it at the platform 200 or 300 meters away. He silently practiced Tai Chi and threw the stone out. The stone flew out quickly like a bullet. Soon, everyone saw a yellow spot worm on the platform being hit, making a mournful sound and falling to the ground. "Wait for me here." After Sure Hao finished speaking, he jumped over dozens of steps. After a few times, he quickly came to the middle passage. He tried it with one foot and found that there was no problem with the passage, so he stood on it with both feet. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, he picked up the laser gun and shot at a yellow spot worm. A mournful cry sounded, and hundreds of yellow spot worms were in a commotion. I saw a very slight yellow light flashing on the passage, and several yellow spot worms flashed toward Sure Hao. They didn't fly, but flashed, like teleporting, 20 or 30 meters each time. When Sure Hao found something wrong and retreated to the steps, the yellow spot worms in front had already reached the end of the passage, but did not catch up with the steps. The yellow spot worms behind stood in a row in the passage. Screams and roars came from the depths of the end of the passage. Hearing the sound, the yellow spot worms became agitated and turned around in place, but they did not catch up after all. Sure Hao was overjoyed when he saw this. Sure Hao thought to himself, "It seems that I was a little too cautious just now. If I came here to try earlier, it would be faster to kill these yellow spot worms." He hurriedly called everyone down. He asked everyone to stand at the end of the passage with their guns ready. A round of laser shooting, dozens of yellow spot bugs in the passage fell to the ground one after another. After killing all the bugs in the passage, Sure Hao stood on the passage again, aimed at one and shot again. Not surprisingly, dozens more flew over, and were easily killed by Sure Hao and his team. This time, the sound from behind turned into a low roar, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. When Sure Hao stood on the passage and shot for the third time, there was no yellow light flashing in the passage, and the yellow spot bugs ignored him, and did not chase him at all. At this time, there were still about 300 yellow spot bugs left on the platform, and they did not dare to attack them at will, and this passage was also strange. The laser gun battery was running low, so Sure Hao didn't let everyone use the laser gun to shoot remotely. "Do you see the big rock on the platform?" Everyone looked up, and saw a long rock with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters hanging directly above the platform. "We knocked down some small rocks from the surrounding area first, so that the yellow spot worms will gather in the middle, and then knock down the big rock, which should be able to crush a few of them." After Sure Hao finished speaking, he raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the side. More than a dozen pieces of broken stones fell on the platform, and the yellow spot worms swarmed on it. "Now shoot." After Sure Hao finished speaking, all 5 people fired laser beams at the rock, and more than a dozen seconds later, the rock fell. During their shooting, small rocks kept falling, and there were about 100 yellow spot worms crowding and scrambling. In this way, the big rock killed and injured more than 60 yellow spot worms at once. At this time, the voice kept roaring and roaring. Urged by the voice, the yellow spot worms began to gather at the junction of the passage and the platform, and landed on the ground, lying on the ground and gnawing at something. "No, they are going to gnaw at the passage." Sure Hao immediately understood. "Charge, first use the laser gun to sweep, and use the 50 centimeters laser sword for close combat." Sure Hao explained the strategy while running, and turned the laser gun to the maximum power, wantonly harvesting the lives of the yellow spot worms that were gnawing at the passage. When they ran to the edge of the platform, more than 30 yellow spot worms were killed. At this time, there were nearly 200 yellow spot worms on the platform, but they could not care so much. Sure Hao and his companions, with their respective battle pets, got into a melee with the yellow spot worms. The power of the laser sword was highlighted. Everyone attacked the yellow spot worms, only aiming to injure them, not to kill them. After one attack, they would change their targets. The speed of the battle pet was not slower than that of the yellow spot worms, and the attack efficiency was also very high. A few minutes later, more than 80 yellow spot worms fell to the ground, and everyone's pressure was reduced a lot. Back to back, form a circle, and adjust the laser sword to 100 centimeters. At this time, everyone began to have injuries, and their clothes were torn. After forming a circle, no one was injured. The laser sword was adjusted to 100 centimeters, which increased the defensive space. When forming a circle, there was no need to worry about hurting teammates. Jupiter, Mercury, and Lightning bit the slightly injured yellow spot worms on the ground to death one by one. The hunting falcon and the black drongo hunted the yellow spot worms on the periphery. Not long after, all the yellow spot worms were killed. At this time, they noticed that the yellow spots on these yellow spot worms were mixed with some black spots. They recalled that these yellow spot worms were slightly weaker in attack power than the more than 20 they had encountered before. Sure Hao looked at the platform and the slightly yellow stone on the door. He felt that this platform was more like a breeding ground for yellow spot worms. Without stopping on the platform, they walked quickly along the passage to the opposite side. Wang Ping, can you hear me? Sure Hao didn't know how far he had gone underground, so he wanted to try to see if the communication was still smooth. Captain, I can hear you. How come you are getting farther and farther? Our display shows that you are already 20 kilometers underground. Sure Hao felt much more at ease when he heard Wang Ping's reply. At the same time, he also knew his approximate location. Then he asked everyone to keep moving forward. There were many steps at the end of the passage. After walking a few hundred meters, there was a small platform, just like the one they had just entered. Behind it was a large cave entrance, with yellow light all around. Sure Hao and his team did not rush in. Instead, they took a round stone and threw it in. The sound of the stone rolling became smaller and smaller, and it rolled away. The carrier pigeon let the black drongo go in first, and the image sent back by its eyes showed that there was a large space inside. There was only one door between them. There was magma everywhere outside, but it was black inside. There was no light inside, and it was very dim. Seeing that the black drongo was not dangerous, Sure Hao asked everyone to turn on the searchlights above their heads, and then walk through the cave entrance. From the cave entrance, wide stone steps extended downwards, with a very steep slope. When they went down 2 steps, the whole space was lit up with dim yellow lights, and there was a dark atmosphere. With the yellow light, they could see that the space inside was very large, no less than the space under the ice cap on Mars. Under the ice cap is a pyramid, and here there is a round thing with a bulge in the middle. If you want to find something to describe it, it is more like the head of a huge rivet, and also like an inverted disc. This disc has a diameter of about 1 kilometer. Sure Hao and his team walked down the steps. After walking to the bottom, they found that the ground below was not flat, but high on the outside and low in the middle. The whole ground was funnel-shaped. They continued to walk down along the slope. As they got closer and closer to the disc, they saw a human-shaped thing standing in the middle of the disc. Sure Hao and his team immediately became alert. The screams and roars just now should have come from him. They stopped more than 100 meters away from the disc. The humanoid creature instantly moved from the center of the disc to the edge of the disc closest to them. Then dots of yellow light emanated from him. Gradually, they felt their bodies were imprisoned. Then, Sure Hao felt his brain was invaded and became a little drowsy. He immediately practiced Tai Chi to protect his brain, and after a while, the feeling disappeared. He looked around and found that Katarina was still awake, Tianing and the pigeon had painful expressions on their faces, and Mickey closed his eyes tightly, as if he had fainted. All the battle pets were also motionless. Sure Hao felt that the other party was using the power of thought. He immediately closed his eyes and entered into a state of concentration, using his mind to sense the area they were in, and found that yellow light was flowing around them, imprisoning them like a net. He tried to drive away the yellow light with his mind, but after he drove it away, it ran to the other side. It was flowing, and there was no way to start. Since he couldn't drive it away, Sure Hao tried to gather his mind together, like a needle, and pierced along the position where the yellow light came from. Then the yellow light flowing around them collapsed. Not bad, you can break free from my restraints. If that kid wasn't a little weak, we wouldn't be able to communicate today. Sure Hao remembered that when he first met the stone-patterned Bug King, the other party also invaded his brain and obtained the language information in his brain. At that time, he didn't have a complete mind at all, just like he was completely defenseless. This time Mickey was hit. It seems that the reason for his weak mind power is that he was also hit. Who are you? Why are you here? Sure Hao asked. I was just wondering who you are. You killed so many of my disciples. Sure Hao could see the person in front of him clearly. To be precise, he was not a human, but a Worm King who looked similar to the stone-patterned Worm King. He was shorter than the stone-patterned Worm King. In addition to red, there were large patches of yellow on his body, and the tentacles on his head were red, yellow and black. Are you the stone-patterned Worm King's subordinate? Sure Hao asked after seeing its image. That old worm is not worthy of me being his subordinate. If I hadn't been careless at the beginning, how could I have been caught here by him? The yellow-spotted Worm King disdained the stone-patterned Worm King. I thought you were so powerful, but you are just a defeated general of the stone-patterned Worm King. What's so cool about that? Sure Hao had fought with the stone-patterned Worm King before, so he was not afraid of the yellow-spotted Worm King. I have been here for more than 1,000,000 years, absorbing the essence of sulfur crystals for a long time. How can that old worm be my opponent? When things here are over, I will go up to settle accounts with him. The yellow spot Worm King said hatefully. Why did he lock you up here? Sure Hao ignored the yellow spot Worm King's harsh words, and continued to ask. I was originally imprisoned by him as an alien. After he came to this broken planet, He left me here to help him guard the door. And he said, either I will be beaten to death, or I will kill any life that comes. You killed so many of my disciples. I just can take revenge. Sure Hao heard the Yellow Spot Worm King's words, and looked up at the cave they came from. Don't look, that side has been sealed by me. You will only have one way to die. The Yellow Spot Worm King thought Sure Hao looked at the cave entrance to escape. Since we have to die, you have to let us die with a clear conscience, right? No matter what the result is, Sure Hao still has to figure out the problem first, at least so that Wang Ping can spread the news. Chapter 150. Perhaps the Yellow Spot Worm King had been here for too long and felt lonely, or perhaps he wanted to find someone to talk to and vent. After hearing Sure Hao's question, he began to talk. The Yellow Spot Worm King was also one of the disciples of the Stone Pattern Worm King. At that time, he had evolved wide red stripes, and was very powerful, and was deeply appreciated by the Stone Pattern Worm King. However, once, the Yellow Spot Worm King accidentally ate something, and the black spots on his body slowly began to turn yellow. After the Stone Pattern Worm King saw that the Yellow Spot Worm King had mutated, he was afraid that it would infect other Stone Pattern Worms, so he locked it up. Not long after the Yellow Spot Worm King was captured, the Stone Pattern Worm King received an order to come to Mars to garrison. The Stone Pattern Worm King spent hundreds of years digging out the underground passage in front, which led all the way here. Was this also dug by the Stone Pattern Worm King? Sure Hao pointed to the space they were in, and asked in detail when he heard this. No, the old worm was sent here for this thing. Either you choose to die now, or don't interrupt. After answering Sure Hao's question, the Yellow Spot Worm King said impatiently. Now it seems that the Yellow Spot Worm King needs to vent through telling stories. Seeing this, Sure Hao didn't say anything and just stood there and listened quietly. After it was fully dug, this place also became the place where the Stone Pattern Worm King kept his disciples. Because of the underground magma, the output rate of those red-striped stone pattern worms is getting higher and higher, but the proportion of low-level stone pattern worms is gradually decreasing. If the Stone Pattern Worm King wants to advance, he must swallow a certain number of high-level stone pattern worms, which provides convenience for his upgrade. Sure Hao finally understood why there were more high-level stone-grained insects as he went down. The Yellow Spot Worm King accidentally discovered that the rocks here contained something it had eaten by mistake. Although the content was less, there were more stones falling. The thing contained in it was called sulfur crystal. He began to swallow these stones continuously, and controlled several flying stone-grained insects with his mind to feed them. At first, he was afraid of being discovered by the Stone Worm King, so he didn't dare to control too much. After years of swallowing sulfur crystals, he found that he could upgrade himself without swallowing other stone-grained insects. After discovering this secret, he became more careful and swallowed the first few stone-grained insects he controlled, and he didn't control other flying stone-grained insects to feed them, so as not to be discovered by the Stone Worm King. Hundreds of thousands of years passed like this, and the Stone Worm King never came down to see him. He gradually became bolder, and began to control the flying stone-grained insects with his mind to feed sulfur crystals. After reaching a certain level, the Yellow Spot Worm King also found that sulfur crystals were very helpful in improving its mind level. It can even teleport or accelerate those yellow spot worms over short distances through its mind. But all the disciples I have cultivated for 100,000 years have been killed by you. You are all going to die. The Yellow Spot Worm pointed at Sure Hao, and the others with its front legs, and said viciously, Since we are all going to die, let me ask another question. Sure Hao also risked his life. At worst, he would just start fighting. Whether he could win or not was up to fate. It didn't wait for the Yellow Spot Worm King to say anything, and said, Your disciples are really powerful. We have spent a lot of effort to get here, and we almost lost our lives several times. Sure Hao thought that humans all like to be flattered and praised by others. He said this in order to calm the Yellow-Spotted Insect King down, buy more time, and learn more about the inside story. Of course, they were all cultivated by me. That old worm is still improving himself by killing his own disciples, but I have taken a different path. The Yellow-Spotted Insect King accepted Sure Hao's flattery, and couldn't help bragging about himself. Then what is this big plate used for? Sure Hao quickly asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Big plate? In your Earth language, it should be called a rivet, right? This is a big rivet, and there is a long one underneath. The Yellow-Spotted Insect King obviously disagreed with Sure Hao's name Big Plate and retorted. Is it important? Do you need to guard it in person? Sure Hao saw that the flattery above was effective, and began to flatter the Yellow-Spotted Insect King while asking questions. I don't care whether it's important or not. I want to leave, but I can't get rid of it. But in a few years, I can get out. As he said that, the yellow spot worm king began to lean out with all his strength, but it seemed that there was an invisible, very tough film blocking it. Seeing this scene, Sure How felt relieved. Since it couldn't get out and there were no other stone pattern worms here, it would be difficult to kill them. Heh, you dead worms, you've been bluffing and scaring people. Mickey was the only one who was fooled just now. He was very upset and cursed when he heard what the yellow spot worm king said. Sinister and despicable human beings, ah. While speaking, the yellow spot worm king roared at Sure How and the others. Ah, if I hadn't been unable to go out and collect sulfur crystals, the upgrade would have been so slow. Otherwise, I would have formed a large army long ago, killed that old worm first, and then flattened your Earth and the solar system. Ah. The yellow worm became more and more angry as he spoke, and struggled to break free. He also used his front legs to grab the front of him. At this time, Sure How saw the white marks left by the claws. The old worm you were talking about has left Mars a long time ago. He threw you on Mars like garbage, Mickey said sarcastically. Ah. The yellow worm king stopped struggling to break free, covered his head and shouted twice, and then a faint yellow light emanated from him and floated toward Sure How and the others. Retreat! Sure How shouted when he saw this. The crowd and the battle pet retreated several hundred meters. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, the yellow worm king stopped and roared on the spot. Sure How picked up the laser gun and fired at the yellow worm king at full power. The yellow spotted worm king was caught off guard and was hit in the chest. A faint white smoke came out from the place where it was hit. The yellow spotted worm king flashed and escaped from the laser beam. It angrily shot a beam of deep yellow light at Sure How, but Sure How dodged it. The beam hit the stone next to it, and some broken stones fell. The yellow-spotted worm king stopped when he saw that the attack was fruitless. It fired a beam of yellow light at the top of his head, and some broken stones fell. It picked them up and ate them with a crunch, crunch sound. At this time, the place where Sure How shot began to heal. This is 2 against the sky. It can attack with thoughts, and has a self-healing function. How to fight? Mickey said a little frustrated. Sure How didn't say anything, and walked back and forth in place with a frown. After a while, he walked around the big rivet head alone along the outer area. Wherever he went, the yellow spot worm king followed along the edge of the rivet head, with a puzzled look on his face. Boy, you guys come here and die. The old worm said that either I die or you die. Otherwise, none of us can get out. From the current situation, you can't beat me, and you can't get out. If you have the guts, come in and we fight for 300 rounds. How about it? After imprisoning Mickey, this yellow spot worm learned the use of Chinese, and now he knows how to use it. It wanted to lure Sure How and the others in, but no one paid attention to him. Sure How still admired this point very much. This is all the work of thought. After walking around, Sure How returned to the original place. Each of us chooses a position, the farther apart the better, and then we start shooting with laser guns. Don't shoot in a regular pattern, just use bursts. Everyone thought this method was very clever. The characteristic of the yellow spot worm king is its fast speed. If you shoot at a fixed point, it will be on guard and can easily dodge. Everyone heard this and started looking for a place with laser guns, with an angle of about 60 degrees between each person. Sure How's telekinesis is relatively strong. The position he chose is about 100 meters away from the edge of the rivet head, which is almost 100 meters closer than others. This is more efficient and has stronger attack power. The yellow spot worm saw that it was surrounded and felt a little panic. It teleported to this side and then to that side. After everyone was in position, they activated the laser gun and started to shoot. The yellow spot worm king saw the laser beam shooting at it and immediately began to teleport, but after each teleportation, there was a very short pause before it could teleport again. Because the 5 people including Sure How were scattered at a relatively large distance, their coordination was a bit problematic at the beginning, and they could not catch the moment when the yellow spot worm king paused. After dozens of shots, everyone established a tacit understanding. When the yellow spot worm king stopped, one person fired a burst of shots, and it began to teleport. When the teleportation stopped, 1 or 2 laser beams would often shoot over immediately. The yellow spot worm king began to panic, and its teleportation became chaotic, with more and more flaws. Mickey, you are too weak. Just now the 3 of us followed, but you missed. Just now, Sure How's burst of shots was dodged by the yellow spot worm king, and after dodging, he was immediately hit by Katarina, Tianning, and Xiangu. I'm holding back my big move, just watch, Mickey said unwillingly. After a while, Mickey's laughter came. Look, I hit its tentacles this time. Mickey was boasting, and a wisp of white smoke rose above the yellow spot worm king's head. In this way, everyone shot at each other. The yellow-spotted worm king's body gradually became scarred. At this time, an upright elliptical halo appeared in the middle of the rivet head, which was white and transparent at first. Sure Hao and his team could hit 7 or 8 out of 10 shots, which was much more efficient. Every time the yellow-spotted worm king was shot, a wisp of white smoke came out of his body. At some point, the white smoke began to be mixed with a faint yellow light. As time passed, the white smoke on the yellow-spotted worm king's body, after being shot, was covered by a slightly thicker yellow light. The oval halo in the middle was no longer transparent and slowly solidified. The yellow-spotted worm king looked at his body, watching the yellow light being absorbed by the oval halo, and the halo became more and more solid. Old worm, you are really calculating. I will not let you succeed. The yellow-spotted worm king shouted angrily. Sure Hao and his team also discovered that the yellow light emitted from the yellow spot worm king was sucked away by the elliptical halo. After shouting, the yellow spot worm king stopped dodging. After standing there for a while, the yellow light on the yellow spot worm king became thicker and rolled out like thick smoke, and the elliptical halo became more solid and brighter. At this time, Sure Hao and his team felt a huge suction force pulling them and the surrounding stones. Finally, everyone couldn't hold it anymore and flew up. Everyone be careful. Sure Hao shouted in the air while throwing away the laser gun, pulling out the laser sword, and immediately compressing the laser sword to 10 centimeters. When they were sucked into the edge of the rivet head, their bodies instantly leaned towards the yellow spot worm king. At this time, the yellow spot worm king turned his back to Sure Hao, and Sure Hao held the laser sword tightly and stabbed it directly into the back of the yellow spot worm king. The yellow light on the yellow spot worm king became stronger, but the momentum immediately weakened, and everyone felt that the suction force disappeared in an instant. Instead, an oval halo emitted a bright white light. Everyone's eyes went dark, and they were sucked in by the halo. Chapter 151. After a few seconds, Sure Hao and his team's eyes lit up, and they found a sense of groundedness. Sure Hao's sword just now seriously injured the yellow spot worm king, making the yellow spot worm king lose his fighting power. After being teleported here, the yellow spot worm king slumped on the ground. He looked around and looked at his feet. Ha ha, God will not abandon me. After seeing this, the yellow spot worm king laughed wildly. Sure Hao looked around and found that this place seemed familiar. Looking at his feet again, they were standing on the top of the pyramid. An elliptical halo was dissipating. There is actually an ancient teleportation array here. I will send you into nothingness. After saying this, the yellow spot worm king's body emitted a dazzling yellow light again. Sure Hao and his team's bodies were imprisoned again and could not move. After a while, a white column shot up into the sky, and Sure Hao and his team's eyes went black again. Alas, the destination of this formation is set. When Sure Hao was carried away by the white pillar, he could vaguely hear the sighing words of the yellow spot worm king. The yellow spot worm king slowly turned into yellow light and dissipated in the air. The pyramid under the ice sheet fell silent again. Sure Hao felt as if his consciousness was leaving his body, and his body was out of his control, and he felt like he was trapped in nothingness. This feeling lasted for more than 10 seconds. Afterwards, his brain returned to clarity, and his body was still. Sure Hao looked up and saw the front, which was pitch black. The ground under his feet was also black. Wow, it's so beautiful. Sure Hao heard Tian Ying's voice through the headset. Is this Saturn? The carrier pigeon made a surprised sound. Sure Hao turned around and saw a huge planet in front of him. The surface of the planet was similar to that of Jupiter, and it was also a gaseous body. Unlike Jupiter, he also saw a ring surrounding the outside of this planet. The ring was a thin layer, but very wide. Sure Hao searched in his brain and found that the characteristics of this planet were very consistent with those of Saturn. At this time, Sure Hao remembered the last words of the yellow spot worm king. The destination is set. In the image he saw at the beginning, the pyramids built by the Martians were all over the solar system. So it seems that this is Saturn without a doubt. What is the purpose of those Martians setting the transmission target here? Sure Hao said to himself, and then fell into deep thought. Everyone, count it, and then investigate the surrounding environment. Sure Hao thought for a while, and gave orders to everyone. They felt that there was no gravity where they were standing, so they could judge that the asteroid was not big. Sure Hao looked forward, and could clearly see the arc-shaped horizon. After counting, 2 laser guns were missing, the dagger and laser sword were all there, 1 black drongo was missing from the battle pets, but the others were all there. Everyone gathered the battle pets together and didn't let them move around, lest they fly into space and can't come back. They were teleported here, without ion thrusters, and it would be difficult to come back if they left this asteroid. Katarina and Tianning were in one group, and Mickey and the pigeon were in one group to explore in two directions. Shihao sat there quietly, looking at the huge Jupiter. The surface of Saturn was turbulent and magnificent. According to records, Saturn is a gaseous planet with a large amount of hydrogen in its atmosphere. The wind speed of Saturn's atmosphere has reached a terrifying 500 meters per second. It is estimated that the Hunter Tam will get lost if it goes in, and it will be difficult to get out. More than 10 hours later, Katarina, Tianning, Mickey and the pigeon came back hand in hand. They were able to reunite so quickly, indicating that the asteroid was not big. Captain, we did a preliminary exploration and found that this is an asteroid. It is about 60 kilometers long at both ends, and the middle is round, with a diameter of about 30 kilometers. The pigeon said the approximate size of the asteroid. The mobile phones they wore all had mapping functions, so the size was relatively accurate. If the overall model is built, this asteroid should be spindle-shaped and relatively regular. Tianning collected the mapping data of the four people, and came to such a conclusion. This should be a satellite of Saturn, right? As far as I know, Saturn has more than 60 satellites, most of which are not large in size. Katarina also expressed her judgment. Spindle-shaped? Is the entire planet regular? Shihao looked at them and asked. The places we passed were very smooth, without too many rocks or protrusions or depressions. Mickey looked at their knowledgeable appearance and was very depressed. Now he finally interrupted and spoke quickly. We are the same. The places we encounter are relatively regular. Occasionally there are some unevenness, but overall they are relatively regular. Tianning added. Regular spindle shape? The transmission target deliberately arranged by the pyramid? Shihao began to combine clues. Could it be? This is a spaceship. Shihao blurted out the clues. After saying the word spaceship, he was also stunned for a moment. Everyone felt incredible when they heard Shihao's words, because they did not hear the last words of the yellow spot worm king. At that time, Shihao was the last one to be carried away by the light beam emitted by the pyramid. Shihao simply sat down cross-legged and quickly entered a state of meditation. Katarina understood what Shihao meant, so she also sat down and began to look inward. The carrier pigeon squatted down and patted the ground with his hands. He wanted to see if it was hollow inside, but he found nothing. There was no sound coming out of space, so he couldn't judge. He and Tianning had no choice but to sit down and try to communicate with their minds, while Mickey walked around and watched Saturn from different angles. After being beaten by the yellow spot worm king, he lost confidence in his mind power, so he didn't plan to do useless work. Shihao was focused and practiced Tai Chi as usual, communicating with the surrounding environment. He couldn't catch the asteroid under his body, so he simply let go of his body and mind to understand the Tao. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, his heart gradually felt the cloud and wave of Saturn, and his mind was torn apart by Saturn's strong wind as soon as it went deep. After trying for a while, he adjusted his method and let his mind chase the wind on Saturn. At first, he couldn't catch up, and the wind behind him always caught up and broke his mind. After being broken up, he tried again. After countless chasing and being hit, his mind could slowly keep pace with the wind of Saturn. But the small asteroid under his body was like a black hole, and his mind could not penetrate it. Shihao tried to wrap the asteroid with his mind, starting from a point and extending his mind to the surrounding area. When it extended 1/3, his mind could no longer be maintained. Shihao gave up the exploration of the asteroid and extended his mind to Saturn again. His mind was no longer satisfied with keeping pace with the wind of Saturn. He began to try to make his mind go against the wind, and not surprisingly, his mind was torn apart again. Just like this, again and again, thousands of times, his mind could finally cut the wind of Saturn into a hole like a knife. He began to control this knife, swimming freely in the wind of Saturn, from headwind to tailwind, from tailwind to headwind. Then he began to shuttle in various wind directions. At first, it was very awkward and stuck. After unremitting efforts, his brain heated up slightly, and his mind quickly penetrated Saturn to the surface. He felt the liquid hydrogen lake on the surface of Saturn. At that moment, he felt like he had broken through the bottleneck, and it was very comfortable. Shihao guessed that his mind power might have been upgraded. If he guessed correctly, it should be level 9 now. After enjoying this comfortable feeling, Shihao pulled his mind back. This time, he easily wrapped this spindle-shaped asteroid in his mind, but still did not penetrate it. Shihao condensed his thoughts into a knife and penetrated vertically downward. At this time, the feeling of encountering a black hole disappeared. Although it was still dark, he felt that his thoughts were going deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a barely perceptible purple light appeared in his thoughts, and it flashed away. This asteroid was indeed not simple. It responded to his thoughts, and Shirhao became more attentive. He continued to let his thoughts go deeper, and the purple light was no longer a trace, but gradually increased like a mist. These purple lights did not mean to block the thoughts, so Shirhao continued to let his thoughts move forward. As the purple light became thicker and thicker, he saw a purple gem, emitting a dazzling purple light. Shirhao did not approach rashly, but separated a trace of thoughts to approach the bead. As the distance got closer and closer, the trace of thoughts was quickly absorbed by the bead. Suddenly, Shirhao's brain and the bead felt close, and the purple light became softer. This time he separated a beam of thoughts and approached, and was absorbed again, and this time the closeness was stronger. Shirhao simply wrapped the bead with his thoughts, and the bead absorbed Shirhao's thoughts unscrupulously, and the purple light of the bead began to converge. Shirhao felt that his brain was about to be sucked out, but he couldn't break free. Slowly, the speed of the bead's absorption slowed down, but it still didn't stop. Shirhao entered into meditation for more than 15 days. Katerina and the other 4 did not find anything on the asteroid through their thoughts, and they woke up helplessly. Seeing that Shirhao was motionless, they stayed by his side. Suddenly, Shirhao's body tilted, and he wanted to fall to the ground. Katerina quickly supported Shirhao with her hands, and subconsciously communicated with Shirhao with her thoughts. As soon as her thoughts connected with Shirhao's, they were immediately absorbed by Shirhao. Katerina did not panic, and immediately kept her mind, adjusted her breath, relaxed her brain, and gave her mind power to Shirhao. Finally, the purple light of the bead completely converged, and it also stopped absorbing Shirhao's mind power. At this time, Katerina was already shaky and about to collapse. After a while, Shirhao woke up slowly, struggled to sit up, and nodded to thank Katerina. "Brother Hao, I sold my life to you. Why are you so polite?" Katerina couldn't sit still, and was still talking nonsense. Shirhao ignored her, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged again, and adjusted his breath. After more than an hour, Shirhao felt much better, stood up, and moved his body. "I just found something on this asteroid, but I'm not sure if it's a spaceship. I try again later." Shirhao explained the situation to everyone, so they wouldn't worry. "I be watching you," Katerina said immediately. "There was danger just now, so we must be on guard." Shirhao didn't rush to cross his legs and enter meditation. Instead, he rested for more than 2 hours and adjusted to the best state before sitting down again. Chapter 152. This time, Shirhao easily penetrated in with his mind, found the bead, and then wrapped it with his mind again. The bead did not absorb the mind this time, and began to emit white light. Then Shirhao moved his mind and disappeared from the surface of the asteroid. Katerina looked at the place where Shirhao was sitting in a daze, not understanding what was going on. She rubbed her eyes, opened her eyes, and saw Shirhao sitting there again. "Am I dazzled?" Katerina asked. "You are not dazzled. I just went inside, and now I am here to pick you up," Shirhao said with a smile. Then, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and arrived in a closed space. This space was rectangular, about 40 to 50 meters long and about 30 meters wide. At the end of the space, there was a platform like a big stage. They approached the platform, on which there was an antique table, and on the table was an equally antique card box. Mickey trotted over and tried to open the box, but he couldn't open it no matter how hard he tried. Shirhao walked over and stroked the box with his hand. With a thought, the lid opened automatically with a click. There was a thick book inside. Touching the pages, it felt metallic, but very soft. He opened the book, but couldn't understand the words on it. On the first page of the book, there was a striking picture of a spindle-shaped spaceship. "It looks like this is an instruction manual," the pigeon said softly. "What instruction manual?" Mickey asked without thinking. "Of course, it's the instruction manual for this spaceship," Tianming said immediately. The 3 of them lost interest when they couldn't understand it, and started walking around to study other places. Shirhao came over and flipped through a few pages. Although he couldn't understand the text, there were pictures, so Shirhao stood there and pondered carefully. Finally, he compared the structural diagram and determined their current location. After a while, he closed the book, put the lid on it, called Mickey over to hold the box, and asked everyone to walk in one direction with their pets. When they walked to a wall, they saw a flash of purple light, and they appeared in another space, which looked like a corridor. Walking along the corridor, there were many rooms with similar appearances on the side. Sherhow observed the overall style of the spacecraft, and found that it was very similar to the architectural style in the image he saw on the Martian pyramid. It seems that this spacecraft should have been left behind by the ancient Martians. After walking forward for a few minutes, Sherhow opened the box, flipped through the book for a while, and walked forward in a certain direction. The whole layout looked like a large courtyard. Finally, they came to the middle of the courtyard, where there was an independent large building. There was another flash of purple light, and everyone entered the room. This house is in stark contrast to the strong artistic atmosphere outside, and is decorated in a very sci-fi style. This should be the central control room. Sherhow explained the purpose of this room. Metal chairs, tables, walls, and some furniture dot the entire room. There is a big sphere in the center. Sherhow asked Mickey to put the box on a table in the middle, and then opened the book and read it carefully. Others began to wander around. Finally, they found out that there were 300 rooms in the entire courtyard, and the entire layout was a square, with many long corridors connecting the rooms. The central control center is in the middle of the square. Most of the rooms are arranged like bedrooms. You can imagine how lively this spaceship was. Sherhow did not move. He flipped through the book carefully and finally understood 20% to 30% of the entire spaceship. He stood in front of the big sphere, put his hands on the sphere, and sensed it with his mind. The sphere began to glow, getting brighter and brighter. The entire central control room immediately made a sound. A wall projected a view of the space, and the huge Saturn was clearly visible. Sherhow tried to push the sphere according to the manual mode control diagram. The whole spaceship trembled a little, and then fell rapidly towards Saturn. Sherhow was so scared that he quickly pushed the sphere in the opposite direction, and the spaceship quickly moved away from Saturn. This huge spaceship is very flexible to control. After some exploration, Sherhow finally knew how to control the spaceship. Seeing this, others also became interested and began to study with Sherhow. Everyone tried the operation, and found it very simple. After activating the spaceship with telekinesis, anyone can manually control the flight direction of the spaceship. Sherhow simply let Tian-Ing, Mickey and Pigeon control it for fun. He and Katarina began to study other functions. Sherhow thought that such a large spaceship could not be without an intelligent control system. This was what he needed most at the moment. If it was purely manually operated, it would be too tiring to travel in space. In addition, it would be difficult to control it manually when the speed increased. In this way, Sherhow studied for 3 days and explored the entire spaceship. The energy room was found. The people who left the spaceship were very thoughtful. The energy room was full and filled with liquid hydrogen and helium. The entire energy room was at the spindle-shaped tail, occupying 1/5 of the entire length. There are multiple warehouses where items can be classified and stored. The warehouse is empty and occupies 1/5 of the space. In the middle is a huge space. According to the schematic diagram, this is the berthing room for small ships, which occupies 2/5 of the space. There are also many functional rooms below, which should be used to store spare parts, tools, equipment, and other items. However, judging from the berthing space left, their small ships should be as big as the Litan. There are also some other functional cabins, all of which are empty. Sherhow and his team did not explore further, and we'll talk about it later. The courtyard where the central control room is located at 1/5 of the front of the spindle. The intelligent control system has not been found yet, so Sherhow stopped and decided to take a break. He strolled around the courtyard casually, then found a room next to the central control room and sat cross-legged to continue practicing Tai Chi. Just after entering into meditation, he let go of his thoughts and integrated into the surrounding environment. At this time, the white bead appeared again. When he tried to sense it for the second time outside the spaceship, he wrapped his mind around the bead, and a thought came to his mind to enter the interior, and he was pulled in. Wanting to be brighter, all the lights in the entire spaceship were turned on. The reappearance of the white bead reminded Sherhow, and he began to try to communicate with the bead with his mind. First, he still wanted to find a way to control it, so he thought about speeding up the spaceship. I saw a faint black in my brain, and there were stars on the black. He used his mind to pull closer, and the stars instantly enlarged. This time he saw clearly that they were all planets. What was just shown was a star map. The stars above are miniature versions of the major planets in the solar system, and they are gray. Sherhow used his mind to try to lock onto the nearest Saturn, and Saturn lit up. After Saturn lit up, the star map quickly changed, and soon it came near Saturn again, and the cyclone on Saturn was very clear. With his mind, the spacecraft drilled into the cyclone, and the entire atmosphere was foggy and flowing rapidly. Sherhow pulled his mind to the outer space of Saturn again. A few seconds later, he saw the entire Saturn in his mind again. Sure Hao stopped and came to the central control room. Mr. Sure, when I was controlling it just now, the entire sphere suddenly failed. We watched the spacecraft drill into Saturn, and after a while, it drilled out again. As soon as Sure Hao entered, Tianning immediately reported to him. Oh, it's okay, I was just testing the intelligent control system. Sure Hao explained to reassure them. You guys try, can you control the spaceship with your mind? Everyone closed their eyes, and used their minds to control it. After a few minutes, they opened their eyes, and shook their heads. Sure Hao thought for a while, sat down and communicated with the white bead again, trying to get the bead to recognize the mind control of Katarina, Tianning, Mickey and Pigeon, or to grant authority. You try one by one. Tianning, you go first. Tianning stood up, and closed her eyes slightly. After a while, the screen began to change, and the spaceship moved quickly. Then, several other people also tried to control it, and found that it was feasible. It seems that the bead defaulted to Sure Hao as the captain, and he could grant authority to others. Then, he tried to grant and remove it several times, and found that it was true. Finally, Sure Hao also found that after setting the destination, the spacecraft can automatically find its way to fly, just like navigation on Earth, which is very convenient. After Sure Hao set Mars as the destination, he ordered the spacecraft to fly quickly. They also tested the speed and found that the instantaneous maximum speed of the spacecraft could reach 60% of the speed of light, reaching 180,000 kilometers per second, and then the spacecraft slowed down because it was approaching Mars. The acceleration was very fast, and the speed was very high, far exceeding human imagination, but Sure Hao felt that this was not its limit speed. When he came to the vicinity of Mars' orbit, Sure Hao found the Litan, which was circling Mars through the beads. Sure Hao quickly flew to the vicinity of Litan, and in a moment, he received Litan into the spacecraft. Titan felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and Litan lost control. He teleported himself out of Litan, looking confused. Hi Titan, it's us. Mickey projected himself on the large screen in the berthing room and greeted Titan. Where am I? Titan asked with his face up. You are in the belly of our spaceship, just like you put Pioneer in the belly of Litan. You are a fool. Mickey was very vindictive. He never forgot that Titan called him fool, and found the right opportunity to fight back. You are the fool. Where are you? Come and pick me up. Titan was relieved when he saw that it was Mickey and his friends. Soon, Mickey and the pigeon came over and took Titan to the central control room. Wow, this spaceship is so beautiful. Titan exclaimed as he walked. Mickey and the pigeon took Titan to walk around the spaceship. In their hearts, they already regarded this spaceship as their own, and it felt like taking a guest to visit their own home. By the way, Fong Jia has been calling me these days, asking me if I have seen you. Titan walked around for a while, slapped his head and said to them, You fool, why didn't you say it earlier? Mickey tapped Tian's head, and walked quickly to the central control room. Chapter 153. Sure Hao stopped studying the spacecraft after hearing Tian's words, and immediately asked the pigeon to debug the switch to contact Wang Ping through the Mars quantum satellite. Soon, Wang Ping's anxious voice came from the other side. Captain, where have you been? We have been looking for you here for several days, and have not found you. We are fine, now in the orbit of Mars. Sure Hao replied. General Wu and General Wan are also on Mars. They heard that you are missing, and are very anxious. Wu Yi and Wang Guiyong heard Wang Ping's report, and immediately took the starship to the Mars base, and transferred 3 Shenlong teams to join the search. Wang Ping and Wu Feng led 2 Shenlong teams into the cave, and tracked all the way to the space where the big rivet was located. They did not see a single figure, but picked up 2 laser guns. Wu Yi also asked people to track the quantum beacon signal under the Martian ice cap, and found the pyramid. There, they found a severely damaged black drongo. A few minutes later, the images of Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi came over. I knew he was lucky and wouldn't die. Wang Guiyong said to Wu Yi. Sure Hao felt a row of black lines on his forehead when he heard it. Haozi, you always play so exciting games. If we hadn't been upgraded, we would have had a heart attack. Wang Guiyong turned and said loudly to Sure Hao, with a relieved smile on his face. To make up for you, I invite you to come and see something good. You can fly to the outer space of Mars on the Pioneer, and it will be easy to find us, a spindle-shaped asteroid. You won't bring back any gem mines again, right? Wu Yi asked in surprise. How should I put it? You will know when you come. Half an hour later, Pioneer appeared near the spacecraft. Sure Hao controlled the spacecraft to approach Pioneer, and then sucked it in. At this time, Sure Hao and his team were already waiting in the berth room. Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi were shocked when they were teleported out. My goodness, did you go to Rob? Wu Yi said as he watched. Sure Hao immediately recounted the whole process. The whole process can be made into a movie. The plot is ups and downs, and it feels like the blockbuster of the year. Although Sure Hao spoke very calmly, Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi were frightened. Sure Hao took Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi to visit the entire spacecraft. Old Wan, I want to keep the spacecraft. Where do you think it is suitable to put it? Before going to space, Sure Hao had to deal with the spacecraft. At present, it seems that the bead only recognizes him, so he has to think of a way. Haozi, take this spaceship away. It's a waste to keep such a good thing on Earth or in the solar system. You can use it when you go out. Wang Guiyong thought for a while, and said firmly, Yes, it will be more useful if you take it away. Look, Pioneer went out and encountered the hunter, and this time it encountered another big guy. I'm wondering what you will bring back next time. Wu Yi looked at the spaceship and said, and everyone thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Okay, send someone to study it, and we will set off in half a month. There is ready-made advanced technology to learn from, which is much better than working hard. Sure Hao will not let the Earth miss such a good opportunity. There is a big rivet under the ground. How is your research going? Sure Hao thought of the thing that imprisoned the yellow spot worm king. We invited relevant experts to do research. After detection, it was found that this thing is a metal structure, but the material is relatively complex. The total length underground is about 12 kilometers, and there is a section of hard lava rock extending about 30 kilometers below the head. After analysis, it was found that the underground magma of Mars was blocked by these lava rocks. Wu Yi told Sure Hao the results of the analysis. You can enter that big rivet at will? With the strength of the yellow spot worm king, he couldn't break free. Wouldn't it be even more difficult for normal people to get out? There is no impact. We have been studying there for several days. Sure Hao heard Wu Yi's words and thought that the imprisonment and transmission halos should be set by the stone pattern worm king. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. I remember that there was a study that said that ancient Mars had a magnetic field and an atmosphere. Could this be the reason for the disappearance of the magnetic field of Mars? Sure Hao thought of the thing that flew from distant space with a blue-white light tail, combined with Wu Yi's words, and had such a question. He remembered that the image showed that after the object pierced Mars, the atmosphere of Mars dissipated. Our experts have also made such an inference, but it is so long ago that many things are difficult to determine. Wang Guiyong said thoughtfully, and he also agreed with this statement in his heart. Then is there any way to remove this big rivet, and then open up the flow channel of magma to restore the magnetic field? Sure Hao felt that removing this foreign object might restore the glory of Mars. We have already found experts in several fields, and are ready to discuss a feasible plan. The purpose is also to get rid of this thing. This thing is too weird. You better go out and find out other people's routines, so as not to be passive. Wang Guiyong changed the topic. The more he discussed these things, the more he felt that there were many crises and headaches. Next, Sure Hao began to try to connect the communication functions of Pioneer, Lightan, and this spacecraft. After several hours of hard work, he finally succeeded. I just don't know what the maximum communication distance is. Give this spacecraft a name. Seeing that Sure Hao was done, Wu Yi suggested. How about calling it Sky Shuttle? This is because the spacecraft looks like a shuttle. Based on this feature, Sure Hao proposed this name. Everyone had no objection, and the name Sky Shuttle was decided. After finishing, Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi left on Pioneer. In the following days, Pioneer frequently traveled between the Earth, Mars, and Sky Shuttle. Materials Research Institute, Starship Research Institute, and even Wu Ruinfa and Director Zhang also came. Wu Ruinfa brought a complete set of cell culture equipment and cell printing equipment. He was worried that Sure Hao and his team might be seriously injured, and there would be no way to treat them. Yang Shui also came over and talked to Miki for a long time. She had tears on her face before leaving, and Miki was even more confused and missed. With the technical support of Pioneer, Hunter and Space Shuttle, Yan Starship manufacturing technology continued to make breakthroughs in the following decades. Titan simply let Hunter stay on the Space Shuttle, and he stayed with Miki all day, watching cartoons and novels. In addition, he also took on more projects, and took collagen stone powder every day. The star map on the Space Shuttle has covered a large area around the solar system. Sure Hao asked Titan to help lock that mysterious place, and rushed to the solar system at full speed. During the journey, the maximum speed of the Space Shuttle was measured, which was 90% of the speed of light, reaching about 270,000 kilometers per second, which was faster than Hunter. Chapter 154. Through the exploration and control of the space shuttle, Sherhow has a deeper understanding of telekinesis. The control methods of the starships of the Tatar planet and the ancient Martians all use telekinesis, which makes Sherhow pay more attention to telekinesis. The space shuttle automatically flies towards the target. Sherhow found that as the frequency of using telekinesis increases, the use of telekinesis becomes more arbitrary. In view of this, Sherhow began to urge everyone to practice, especially Mickey. He opened all the permissions of the space shuttle to Mickey and let Mickey do any operation, so as to exercise his control over telekinesis. As for the exercises, Sherhow did not force it. Tianning still practiced the Jing Jing, and Mickey and the pigeon practiced the Hun Yuan Gong. No matter how Tian tried, he could not comprehend those exercises. Sherhow analyzed that it should be because Tian's body structure is different from that of humans on Earth, so those meridians, acupoints, etc., are not on his body at all, so he cannot practice. Katarina chose Xiantian Yuan Qigong and practiced it every day, and then practiced Qi Feng 18 styles and Wing Chun with Tianning. Sherhow comprehended Tai Chi Dao for a while, and then practiced Tai Chi posture and Tai Chi technique. After practicing Tai Chi, he practiced Luohan Gong, standing in horse stance, and practicing hand techniques. Mickey and Xinga did not practice Tai Chi, but were more interested in Luohan Quan and Tian Ying's Wing Chun. After practicing Hun Yuan Gong, the two practiced Luohan Quan with Sherhow, and practiced Wing Chun with Tianning and Katarina. Tian practiced the moves created by Mickey for him. After a while, everyone would have a real fight. But except Sherhow, no one dared to fight with Tian. Being hit by Tian was like being hit by a 100-gene iron hammer. No matter what moves Tian used, Sherhow could easily resolve them with Tai Chi and throw him far away. Mickey and Pigeon would also join forces to challenge Sherhow, but they would be beaten to the ground by Sherhow every time. After each time, Mickey and Pigeon secretly made up their minds to practice Tai Chi, but they would give up halfway after a few days. Half a year later, Sherhow also figured out a lot of practical skills of mind, such as mind into a knife, mind into a needle, etc. However, when he fought with the other four people, he would only let his mind become a club to avoid hurting them. Maybe it was because Tai Chi was too against the sky, or maybe it was because Sherhow's comprehension was too strong. The other four were far behind Sherhow in terms of the strength of their mind power. 2 years later, Katarina's mind power rose to level 9 after Sherhow's repeated practical training. Tianning, the level of the pigeon's mind power is similar to that of Katarina before she set off. Mickey is still the worst one, but he is on par with Tian, but the gap between him and Tianning and the pigeon has narrowed a lot. Thanks to the control of the shuttle in the past 2 years, Mickey's mind combat skills are actually the best one except Sherhow. He often ends up in a tie with Tianning and the pigeon competition with the power of his mind, and he does not lose. When the shuttle passed through the Oort Nebula, the communication with the Pioneer was cut off, that is, as long as the shuttle was in the solar system, it could communicate normally with the Pioneer. When they were traveling in the Oort Nebula, they received a message from Wu Yi, saying that the big rivet had been completely melted after a year of hard work. The metal gallium was used to melt the big rivet bit by bit from the top to the bottom. After the big rivet was removed, the temperature of the lava rock below slowly began to rise, and it is very likely to turn into magma again in a few years. No one knew that when the big rivet was melted, a thunderous roar came from the dark castle on the distant dark planet. As the roar spread, several smaller planets near the dark planet were shaken. Not long after, 2 light balls with blue-white light tails were emitted from the dark planet and flew towards the solar system at a rapid speed, with Mars and the Earth as their targets. After the light ball passed through countless galaxies, nebulae and constellations, it entered the Milky Way. Dark Witch, how dare you, note, cosmic language. When the 2 light balls were just emitted, a roar came from a huge planet in the Milky Way, and then 2 light balls with red-purple light tails flew out quickly. Finally, at the moment when the blue-white light ball entered the edge of the Milky Way, the red-purple light ball collided with it, bursting into a star-like light group, which dissipated after a long time and returned to nothingness. The dark castle on the dark planet has been silent since then. 2.5 years later, the shuttle flew to the predetermined location. The star map on the shuttle was clearer than that on the Hunter Tan. Starships were still clustered together, and there were starships coming and going from time to time. Sherhow controlled the shuttle to the location where the Hunter Tan stopped last time and stopped, observing quietly. It stayed there for almost a month without moving. In this month, a total of 36 starships passed by the shuttle. Then they flew to the location where the starships were clustered and lined up in a row. Some disappeared quickly, and some remained motionless for a long time. The starships passing by them completely ignored the existence of the shuttle, as if they were used to it. Those starships were round, oval, cigar-shaped, disc-shaped, battleship-shaped like in science fiction movies on Earth, and spindle-shaped like the shuttle. There were no other strange-shaped starships such as square and star-shaped, which was more in line with Sir Hao and his cognition. It seemed that many rules in the universe were interlinked. What do you think? That day, Sir Hao asked the other 4 people. This seems to be a teleportation point or an important transportation hub. I counted and found that 32 starships entered and 4 came out. Tianning was used to being a secretary, so she naturally did the data statistics. What she meant was that if there were many people entering, they would either be teleported away or diverted to other places through some means. It should be teleported somewhere, because we didn't see the other starships leave. They are so big, it's impossible for them to disappear out of thin air. It seems that space is not as simple and calm as it seems. Sir Hao thought as he spoke. Why don't I understand? Mickey scratched his head and looked at the others. The captain means that there are many things that are not as we see with our eyes. Just because we don't see them doesn't mean they don't exist. The pigeon explained it to Mickey in detail, but Mickey still looked puzzled. Why should we think so much? Since we are here, why don't we just go and take a look? After the first shock, Katarina didn't feel much when she saw those piles of starships again. Tidan excitedly agreed with Katarina's suggestion. Let's go to the dragon's den and tiger's lair. Sir Hao made up his mind and began to control the space shuttle to fly slowly over there. The distance between the starships looked very close on the star map, but in fact, the distance between them was hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers away. The place where they gathered was about 60,000 kilometers away from here. The speed was very slow. After a few minutes, the star map showed that the front was getting brighter and brighter. The distance to the starship in front was getting closer and closer. Continuing forward, they saw a circular arch with a diameter of thousands of kilometers in the void. A circle of solar lamps with a diameter of 1 kilometer on the arch illuminated the void as bright as day. The star map showed that the area near the arch was pitch black and there was nothing there, as if it was shielded. In front of the arch, various starships were arranged in 3 rows, and 2 rows of starships were quietly suspended there, about 50 or 60. Sir Hao controlled the shuttle to line up behind the longest team. They had already observed that although this team was long, the starships kept moving forward. They kept observing, and from time to time some starships flew out from the front and lined up in the 2 teams over there. After some starships with bright lights on their surfaces stopped, the lights were turned off, and then they floated there motionlessly, which seemed to mean long-term docking. The distance between each starship was kept at about tens of kilometers. The diameter of the large starship was 100 or 200 kilometers, and some starships were only a few kilometers. The distance of tens of kilometers was not large. Sir Hao could see from the star map that there were 16 starships lined up in front of them, and the starships moved forward very slowly. Sir Hao and his team lined up patiently. There was a starship in front of them that was about the same size as the Hunter Tan, but Sir Hao controlled the shuttle to stay far away from it, for fear of colliding with it and causing unnecessary trouble. After almost 20 days, there were only 4 starships left in front. Suddenly, a starship with a diameter of about 40 kilometers rushed towards this side quickly, and the entire surface of the starship was shining and colorful, very fancy. The starship rushed straight to the gap in front of the space shuttle, trying to cut in line. The space shuttle suddenly retreated backwards, barely missing the starship. If it stopped in place, it would definitely be hit by the starship. At this time, Sir Hao realized that the automatic collision avoidance function of the space shuttle was so amazing. The starship in front of Sir Hao, which was about the same size as the Hunter, was knocked out far away and kept spinning in the distance, which was painful to watch. After a while, a very small cigar-shaped starship flew over and stopped next to the many starships, like a small sampan. I saw a white light coming out from the cigar-shaped starship, and then gradually spread out, wrapping the fancy starship, and the fancy starship was like being wrapped in a big balloon. After a while, a stunning scene appeared. I saw the fancy starship flying far away with the white light, and then began to swing up and down and left and right. The cigar-shaped starship was like swinging a bag randomly. This lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the fancy starship was thrown out, and it became smaller and smaller, like a star, flashing and disappearing. This is too violent, but I like it. Katarina looked at the scene in front of her, and said to herself, "This is the result of cutting in line at random." The pigeon added beside her, "This is too powerful." Mickey opened his mouth wide, with little stars in his eyes, looking at the seemingly thin, but actually extremely violent cigar-shaped starship. The cigar-shaped starship shot another beam of white light at the starship that was still spinning and was knocked out. The starship immediately stopped spinning and was pulled back by the white light. After doing all this, the cigar-shaped starship flew back. This scene gave Shihao a new understanding of the power in the universe. When the cigar-shaped starship was doing those actions, Shihao sensed a strong fluctuation of telekinesis. He had just extended his telekinesis when he was bounced back and felt a sharp pain in his head. After waiting for another 2 days, it was the turn of the starship in front. After about a day, the cigar-shaped starship flew over again. After a flash of white light, the starship flew back and lined up behind one of the teams. After the starship flew away, a large white halo appeared. Shihao thought that it should be the starship docking position, and controlled the space shuttle to fly slowly over. Chapter 155. The shuttle was parked steadily in the aperture. If you were outside the starship and looked at it from a distance, the aperture would turn into a spindle shape according to the shape of the shuttle, and then rise up and stop at the center line of the shuttle. A few minutes passed, and there was no movement. Mickey was about to speak. Suddenly, a female voice similar to that of a human on Earth sounded. Although I couldn't understand it, the voice was sweet, soft, and comfortable to listen to. After the voice sounded, there was another pause of a few minutes. Shihao and the others sat there motionless, and didn't say anything, and the voice didn't sound either. After a while, Shihao felt a little groggy in his head. He immediately silently practiced Tai Chi Dao, and the feeling was immediately relieved a lot. It felt like the stone-patterned Worm King and the yellow-spotted Worm King used their thoughts to invade the brain. Shihao didn't like the feeling of being spied on by others, so he mobilized his thoughts to protect his brain. Others did the same, subconsciously resisting. The stalemate lasted for about 2 days. With a thump, Tiden fell down first, and a day later, Mickey also fell down. As Mickey fell down, Shihao, Katarina, Tianying, and Xingda felt their brains relax, and the feeling of being spied on disappeared. A few minutes later, the voice sounded again. Is this your language? Can you understand me? Hello, I am the captain of this starship. My name is Shihao. We can understand you. As in the previous plot, these alien life forms like to obtain language information by invading other people's brains. Very good, welcome to a brand new world for you. Obviously, the owner of the voice is not very proficient in Chinese. Thank you. Although Shihao was unhappy, he still thanked them in a gentlemanly manner. You humans are really interesting, and your language is so complicated. In addition, you performed very well in the previous mind and mind test. The Chinese of that voice became more and more fluent. Shihao now understood why the queue time was so long. If he tested at this speed and obtained the other party's language information, it would not be fast. Is that Tianhen over there your pet? The voice asked. Shihao did not react for a while. He turned his head and realized that she was talking about Tidan. Tianhen is Mickey's new name for Tidan in the past 1 or 2 years. The owner of that voice may have mistaken Tianhen for Tiadan's name. No, it is a Sheeta star, not from the same planet as us, and is our friend. Shihao answered truthfully. I didn't find your registration record in the Silver Domain, so you must attend the Cosmic Language class to enter the Silver Domain. Then what should we do specifically? After hearing what the man said, Shihao asked back. Are those your pets over there? The voice didn't answer and asked again. Yes, those animals are our pets. Shihao understood what she was asking this time. Your pets stay on the shuttle. Just sit still, someone will come to pick you up later, just follow him. After saying this, the voice didn't sound again. After a while, a white light flashed, and their eyes went dark, and they arrived in another space. According to the process observed before, Shihao thought that they should be on the cigar-shaped starship now. Newbies, welcome to the beautiful and cruel Silver Domain. Your language is very beautiful, but a little complicated. It took me several minutes to learn it, but I like it very much. A rough voice sounded. Shihao was very shocked. Could it be that people with strong willpower learn so quickly? I saw a yaksha-like monster, 2 meters tall, black and ugly, holding a stick taller than him, grinning at us, looking scary but funny. We privately named him Yaksha Goalkeeper. Excerpted from Yaksha Memories Silver Domain written by Tianying several years later. The Yaksha Goalkeeper finished his welcome speech, then gently lifted the stick. A white light came out from the head of the stick, and the sky shuttle was pulled by the white light to the back of one of the queues and floated. Newbies, let's go! Ho ho! The cigar-shaped starship flashed quickly into the large circular archway, and there seemed to be ripples in the place where it passed. The cigar-shaped starship continued to fly for a few minutes, stopped on a stone platform with a radius of dozens of kilometers, and then teleported Sure Hao and the others out. Because from a distance, this large rock was suspended alone in space, so it is more appropriate to say that it is a platform. You go there to report and study. After you finish studying and pass the exam, I will come to pick you up. The Yasha goalkeeper pointed to a large house not far from here. After speaking, he picked up the stick and flashed back to the starship, and the cigar-shaped starship flashed away. Sure Hao tried to lift his legs and move forward, and felt that the gravity on the ground was slightly greater than that on Earth. Tied-in, how do you feel the gravity here compares to the gravity on your planet Sheeta? Sure Hao turned around and asked Tied-in. Tied-in heard what Sure Hao said, lifted his legs and walked 2 steps, ran a few steps, and jumped, and then said, I feel that the gravity here is smaller than that on Sheeta. There are people from different planets here. Setting gravity according to this standard should be the standard for most planets, or the average value. Sure Hao made a judgment in his mind after hearing Tiedon's answer. For the first time, Sure Hao had close contact with so many alien life forms. He was observing, comparing, and matching with the Earth all the way. As they talked and walked, they soon came to the door of the house pointed by the Iksha gatekeeper. The appearance of the house was very rough, as if some large or small rectangular stones were cut from a rocky planet and then piled together. The house was very tall and large, and the door alone was about 30 meters high and 15 meters wide. Sure Hao had a better idea of the height and width of aliens. They came to the door, and were about to go in when they suddenly felt blocked by a wall. Sure Hao looked up, and saw a monster with a height of 5 meters, and a width of 3 meters coming out. Because it was too high, Sure Hao could not see the monster clearly. They quickly moved to the door, and walked cautiously. If they were trampled to death by a monster, where could they go to seek justice? When they walked into the door, there was a large hall. This hall was very different from the exterior. There were many mysterious patterns on the walls, wall lamps on the walls, and a large chandelier on the top. The whole hall looked very dignified and majestic. There weren't many people or monsters inside, and it was quite empty. The front part was the reception hall, and the back part had stairs leading to the second floor. As they stood still and looked around, they saw a small and exquisite elf with 2 transparent wings on its back, and wearing a white short skirt flying over. Are you Earthlings who just arrived in the Silver region? The elf asked in a cute voice. Yes. Sure Hao replied. Mia Yunju asked me to be responsible for receiving you. Please follow me. After the elf finished speaking, he took them forward. Excuse me. Fairy, who is Mia Yunju? Sure Hao didn't know how to address this elf for a moment, so he called her Fairy in a hurry. I'm not a fairy, you can call me. What should I call me? Let me look at the words in your Chinese language and pick a nice name. What do you think of the name Sui? I see a lot of people use this name. After a while, the elf looked at Sure Hao and the others with her big, blinking eyes and asked. When the pigeon heard the name Sui and looked at the cute, fairy-like elf, she almost laughed. Sister, Sui is a good name, but I think Su is more suitable for you. Mickey's familiar personality was fully displayed, and his mouth was sweet. Then you can call me Su. The elf accepted Mickey's suggestion. The voice you heard at first was that of Mia Yunju. Only she has the authority to collect language information of new tribes here. The elf Su answered Sure Hao's question. Sister Su, then you have to give a name to each language? Mickey asked sweetly. How could that be? I have given 3 names so far. One is the name of our elves, one is the name of the cosmic language, and your Chinese name. Because I have been here for so long, this is the first time that my Yan Lord has arranged for me to come out to receive a new tribe. I just learned your language, and it feels so complicated. The perfection of the language system is no less than that of our elves, but of course it is worse than the cosmic language. In addition, there are not many new tribes that can be treated differently by my Yan Lord, so I have to take the opportunity to get close to them. In your words, it should be called the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Su said a lot, leaving a lot of questions in Sure Hao and the others' minds. Sister, I don't understand a lot of things you said. Why do you still want to get close to us? Mickey's curiosity was aroused. It's hard to explain it in a short time. I arranged for you to study first. You understand it slowly. Su said, and took Sure Hao and the others up the stairs to the second floor. The stairs were very wide, and when they got to the second floor, they saw a wide corridor. The floor height was very high. There were many rooms beside the corridor, some large and some small. Su took them to a small room, and saw that the layout inside was similar to that of a classroom on Earth. There were a total of 9 seats in the room, with a podium on top and a table on the podium. Wait here for a while, I help you arrange a teacher. You should study hard and strive to complete the task as soon as possible. After completing the task, I come to find you. Su said and left the classroom. Captain, what do you think they will teach us? The pigeon couldn't hold it in anymore, and couldn't help asking sure how. How is this different from the tall, sophisticated aliens I imagined? Tianning also said, Yeah, I originally thought that aliens would drive planet-sized interstellar battleships and fight everywhere, and if anyone refused to obey, the whole planet would be destroyed with one shot. Katerina also expressed her thoughts. I think it's good that Susu's sister is so cute. Mickey's perception is always a little different from everyone else's. You think beautiful women are cute, right? Tiden ridiculed Mickey, and not surprisingly Mickey slapped his head. It seems that the entire universe has its own set of rules, and it is not as chaotic and disordered as we think, and aliens are not as barbaric and domineering as we think. This is the biggest feeling that Shirhao has had from the beginning to now. The universe also originated from the wilderness, and after a long time, it formed the current rules. A somewhat old voice came from outside the door. Chapter 156. Everyone stood up when they heard the voice. An old elf man with a height similar to Shirhao, a little hunchback, and wearing a white robe walked in. Unlike Su, he had no wings on his back, and was much taller than Su. Welcome to Silver Domain, everyone, please sit down. Just now, Su insisted that I come over, and said that your language is very interesting. I spent a little time studying it, and it's really good. Do you think I speak Chinese well? The old elf man said, looking at everyone kindly. Sir, you speak really well. If I only heard the voice, I would have thought you were the old man next door. Tianning said with a smile. Oh, your evaluation is very high, I like it. I also gave myself a Chinese name. You can call me Uncle Fu, how about it? Shirhao and the others were confused all the time. Why did everyone have to give themselves a name? This name is very good and down to earth. Shirhao praised. I heard the question you discussed just now. The number of various life forms in the universe should be calculated in trillions according to your measurement method. The number of species known in the Silver Domain alone is in the tens of millions. If we calculate the birth date of each species, some are hundreds of millions of years, some are tens of millions of years, and some are millions of years. They are all different. Oh, little brother, what race are you? Uncle Fu said this and looked at Tiden and asked. We are the Stone Tartars. Tiden answered truthfully. From your body structure, your race should have been passed down for more than 1 billion years, right? But your development is much slower than that of the Earthlings. They are all monsters. When I first learned about the history of their civilization, I felt that we, the Stone Tartars, were scum. Alas, it is so frustrating to compare ourselves with others. Tiden felt like he was hit hard when he talked about this. Only by comparison can we know the gap, but it is also a blessing for you to meet them. If the difference between your two races is so big, then how big is the gap between the tens of millions of races in the Silver Domain? You can think about it. Different gaps, different levels of civilization development, how can each race survive and develop? These are all problems. There have been many wars and many destructions. You have a word that is very good, called survival of the fittest, right? The same is true for all races in the universe. It's just that as time goes by, the strong races stand at the top, and slowly the rules are formed. Our purpose here is arranged by the above, to screen and guide various races to ensure the orderly development of the Silver Domain and the entire universe. Of course, wars and destruction still exist, but they are relatively more orderly. I won't say so much about this issue. You will know it after more contact. Afterwards, Shirhao and others slowly learned that this is an induction point. Although Fu Bo is the language teacher of this induction point, he rarely teaches. Even if he occasionally teaches, he will not talk about so many things that are not related to the course. It is an exception for Shirhao and others. Today I will teach you a lesson on the language of the universe. Uncle Fu began to get to the point, and a virtual ball of light appeared in front of each of Shirhao and the others. Uncle Fu asked them to put their hands on the light ball, and use their consciousness to receive information. It was all kinds of incomprehensible garbled codes. When they received too much at once, they felt dizzy. After Uncle Fu explained, they realized that those were cosmic language characters. You have 2 tasks. One is to pass the cosmic language test. In addition, because you are the first group of Earthlings to come to the Silver Domain and step into the universe, you are responsible for translating the cosmic language into the language used by Earthlings. That is, you have to translate all the cosmic language into Chinese. The translation materials will be filed in the Silver Domain system. When this task is completed, you will be responsible for teaching the cosmic language to Earthlings. However, everyone's assessment authority is still here. Only after passing the assessment can you truly step into the Silver Domain. After this class, Uncle Fu announced 2 tasks, which is obviously to educate the universe. How long will it take to learn? Mickey said in a lost voice. That depends on your understanding. As far as I know, there is a person of another species here who has been learning for 1,500 years and still hasn't learned it. Everyone was shocked to hear what Fu Bo said. Oh my god, what if he can't learn it? Katarina asked. Either go back to their planet, or keep learning until you learn it. I will come back to give you the second lesson in 1 day. Oh no, it should be 100 days after the Earth calendar. The cosmic language is stored in this light ball, and there are pronunciation references. If you don't understand it, you can check it repeatedly. After Fu Bo finished speaking, he waved his hand and left. It seems that Taihanhan is not stupid. He can learn Chinese so quickly. After Uncle Fu left, Miki patted Tian's head and said with relief, I don't understand what the old man said. It's like listening to a foreign language. Unexpectedly, Taidan said with a crying voice. Then how did you learn Chinese so quickly? It's because of the pictures and cartoons. Taidan said a little aggrievedly, like a child. Hearing Tian's words, Miki patted his forehead and felt a little dizzy. What if Taidan can't learn it? Tianing asked Sure Hao, a little worried. If he spent 10 or 8 years here, it would be troublesome. Let's learn quickly. Translate what we learn into Chinese every time, and let Taidan learn by comparison. This should be better. In addition, we will try to match those cosmic languages with pictures, so that it will be easier for others to learn in the future. Sure Hao thought for a while, and came up with this idea. After Uncle Fu left, Sure Hao and his team began to constantly query the cosmic language information in the light ball, and also learned that 1 year in the Silver Domain is equivalent to 100 years on Earth. No wonder Uncle Fu had to wait for 100 days on Earth before coming to the second class. In fact, only 1 day has passed in the Silver Domain. 1 year in the Silver Domain is equivalent to 100 years on Earth. It seems that this is the average timekeeping method used by most alien life forms in the entire Silver Domain. However, in order to synchronize with Earth time, Sure Hao decided to continue to use the Earth calendar to time. If there is a need for special explanation, the Silver Domain year will be noted later, such as 10 Silver Domain years are equivalent to 1,000 Earth years. Sure Hao always has a sense of urgency in his heart. If they really follow the Silver Domain calendar to work and rest, when they return to Earth, it is estimated that everything will have changed. So he urged everyone to strengthen their study and practice. Practice when you are tired of studying, study when you are tired of practicing, and take a nap when you don't want to practice or study. Gradually, everyone found that every time they practiced the exercises, their learning efficiency was very high. The enhancement of telekinesis can increase learning efficiency. Slowly, everyone has a learning and practice rhythm that suits them, and their interest is getting higher and higher. Taidan was urged by Mickey every day, so he couldn't be lazy at all. It took 10 days for Sure Hao to finish learning Professor Fu Bo's content and translate it all into Chinese. Then Sure Hao began to learn and translate by himself based on what he learned, as well as the context of the following sentences and articles. The light ball not only stores the knowledge of the universe language, but also some experience and notes of learning the universe language, and some articles introducing the Silver Domain, so these contents are enough to learn. After a lot of study and reading, Sure Hao understood what level the Cloud Lord is. The hierarchy of the entire Silver Domain is divided into Domain Lord, Lord God, Throne, Cloud Lord, System Lord and Star Lord, from high to low. Sure Hao also gave corresponding names in Chinese based on the racial characteristics introduced in the article. The major races he knew initially were the elves, dark spirits, feathers, gold, yakshas, beasts, insects, giant lizards, bats, stones, and rats. There were also some indigenous ethnic groups, such as dwarves, long-necked people, and sea people. He looked through the articles about racial introductions, and did not find any races similar to humans. Other races were just mentioned briefly, and Sure Hao did not find sufficient descriptions of their characteristics, so he could not name them. 50 days later, Sure Hao had learned all the cosmic languages without a teacher. 20 days later, Sure Hao completed the translation of all the cosmic languages. Mickey and Shinga began to take turns to teach Taidan. Watching the Chinese translator learn the cosmic language, the progress was reasonable. Tian Ying and Katarina followed Sure Hao to sort out and classify the grammar of the cosmic language, and also classified the cosmic language according to the word parts and tones of Chinese, so as to facilitate future teaching work on Earth. 100 days later, Uncle Fu came to the classroom on time and prepared to start the second class. Let me test you on the content of the last class to see how you have learned it. Uncle Fu, you can take out all the content of the cosmic language and test us. We have learned the rest by ourselves. Sure Hao didn't want to waste any more time. Uncle Fu looked at Sure Hao with some doubt, because the cosmic language was different from other ethnic languages. It contained many rules, and could not be learned by mind capture. Then I'd give it a try. Young people are just hot-tempered. Uncle Fu did not refuse. After 2 hours of questions, Sure Hao was able to answer fluently, and the expression on Fu Bo's face was very wonderful. Then it was Katarina, Tian-Ying, Xinge, and Mickey. All 4 of them passed Fu Bo's questions smoothly. Mickey answered more than 10 words incorrectly, but Fu Bo didn't say anything. Finally it was Tian's turn. Tian seemed a little nervous. Looking at Fu Bo's kind face, Tian slowly answered fluently, but due to time constraints, he had not learned 20% of the content. I didn't expect it. It really made me look at you differently again. At first, I thought your language was very complicated and systematic, but from your performance, there is a reason for this. You Earthlings are at the forefront of all races in the universe in terms of intelligence and efficiency. You have completed the first task, and there is no need to arrange another exam. Next, you can do the second task directly. Fu Bo said, calling out the light ball in front of him, ready to explain the translation task. Well, Uncle Fu, we tried it ourselves, and did the translation first. I don't know if it's right. Please take a look. Sure Hao said a little nervously. He was not afraid of making mistakes in translation, but they finished the course in 100 days, which was obviously a few years. Uncle Fu did not hesitate this time. He walked quickly to Sure Hao, and began to read the contents in the light ball. The more he read, the more shocked he was. Wonderful, wonderful, borrowing from your Chinese parts of speech and intonation classification, the cosmic language is clearer and more concise. In your words, this is innovation. There is no doubt that Sure Hao and his team also completed the second task excellently. Do you have any other requirements? Uncle Fu asked, his tone more amiable. Chapter 157. We have been studying behind closed doors for so long, and have never really used the cosmic language to communicate with people in the silver domain. We are afraid that we will not be able to use it when we go out, and that would make us laugh. Sure Hao said his own problem. They studied on their own for the past 100 days, and even if they occasionally practiced with each other, they still could not solve the problem of speaking. Learning a new language, even the cosmic language, is not possible without the language environment. This is easy, wait a minute. Fu Bo agreed immediately. After a while Su Su came. Grandpa Fu, do you have something to talk to me about? Note, to avoid trouble, call her by her Chinese name directly. Are you learning well? Grandpa Fu is the most powerful teacher here. I believe you can learn it in 10 days, or 8 days. Her 10 days, or 8 days is equivalent to 1,800 days in the Earth calendar. Su Su came in and greeted Fu Bo first, and then praised Fu Bo on her own. Girl, stop. Fu Bo blushed and stopped Su Su's flattery. They have finished learning. You can practice with them in the universal language. What? Practice what? Su Su did not react for a moment. Practice speaking the universal language. Fober deliberately slowed down his speech. Ah? They have finished learning. My God, I just had a nap. Su Su still looked unbelievable. Sister, you slept too long. Mickey continued Su Su's words and smiled. Don't you have a saying, the more you sleep, the better your skin will be? Su Su learned very quickly, and liked to apply what she learned. But think about it, it is also true, according to the Silver Domain calendar, only 1 day has passed, and they just woke up. There is nothing wrong with this. Uncle Fu explained the precautions, left Su Su here, and then went out. He did not return to his residence, but went to find Mia Yunju. Yunju, it seems that this person has made a brilliant move this time. Uncle Fu, just call me Mia, not Yunju. Then I call you Miss. From the information I captured, their civilization has its own system, and it is very profound. I can't understand some things. What's more valuable is that their development history is only more than 50 Silver Domain years, which is a fraction of the history of any race. It seems that he arranged for me to rotate in this cycle for a purpose. I want to see them before they leave. Understood, miss. Under Fu responded, and then withdrew from the room. At first, Su Su and Sure Hao were practicing oral English according to the learning outline, but in the end, they gathered together and started chatting. After more than 10 days, Earth calendar, Miki could tell jokes in the cosmic language, and he made Susu laugh from time to time. They learned that Susu and Fu Bo were both elves, but Susu was a branch of the elves. Her people all had wings and were not tall. The mysterious Mayan Lord was also an elf, and was an orthodox royal family of the elves. They also learned that there were 36 reception points in the entire Silver region, one for each throne. Well, I think you speak the cosmic language better than me. Susu stood up while speaking in the cosmic language. You are the fastest learners of the cosmic language, and the fastest passers of the exams among all the races I have seen. I am going to report to Mia Yunju now. I have successfully completed the task she assigned to me. Susu was originally prepared to fight a protracted war, but she did not expect Hao and his men to be so powerful. Without Miss Susu's arrangement, we would not have learned so fast. Thank you. I want to give you a piece of jewelry to show my gratitude, but I don't know if I can do it. Hao took out a black diamond pendant and handed it to Susu. Wow, it's so beautiful. How can I be so embarrassed? Susu said embarrassedly while skillfully putting the pendant on her neck. No matter which race or which planet women are from, it seems that they have no resistance to beautiful jewelry. Susu went out happily wearing the pendant. Not long after, she came back and said that Mia Yunju wanted to see Hao. Hao followed Susu to the third floor, which was arranged like an office area. Walking to a door, Susu knocked on it and said, Master Yun, I brought Mr. Hao here. After receiving a positive response from inside, Susu opened the door and motioned Hao to come in, then closed the door and left. Welcome, Mr. Hao. This is how Chinese should greet you, right? A tall and thin elf beauty stood there with a smile, wearing a simple and elegant long dress with carved patterns, outlining her exquisite body curves. Coffee-colored hair, white jade-like skin, delicate facial features, very pleasing to the eye. Hao remembered the image he saw on the Martian pyramid. The beauty in front of him was very similar to the ancient Martians. Mr. Hao? Mia Yunju looked at Hao, who was in a trance, and called out again. Oh, Hao greets Yunju. Hao reacted, blushed, and quickly greeted. Seeing Yunju, I thought of an old friend. It was a bit rude. Please forgive me, Yunju. Hao remembered that his behavior just now was indeed a bit rude, and apologized quickly. Mr. Hao, you are welcome. Please sit down. I have been on duty at this reception point for 10 years, which should be 1,000 years according to your Earth calendar. I have seen countless races. To be honest, it is rare to see people as excellent as you Earthlings. Mia Yunju came up and praised. Yunju, you are too kind. When I first arrived in the Silver region, I felt the gap between Earthlings and other races. We humans are too weak. Hao was telling the truth. What he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He found that humans were much worse than other civilizations. You don't have to belittle yourself. Take learning the cosmic language for example. You are the fastest learners I have ever seen. The previous record was 2 days in the Silver domain calendar, which is 200 days for you. But this record has been broken from today. The person who created the record has now been admired by all living beings. Hao didn't know how to respond to Mia Yunju's words, so he had to smile embarrassedly. But I will keep your record-breaking matter to myself until the day I finish my shift. Mia Yunju said softly. Oh, is there any explanation for this? Hao was a little confused. To leave you enough time. Mia Cloud Lord began to explain to Hao. She first explained her duties. She was here to guard the reception point for a certain throne. On the one hand, she was to obtain information about the language, history, culture, etc. of the new race, and on the other hand, she was to protect the safety of the reception point. Wouldn't the location of our planet be exposed? Hao asked immediately after hearing this. I am on duty here, with authority and restrictions. The restriction is that I cannot leak any information about any race, including the location information you are worried about. In addition, cultural information, the degree of civilization development, etc., cannot be leaked. But one advantage of our duty here is that we can come into contact with different civilizations, and there may be something I need or worth learning, which will be of great help to my own improvement. Mia explained while looking a little worried. The history of your Earth, especially Yin country, is indeed very interesting, systematic, and profound. There are many contents that I cannot understand. But don't worry, I will never tell these contents. What if a Cloud Lord does not abide by this rule? Hao asked back. He did not believe in some promises. In your words, there is no absolute fairness in this world. Fortunately you met me, and I can guarantee fairness. Mia said to Hao seriously. She also knew that this was a very serious issue. Thank you, Mia Cloud Lord. Even if the location of your planet is exposed, there will be no danger. Mia Cloud Lord gave Shirhao a reassurance. It turns out that each throne will choose some planets in its own area where new life may be born. If a planet has a high probability of giving birth to advanced civilization, the throne will apply for the blessing of the Lord God, and then the area related to this planet will be protected. And because of the Earth, the solar system is also a galaxy protected by a main god. Higher life forms from other galaxies cannot enter the solar system. Some lower life forms can enter the solar system, but cannot enter the Earth. There are implicit rules here, which cannot be crossed. My Yan Lord further explained. So, the stone Tartar who fell on the Earth was killed by the rules? Yes. So many alien life forms passed by the solar system, but were ignored, which was also caused by the rules. Yes. Then isn't the Earth equivalent to a novice village? Yes, that's right. This is an interesting statement. How long can the novice village be protected? Until a main god appears in this novice village, and he protects it. But it hasn't appeared in the past 100,000 years. Shirhao understood that he was talking about the Silver Domain calendar, and the Earth calendar should be 10 million. Shirhao's mood was very complicated, just like playing a game, killing many monsters, upgrading many levels, and being invincible in that area. After being teleported away from there, he looked around the world and found that he had just started. Now think about it, when the Iksha gatekeeper just took them off the starship, he called them newbies, which was also justified. There are good and bad novice villages, and the tribes that come out are also very different. Maya Yunza saw that Shirhao was in a bad mood and comforted him. Isn't it still a novice? Shirhao felt that there was no difference. The difference is huge. How do you think the iron idiot next to you compares to you? Maya Yunza asked Shirhao. You said Taidan, he is very good. If it weren't for the starship that their ancestors dropped on Earth, we would definitely not have come to the Silver region so quickly. It took them more than 1 billion years to barely build a starship that can fly in space. How many years have you been developing? This is the most fundamental difference. Also, do you want humans to have a foothold in the Silver region from now on? After Mia finished her explanation, she asked Shirhao. Of course I do. We came out to pave the way for humans. Shirhao did not forget his mission. I have a way to directly make humans stand out from tens of millions of races, but it depends on whether you have the courage. Mia Yunju looked into Shirhao's eyes, and said confidently, as long as the method works, I will definitely have no problem. Tell me. Chapter 158. After receiving Shirhao's affirmative answer, Mia Yunju continued to explain in detail. In the Silver Domain, the class level is divided into 6 levels, and the planets are also divided into 6 levels. For the convenience of distinction, they are distinguished by color. From low to high, they are yellow level planets, green level planets, red level planets, blue level planets, purple level planets, and orange level planets. There is only one orange level planet in the entire Silver Domain, and the Domain Lord's royal city is on this planet, located in the central core area of the Silver Domain. There are 12 purple level planets, each guarded by 12 main gods, and each main god has 3 thrones. There are 36 blue level planets, each guarded by 36 thrones. There are hundreds of constellations in the entire Silver Domain, but there are only 36 constellations with advanced life and considerable scale. Each main god is stipulated to have only 3 thrones, but if a new throne appears, the 13th main god will appear. Mia said here, and explained deliberately. The number 12, 36 is a coincidence, it's not impossible to surpass it. But it's said to be very difficult, there has been no new throne for 1 million Silver Domain years. That is to say, if a high-level life appears in another constellation and reaches a certain scale, a throne can appear, and a main god can appear at the same time? Shirhao asked. Yes. So it's very difficult. This also leads to fierce competition among Cloud Masters. Afterwards, Shirhao learned that there are more than 2,000 red-level planets in total, and each has a Cloud Master stationed. The Silver Domain has no restrictions on the number of Cloud Masters. As the throne develops its own constellation, the number of Cloud Masters will increase. The Cloud Master manages a nebula, which can be large or small, and strong or weak. All Cloud Masters have the possibility of becoming the 37th throne, so the competition is very fierce. Cloud Masters can start wars with each other, and can annex each other to strengthen themselves. After Shirhao learned this, he looked at me, a Cloud Master, and he really couldn't imagine what it would be like if this gentle and weak beauty Cloud Master sat in front of him went to the battlefield. Mr. Shirhao, don't be surprised. I am also blessed by my royal status. Generally, Cloud Masters dare not touch me. This sentence contains a lot of information. Is the Domain Master also an elf? Sure How didn't ask, but he had a plan in his mind. Cloud Master continued to talk. The Cloud Master manages several System Masters, and the System Masters are on duty on green-level planets. System Masters cannot start wars at will. If there are conflicts and disputes, the Cloud Master can resolve the disputes through corresponding means, including war, after agreeing. The Star Master manages the planets, and the number of Star Masters is in the billions. The powerful Star Masters can also manage several planets at the same time. In the cities guarded by the Cloud Master, the Throne, the Main God and the Domain Master, the highest level one exercises the rights of the Star Master. There are so many planets, galaxies, nebulae and constellations. In order to facilitate management, the Silver Domain stipulates that only certain races can appear in these cities. Currently, the races allowed to enter the yellow-level planets are the Stone Race, the Insect Race, the Giant Lizard Race, the Bat Race, and the Beast Race. The green-level planets are allowed to have the Gold Race, the Feather Race, the Stone Race, the Beast Race, and the Iksha Race. The red-level planets are allowed to have the Elves, the Dark Spirit Race, the Gold Race, the Iksha Race, and the Feather Race. There is also a rule that the races allowed on the red-level planets can enter and exit the yellow-level and green-level planets at will, and the races allowed on the green-level planets can enter and exit the yellow-level planets at will. However, from yellow-level planets to green-level planets to red-level planets, unauthorized races cannot enter. For example, there can be no insects or bats on green-level planets, and no beasts on red planets. Isn't this too unfair? Sure How raised a question after hearing this. This is all the result of competition. Every 10,000 silver domains will hold a race competition, and there is a chance to challenge the race in front, but no race has succeeded for 10 consecutive sessions. The race that ranks last in 3 consecutive race competitions will be automatically eliminated, and a new race will be selected to supplement it. A few days ago, this challenge just ended. Among the yellow-level planets, the bats ranked last for 3 consecutive sessions and have been eliminated. Is this the opportunity you are talking about? Sure How understood what Yunju meant. Yes, you apply to let the human race replace the bats. Sure How did not say anything, but lowered his head to think. We are few in number, and we have just passed the cosmic language test. How can the higher-ups recognize us? If there is a chance, Sure How will definitely not let it go, but he is afraid that this is just to accompany the prince to study. Because I have confidence in you. Why? Because you are wearing clothes. Sure How was stunned when he heard what Yan said. What kind of reason is this? Only races with a certain level of civilization will wear clothes. This is an iron rule in the universe. Of course, wearing clothes does not mean strong strength, but it must have great potential. I will write your telekinesis test scores, cosmic language test scores, and your civilization history into the report and submit it to the main brain. The information of all new races is stored in the main brain, and the screening process is also completed by the main brain. What is the master brain? Just like the computer system on your Earth, the information of the entire silver domain is interconnected through the master brain. Otherwise, do you think that massive amounts of information can be completed manually? This master brain is so powerful that it can cover the entire silver domain? The silver domain is too big, with hundreds of billions of stars. Sure How is a little skeptical about this. It is said that the master brain covers the entire universe. I just heard about it. I have to store the data of testing new races into the master brain and report it every day. Sure How did not dwell on this issue anymore. We only have a few people in total. How can we develop the human race? If the application is successful, there is a huge benefit. You don't have to worry about the development problem at all. Yunju introduced the details of this to Sure How. Because there are racial restrictions on entering the corresponding planets, other tens of millions of races who want to enter a certain level of planet must borrow the recognized racial identities. When borrowing, you need to pay a part of the usage fee, and it is charged every year. The usage fee per person is not high, but if there are many people borrowing, it will be a huge income in the long run. By borrowing the identity of a certain race, you will be automatically included in the power of that race and develop with that race. How to borrow? Sure How believes that it is not easy for different races to get together because their bodies are so different. You Earthlings can transfer memories and consciousness, so doesn't the silver domain have such a method? Yunju knows the details of Sure How and his friends. Where are there so many human bodies to borrow? It is done by a machine controlled by the main brain, which can copy a body in a few minutes. Of course, the main brain must first have a body sample to collect data. It will collect the physical data of several of you, and then take the average value, and use it as a fixed sample for replication. I don't understand the specific principle. It seems that this main brain is very powerful, and it is so easy to replicate the body. After these races choose the human race, can they give up their human identity and switch to other races? Yes, but everything he gets from the human body will be lost, including strength and wealth. This rule made Sure Hao breathe a sigh of relief. The person who obtains the body can enhance his strength by any means, such as training, further transformation, and equipping weapons. As the founder of the Silver Domain human race, you have the obligation to promote the overall development of the human race to ensure that you can win the challenge, Mia Yunju said, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Sure Hao, waiting for him to ask questions or make decisions. Yunju, what is your intention in helping me like this? Sure Hao didn't want to be used as a gun, so he had to figure it out. As you say in Chinese, there must be a cause for every effect, and there must be a cause for every effect. Nothing can come out of nothing. Have you ever thought about which main god protects your earth? Sure Hao shook his head. I'm not sure, but I guessed one. Don't ask, the main god is not for us to comment on. This is one of the reasons. In addition, I am the Lord of Clouds, and I also want to become the 37th throne. But the competition is very fierce, and I hope to find more capable helpers. Mia Lord of Clouds said to Sure Hao very sincerely. Thank you Lord of Clouds for your trust in me. I agree, happy cooperation. Sure Hao heard Mia Yunju's unreserved words, and chose to cooperate. Humans are new to the Silver Domain, so why don't they need a backer? What should I do specifically? I let Susu arrange a place for you to stay. You can fill out an application form, and sign it later. I help you input it into the main brain. The main brain will stop accepting applications from all races tonight, and will give the results tomorrow. Then I follow Yunju's arrangements. Sure Hao is also looking forward to it now, but according to the Earth calendar, he still has to wait for dozens of days. After Sure Hao filled out the form, Susu took them away from the building where they were learning the cosmic language. According to Susu's description, Sure Hao and his friends named this place the comprehensive office building of the reception office, which has a strong in-country atmosphere. This large stone platform is called the reception platform. Walking deep into the reception platform, there is a hotel. There is nothing else in the room except beds, tables, and chairs. These are all made of stone, and there is no bedding on the bed. But think about it, there are so few races that wear clothes, how many of them would pay attention to the comfort and ritual of sleeping? The life that can walk here has been able to adapt to the harsh environment of space, and doesn't care about these things. The room is very large, designed according to the upper limit of the size of each race in the universe. One room is more than enough for Sure Hao and his friends, and sleeping is no longer a daily necessity for them. You can go to the street behind, there are many races there. That is what you call street stalls. Most of them are bartering. After Susu left, they began to move freely. The gray-black platform, gray-black houses, and gray-black streets all have something in common, that is, they are very large and wide. On both sides of the street, there are creatures of various races sitting or standing. These creatures have wings, 4 legs, 2 legs, tails, furry, and bald. Some look like insects, beasts, monsters, and humanoids, and so on. There are also some that cannot be found on Earth. But they all have one thing in common, that is, they have eyes, whether 1, 2, or 4, 5, or 6. They have mouths, some big, some small. They also have ears, of different sizes and numbers. As for noses, they are not standard. Those alien creatures have things in front of them. Some are the same, some are a few, and some are dozens of things. There are also a few vendors who found stone slabs from nowhere, propped up at both ends, and filled with all kinds of strange and bizarre items on them, and put large backpacks of items in the back. They look dusty, and they should be professional traveling merchants. Sure Hao and his companions walked along the street and saw stones, flowers, broken weapons and armor, jewelry, and something similar to books, but the words on them were incomprehensible. He came to a professional stall, where the things on display were more exquisite, and there were actually several sets of tableware. The tableware was very beautifully made, the material was unknown, bright silver, and the patterns on it were quite in the style of ancient Martians. It seemed that they were items of the elves. The stall owner was an elf with a little eye disability. He had experienced many vicissitudes of life, and his calloused hands and wrinkled face all revealed the difficulties of life. What is the use of this? Sure Hao asked in the cosmic language. This is the utensil used by our royal family to hold food or wine, but it is a replica. Many foreigners buy it back as decorations or gifts. The old elf patiently explained to Sure How. Old Butte, why are you talking so much to him? He won't buy it. An orc next to him shouted in cosmic language. Hey rookie, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from? You are learning to dress like the royal family. The orc was obviously an old hand. He knew that Sure How and his friends were a new tribe, so he spoke very badly. Big fool, you are itching for trouble, right? Mickey was not going to do it anymore. He was too tolerant. If he didn't fight back, he would definitely not be able to get over it. Sure How didn't stop Mickey, nor did he pay attention to the orc. Mr. Butte, I want to buy a set of tableware like this. I wonder if I can exchange it for this gem. Sure How took out a 100-carat sapphire and handed it over. But took the sapphire, looked at it closely, and immediately handed it back to Sure How and said, Sir, I can't cheat you. Your gem is of good quality. The ladies and wives of the royal family will definitely like it. The things on my stall are not worth that much money. Old Butt, if someone gives it to you, just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The orc was jealous. Mr. Butt, do you have anything else that suits me? I can take it as well. Sure How felt that but was a good man. He was obviously not living a good life, and was determined to make this deal. Old Butt, hurry up. You don't have it there, but I have it here. Just take it, and give it to this gentleman. The orc was more anxious than, but... Puffing, don't think I don't know your plan. Where are you going to ambush me? I just don't want to trouble others. If I make a sound, my former subordinates will come over and skin you right away. Butt's eyes were filled with anger, pointing out the orc Puffing's intention. Ha ha ha. The people around, including Bofong, laughed unscrupulously. You old man, you've been abandoned by others, and you still want to hug thighs. Put away your fantasy. Old Butt, if you ruin my good deeds, I guarantee that you won't live to see tomorrow. Bofong threatened with a ferocious face. Mr. Butt, is there no one to care about killing and robbing here? There must be someone to care about it at the reception center, but outside the scope of the reception center, it's all void. Who can care about it? What if there is a fight here? Is there anyone to care? Sure How continued to ask. There are so many races here, it's normal to have some friction, as long as you don't beat the other party to death. Old Butt said, and looked at Bofong. As for the punishment, at most you will be thrown out of the reception center, and then find a way to come back. That's good. After Sure How finished speaking, he walked to the middle of the street. Come on. He raised his hand, and hooked at Bofong. Woofing saw Sure How's provocative action, and walked over with a roar. Woofing was 2 meters, and 2 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, and very strong. Woofing came in front of Sure How, opened his right hand, and waved his arm, wanting to slap Sure How. Tian-Ing and Katarina watched from the side, a little frightened. Sure How was much shorter than Woofing. They didn't understand why Sure How would provoke this Woofing. When Woofing's arm was halfway down, Sure How used the trick he used to deal with Shao Kun at the Panlong base, jumped high, turned a somersault, hugged Woofing's neck with both arms, and turned backwards. As a result, Woofing did not fall down as expected, but took 2 steps back and supported his body. Seeing this, Sure How immediately let go, took 2 steps forward, distanced himself from Bofong, and then turned to look at Bofong. Sure How's performance was like an oil pan exploding, and the creatures of various races around him began to scream and cheer. Some creatures squeezed forward to see clearly. Bofong turned around and looked at Sure How. His face became serious. He stomped his feet once, and then began to rush toward Sure How, very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Sure How. Although Bofong was big, he was not slow. However, this was exactly what Sure How wanted. He slightly put on the Tai Chi posture, used the technique of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, slightly staggered his body, and pushed the boat with the current. Bofong Ding Ding couldn't stop his body, and came to a dog chewing mud. Sure How was also tall on the earth, but compared with Bofong, the contrast was very big. This kind of small beat the big, the weak beat the strong brought an extremely exciting visual impact. The cheers from the side became louder. Woofing stood up with difficulty, his face gloomy, and then pulled out a short knife with purple light, which was obviously not an ordinary item. Sure How drew out his dagger when he saw this. Enough, do you think I don't exist? A majestic roar sounded. Mia Yunju. Mia Yunju. The creatures of various races saw the person coming and shouted hurriedly. Mia Yunju ignored them and came directly to Sure How. Many people began to gloat in their hearts. You are not injured? Mia Yunju asked softly. Many people around knew Mia Yunju's methods, and would not be deceived by her gentle and beautiful appearance. Many people have seen that she has picked up the troublemakers with one hand, and thrown them into the void more than once. Seeing Mia Yunju being so gentle to Shi Hao, his eyes were almost blinded. I'm fine, thank you Yunju for your concern. Shi Hao bowed slightly to Mia Yunju to show his gratitude. Uncle Butte, my father has mentioned you many times, and wanted to invite you to our home. Why didn't you come to me when you came to my territory? Mia Yunju said to Butte. Don't worry, sir, I'm living a good life. Butte said to Mia Yunju, neither servile nor arrogant. Whoever dares to plot against Uncle Butte, I will remove him from the silver domain. Mia Yunju shouted loudly. After saying that, she came to Bufeng and stretched out her hand, and the short knife in Bufeng's hand flew into her hand. Then Bufeng's body softened and fell to the ground strangely. Mia dragged Bufeng's leg with one hand to the edge of the platform and threw him out violently. Soon Bufeng disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was shocked. Shi Hao had a better understanding of Mia. After finishing, Mia went back directly. Sir, can you show me your dagger? After everyone dispersed, Butte said to Shi Hao. Shi Hao handed over the dagger. Butte stroked the dagger with his hand, and then said, Your dagger is not bad, but the hardness and sharpness are still a little bit worse, at least one level lower than the short knife of Bufeng. If you really fight, you will not have an advantage. I have 2 pieces of ore here, you can add them. One can increase the hardness and sharpness of this dagger. The other can make your dagger more sensitive to gravity. If used well, it can produce unexpected effects in battle. You mean to control it to fly? Shi Hao asked a little excitedly. It's not that mysterious, but you can make it fly out following the gravity in a certain direction. For example, you stand here, adjust the angle, and then let the dagger fly out to hit the crest of the wave. But was as patient as before. Wouldn't that mean you can kill people invisibly? Shi Hao didn't expect that the dagger could be used in this way. It's almost the same. It could achieve the effect of attacking the enemy by surprise. Butter affirmed Shi Hao's words. Shi Hao took out the sapphire and handed it to Butt, saying, Mr. Butt, this time it must be worth a gem, take it. Okay, then I take it. This time, I can buy some beautiful gifts for my granddaughter when I go back. Butt was very happy to get such a big sapphire. Shi Hao asked Mickey and the pigeon to pick up the 2 pieces of ore and a set of tableware, and returned to his residence without continuing to stroll. Brother Hao, you were too reckless just now. What if you can't beat that orc? Katarina said with lingering fear. The Beast tribe ranks relatively low among those major races. I want to take this opportunity to test how big the gap is between our strength and theirs. Shi Hao and his people are undoubtedly the strongest on Earth. Since arriving in the Silver region, Shi Hao has always been concerned about where the strength of the human race represented by them ranks. So how do you feel after you try it? Shi Hao's words aroused the curiosity of Katarina and several others. We are weaker than the Beast tribe. That wave crest is very powerful. If you fight against him, you can't beat him. I defeated him with skills. In addition, his short knife is very powerful. That wave crest is obviously not doing well. His weapon is so powerful. I think other tribesmen will only be stronger than him. What should we do? How can we survive here? Mickey was a little anxious when he heard Shi Hao's conclusion. So you have to practice hard. Shi Hao took the opportunity to recite the spell to them. We mainly rely on this. Use your brain more when doing anything in the future. Shi Hao pointed to his head. After that, Shi Hao began to urge everyone to practice. Taiyan also became more conscious and practiced his own big moves. Hey Mickey, look, I can connect these 2 moves. When everyone was practicing quietly, Taiyan suddenly shouted. Mickey looked over and saw Taiyan first did a side kick, and then followed it with a roundhouse kick. Taiyan practiced these 2 moves many times, but he couldn't connect them, and Mickey scolded him for being stupid many times. Although Taiyan's movements were clumsy, they were also a big breakthrough. Mickey asked Taiyan to do it a few more times, and observe his changes from all directions. Hey, did you notice that you can twist your waist? After turning a few times, Mickey found the key point. A roundhouse kick relies on the power of the waist, and Taiyan's whole body is stiff, with no waist at all. After hearing what Mickey said, Shi Hao also came over and asked Taiyan to do it a few more times. Shi Hao saw that although Mickey's waist could not twist much, it was finally able to twist. Chapter 159. It seems that Director Wu's method has worked. Taiyan takes collagen stone powder every day, and he has almost finished the several kilograms he brought with him. When Taiyan heard Shi Hao's words, he knew that the soft body he had dreamed of could be realized, and he jumped excitedly. When he started practicing, he worked harder, and from time to time he called Mickey to come over for guidance, and from time to time he asked Shi Hao to spar with him and abuse him. When practicing, he specifically found difficult movements for him to practice. Finally, it was the second day of the Silver Domain calendar, and Susu came to them happily early in the morning. Congratulations to all human adults, your application has been approved. Sister Susu, what good news can you congratulate? Mickey asked in a daze. The matter was still uncertain, and Shirhao did not tell them about the application. When Shirhao saw that the application was approved, he told everyone the whole story. So we are now the founders of the Silver Domain human race? Mickey asked with wide eyes. Yes. Susu answered affirmatively. Tianying, pinch me, are you dreaming? Katarina said, pulling Tianying's hand. Oh, it hurts, be gentle. You are really cruel. Tianying did as she was told, and her hand was very heavy, because she also had a sense of unreality, and she wanted to confirm it through Katarina's reaction. There is a long way to go. The pigeon was still relatively sober inside. Mr. Shirhao, Lord Yun invites you to come over. After arriving at the comprehensive office building of the reception center, Susu took them to a large machine first, saying that it was going to collect human body samples, and then asked the 5 of them to stand on it one by one. Sister Susu, in this case, won't all human beings look the same? No, they will choose the bodies of the 5 of you as the initial samples, and synthesize them according to their own bodies. The characteristics of the selected samples account for 60%, and their own account for 40%. Will there be no half-human and half-beast? Mickey said, with goosebumps all over his body. No, for example, if an orc chooses a human body, he may be taller, his skin color may become darker, or slightly blue, red, etc. Can we add human sample types in the future? Yes, you can set up a human appearance sample library. Shirhao was relieved when he heard Susu's answer. After the sample collection was completed, Susu took Shirhao to the room of Mia Yunju. Mr. Shirhao, your application has been approved. From today on, the human race has replaced the bat race. Next, you need to go to the yellow-level planet Mayan Yunxing to receive the headquarters left by the bat race. This was the first sentence that Mia Yunju said when he saw Shirhao. Have all the bats evacuated Nianyun Star? The humans replaced the bats. Although the humans did not drive the bats out, there is no guarantee that the bats will not vent their anger on the humans. The bats have been given 3 days to evacuate all yellow-level planets. If there are still those who have not evacuated today, they will be killed without mercy. Is it possible for the bats to transform into other races and enter Nianyun Star? It is possible. They have the right to do so, and they may even transform into humans. My Yan Lord reminded. Are the headquarters of the other races also on Nianyun Star? No, and they are quite far away. But most planets have guilds established by them. Can the headquarters be moved to a new planet? Yes, but the support provided by the Silver Domain will only allow you to accept the Bat Clan's headquarters by default, and will not build a new headquarters for you. I suggest that you first operate well on Nianyun Star, lay a solid foundation before expanding. You have a total of 30,000 Silver Domain years of development time. I think this time is enough for the human race. Mia Cloud Lord has taken the time of the 3 challenge games into account. If the human race ranks last twice, there is still a chance to turn things around in the 3rd time. 3 million years is enough. Through his initial understanding of the Silver Domain, Shirhao is still very confident. He said 3 million years, but he thought in his heart that 1 million years would be enough. What do you think of the Star Master of Nianyun Star? Shirhao knew nothing about Nianyun Star, and he always felt uneasy in his heart. I don't know much about this. After all, the level of Nianyun Star is too low. There are no special regulations for the appointment of Star Masters. If there are indigenous races on this planet, the Star Master will give priority to choosing from the indigenous races and report to the System Master. By the way, the indigenous races do not need to change their racial identity. You have to remember this. Mia Cloud Master specifically emphasized the importance of indigenous races, so that Shirhao and others would not look down on indigenous races and cause conflicts. Since the main brain is so powerful, is the communication method of the Silver Domain very convenient? Since he chose to cooperate with Mia Cloud Master, he needs to keep in touch with Mia Cloud Master so that he can ask for advice or help when encountering problems. Shirhao said this to give Mia Cloud Master's contact information. I may disappoint you. I don't know why the main brain did not release the communication function of the Silver Domain. We always have our own communication system, which is usually not open to the outside world. Even if there is a small share of the external share, the cost is very high. Generally, each race will find a way to solve the communication problem by itself. At this point, my Yan Lord put her mouth close to Shirhao's ear and whispered, the rules of the Silver Domain are more inclined to let each race develop independently, and do not provide much help or convenience. I feel that this is intentional. In addition, the Silver Domain also has regulations that prohibit any high-level race from intervening in the development of new races. So you all have to rely on yourself. As long as you develop it yourself, no matter what method you use, no matter how against the sky, the Silver Domain will not care. What about weapons? Make or buy it yourself. What about starships? Make or buy it yourself. What about the army? You can form one, but you can't have outside help. Then, there are no rules and no standards. The restrictions on the races entering the city are the rules. There are corresponding management rules on planets of different levels. As for the standards, you have to set them yourself. Different races develop at different speeds, so the standards are definitely different. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself. Yes. The only thing Silver Domain provides you is a headquarters. And I can't provide you with direct help. Mia Yunju was helpless when he said this. Judging from the combat power of the orc yesterday, it is still difficult for us to deal with it. Any orc can take out weapons of that level. Shirhao felt a little powerless. Are you talking about this? I don't know what good luck that orc had. This is a quasi-purple level weapon. It usually appears on red level and above planets. On yellow level and green level planets, it is the best of the best. My Yan Lord took out the short knife and handed it to Shirhao. This short knife is your trophy. Keep it for yourself. Shirhao was stunned for a moment, looked at my Yan Lord, and then took the short knife. Don't be afraid. Not all races can enter space by their own strength. In fact, many races were brought to the Silver region by other races, or picked up an alien aircraft intentionally or unintentionally, and came to the Silver region by chance. Most races on yellow level planets, including green level planets, are the same as you, and are on par with you. Think about the situation of your own planet. Then what is the situation of 80% of the planets in the Silver region? Many races are not as developed as you, but they belong to the Silver region and are managed by the Silver region. My Yan Lord continued to reassure Shirhao. Is the aircraft so easy to pick up? Shirhao asked with disbelief. You picked up too, do you think it's a coincidence? It's the same old saying, there must be a cause for every effect, and there must be a cause for every effect. Don't forget, all levels of the Silver Domain are facing competition, and they also need strong fresh blood to supplement, so it's not surprising to use any means. Mia Yunju's words made Shirhao a little dazed, and he didn't expect that this could also be cheating. The sapphire you gave to Uncle Butte yesterday, he gave it to me, and asked me to take it back for him. Do you still have it? I also want to buy one. Mia Yunju changed the subject, fearing that he would say too much. I give you one. Shirhao said, as he took out a piece. Let's put it in perspective. How can I, the dignified Yunju, take advantage of you? According to the market price, this is 50 purple crystal coins. Keep it. Mia Yunju took out a small bag and threw it to Shirhao without any explanation. Of course, if you really want to give me something, I can give you a chance. Susu's black diamond is pretty. At this time, Mia Yunju smiled and looked at Shirhao. When Shirhao understood, he quickly took out a black diamond pendant and handed it to Mia Yunju with both hands. In order to avoid suspicion, I won't see you off. When the time is right, I will send someone to find you. Mia Yunju whispered. That Uncle Butte is indeed a good man. He should not have left yet, right? I want to invite him to visit Ninyun Star in the future. He is still there. You go. I won't see you off. Mia Yunju began to see him off. I will ask one last question. After leaving here, Shirhao didn't know who to ask, so he had to solve all the questions. You tell me. How to improve strength. Each race has different methods. But one thing is that intention is very important. This is a universal rule in the entire Silver Domain and the universe, and it is very useful. As for other aspects, some races rely on the body, such as the beasts, etc. Some rely on technology, such as the gold race, etc. Thank you, Lord Yun. At this time, Susu came in at the right time, took Shirhao downstairs to meet up with everyone, and then walk out. After coming out, Shirhao went straight to Butte's booth and said, Mr. Butte, I'm about to leave for Ninyun Star. We humans welcome you to visit Ninyun Star. Thank you, Mr. Shirhao. The human race will surely grow into a great race, and I will visit. After the two chatted for a few words, Shirhao said goodbye and left. Susu summoned the Iksha goalkeeper to send Shirhao and others to the Sky Shuttle. You have now gone from newbies to veterans, so fast that it surprised me. On behalf of the Iksha tribe, I welcome you to Iksha Star. The Iksha goalkeeper already knew that the human race was recognized by the main brain, and had a preliminary understanding of the strength of humans, so he released goodwill in advance. I have set up the star map for you. The destination is Myeonyun Star. Have a good trip. After the sky shuttle passed through the circular arch, the star map was no longer pitch black. A bright white planet that was destroyed had been lit up. After the sky shuttle flew for a few days, 6 apertures were seen in the distance, showing yellow, green, red, blue, purple, and orange respectively. As the distance got closer, the yellow aperture gradually became larger. When it got closer, it felt that the diameter of the aperture was about 1,000 kilometers. The other 5 apertures were still far away and small. It felt as if they would never be able to fly there, perhaps because other star levels were not open to them. The sky shuttle drilled through the yellow aperture and rushed towards the target. Shirhao sat there without moving, thinking about things. Thinking about what Mia Yunju said today, and the unusual look of being businesslike. It seems that the Silver Domain has strict management of races, and the rule of not allowing external forces to assist the development of a certain race makes Mia Yunju hesitate. When he first met Shirhao, the human race was just a new race, so Mia Yunju chatted very freely. The second time, Shirhao already represented a major force in the future, and Mia Yunju had to avoid suspicion. Of course, Shirhao also understood that where there is competition, there are all kinds of complicated relationships. Obviously, Mia Yunju and he have become allies. Mia Yunju counted the short knife as Shirhao's trophy, and paid for Shirhao's sapphire, which was also intentional. And Shirhao mentioned Butte because he wanted to use Butte's identity as a traveling merchant as an envoy for both parties, and Mia Yunju also understood what he meant. The sky shuttle flew at the fastest speed. Shirhao gathered everyone together, formed a circle, and began to discuss the development strategy of the human race. What do you think we should do after arriving at Myeonyun Star? Shirhao asked everyone. Chapter 160. I think since there are so few of us, and we are unfamiliar with the place, we should keep a low profile, and sneak in to observe the situation first. The pigeon looked around and spoke. Since he learned that the application to establish the human race was approved, he has not been as excited as others, and he looks worried. Others nodded frequently when they heard what the pigeon said. Our human race is so weak, I wonder if anyone else will choose the human race. Mickey also understood the difficulties ahead, with a sad face. I think there should be someone to choose. Those monsters look like ugly monsters, and humans look so pretty. Katerina said, and took a small mirror to look at herself. Beautiful women with good looks are a bit narcissistic. Bosher, there is a big problem that we have ignored. Tianing said seriously. What is the problem? Shirhao asked. The problem of clothes. At the beginning, there were fewer people who chose the human race, so it was easy. If there are more choices, how do we solve the problem of clothes? The original 5 races on the yellow level planet were the Zerg, Bat, Orc, Stone, and Giant Lizard. That day, the Orc wore armor and no clothes. So it is very likely that there will be no clothes for sale on Myeonyun Star. What should we do? Tian Ying's business acumen is not comparable to the others, and she is also very forward-looking and thinking. This is indeed a problem. You should sort out the clothes we bought first, and see how many sets there are in total. Use them first. If you need them in the future, we will find a way to Myeonyun Star. Combining what my Yan Lord told me, I have a feeling. After listening to everyone's speeches, Shirhao began to summarize. The rules of the entire Silver Domain are intentionally selecting races, although I don't know what the purpose is. Since we are already standing on the stage of the Silver Domain as representatives of the human race, we might as well be more high profile. In a word, that is to be high profile in work and low profile in life. Shirhao set the tone for things. The sky shuttle flew at the fastest speed for 8 months, and saw a milky white planet, with many small cyclones on the surface. Myeonyun Star is a planet with an atmosphere. Shirhao roughly estimated that Myeonyun Star is 3 times the size of the Earth, and revolves around a red dwarf star. At this time, a cigar-shaped starship, like the Yaksha goalkeeper, drove towards the sky shuttle. Shirhao saw this, and controlled the sky shuttle to stop. This is the Myeonyun Star Guard. We will send people to board the ship for inspection. Please cooperate. A string of cosmic language came to Shirhao's ears. Not long after the voice fell, a white light flashed, and a tall soldier, holding a stick like the Yaksha goalkeeper, stood near Shirhao and the others. It seems that these soldiers have great power, and can enter and exit other people's starships at will. Shirhao identified that this soldier was a member of the Stone clan. His body was made up of many black stones. These stones were very round and smooth, with a strong visual density. They were of different sizes, and formed the limbs and facial features of the body. The soldier looked around and said, "Are you new to the human race?" The voice was very unpleasant, like 2 stones rubbing against each other. Yes, Sure Hao replied. We have received orders, and welcome all the adults to settle in Minion Star. I will mark your starships, so you can enter and exit Minion Star at will. After saying that, the soldier raised the stick in his hand, emitting a white light, and a layer of faint white light flashed outside the entire space shuttle at the same time. Thank you. Sure Hao thanked him quickly. Because this is your first time entering Minion Star, I still have to explain the precautions for entering Minion Star as usual. Non-Minion starships are not allowed to enter without permission. Non-Stone Tribe, Zerg Tribe, Giant Lizard Tribe, Beast Tribe, and Human Tribe are not allowed to enter. Please follow me if you need to convert your race. When announcing the precautions, the soldier stood up straight and preached solemnly. My lords, the information just fed back shows that you still have some non-human life here. Do you need to convert your race? After the soldier finished his announcement, he asked, Are you referring to our pets? Sure Hao thought of those battle pets. If you register as a pet, you can enter. Each person can only register up to 3 pets. Then, Sure Hao asked the pigeon to negotiate the registration. Captain, what should we do with Tide In? Mickey asked. Sure Hao almost forgot about Tide In, a Sheeta star. Sergeant, I want to ask, if you don't register and don't convert your race, what will be the consequences? Sure Hao asked the soldier. When it enters the Minion Star realm, its body will be killed by invisible rules. When Sure Hao heard the soldier's words, he was also scared, thinking of the miserable situation of Tiadon's ancestors on Earth. Then he turned around and asked, Tide In, are you willing to become a human and enter Minion Star? Then how can I practice? I want to master the magic skills and return to the Stone Tartar Star for revenge. Tiadon's mind was also very fast. He had been eating collagen stones for so long, just to transform his body. It would be a pity to abandon this body. Then you can only register as Mickey's pet, okay? Okay. Tide was a little reluctant in his heart, but he knew there was no other way. Come on, Tide, I will treat you well, smile for me first. Mickey heard Sure Hao's arrangement and teased Tide, but Tide pouted and ignored him. Your starship can be parked at the designated berth belonging to the human headquarters. I will take you all down. After the statistics were completed, the soldier said. Sure Hao controlled the air shuttle to fly forward under the guidance of the soldier. Sir, that's the race reception area, where the body transformation of the race will be completed. There was a metal platform with a side length of about 5 kilometers floating in the air. 1/3 of the platform was empty, and the back 2/3 was occupied by a large square building. I don't know what principle he uses, but the entire platform is just floating in the air quietly. The platform is bright silver, with a metallic and sci-fi feel. What happened to the original bodies of those races? They were all destroyed, but the data has been stored in the main brain. If they want to change back to their original bodies, the main brain will give them an identical one. After listening to the Stone Clan soldier, Sure Hao felt that the main brain was even more mysterious, and he also felt that this was in line with the characteristics of advanced cosmic technology. He couldn't help but take another look at the platform. The shuttle flew forward for dozens of kilometers, and saw hundreds of various starships with diameters, or lengths, and widths ranging from several kilometers to hundreds of kilometers floating in the air. This location is outside the cloud layer of Minion Star and belongs to outer space. My lords, the 3 berths with white light over there are berths for the human race. You can park your starships there in the future, and it's free. Are those starships charged? Mickey pointed to the starships next to him. Yes, 100 yellow crystal coins are charged every day. Yellow crystal coins? If it is converted into purple crystal coins, how much is it? Sure Hao has 50 purple crystal coins in his hand, and he has to figure out the conversion method to avoid embarrassing himself when he uses them. That's not easy to calculate. 1 purple crystal coin can be exchanged for 10,000 red crystal coins, and 1 red crystal coin can be exchanged for 10,000 yellow crystal coins. The 50 purple crystal coins given by my Yan Lord can be exchanged for 5 billion yellow crystal coins. Sure Hao knows that this favor is a bit too much. The starship stops here for 1 day, which is 100 days in the Earth calendar, and costs 100 yellow crystal coins. It can be seen that the purchasing power of yellow crystal coins is still good. Where can I exchange coins? Currency Bank. My lords, you need to take the ferry to go down, which is over there. Just tell them to go to the back clan headquarters. If you say the human clan headquarters, they may not know. I wish you all the best. I take my leave first. The stone soldier reminded very considerately. After speaking, the top of the stick flashed white light, and the soldier disappeared. A moment later, the cigar-shaped starship following behind flew away quickly. It seems that the stick-like thing is not simple, and it plays the role of transmission or auxiliary transmission. With a previous experience of the conflict with the orcs at the reception center, Shirhao asked everyone to equip daggers and laser swords. After thinking for a while, he asked everyone to dismantle the laser guns and put them in their backpacks, and also bring them with them as a hidden weapon. Shirhao moved, and everyone and the battle pets were teleported out of the space shuttle. I don't know if it was a coincidence or the rules here. The position where they came out happened to be standing on a corridor about 30 meters wide in front of the space shuttle. Shirhao and his friends walked towards the ferry. As soon as he took a step, Shirhao felt that the gravity here should be twice that of the Earth. There was a large platform in front of him, and there were more than a dozen ferryboats parked around the platform. These ferryboats were only a few dozen meters long, and their appearance was similar to the cigar-shaped starships of those soldiers, but half the size. It can be seen that the workmanship and materials are much worse, and they are not at the same level at all. Hey, you must be the new human adults, right? A big rat-like creature with a pointed face, short black hair, and a tail behind it, but was grinning at Shirhao and the others. Shirhao knew that this was the rat tribe. Alas, as long as Lan San is here, we can't get any work at all. A rat tribe member, who was also waiting for customers, said. Why is there a new race? Humans? Why haven't I heard of it? Another rat tribe member asked. You can see for yourself. With such poor information, how can you beat Lan San? He is here. I might as well rest and wait for him to leave. An older rat tribe member said calmly. You must need a guide, right? I, Lan San, have a nickname on Ninyun Star called Little Smart. There is no information that I can't find out. Don't worry, gentlemen. I'm asking for a fair price. The ferry fee is 200 yellow crystal coins, and the guide fee is 400 yellow crystal coins. I want a total of 500 yellow crystal coins. What do you think? Lan San seems to be an old hand. He clearly marked the price and dispelled Shirhao and others' concerns with a few words. Shirhao really needs a guide, otherwise he will be in the dark and know nothing. Which ferry is yours? Lead the way. Shirhao waved his hand and let Lan San lead the way. Lan San led everyone to a ferry that was a bit old but clean in appearance, and motioned Shirhao and others to board the ship. Lan San, take us to the coin bank first, and then take us around. Shirhao said to Lan San, who was manually driving while sitting on the ferry that was leaking air. Okay, sir. Lan San, are you the indigenous race of Ninyun Star? Yes, sir. Isn't the rat tribe a large tribe? Why are they an indigenous race? Shirhao saw in the article stored in the light ball at the reception that the rat tribe is a large tribe. The number of the rat tribe is large because there are many branches, and some branches are still in an uncivilized state, which lowers the impression of the rat tribe. Especially those high-level races are very repulsive to the rat tribe. In addition, the rat tribe has strong vitality and can survive on many planets. So many indigenous peoples on many planets are also rat tribe. Shirhao understood that if a large tribe is the starting life of a planet, it may also be an indigenous people, which is not a conflict. Then do you know where the bats went after they withdrew? As far as I know, they seem to have withdrawn to another planet in this galaxy. That planet was later transformed by the bats. They did not apply for planet rating, so they are not restricted by the Silver Domain race management rules. In other words, planets without ratings are lawless places, and any race can operate on them. Shirhao muttered to himself. You can say that, sir? How many such planets without ratings are there? It is said that the number is 3 times the number of yellow-level planets. They are all planets with very harsh environments, and are not suitable for most races to survive. 80% of the planets in the void are wild planets, and have not been developed. This is easy for Shirhao to understand. In human cognition, the majority of planets in the universe have harsh environments. You should be careful of the bats. They have made a harsh statement that they will take back Ninyun Star sooner or later. Lan San reminded. Chapter 161. After hearing what Lan San said, Shirhao didn't say anything, but his face became a little gloomy. He didn't expect the Bat clan to stay in this galaxy. Just like Mars and Earth, the shuttle can run back and forth in a few hours. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? This is what Shirhao is thinking now. At this time, the ferry began to pass through the thick white clouds. This cloud layer was 1 kilometer thick and very solid, wrapping the entire Ninyun Star like a big cotton candy. After passing through the clouds, Shirhao found that the entire Ninyun Star was shrouded in darkness, even those areas in the daytime. Lan San, is Ninyun Star so dark every day? Seeing this scene, Shirhao felt more and more uncomfortable. Yes, sir. But I heard that it was not like this a long time ago. The temperature was higher, and the light was brighter. What caused this situation on Minyan Star? It is said that the bats transformed it because they liked this environment and thickened the clouds. Shirhao thought of the bats living in dark corners on Earth, and thought that these guys are really the same. Others also tilted their heads to observe Minyan Star, trying to have some sense of substitution. After all, this will be the origin of the Silver Domain human race. As the ferry flew lower and lower, a city with a huge area appeared in the field of vision. The buildings were all gray and not high, in rows and rows. The whole city was dead. Lan San said that this city was the largest city on Minyan Star, called Minyan City. Many small aircraft were flying randomly on the top of the buildings. My lords, I docked the ferry and transferred to a small ground ship to take you to the currency bank. While Lan San was talking, the ferry had already docked in a large berth. After getting off, Shirhao felt that the gravity of Minyan Star was about twice that of the Earth. He was a little uncomfortable walking, but it didn't affect him much. After a while, a streamlined aircraft without wheels and suspended in flight flew to the side of the crowd and stopped. The entire aircraft was streamlined, made of metal, and had a very rough appearance. My lords, please get on board. After everyone got on, Lan San jumped into the driver's seat from the side. This aircraft is similar to the flying car on Earth, but it is a circle larger. The design and layout inside have a huge contrast with the entire city, and it has a very technological feel. This is made by the Jin clan, and it is also my favorite. Lan San couldn't help showing off his car. Can Minyan Star make its own flying car? Shirhao was a little surprised that the products of the Jin clan could be sold here. No, those idiots from the Bat tribe only know how to make all kinds of venom, and nothing else. I'm starting it, everyone, hold on tight. The flying car roared forward, and in order to give Shirhao and the others a direct understanding of Minyan City, Lan San deliberately flew very low. The entire street and the houses next to it are made of stone, with a simple style, and the street is more than 100 meters wide. There are few pedestrians nearby, including Zerg, Beast, Stone and Giant Lizard. How many people are there on Minyan Star? Shirhao asked when he saw the sparse pedestrians. When the Bat tribe was here, there were 20 billion. After the Bat tribe was driven out, there were only 6 billion, including our 1 billion Rat tribe. Lan San really knows everything and answers every question. Why are there so many Bat people on Minyan Star? Why are so many Bat people eliminated? Mickey asked in confusion. Because the environment of this planet is very suitable for Bat people to live, there are many Bat people. There are many Bat people on Minyan Star, but it does not mean that there are many Bat people on other yellow-level planets. Tianning analyzed it for Mickey. People of other races do not wear clothes. Katarina said while looking outside, at most some of them wear a few pieces of armor. Clothes? That thing can only be afforded by higher races. It is expensive and troublesome to wear. I am so free. Lan San continued Katarina's words. Shirhao and others heard Lan San's words and smiled bitterly. Does Minyan Star have raw materials for making clothes? No matter how difficult it is, the problem of clothes must be solved, Tianning asked. I don't think any yellow-level planets can provide materials for making clothes. No one has studied it because there is no demand. There are materials for making armor. You can kill wild beasts in the wild and take their fur. But it's very expensive. Think about it. Minyan Star used to have a population of 20 billion. How many resources would it need? When the Bat tribe evacuated, they basically took away all the resources of Minyan Star. Now everything is in short supply. If there is no textile industry, the gifts from nature alone will definitely not be enough. My lords, I'm not trying to discourage you. Minyan Star is the worst among all the race headquarters. Even among the yellow-level planets, it ranks very low. The Bat tribe is not as good as the Rat tribe. Unfortunately, the Rat tribe is not united and each plays their own game. As they were talking, they arrived at the coin bank. There was a shop sign at the door. There was a big coin pattern on the sign. The coin bank is managed by Inu and has a good reputation. Lan San took Shirhao inside and introduced them as they walked. Shirhao knew that it was a crime to possess a treasure, so he only took out a purple crystal coin to exchange. He tiptoed and handed the purple crystal coin into the counter. The counter was designed to be very high. It might be just right for other races, but it was a bit too high for humans. Excuse me, sir, do you need a card? A female voice came from behind the counter. Give me 100,000 yellow crystal coins, and save the rest in the card. 100 million yellow crystal coins must be a lot, so it's better to save them. Okay, sir, we can get you a red crystal card. Soon, a card and a bag were handed over from inside. Shihao took out a yellow crystal coin and looked at it carefully. It was round, the size of 2 1 yuan coins of the yen country currency. The material seems to be made of yellow jade, and it feels very soft. Shihao broke it with his hands and found it very solid. Sir, the material of this yellow crystal coin is very hard and difficult to be destroyed. There is a hint of rules in it, and it cannot be imitated. That's right. The entire silver domain is so large, and the circulation environment is so poor, so the material and technology must be excellent. Can this card be automatically paid? Shihao thought of the cashless payment method of yen country. What is automatic payment? Shihao explained it, and Lan San understood. You can't swipe a card in that kind of small store. But you can use cards in car sales stores, starship sales stores, and race conversion stores. All stores opened by races from red-level planets can accept credit cards. It seems that those high-level races are not only noble, but also technologically advanced. After exchanging the coins, Lan San took Shihao and others to fly to the human race headquarters. When they flew to a wide and somewhat empty street, they saw several black flying cars flying quickly in front and behind, and then surrounded their flying cars in the middle. Is the public security in Union Star very chaotic? Shihao saw that Lan San was a little flustered and asked. It turns out that when the Bat tribe was there, other races were suppressed and dared not make trouble, so the public security was acceptable. In the past few days, many forces are ready to move, and the situation is gradually out of control. At this time, 8 tall and strong beastmen got off from the 4 cars in front and behind, holding sticks or knives in their hands and wearing armor. My lords, please sit down, I rush over. Lan San nervously gripped the joystick of the flying car. Don't worry, they should be coming for us. Is there no one here to take care of public security? Shihao asked as he told everyone to get ready for the fight. Yes, but most of them were from the Bat tribe before, and now they are short of manpower. It is said that the security bureau is also in chaos. While Lan San was talking, Shihao and his men had already gotten off the car. It seems that we have to rely on ourselves. Shihao said to the others. I am in a good mood today, you can just leave a few purple crystal coins and leave. One of the orcs said with disdain, he should be the leader of these people. Oh, what if you are in a bad mood? Mickey stood in the front, pretending to be nonchalant, and asked back. If it's not good, you may not be able to stand and talk to me. Really? I tell you, I'm not in a good mood either. Tai-Dan, come on. As soon as Mickey finished speaking, Tai-Dan excitedly rushed to the front. Come on, try Tiedon's invincible spitting attack. Tai-Dan had been practicing for several years, but had never had a chance to fight. After saying that, he started to rush towards the 4 orcs in front. When he was almost in front of them, his body began to spin, spinning faster and faster. After a while, there was a muffled bang sound, and the wall of a house next to the street was knocked down by Tai-Dan. Mickey felt a sour tooth and couldn't bear to watch any more. It turned out that when Tai-Dan accelerated his rotation, he didn't control the direction well, and he turned more and more off, and finally hit the wall at the fastest speed. Seeing this, the orcs laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. You are quite self-aware, and you made me very happy. The orc leader said with a smile. Happy, you big-headed ghost? Tiedon's voice came from behind him. He just turned his head back, and saw a shiny black leg with an equally shiny black big foot kicking him in the face. The leader fell to the ground with his head raised, motionless. Let you taste my Foshan shadowless kick, hum? Tai-Dan was very proud of his success. The remaining orcs, seeing that the opponent was also a tough guy, drew out their knives and sticks to attack. Use laser swords, each of you leave one hand. Shihao said, drew out the laser sword and rushed towards the orc closest to him. The battle pet was not to be outdone, and pounced on those orcs. As expected, the battle was resolved in a few dozen seconds. There were 7 arms left in total. Mickey walked over and cut off the arm of the orc who fell to the ground. At this time, many people had gathered around. We are the new race of the human race in the Silver region. Today we are here to take over the headquarters of the original Bat tribe. If you want to switch to the human race, I guarantee that you will have clothes to wear and weapons to use. The quick battle just now was to establish authority. If you are a friend, we welcome you to visit the human race headquarters. If you are an enemy, we will never show mercy. After Shihao finished speaking, he invited everyone to get in the car. Under Shihao's urging, Lan San remembered to start the flying car, and he was also stunned. Just when he was about to start and leave, the car was stopped again. I saw 2 giant lizards and a rat standing in front. My lord, the rat is the Star Master of Minion Star, and the giant lizard is the newly appointed Minion Star security officer. Lan San saw the person clearly and introduced him quickly. You don't have to go down. Sure Hao instructed everyone. He had just caught a glimpse of the Star Master, hiding in the corner, so there was no need to give him too much face. After Sure Hao went down, he asked directly, I wonder what your intentions are. This must be the human Sure Hao, right? The rat man shook his pointed head slightly while speaking. I am Qin Yuan, the Star Master of Minion. This is Minion Star Guard Officer Sha Mu. We were originally going to go to space in person to welcome Master Sure Hao, but we are busy with official duties and cannot get away. Please forgive us, Master Sure Hao, Qin Yuan said hypocritically. These reckless orcs are the root cause of the chaos in the public security of Minion Star. Master Sure Hao is frightened. Sha Mu continued Qin Yuan's words. I didn't expect Lord Sure Hao to be so skilled, so awesome. Tonight, I want to invite Lord Sure Hao to visit the Star Lord's mansion. Do you have time? Qin Yuan told the purpose of this trip. Sure Hao thought that the human race's headquarters was on Minion Star, and he would have to deal with these 2 people frequently in the future, so he controlled his temper and agreed. Thank you, lords. I go to the headquarters first, and will be on time tonight. After Sure Hao finished speaking, he bowed and got on the flying car, and whizzed away. Waste. Qin Yuan spat at the orcs on the ground, and turned around and left with Sha Mu. No one cared about the orcs with broken arms. They struggled to get on the flying car, and left in embarrassment. Captain, this fight was too exciting. Looking at this broken city, I feel depressed. Mickey's excitement was not over yet. Titan stretched his head forward behind him, wanting to find someone to praise him, but unfortunately no one paid attention to him. Brother Hao, I noticed that you had become more and more reckless since you came to the Silver region. After all, this is someone else's territory. Why don't you take the opportunity to build relationships with that Star Master and the security officer? On Earth, Sure Hao was a very stable and cautious person. Katarina didn't understand his change. Katarina, are you crazy? Hearing Katarina's words, Tianning continued. Why am I crazy? The Bat tribe has evacuated, and Minion City is in a turbulent moment. If we are not strong enough, more forces will bully us. Tianning explained the power relationship. Besides, think about who we are. Who are we? Are you stupid? We are the founders and supreme leaders of the human race in the Silver Domain. The human race will spread all over the Silver Domain in the future. Do you think we are stronger, or a Star Master and a security officer? Hey, you're right. Not to mention spreading all over the Silver Domain. Even if it's all over Minion Star, I won't give him a good face if that Star Master comes. You are still smart, Katarina said, tapping Tianying's head with her finger, and then the two chattered non-stop. Minion City is very big. After dozens of minutes, Lan Sankai brought Sure Hao and others to the headquarters of the human race, which is the entrance of the original Bat Tribe headquarters. Everyone got out of the car. Ugh, looking at the scene in front of her, Katarina almost vomited. Chapter 162. The Bat Clan's headquarters is located in the western suburbs of Minion City. When the location was selected, the Bat Clan deliberately avoided the city center to facilitate expansion. The entire headquarters is 15 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. The appearance is like a towering castle. The high walls around are covered with a lot of disgusting mucus, which is black and occasionally emits a glimmer of light. In addition to the mucus, there are many corpses of Bat Clan members hanging on the walls. The gloomy horror and disgusting, plus the pungent smell, are why Katarina reacted like this. Why are there so many corpses of Bat Clan members here? Sure Hao turned his head and asked Lan Sandow. The Bat Tribe wants to refine poison, and all kinds of corpses are the best raw materials. In addition to the Stone Tribe, they also took the corpses of the Zerd Tribe, Giant Lizard Tribe, Beast Tribe, and even our Rat Tribe, but they did it in secret. They even put the corpses of their own people in a conspicuous position to shut up other races. It is precisely because the Bat Tribe is so disgusting that many other small tribes that originally chose the Bat Tribe have chosen to switch to other tribes again. Lan San has no good impression of the Bat Tribe. Does that mean that all these mucus are poisonous? Sure Hao pointed at the black, sticky mucus hanging on the wall and asked. It is said that these mucus are the raw materials for their poison. Oh, it's too disgusting. This piece of land is ruined, Mickey said sadly. Sure Hao did not expect this to be the case. He circled the entire castle, and found that there was a vacuum zone of about 5 kilometers between the surrounding houses and the castle. It seems that the people of Minion City do not like this castle either. After turning around, Hao took out the laser sword, with the blade kept at 1 meter long, and then stabbed it into the ground. The laser sword easily penetrated the ground, and smoke came out of the ground. Then Hao dragged the sword handle back a few meters, and a hole was pulled out of the ground. Hao put away the laser sword and took out the dagger to cut the ground. It felt that the hardness of the ground was much higher than that of the earth. Lan San, is our starship allowed to fly down? No, sir. Your starship is too big. The Silver Domain stipulates that for yellow-level planets, starships with a maximum size of more than 10 kilometers are not allowed to land on the surface of the planet. Does that mean spherical starships with a diameter of no more than 10 kilometers are allowed? Hao continued to ask. Yes, sir. Mickey, Pigeon, you two go back with Titan and drive the Hunter 10 over. I have to trouble you to take them there again. I pay you double the reward. After Hao explained to Mickey and Pigeon, he turned to Lan San and said. Several people got on Lan San's flying car and rushed to the ferry. Tianning and Katarina kept wearing hoods to isolate the pungent smell and stayed far away from the castle wall. Hao saw the two of them, sniffed, and coughed because of the choking, and also covered his mouth and stepped back. Soon, the Hunter 10 arrived near the castle and flew over Hao and his group. With a flash of blue light, Hao, Tianning and Katarina disappeared from the spot and boarded the Hunter 10. Tied in. Where is the laser cannon installed? Can it be fired normally? Hao didn't know much about the mechanism inside the Hunter 10. Captain, are you going to blow up this castle? Mickey asked hurriedly when he heard Hao wanted a laser cannon. I want to uproot this castle. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, thinking they had heard it wrong. You can fire it. Titan replied. Raise the Hunter 10 a little higher, then retreat a little, and aim the laser cannon at 1 kilometer outside the castle wall. Hao gestured as he spoke, and Titan didn't understand for a moment. He simply handed over the control of the Hunter 10 to Hao. Now, Hao's telekinesis is 1 level stronger than Tiedon's, and controlling the Hunter 10 is a piece of cake. After he pondered for a few minutes, the Hunter 10 began to slowly rise into the air and retreat. After a while, a hole opened in the lower middle side of the Hunter 10, and a turret-like thing stretched out, and the laser cannon was fixed on it. Hao adjusted the angle of the turret, which was about 45 degrees to the ground. Then he started from the starting position of 1 kilometer from the wall on one side of the castle, and turned on the laser beam. Then he controlled the Hunter to move along a line parallel to the wall. In this way, the Hunter made 3 90-degree turns along the periphery of the castle, cutting off the surrounding ground from the castle. Hao stared at the castle, and saw a slight sinking of the castle, knowing that the separation had been successful. He let the Hunter float in the air. At this time, many people were watching around. They didn't understand what the starship was doing, but they didn't miss it. It seems that the crowd doesn't distinguish between planets and galaxies. Hao asked Lan San and found out that 1 day and night on Minyan Star is equivalent to 2 months on Earth, and it is just noon now. He and Qin Yun agreed to visit the Star Lord's mansion in the evening, and there is still half a month according to the Earth calendar. Hao felt that the Silver Domain calendar and the Earth calendar were troublesome enough, and now there was the Minyan calendar. Every time he arrived at a planet, it would be different, which was a bit of a headache. Because Minyan Star was the headquarters of the human race, more and more people would come from Earth in the future. For the convenience of calculation, he directly calculated the time according to the Earth calendar. Feeling that it was still early, he asked Lan San, Stan Country, if I want to lift this castle and transport it away, do you have any way? Hao thought it was easier to call Stan Country, so he called it that. Lan San was very surprised. This idea was too crazy, but this unknown challenge made him very excited. If we encounter heavier and larger things and want to transport them, we will call more small star ships to cooperate in transportation. For this castle, I think we can just find more of the kind of ferry I drive. How long is your ferry? How heavy can it pull up? I haven't tried this. Lan San's face showed guilt, and he secretly decided to figure out this problem after returning. Bosher, I recorded that his ferry is 80 meters long. When we got on the ferry with our pets, the data on the ship showed that the load was about 10%. The castle is 30 meters high, and the wall is made of the stone commonly used in Minyan City. The weight can be calculated based on the density. The gravity in Minyan City is 1.8 times that of the Earth. According to my estimate, his ferry can lift a wall that is 1 meter wide and 30 meters high. The final result is that even if the ferry is 100 meters apart, it is difficult to lift the castle, and 15,000 ferries are needed. After hearing Tian Ying's well-reasoned explanation, everyone was stunned, and the carrier pigeon gave her a thumbs up. After hearing Tian Ying's account, Shihao gently stroked his forehead. He originally wanted to hang up the entire castle, which would have the most visual impact, enhance the momentum of the human race, and let the people of Minyan City see the strength of the human race. Now it seems that he has to give up. Shihao once again started the Hunter Tan and flew to the top of the castle, with the muzzle pointing vertically downward. Then he shuttled back and forth above, cutting the entire castle dozens of times horizontally and vertically. Then he came to the side of the castle, and the Hunter Tan descended and adjusted the laser muzzle to be parallel to the ground. Cut once every 10 meters, cut twice in the middle, and divided the 30-meter-high castle into 3 sections, and then cut it almost close to the ground again to separate the castle from the ground. The entire castle collapsed and turned into several small pieces. Stan, help me find 100 ferries to carry these garbage away. Where to transport them? Far from Minyan City, it's better to find a deep pit to throw them down. After hearing what Shihao said, Lan Sen was ready to take action. Wait. Shihao counted out 2,000 yellow crystal coins and gave them to Lan Sen. Then he threw the bag of yellow crystal coins to him. The 2,000 are for you. There will be more after the work is completed. The rest is the wages for the ferries. Tell them to double the wages and speed up. If the money is not enough, ask me again. Also, let them shout and let everyone in Minyan City know that we humans have demolished the Bat Tribe's nest. He took the 2,000 yellow crystal coins and the money bag in his hand and ran towards his ferry happily. Afterwards, Taidan teleported Lan San and his ferry out. Captain, aren't you afraid that he will take the money and run away? The carrier pigeon asked on the side. We are too short of people and need to find some helpers. I want to see if he is reliable. Not long after, the ferry that was working did not come, but people who came to watch the excitement came one after another. It seems that Lan San's work efficiency is still quite high. About 2 hours later, the ferry began to rush over from all directions. Since the Bat Tribe withdrew from Minyan Star, the business of these ferry ships has been much worse. This time there is a big business, and the enthusiasm of the 100 ferry ships is high. When flying here, they deliberately made a big circle and spread the news all over the city. The lifeless Minyan City suddenly became very lively. Lan San not only recruited 100 ferry ships, but also found 200 craftsmen to come, with tools and ropes. They tied up the small pieces of the building, and then hung them under the ferry to transport them away. After everything was arranged, Ransan came over. Shihao saw him and teleported him in. Sir, what do you think of this arrangement? Very good, you are very thoughtful. Shihao looked at the busy construction site, and was satisfied from the bottom of his heart. Stangua, I want to buy a ferry like yours, and a ground-flying car. Where can I buy it? How much does it cost? Since we have started to work hard here, the family property must be worth it. An ordinary ferry ship costs about 200 million yellow crystal coins, and ground-flying cars range from 2 million yellow crystal coins to 10 million. Shihao calculated for a while, and said, don't buy a ferry for now, buy 2 flying cars of about 5 million. Tian Ying, Katarina, Mickey, you and Stangua go buy 2 flying cars. Then go to the currency bank and withdraw 20 million yellow crystal coins. Shihao said, and handed the card to Tian Ying. Tian Ying is in charge of finances. Shihao is relieved. Mickey used to be a bodyguard. Several people followed Lan San and left the Hunter Tan again. Carrier Pigeon, debug the switch and see how far it can cover. Mayan Lord told Shihao that the main brain did not release the communication function. Judging from the performance of the elves, the communication methods of various races are confidential and cannot communicate with each other. So they have to solve the communication problem themselves. Shihao stood there and looked at the ferry at work. He found that the people in Minyan City were very Buddhist and worked very slowly. At this speed, it would take 2 or 3 months to clean up, and he couldn't help but frown. Shihao originally thought that it would cost 300,000 or 400,000 yellow crystal coins to transport this pile of garbage, but looking at their efficiency, it is estimated that the wages will double. He was reluctant to buy the ferry. Although he still had 49 purple crystal coins, it was just a drop in the bucket for the construction of the human race headquarters. It seems that I have to find a way to make money, Shihao said to himself. Chapter 163. After more than 10 hours, Mickey and his friends came back, driving 2 bright silver flying cars. The appearance is very similar to the front of a super truck on Earth. The entire body is more than 30 meters long and looks particularly rough, but when you get closer, you can see that the workmanship is very delicate. The car also comes with a thick instruction manual in cosmic language. The cover shows that the manufacturer of the flying car is called Silver Domain Gold Clan Ship. Sure Hao roughly flipped through the manual. There are many functions and high technical content. There are two ways of manual control and telekinesis control. The bright silver color on the surface of this flying car is not achieved by spray painting technology, but the natural color of the metal shell of the flying car. The flying car is powered by a liquid hydrogen and helium mixture. There should be a miniature nuclear fusion device inside. Suspended flight only talks about the control method, not the technology used. With the current technological level on Earth, nuclear fusion devices cannot be so small. Boss sure, these two flying cars cost a total of 12 million yellow crystal coins, and they are mid to high-end models there. I visited their store, and they sell everything from starships to miniature civilian flying cars. The technical content is at least several orders of magnitude higher than the Hausher Galaxy flying car. It has become a habit for Tianjin to collect market information. They have a kind of high-end starship that is so cool. It looks a bit like a shuttle, but the surface is not smooth and has many additional devices. It's just too expensive. Only models are displayed here, and they don't accept yellow crystal coins, but 1,000 purple crystal coins. The salesperson there said arrogantly that no one on Mianyun Star can afford that kind of starship, so there is no need to display the real thing. Mickey's excitement about buying a flying car has not completely dissipated. Like a big boy, he likes cool and novel things. Stan Country, is the Golden Clan the only one in the entire Silver region that has the ability to build starships? Sure Hao turned to ask Lan San after hearing what Tianjin and Mickey said. I don't know much about this, but the starship and flying car sales on Mianyun Star belong to the Golden Clan, and they have a monopoly on Mianyun Star. I heard that the elves and the dark spirits also have their own style of starships, but I haven't seen them. Lan San has never been out of Mianyun Star. After all, this is a yellow-level planet. It is normal that he doesn't know about things on high-level planets. Sure Hao didn't ask any more questions, but pointed to the ferry outside and said, Stan Country, can they work faster? How long will it take to finish this? Tianjin, Katarina, Mickey and the pigeon all looked outside. I saw that the pile of garbage had only disappeared a little compared to when they went out. The ferry was lined up in a long line, and the workers were also lined up in a long line. They didn't even think about lining up in several teams or dispersing for transportation. And they were all working at a moderate pace, without any sense of urgency. They chatted while working, and sat down to rest from time to time. Sir, since the wages have been doubled, their speed is considered fast. Lan San looked outside and felt that there was no problem. This was the normal speed of Mianyun Star. Is this called positive? Xingge asked, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. If there were so many ferries in Yin Country, at least half of the work would have been done by now. Xingge, do you know why it took us more than 10 hours to buy a car? After deciding on the model, it took 2 hours to pay the money and 7 or 8 hours to pick up the car when there was no one in line in front. I thought they were bullying customers because of their size. After observing, other people who bought cars were not in a hurry at all and just waited there. It felt normal. Katarina shook her head helplessly while speaking. 1 day for them is equivalent to 1 month for us, and 1 year for the Silver Domain is equivalent to 100 years for us. Their work efficiency is indeed normal. Tianjin saw it clearly. Then our time on Earth is 100 times faster than theirs? Katarina spread her hands and said in surprise. You can understand it this way. Then we are cheating, haha. This is our opportunity. After hearing their chat, Sure Hao said to everyone, Stan, go and announce that, based on the number of cargoes carried, the ferry with the largest number of cargoes will receive an additional 10,000 yellow crystal coins. The second place will receive 9,000 yellow crystal coins. The 10th place will receive 1,000 yellow crystal coins. The 10th place will only receive wages, no rewards. Tianjin, you and Katarina will assist Stan in counting the number of cargoes, and no one is allowed to check the number of cargoes during the process. Lan San did not react for a moment. He did not understand Sure Hao's intention. Because on Mianyun Star, you have always been paid according to the amount of work you do, and it has never been so complicated. But he still led Tianjin and Katarina onto the ferry to inform everyone. Captain, what if someone just wants to get paid? Xingge asked. Then they have lost the opportunity to cooperate with us for a long time. Sure Hao said coldly. Xingge didn't quite understand what else there was to cooperate with, but didn't ask again. After Tianjin and the others went out, the ferries stopped after a while. After more than 30 minutes of explanation, they finally understood the new policy, and some of the first to understand it took action immediately. The efficiency of more than half of the ferries has been significantly improved. But there are still more than 20 ferries that are still doing their own thing and mixing. Captain, I changed the switch, and the quantum communication signal should be able to cover a radius of 300 kilometers. Shingo was busy all the time except when he stopped talking. He modified some components of a set of spare quantum switches to increase the signal transmission power, thereby increasing the coverage range. This can already cover more than half of Minyan City, almost. Shihao had already asked Lan San clearly that Minyan City is about 500 kilometers long and 300 kilometers wide. The human race headquarters is located on the edge of the narrower side. Can we make a large number of communication headsets and frequency-divided dialing systems? Shihao thought for a moment and asked again. This is not difficult. Before we left, General 1 asked Fang Jie to send all the equipment, materials, and tools originally prepared for the Pioneer to the space shuttle, which can be used. Oh, why didn't I know? When I went to receive it, I seemed to tell you something when I came back. Shihao thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Hearing that these things were also brought with him, Shihao was very happy and had more choices. Then you make dozens of earphones first and test the frequency bands. I want to build a communication station in Minyan City. Without quantum satellites, we can only make do with this. Shihao instructed the pigeon. Taidan was beside the pigeon, looking at his flexible hands, very envious, and tried to help him. The two of them whispered while doing it. Shihao sat there thinking about the problem of making money. He felt that this was much more difficult than fighting and killing, but he had to take the step. The reward strategy was changed, and the ferry was much more efficient. When Shihao and his team arrived on the first evening of Minyan Star, the entire castle, including the cut-off ground, was cleaned up, leaving a large inverted pyramid-shaped pit on the ground. Judging from the traces around the pit, the mucus had penetrated 10 meters deep underground. Shihao went down to take a look and decided to dig out everything below. This work could only be carried out during the second day. 100 ferry boats, double wages is 5,000 yellow crystal coins per boat. This cost 500,000, plus the yellow crystal coins as reward, and then gave Lan San an additional 20,000 yellow crystal coins. The total cost is about 580,000. The number of completed ferry boats ranked first is 3 times that of the last one. Shihao deliberately changed into a white casual suit, put on a white top hat, and held a civilized stick in his hand. This is one of the clothes he specially prepared before leaving. Shihao asked Lan San to leave those ferry boats with a higher number of completed than the average, and gather the people together. He has something to say. Soon, 48 ferry boats found an open place to stop, and people gathered around Shihao and his team. Most of them were rat people, and a small number of stone people and beast people, but no giant lizard people and insect people. We humans have just arrived at Minyan Star. Thank you for your support. Tianing, these 48 people plus Stan will each receive 1,000 yellow crystal coins as a thank you gift. After Shihao gathered everyone together, he said a few words and started to distribute money again. Lan San has earned more than 20,000 yellow crystal coins today, which is equivalent to his income for 5 days. When he heard Shihao's words, he immediately jumped up and bowed to express his gratitude. Then he helped Tianing distribute it. Thank you, everyone. Lan San shouted while distributing money. Thank you, everyone. Others followed suit. They were also happy, especially those in the top 10, who felt that the money was made easily. Do you still want to make money? After the money was distributed, Shihao asked loudly. Without a doubt, everyone shouted, yes. There is a Chinese saying that goes, the world is bustling with people for profit, and the world is bustling with people for profit. Shihao grasped the essence of this sentence, and it seems to be true in the universe. Do you know why I chose you? Everyone shook their heads. Because you have taken practical actions to make money, you have done more work than others, so the opportunity should be given to you. Everyone, give yourselves a round of applause. After Shihao finished speaking, the people below did not respond. What is applause? They have no idea. Seeing this, Tianing immediately took the lead in clapping and raised her hands high to demonstrate. Come on, everyone clap your hands. Mickey immediately understood it, and shouted and led the rhythmic clapping. The people below followed suit and clapped their hands. Although some of them looked like idiots when clapping, everyone believed that they would get better with regular practice. Shihao was a little embarrassed. If he had to, how could he deceive people like those salesmen in the Yen Kingdom? Help me promote in Minyan City. As long as you convert one person to a human body, we will give you a commission of 100 yellow crystal coins. If anyone among you wants to convert to human identity, I will waive your handling fee. Everyone who converts to human identity needs to pay a handling fee of 1,000 yellow crystal coins, of which 200 yellow crystal coins are taken away by the silver domain, and the remaining 800 yellow crystal coins belong to the corresponding race. Every silver domain year, that is, 100 years of the Earth calendar, will collect another 1,000 yellow crystal coins for usage fees, which is also divided into 20% and 80%. We will prepare 200 sets of clothing for the first 200 family members who join the human race. In addition, we will also give you a free communication headset, so you can talk to your friends in Minion City at will, regardless of race and time. The first offer is not very attractive to these races, who are used to being naked. But they were furious when they heard the second one. Some races' communication methods are only suitable for people of their own race, and other races cannot use them. Some races will not open their communication systems to the outside world in order to restrict the development of other inferior races. So the communication barriers between races have never been solved, but many people have friends from all races, which is extremely inconvenient. This is what Shirhao asked Lan San about. So the second condition is very attractive. I have a request for everyone, and I have to explain it first. After explaining the benefits, Shirhao made a request. That is, once you receive the clothes, you must wear them, and you are not allowed to appear naked on the streets or other public places at any time, otherwise we will terminate our cooperation with you. Shirhao couldn't imagine the scene of naked people on the streets. When Shirhao and his team set out, they had a lot of clothes, more than 400 sets in total, but they didn't expect to use them now. I believe you have heard that wearing clothes is a symbol of advanced civilization. Don't you envy those glamorous advanced races? Shirhao raised his civilization staff and pointed at everyone, sweeping around and asked. I think about it, but we are born as an inferior race. What can we do? Even if we wear clothes, we still can't get out of Minion Star? We are lucky to be able to survive. Don't think too much. Everyone talked at once. It may be just like what you said before. There is no hope, no need, no way. Now that we humans are here, it's another matter. As long as you are willing, we can take you out. Are you willing to try? Shirhao threw this question. Okay, think about it. Come find us here tomorrow if you've made up your mind. I'm leaving now to visit the Star Lord's mansion. Bye. Shirhao didn't wait for their answer, and told everyone to turn around and leave. Stangua, I have to trouble you to lead the way. It was already pitch black. Stangua hurried over to turn on the lights on the ferry. Everyone began to disperse. Everyone, I, Lan San, am ready to follow you, the adults. There are not many opportunities. I hope you will seize them. Lan San used the lights to guide everyone away. Then he quickly came to Shirhao. My lord, we can set off now. Let's take the newly bought flying car. The Hunter Tan will be parked here. Because there were weapons on the Hunter, the noise today was so loud that it had spread early. Although Shirhao had no intention of currying favor with Star Lord Qin Yun, it was obviously impolite to drive the Hunter to the Star Lord's mansion. Of course, they would not leave their daggers and laser swords. Under the guidance of Lan San, the two brand new flying cars flew straight from the sky of Minion City to the Star Lord's mansion. My lords, I have something to make clear. Qin Yun is my uncle. My real name is Qin San. But I can guarantee that I have no second thoughts. It's just that I am well informed, so I know that your human race replaced the bat race. It was just a coincidence that day. Lan San, now should be called Qin San, said this to Shirhao a little surprised. He didn't expect that he and Qin Yun were from the same family. He looked at Qin San and didn't say anything. My news is all from the Zerg. They sell a Zerg newspaper every day, and I buy one every day and read the content carefully. Qin San spoke a little incoherently. Besides, I really want to follow the adults. I also plan to transform into a human body. Qin San hurriedly expressed his loyalty. What is your relationship with Qin Yun? I am not interested. You can follow us, because I think you can do things well. In addition, don't rush to transform into a human body. Some things may require you to use the identity of the rat tribe to do them. Qin San breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Shirhao's words. Based on his judgment of the matter, coupled with Shirhao's methods of doing things, Qin San felt that he might really leave the yellow level planet and go to the green level planet. Is Minion City always so dark at night? Shirhao looked at the pitch-black Minion City below, with only a few bright lights flashing from time to time. Because the Bat Tribe is not afraid of darkness, they like to be active at night, so the streets of Minion City are not illuminated. I learned from the insect newspaper that many cities on yellow-level planets are not like this, and the night is as bright as the day. Qin San's voice was full of envy. After arriving at a bright area in the city center, Qin San slowed down the flying car and landed on a huge square. The square was very large, with several large flying cars parked and a starship. There was an open channel around the square. At this time, Qin Yun and Sha Mu had come from a distance. They already knew that Shi Hao had dug up the Bat Tribe castle and transported it away, and they no longer underestimated Shi Hao and his friends. There was a small bridge on the channel, and Shi Hao met Qin Yun and Sha Mu near the bridge. "Welcome all human adults." "Hey Qin San, why are you here?" Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and asked a little surprised. "I will lead the way for you gentlemen. You are free to do whatever you want. I will look after the flying car here." Qin San and Qin Yun don't seem to have a close relationship. Qin San felt a little restrained when he saw him. Qin Yun is the Star Master, and Qin San is still busy with daily life. From this, it can be seen that their relationship is very ordinary. Shi Hao understood it clearly. "Okay, then you wait for us here," Shi Hao said to Qin San. Suddenly, Shi Hao heard a splashing sound coming from the side. He was startled and walked to the edge of the open channel. After reaching the edge of the channel, he suddenly saw a liquid like water flowing in it. But the temperature of Minyan Star is very low, and he is a little unsure whether it is water. "Star Master Qin Yun, your square is so unique. I have never seen the things inside," Shi Hao said, pointing to the liquid flowing in the channel. "This is a specialty of Minyan Star. In the past, such things often fell from the sky on Minyan Star, but now there are fewer." Shi Hao guessed that Qin Yun was talking about rain, but he didn't know why the rainfall decreased. This discovery made Shi Hao more interested in Minyan Star. But he didn't ask any more questions. At the signal of Qin Yun and Sha Mu, he walked into a courtyard. Several people were talking politely as they walked. When they came to the main hall, everyone sat on the left and right. "I heard that Lord Shi Hao dug up the Bat Clan castle today," Sha Mu asked Shi Hao. They already knew that Shi Hao was the leader of the human race. "Those disgusting things are too annoying. Since we humans are here, cleaning up these garbage is also a duty." Shi Hao seemed to be speaking politely, but he emphasized one thing in his words. That is, the human race is not an outsider on Minyan Star. "Thanks, Lord Shi Hao. The whole Minyan City has long been complaining about the Bat Tribe, but they are too numerous." Sigh. Qin Yun finished speaking and sighed. It seems that he had been bullied by the Bat Tribe. Qin Yun and Sha Mu kept talking to each other with meaningless words. They looked like they were in trouble. At this time, a giant lizard in a guard uniform hurried in. "There are distinguished guests here. How can you behave like this?" Sha Mu said, while apologizing to Shi Hao. The giant lizard didn't stop, lowered his head, and said something quickly in Sha Mu's ear. Although he could hear it, Shi Hao didn't understand it. It should be the giant lizard language. "Lord Shi Hao, Lord Qin Xing, there is something urgent over there. I have to go over there. You two can talk first." After Shi Mu finished speaking, he hurried out. Qin Yun was seen stroking his beard on both sides of his nose with his hands, sitting there calmly, and Shi Hao saw a hint of joy on his face. "Master Shi Hao, since Shi Mu is gone, I will speak frankly. You see that my Star Lord mansion is brightly lit and peaceful, but in fact, I am just forcing it." Qin Yun started to complain directly, and then slowly told the secret that surprised Shi Hao. The original security officer was a Bat Tribe member. 2/3 of the force in the security bureau were Bat Tribe members, and the remaining 1/3 were Stone Tribe members and Giant Lizard Tribe members. The Orcs have always been excluded by the Giant Lizard Tribe, and the Zerg Tribe doesn't care about these things at all. Since the Bat Tribe completely evacuated 2 days ago, Shi Mu, as the security adjutant, directly used the Giant Lizard Tribe members to control the Minyan City Security Bureau and planted a large number of Giant Lizard Tribe members in it. Then Shi Mu came to the Star Lord's mansion to find Qin Yun. In name, he was helping Qin Yun manage the public security of Minyan City, but in fact, he put Qin Yun under house arrest. When the Bat Clan was still on Minyan Star, the Giant Lizard Clan secretly captured people from the Beast Clan, the Zerg Clan, and the Rat Clan in order to please the Bat Clan, and gave them to the Bat Clan as raw materials for refining medicine. They thought they were doing it very secretly, but the Zerg Clan still found out and angered them. The Zerg Clan mobilized forces from other yellow-level planets, and secretly killed many Giant Lizard Clan members. From then on, the Giant Lizard Clan dared not provoke the Zerg Clan again. After the incident was settled, they began to reach out to the Rat Clan and the Beast Clan. Qin Yun said with great pain. This time Shi Mu came to me. His target was Minyan Star. Qin Yun continued to talk. Since the Bat Tribe thickened the clouds on Minyan Star, the environment on which the Rat Tribe depended for survival was destroyed, and the number of the rat tribe dropped sharply from 8 billion to 1 billion. Although most of the dead were uncivilized branches of the rat tribe still suffered a heavy blow. Due to the capture and suppression of the giant lizard tribe, the rat population is still decreasing, which makes Qin Yun feel that there are many crises. When the bat tribe just began to announce its evacuation, he hid the Star Master Seal. Hearing that Shi Hao and his team had arrived on Mianyun Star, Qin Yun secretly contacted the orcs to intercept Shi Hao and his team. The reason Qin Yun told Sha Mu was that he wanted to test Shi Hao's weight to facilitate future actions. In fact, he wanted to find an opportunity to meet Shi Hao. Qin Yun has always had a good relationship with the Stone Tribe and the Beast Tribe. He also had the ironclad evidence of Sha Mu's killing of the Beast Tribe. That afternoon, he contacted the Beast Tribe again and handed them all the evidence. The Beast Tribe leader was furious after reading it. Shemu left in a hurry. It should be that the Beastman attacked the door. Does the Star Master want me to help deal with Shemu? But we only have these few people, and our strength is too far behind. Shi Hao said, with a look of difficulty on his face. I know that even if the Stone Tribe unites, the Beastman and the human race cannot completely wipe out the giant lizards from Mianyun Star. I mean to sell Mianyun Star to the human race. I have found a relationship. When things are done, I will go to a green planet and convert to the Iksha tribe to live again. When Qin Yun said this, there was a look of relief on his face. Are you sure I will buy it? Are you sure I, a new race, have the money to buy it? Shi Hao asked continuously. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I can only take a chance. At worst, I can just hand over the Star Lord Seal to Shemu. Having come to this point, Qin Yun is no longer afraid. Why don't you sell it to the Beast Tribe? Shi Hao was afraid of being cheated. Those brainless guys in the Beast Tribe have no money at all. Besides, they can't defend Mianyun Star, so they can only make trouble. Qin Yun is close to the Beast Tribe because he needs allies, and another reason is that the Beast Tribe is easy to control and is often used as a gun by him. How much are you going to sell it for? Shi Hao heard this, and was still very interested in buying Mianyun Star. 50 purple crystal coins. Qin Yun looked at Shi Hao and blurted out. If Mianyun Star hadn't been messed up by the Bat Tribe and had very little tax revenue, I wouldn't have sold it at such a low price. After offering this price, Qin Yun's words showed that he was quite unwilling. You also know that the Bat Tribe has ruined Mianyun Star. What should I do if I buy it back and it's a waste? Saying this means that Shi Hao wants to buy it, and those who bargain are the real customers. The environment of Mianyun Star used to be very beautiful. Since the Bat Tribe imprisoned the clouds, the light can't penetrate, the temperature has dropped sharply, and even the heavenly rain that nourishes the earth is gone. Since then, the food that the uncivilized rat tribe relies on for survival has disappeared, and we civilized people have survived only by relying on the body transformation technique given to us by the Beast Tribe. The foundation of this planet is still very good, Qin Yun argued. When Shi Hao heard Qin Yun's words, his expression moved, thinking that this planet might have plants and water in the past. If that was really the case, it would be a big profit. How did the Bat clan transform Mianyun Star? Shi Hao wanted to find out the reason, and see if he could crack it. I don't know where they found a strong magnetic asteroid, cut it into many small pieces, and then buried the small pieces of strong magnetic stones in Mianyun Star. Almost all over the star. Then the clouds became thicker and thicker, and they didn't change for years. Mianyun Star gradually became a lifeless planet, but the Bat clan liked it very much, and the population increased. Qin Yun became more and more angry as he spoke, and slapped the table in front of him. 30 purple crystal coins, that's all I have. If possible, I will take Mianyun Star reluctantly. Do you think we can keep Mianyun Star if we take it? Shi Hao finished his offer, then looked at Tian Ying, Mickey and others and asked. Mr. Shi, I think this is not appropriate. There are only a few of us, and this Mianyun Star is a disaster. If we take it, we may be in danger of death immediately. Tian Ying said with a serious face and clear words. Captain, I also think it's inappropriate. We are short of manpower. The pigeons were drumming on the side. Yes, yes, we have to be careful. Katarina echoed on the side. Mickey seemed to be hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. He wanted Shi Hao to buy it, but he didn't dare to say it. Qin Yun was anxious when he heard what Tian Ying and the others said. Master Shi Hao, 30 purple crystal coins, just 30 purple crystal coins, one hand for money and the other for seal. Well, I've already said it. It's not good if I say it wrongly. Shi Hao looked at Tian Ying and the others and said. Boss Shi, think twice. Captain, don't be anxious. Hearing Shi Hao's words, Tianning and the pigeon looked anxious and tried to persuade him. Forget it, buy it. You can't break your promise and lose the reputation of our human race. Shi Hao waved his hand for the last time, and it was settled. Master Shi Hao, wait a moment. Qin Yun hurried to the back hall. Shi Hao could hear the sound of him trotting along. After a while, the sound of thump 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 came again. After Qin Yun ran over, he handed a jade box to Shi Hao and said, "This Star Master seal is specially made by the Silver Domain. It is made of the same material as the yellow crystal coin. There is also a trace of rules in it. Master, you can sense it with your mind." Shi Hao opened the box. There was a jade ball inside. Shi Hao put his hand on it and sensed a miniature planet spinning inside. The planet was blue-green. Star Lord Qin Yun, is this seal containing Minyan Star? Shi Hao closed the box, handed it to Tianning, and asked. Yes, this is Minyan Star before it was transformed by the Bat tribe. Qin Yun watched Shi Hao put the box away, looked at Shi Hao expectantly, and answered. Shi Hao was secretly happy when he heard Qin Yun's answer. He took out the bag given to him by Mia Yunju, counted out 30 purple crystal coins, and handed them to Qin Yun. Qin Yun counted them, and immediately put them close to his body. Master Shi Hao, the Star Lord seal is in your hands, and the Star Lord mansion is naturally yours. I will take my leave. Finally, Qin Yun asks Master Shi Hao to treat the rat tribe well. After saying that, Qin Yun bent down and bowed deeply to Shi Hao, and then hurried to the door. Where are you going, Star Lord Qin Yun? Those barbaric beast tribes are really damnable. Shemu came back and looked at Qin Yun with an uncertain expression. Master Shemu, Master Shi Hao is now the Star Master of Minyan. I'm leaving now, Qin Yun said and ran out without looking back. After hearing Qin Yun's words, Shemu realized that he was fooled by Qin Yun. Master Shi Hao. Star Master Shi Hao, I visit you another day. Shemu bowed to Shi Hao and turned to leave. Master Shemu, what are you so anxious about? Since you are here, let's discuss the affairs of Minyan Star. The security of Minyan Star still depends on Master Shemu to maintain, Shi Hao said slowly. He knew that Shemu was going to chase Qin Yun. Since he had received benefits from Qin Yun, Shi Hao would not let Shemu kill Qin Yun. After hearing what Shi Hao said, Shemu had to stop, knowing that the situation was over. Shi Hao was the Star Master and the founder of the human race, and Qin Yun could not compare with him. Judging from the courage of Shi Hao and his men who chopped off 8 orcs' arms and uprooted the Bat clan castle, Shemu did not dare to underestimate them. Shi Hao motioned Shemu to sit down. Shi Hao did not really want to rely on Shemu to maintain the law and order of Minyan Star, and the two chatted awkwardly. After chatting for a while, Shi Hao stood up to see Shemu off and sent him out of the Star Lord's mansion. When Shemu left, Shi Hao could not help laughing. Tianning and the pigeon also laughed. Katarina and Mickey had not yet come to their senses, and Tai-Dan was even more confused. I didn't expect it, and I picked up a big bargain. Shi Hao took the box, opened it, and looked at it again. Congratulations, Mr. Shi, Tianning said with a smile. Didn't you object just now? Katarina asked Tianning. How can you bargain if you don't act? Tianning rolled her eyes at her. Katarina and Mickey are good at fighting, but they are far inferior to Tianning in playing tricks. The carrier pigeon has been following Shi Hao for a long time, and his mind is getting clearer and clearer. Mickey, go call Qin San in. After a while, Mickey brought Qin San in. Qin San saw Qin Yun flying away in a hurry outside, and looked at Shi Hao who stayed in the Star Lord's mansion with a puzzled look. Qin San, bring those who are willing to follow us here tomorrow. You will follow us steadily in the future. Your uncle has left Minyan Star, and will never come back. Bring me a bug newspaper when you come tomorrow. You can drive away a flying car, and drive it here tomorrow morning. After Shi Hao gave the order, he asked Mickey to send him out. On the way, Mickey told Qin San about what happened, and Qin San's mind was confused until he got home. Since he met Shi Hao and others, everything he encountered was too unreasonable. Chapter 164. One dark night on Minyan Star is equivalent to 1 month on Earth. Shi Hao and his companions carefully visited the Star Lord mansion. There was a lot of space inside. In addition, the square in front was as large as the human race headquarters. The square occupied 2/3 of the entire area, and the hunter tent could be easily parked. However, except for some substantial furniture, the Star Lord mansion was completely empty. It seemed that Qin Yun had prepared in advance, and had moved everything out in advance. Shi Hao came to the open channel in the square, and squatted down. He touched the stone used to build the channel with his hand. It was warm to the touch, not knowing whether it was due to the special material, or the heating device inside. With a thought in his mind, he dipped a little of the flowing liquid with his finger and put it into his mouth. Now he was certain that this was water. Sherhao's mood could not be calm for a long time. The presence of water meant that the environment of this planet was very similar to that of the Earth, so they could do a lot of things on Minyun Star. What made him happiest was that, although it was a bit confusing, Minyun Star now really belonged to the human race. Could this also be arranged secretly by someone? Sherhao said to himself, this is a bit too coincidental. He looked up at the dark night sky and recalled the past. The starship Pioneer that fell to the Earth, the space shuttle disguised as a satellite of Saturn, the pyramids on Mars, and the stone-patterned Worm King waiting for humans to appear. The Mia Cloud Lord met at the reception was actually an elf, who looked very similar to the ancient Martians. These coincidences made Sherhao have to doubt. After thinking for a while, he patted his forehead and turned to walk towards the Star Lord's mansion. Since he couldn't figure it out, just let it go. After the others finished visiting the Star Lord's mansion, they chatted in the main hall. Xingda and Taiden have been together since the afternoon, and are arguing fiercely about something. Mickey stood by and watched, unable to get a word in. Tianying and Katarina were chatting together. Captain, we found a way to double the signal coverage of the quantum switch, Xingda said excitedly when he saw Sherhao coming in. Oh, tell me about it. Taiden said that telekinesis can be used to increase the quantum transmission distance. We tried it, and it really works. I plan to install a telekinesis device on this switch to increase the distance, because this switch is a bit small, so the increase is limited. Xingda gestured as he spoke, and it seemed that the communication system of Pioneer and Light End should be based on the same principle. Although Xingda spoke simply, Sherhao fell into deep thought. He asked everyone to continue practicing, and seized the time to increase their strength. Then he also sat cross-legged, but the problem just now lingered. Sherhao tried to enter a state of concentration and began to practice Tai Chi. He did not integrate into the surrounding environment, but substituted the problem into the practice. There was no physical object, no answer, as if walking in the fog. Several very fine particles appeared in the fog. Sherhao assumed that they were quantum, and then used his mind to push them in a direction. At first, they were still in his mind, but in a blink of an eye, his mind seemed to return to the Earth with the quantum. Then Sherhao opened his eyes, as if he had realized something, but he couldn't say it. He simply stood up, found an open place, and began to practice Tai Chi. Over and over again, he tried to use Tai Chi to control Tai Chi and integrate the power of thought into Tai Chi. He closed his eyes slightly, but the scene in the room was very clear, and the punch was powerful and elegant. The movement was very slow, but the air around him was moving without wind, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and there was an occasional sonic boom in the middle. When Sherhao heard this sound, his brows frowned slightly, which was a manifestation of the fact that Taoism and magic were not perfectly integrated. When he just hit a palm, there was a sense of awkwardness and a short pause. Sherhao slightly adjusted the rhythm and started again. Not long after, a similar situation occurred again. Sherhao simply stopped and sat cross-legged on the spot. He calmed down and began to integrate into the surrounding environment. When he extended his thoughts to the square outside, he found something unusual. In a corner of the square, he felt that his thoughts were slightly distorted there. He thought it was an illusion at first, so he tried to retract his thoughts and extended them to that side, but the distortion still existed. He began to strengthen his mind power, and the barely visible distortion disappeared, and then he passed through the square unhindered and extended to the street. As long as the telekinesis weakened, the distortion would reappear, like a small ripple on a large calm water surface. Sherhao stood up and walked towards the square. He stood and sensed the change of distortion every few dozen meters. Finally, he found the most obvious distortion in a corner of the square far away from the Star Lord's mansion, and found the distortion point. Sherhao looked down and saw that this place was no different from other places. The surface was covered with thick, large stones. Sherhao went in and called everyone out to dig out the stones. After hearing Sherhao say that there was something strange here, everyone closed their eyes and tried. When they deliberately looked for the distortion phenomenon, everyone easily found the problem. Sherhao asked Mickey, Carrier Pigeon and Taiden to drive the Hunter Tan over and prepare to dig here. After the Hunter Tan came over, because it was spherical, and could not be fixed on the ground, it had to float in the air. Carrier Pigeon drove the Intelligent Control Engineering vehicle down, and lifted up all the stones in this area. I saw a square pit appear below with a lid on it. After lifting the lid, I saw many square objects piled up in the pit, and these things were as black as ink. There was also a small bat-like logo engraved on the upper right corner of the square. After measurement, These squares were cubes with a side length of 30 centimeters. It was very heavy. Mickey tried and tried his best to lift one piece. It contained a strong magnetic force. It seems that this is the magnet block that the Bat Tribe used to transform Minion Star. Shirhao knocked on the pile of magnet blocks with his hand and counted them. There were a total of 36 pieces. Carrier Pigeon, is there a simpler way to detect these magnets? Shirhao asked. He couldn't just rely on his mind to find them, which was too slow. You can make an induction coil, which should be able to detect them. Soon, the Carrier Pigeon made an induction coil and used the pile of magnets to detect them. It was very sensitive. Everyone boarded the Hunter Tan and began their journey to find magnets. The entire Minion City was quiet, with 1 or 2 flying cars with lights on occasionally flying by. I wonder what the people in Minion City do at night. Sleep? Do nothing? From the surface, the good time was wasted in the dark. After a night of investigation, 36 magnets were finally found in each of the 4 corners of Minion City, and a total of 180 magnets were found in the square. They found a large room in the Star Lord's mansion, and put all the magnets in it. These magnets also have 2 poles. In order to avoid them affecting the clouds, the lower layer and the upper layer are placed opposite each other with the same magnetic pole. Because the magnetic force is too strong, one layer is directly spread on the ground, and the other is close to the roof. Shirhao simply came to the middle of the room and sat cross-legged. As soon as he entered the state of meditation, he felt a mess in his brain and his thoughts were confused. After persisting for more than 10 minutes, Shirhao withdrew. He already felt dizzy. Came to the place where he first practiced boxing and practiced Tai Chi again. This time, he did it in one go, and his thoughts were communicated. The air in the room was silently mobilized by his fists, palms, and legs, and many small cyclones appeared. Shirhao felt that his telekinesis had made significant progress again. Is it because of the magnetic field? This time, the improvement in telekinesis was too obvious, which touched his heart. At this time, the sky was bright. Bosher, there is a man who claims to be the president of the Zerg Manyangxing branch, who wants to see you. When Shirhao was thinking about this, Tianning walked in and said, "Oh, ask him to wait for a moment." The Zerg is not high profile on Manyangxing, and they also publish a Zerg newspaper. In addition, Shirhao is quite interested in this somewhat mysterious Zerg, considering the stone-patterned Worm King and yellow-spotted Worm King he saw on Mars. Shirhao changed into a navy blue suit, and then came to the main hall. "Welcome to my humble home, President." Shirhao saw a slender beetle with an orange-yellow body and a black head sitting there, and greeted him. Looking closely, this beetle is thinner and taller than the stone-patterned worm, has no antennae on its head, but has eyes, nose, mouth and ears, and a slightly flat and long head. "I, Shirley, greet President Shirhao, Star-Lord Shirhao." Shirley stood up and bowed slightly to greet Shirhao. The title Shirley is particular. Although Star-Lord is the owner of a planet, there are also big and small ones. Shirhao's status as the president is more honorable. So Shirley called Shirhao the president, and then the Star-Lord. Shirhao thought that the Zerg were really not simple. They knew what happened last night so quickly, and came to visit early in the morning. Shirhao first arrived at Minion Star. "I should have visited President Shir, but I didn't expect President Shir to come so quickly. No matter what, polite words are still needed. Whether President Shir comes to me, or I come to President Shir, the purpose is to make friends. As long as the purpose is achieved, everything else is secondary. This President Shir is really good at talking." After a few polite words, the two slowly began to talk about things on Minion Star. "President Shir, since the Bat clan came to Minion Star has been getting worse day by day, the population has continued to decrease, and the business environment has continued to deteriorate. Many tribes with some ability have left Minion Star, and even most of my Zerg clan members have left. Alas." Lily looked sad. Others could leave Minion Star if they were unhappy living there, but as a branch president, he had no choice at all. "Although I am a branch president of the Zerg clan, every time I go to the headquarters, I can't raise my head in front of other branch presidents. The other races are not up to par either. The Giant Lizard clan is a flatterer of the Bat clan, and they have done everything they can to trip up other races and shoot cold arrows at them. The Shir clan is simple and honest. When faced with a difficult matter, they don't say a word, let alone resist. Orcs are good at causing trouble, but it's too difficult to get them to do something. I am really powerless with the Zerg people on Minion Star, so I just live my life in silence and don't provoke anyone." Mealy intentionally or unintentionally talked about the characteristics of each race. President Shir should be wary of the giant lizards. Their president Shamu is also the security officer of Union Star. Mealy leaned forward and whispered, "Oh, President Shah was here last night, and we talked about work." Shirhao did not respond to Mealy's words, and brushed the thunder back lightly. Chairman Shah has always been the deputy officer of the Security Bureau. He has been working hard for the Bat Clan, and has done his best. He should have a lot of experience in this area. Cieli is also very cunning. He knows that Shirhao led people to uproot the Bat Clan's castle. He also saw that Shirhao did not like the Bat Clan, so he seemed to be praising Shamu, but in fact, he was digging a hole for Shamu. "How long as president she worked in Union Star?" Shirhao changed the subject directly. "I came when the Zerg established a branch in Union Star. At that time, the Bat Clan had just started to build its headquarters here." Cieli is a smart man. When he talked about himself, he used the Bat Clan as a reference to make Shirhao understand more. It seems that President Shi is an old man in Union Star. It is said that Union Star was not like this at that time, right? Shirhao still wanted to know more about the original appearance of Union Star. It turns out that Union Star is very beautiful, with a suitable temperature and a good environment. It is really a fairyland. Even compared with the green level planet, it is not much inferior. The Bat tribe's backer, a main god, helped them choose Union Star. He intended to let the Bat tribe develop towards a green level planet, or even a red level planet. Unfortunately, the Bat tribe is too self-centered and does not consider the feelings of those small races who join them. Therefore, many small races have switched to other races. The Bat tribe is getting weaker and weaker, and was eventually replaced by you humans. When talking about the former Union Star, Li looked yearning, and when talking about the Bat tribe, he became more and more angry. "President Sure, although it is a bit abrupt, I still want to ask you something." Seeing Li's hesitation, Shirhao said, "President Li, please speak." Chapter 165. Did Qin Yun give you the Star-Lord seal? Li paused for a moment, and asked Shirhao. "The Star-Lord seal is in my hand." Shirhao answered truthfully. "Did Qin Yun take his thoughts from the Star-Lord seal?" Li continued to ask. "Is there anything special about this?" Shirhao asked seriously after hearing Li's words. His heart was beating secretly, and he felt a little uneasy. If the thoughts left by Qin Yun in it are not destroyed, he will come back and insist that you took the Star-Lord seal away, and use this as evidence to bite back. Wouldn't you be speechless? Shirhao's face darkened after hearing Li's words. He didn't expect Qin Yun to have such a trick. How to crack it? One way is for Qin Yun to take back his thoughts, or for Qin Yun to die, and his thoughts will disappear automatically. Another way is to find someone with strong thoughts to destroy Qin Yun's thoughts. After hearing what Li said, Shirhao asked Tian Ying to bring the box over. He then held the Star-Lord seal with both hands, closed his eyes, and with his thoughts, the scene in the Star-Lord seal appeared clearly in his mind. The Star-Lord seal was filled with jade-like milky white light, and there was a small gray strip floating near the core. This should be a trace of Qin Yun's thoughts. Shirhao condensed his thoughts into a needle, and then shot it towards Qin Yun's thoughts, shooting in from the head of the thin strip and out from the tail. Qin Yun's thoughts slowly dimmed, then disintegrated and disappeared. In the distant void, Qin Yun was leaning comfortably on the bed of the starship and humming an unknown little song, when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. After the pain, he felt much more depressed. It seems that the human race should not be underestimated. Their methods are much more sophisticated than those of the Bat race. Qin Yun knew what happened, so he just smiled bitterly and shook his head. He secretly made up his mind not to return to Union Star and lay down to sleep. When Qin Yun's thoughts dissipated, Shirhao carefully checked the Star-Lord seal again and found no other problems. Then he left the needle of thoughts in the Star-Lord seal, and then exited the Star-Lord seal space with his mind. After stripping off a trace of thoughts, Shirhao felt a little dizzy. He closed his eyes, and continued to regulate his breath for a quarter of an hour. When everything was fine, he opened his eyes. "Thank you for your reminder, President Yi. I, Shirhao, will remember this favor," Shirhao said, as he bowed to Li to express his gratitude. "President Shi's thoughts are really powerful. I admire you." When the Star-Lord seal flashed slightly, Li realized that the Star-Lord seal had changed its owner. It sounds simple to destroy a trace of mental power, but it is actually very difficult. First, the destroyers must be able to crush the opponent. The most important thing is the second point, which is to have a means of attacking with thoughts. This is something that even Li himself cannot do, let alone the other races on Union Star. I want to transform Union Star. I wonder if President Qi is interested. Li was lost in thought when he heard Shirhao's words. At first, he thought he had heard it wrong. There are only a few people in the human race, and even this Star-Lord mansion has just been acquired. The human race headquarters is still a big pit. Shirhao proposed to transform Mianyun Star. Where should we start? Although he had doubts, he still cooperated and said, "Of course I am interested. I have dreamed of the fairyland-like Mianyun Star countless times. If Mianyun Star can go back to the past, I, Qili, will definitely do my best to help the Zerg race of Mianyun Star." What Qili did not say was that the former Mianyun Star was more suitable for the reproduction of uncivilized Zerg, and it could easily expand the Zerg population. These would be his capital to stand up. As far as I know, the Bat tribe has strengthened the magnetic field of Mianyun Star, thickened the clouds, and solidified the clouds. I want to eliminate these magnetic fields first. Shirhao did not know whether Qili knew about the existence of the magnets. These magnets were good things and must not fall into the hands of others. We also knew that the Bat tribe had tampered with the magnetic field of Mianyun Star before, but we Zerg had no way to eliminate those magnetic forces, and then nothing was done. Because we have too few people, it is difficult to cover the entire Mianyun Star, so I want President Qi to send people to help us find the location of the abnormal magnetic field, and we will eliminate them one by one. What do you think? Finding the location of the magnet is the most time-consuming and laborious. If this problem is solved, Shirhao is confident that the magnetic force of Mianyun Star will return to normal in a short time. Sure, our Zerg group is relatively large, so it's not difficult to find these locations. President Shir, when do we start? Seeing that there was a feasible solution, Ely was already eager to start. We can start today. Okay, I go back and set up now. I can provide tools to detect magnetic fields. Seeing Ely was so enthusiastic, Shirhao offered to provide tools to increase efficiency. Don't bother, the Zerg has its own system for tracking magnetic fields. After Ely said that, he began to stand up, and Shirhao also stood up and walked him out the door. When he arrived at the square, Shirhao felt something falling from above. Looking up, it was raining, a faint drizzle. Seeing this, Qili was very shocked and said, This. I saw the sweet dew from the sky again. He felt like crying with joy. We eliminated all the magnetic fields that the Bat tribe had set up in Mianyun City last night, Shirhao said calmly. After hearing Shirhao's words, Qili looked at the drizzle falling, and trotted to the flying car. He was anxious to go back and arrange for the Zerg to detect the magnetic field. Not long after Qili left, Qin Sen drove the flying car to the square. About 30 people got off the car. My lord, a total of 31 people came. They promised to join the human race, and do their part to strengthen the human race. 48 people stayed last night. After a night of thinking, only 31 people came. Shirhao was already very satisfied. Shirhao asked Mickey and Katarina to be responsible for the identity conversion of these 31 people, and to compile identity numbers for each person. He had already thought that anyone who joined the human race must have an identity number for easy management. The body conversion was free, because the silver domain also made money, so the service was very good. Qin San, I want to build the human race headquarters into a solid warehouse, with a total of 6 floors, from underground to the ground. Where should I find craftsmen and materials? The excavation of magnetic blocks is about to begin, and there must be a lot of them on the entire Mianyun Star, so Shirhao has to prepare the warehouse. These can be built by the Stone Clan. They are experts in this area. Tell them the requirements, and they can take care of all the links. Of course, the Stone Clan is best at playing with stones, and they are hardworking, so all kinds of buildings on Mianyun Star are handed over to the Stone Clan to complete. Shirhao found Tianing and Tai Dan, and asked them to work with Qin San on this matter. Shirhao roughly described the construction style to Tianing. She spent 3 hours to draw a blueprint, which was quite efficient. The crystal coin card has been kept by Tianing. Shirhao said, don't save money, be efficient, and have good quality. The carrier pigeons were busy building the communication system of Mianyun City. Before leaving, Qin Sen handed the insect news of the day to Shirhao, one from yesterday and one from today. The insect newspaper is yellow, and the material is like gold and stone, very soft and very tough. Shirhao first took a look at yesterday's, and took a quick look. Most of the pages of this insect newspaper reported interesting news about yellow-level planets, and a small part reported important news about green-level planets. As for the news of red-level and above planets, there was no news. It seems that the bottom-level yellow-level planets are not even qualified to understand the higher-level planets. Shirhao saw a piece of news in an inconspicuous corner of yesterday's insect newspaper. The Bat tribe has completed its evacuation from the yellow-level planet and will be replaced by the human race. It says, the human race, it is said that someone has seen it at the hunter seat. They have no awareness of being a low-level race, and they want to learn to wear clothes from the masters of the high-level races. Looking at the more than 500 million yellow-level planets in the past, you can't find a person wearing clothes even if you dig to the center of the Earth. I emphasize that this refers to all the people of all races on the yellow-level planets. The rise of a race is very difficult. I bet that the human race will die halfway, and they will not last until the race challenge in 10,000 years. I am Bakery, a 5-star observer of the yellow-level planet, and if the human race can last until the challenge in 10,000 years, I will admit that I lost on the spot and kissed the ass of the ugliest orc in the audience. This observer is really mean. I have to keep this insect report well. Shirhao said, as he folded up the insect report and put it away. Shirhao opened the second insect report, and a piece of news attracted Shirhao. The news said, according to the Silver Domain Gold Clan starship, they have successfully manufactured a high-end starship that can jump at the galaxy level, which can reach the adjacent galaxies instantly, and it is expected to be officially mass-produced and sold in 10 years. They also revealed that they have completed the project of constellation-level jump starships. I believe that in the near future, it is not a dream to reach the constellation instantly. On Earth, interstellar jump spacecraft or starships only appear in science fiction works. I didn't expect the Gold Clan to realize it. Shirhao felt that the technology on Earth was in orders of magnitude different from that of the Gold Clan. Shirhao then flipped through today's insect report and saw news about the human race in a better position than yesterday. A big headline: the human race uprooted the Bat Tribe's headquarters. Is this a slap in the face or a slap in the face? Shirhao first looked at the author, who was still Bakery. He wrote, the human race is not only hypocritical, but also very arrogant. I now deeply doubt whether the main brain is crazy, and actually chose such an unreliable race to replace the Bat Tribe. They feel good about themselves. After uprooting a Bat Tribe castle, they must be complacent, right? Feel that the muscles are well shown, right? I like to slap people in the face at this time, just like you slap the Bat Tribe in the face. The starship of the Gene Tribe can destroy a small planet with one shot. Did they show off? They are doing research in a down-to-earth manner, and they even produced a galaxy-level jump starship yesterday. You humans are still showing off your muscles like children. Besides, do you have muscles? Doesn't your face hurt? I still say that the human race will die within 10,000 years, and yesterday's bet is still valid. If you think it's not enough, I add one more. If I lose, I will kiss the butts of the 2 ugliest orcs. Shirhao also folded up the insect newspaper and put it away. Chapter 166. Shirhao came to the room where the magnets were placed to practice again. This time he persisted for 20 minutes. When he felt like he was about to fall, he struggled to climb out, persisting for a few minutes longer than the first time. Shirhao thought about it and felt a little scared. If he couldn't get out, it would be troublesome. Maybe it would cause permanent damage to the brain. After coming out, he tried to restore the clarity of his brain through practice, but found that he couldn't enter a state of concentration at all, so he had to stop. At this time, the pigeon came over with a palm-sized thing. Captain, I tried to make a few mobile phones with dialers. Due to material limitations, they can only make voice calls. How effective is it? Shirhao took it and looked at the thing carefully. There are 10 raised buttons on it, and there is something like a switch on the side. Shirhao pressed the switch, and a small red light on the top flashed a few times, and then turned on for a long time. It should be turned on normally. I have tried it, and the call function is normal. The pigeon added beside him. How many can you make? Shirhao asked. The sensors, chips, capacitors, etc. used here are all removed from other places, and the number is not large. I estimate that 50 can be made. The pigeon counted on his fingers while speaking and determined the number. Then make 50 first. When the 32 people including Qin Sen come back, you teach them how to operate them, and give each person one. By the way, I guess you have to go find Tide and quickly, and send the clothes to the reception center of the main brain race. Tianying and Katarina forgot to bring clothes for them. Shirhao remembered this, and quickly ordered the carrier pigeon to do it. The switch has been adjusted. With the Star Lord's mansion as the center, the accurate coverage distance is 650 kilometers, which is better than expected. That means our headsets can be used normally. You contact them, and send clothes. Soon, the carrier pigeon contacted Tianying and Katarina. When they heard it, their faces immediately blushed. Fortunately, the overall efficiency of Minion Star is low, including the reception center of the main brain race. No one knows how fast the main brain is, but those staff members are really slow. Until now, the 31 people are still in line. If the efficiency is higher, it will become a group streaking. The carrier pigeon contacted Titan again. Soon, Titan drove the hunter Tan over and took the carrier pigeon to deliver clothes. Sherhao's dizziness still did not completely disappear. He was afraid of sequelae, so he simply did not practice and strolled in the Star-Lord's mansion. The entire Star-Lord mansion is also a stone structure, with only one floor, thick walls, and a large area. The rooms are all dull, with no windows, only a door frame, and no doors. The walls are gray, and there is no decoration on them. Overall, the basic functions of the house are realized, but there is no aesthetic feeling. After walking around, Sherhao felt very uncomfortable. This is still the Star-Lord mansion. It is estimated that the buildings in the entire Minion City are not much better. However, this kind of house has an advantage, that is, it is sturdy. Finally, he chose a row of houses in the backyard, with a total of 15 rooms. Each room is not big, but the walls are very thick and sturdy. He plans to transform these rooms into training rooms. Sherhao came to the room where the magnets were placed, bent down and prepared to lift the magnet next to the door, but no matter how hard he tried, the stone did not move at all. After trying for a long time, and using all his strength, Sherhao felt a little sweat for the first time, since he was promoted to Songhan level. The Songhan level contains very little water, so there are no sweat beads. After the sweating, Sherhao felt very comfortable, but began to feel thirsty. It seems that the Songhan level cannot completely achieve no water or rice. I wonder if my physical strength can be improved if I continue to exercise? Sherhao looked at the magnets in the room helplessly while speaking. It seems that he can't lift it with his own strength, unless he blocks the upper and lower magnetic forces from the middle, so that the repulsive force between them will disappear. Carrier pigeon, are you done? Bring me a bag of concentrated nutrient solution when you come back later. At that time, Wu Runfa specifically instructed that he should bring concentrated nutrient solution, and brought several large boxes. Because he didn't know whether the Songhan class needed to replenish nutrition? How often did they need to replenish it? Soon, the carrier pigeon and the iron egg came back. Sherhao drank a sip of concentrated nutrient solution, and the feeling of thirst disappeared immediately. He felt that the Songhan class's dependence on nutrition was much lower than those genetically modified people. Sherhao asked the carrier pigeon to bring a rope, and tied the rope to a magnet. The three of them tried their best and finally pulled out a piece, but then, they heard a bang, and the piece above also fell down. If someone stood right below, they would probably be hit badly. Sherhao felt that his brain was too slow today, and he didn't realize this in advance. Could it be the sequelae of practicing in a strong magnetic field? Sherhao thought about it. No matter whether it was or not, he had to be cautious when using magnetic fields to practice in the future. Finally, the pigeon asked Titan to send him back to the space shuttle, and found some magnetic materials and tools, as well as a small cart. Sherhao specifically asked the pigeon to put the cooking utensils on the Litan, as well as dried vegetables and seasonings. The pigeon simply gathered some frequently used things, including the pile of clothes, and sent them all to the Litan. After returning, everyone used magnetic materials to make tools, and first dropped the magnets on the roof one by one. After the three people worked for more than 10 hours, they moved all the magnets out of the room. Sherhao and the pigeon both added some concentrated nutrient solution. After moving it out, Sherhao asked the pigeon to continue making mobile phones, which Tianning and others would use when they came back. Another 30 hours passed before Tianning and Katarina returned with the 31 people. Everyone was wearing clothes, including suits and casual clothes, but no shoes. Resources were insufficient, so they just covered the key parts. The transformed bodies of the rat people were thin, with small heads and relatively luxuriant hair. The transformed bodies of the stone people were of medium height, and had bluish-gray skin. The transformed bodies of the beast people were tall, with well-developed muscles and bones. Sherhao saw them coming back, so he called everyone to come and move the magnets. It took 2 rat people to move one. The stone people could barely lift one. The beast people could easily lift one. In theory, the samples stored in the main brain are all Songshan level, and theoretically they should all have Songshan level physical fitness. Now it seems that this is not the case. The original body has a relatively large impact on the physical fitness of the converted people. Tianning made a statistics during this period. There are 18 people whose original body is the rat tribe. There are 8 people from the beast tribe, and 5 people from the stone tribe. These 13 people from the beast tribe and the stone tribe were originally converted from other small races, and their original bodies are not beast tribe or stone tribe. Sherhao is going to move all these magnets to that row of houses. He plans to put 36 magnets in the first house, and the distribution density should be larger. He plans to put 72 magnets in the second house, with a moderate distribution density. He plans to put 144 magnets in the third house. There are not so many now, and he will add them later. The other rooms will be arranged after Shirhao has practiced in the previous rooms, and it really works. Next, Shirhao found a room with the largest area and asked everyone to move all the tables and chairs from other rooms into a meeting room. After everyone sat down, Shirhao asked, "Dear human elites, how do you feel now? I feel that this body is quite flexible, much better than my stone body, but it feels a little soft. I wonder if it can withstand damage." The person who spoke was originally from the Stone clan. "I feel that the power is a little smaller, but it's still okay." The one who pursued power must be from the Beast clan. "I feel pretty good, this brain works better than my original one," a slightly thin person said, touching the edge of his mouth with his hand. This person was originally from the Rat clan. The Rat clan had a habit of twisting the beard around the mouth with their claws. "I'm not used to wearing clothes, and these clothes are not strong enough, they are all torn." One person pulled the clothes and said that they must have been worn out when moving the magnets just now. Yes, it's so good to be naked." Several people echoed. "On our human planet, no one is naked. This is a symbol of civilization of a race. As for the clothes being torn, we can just change them." Tianning said immediately after hearing what they said, and asked the pigeon to bring a few more sets of clothes. She wanted to suppress this tendency. Tianning also recorded the improvement of the strength of the clothes, and paid attention to this problem when making clothes later. Haha, everyone just changed their bodies. It's normal to feel a little uncomfortable, but the fun has just begun. You have become a human, so you can do a lot of things and enjoy it. Don't blame me for saying it in advance. Once I find anyone naked and not wearing clothes, all the human benefits you have received will be taken back, and you will be forced to change back to your original body. There is no room for negotiation on the issue of wearing clothes, so Shirhao's attitude is very tough. First of all, I will fulfill my first promise and solve the communication problem for everyone. Xinga, the next step is up to you. Xinga heard Shirhao's words, and together with Katarina, he distributed the simplified version of the mobile phone that had been prepared long ago to everyone. Shirhao flashed away, and everyone was shocked to see Shirhao like a ghost. Tianning and the others knew that Shirhao used his mind to control the Hunter Tan and sucked himself in. After distributing the mobile phones, Xinga began to explain how to use them. After teaching them step by step, several people learned it first, and then talked to each other, excited. This batch of mobile phones is the first batch of trial products. In the future, the styles will be more and more new, and the functions will be more and more. According to the original agreement, this mobile phone is given to you for free. The carrier pigeon finally explained the policy to everyone. Well, in order to welcome everyone to join the human family, President Sure has specially prepared a rich human delicacy for everyone. After the carrier pigeon finished speaking, Tianning announced to everyone. Afterwards, one dish after another was directly transmitted from the Lai Tan to the table in the conference room. With Shirhao's current telekinetic strength, it is not a problem to use the transmission setting of the Lai Tan to perform short-distance precise transmission. The coverage range is about 2 or 3 kilometers, but without the assistance of the Lai Tan, Shirhao can't see the scene indoors at all. The Pioneer also has this function, but the distance is smaller, and the Sky Shuttle has a wider coverage range, about 5 kilometers. Those people looked at the dishes, not knowing what the intention was. Tianning demonstrated on it. First, smell the food with your nose, then pick up the food with chopsticks, and put it in your mouth, and then start chewing. Carrier pigeons. Katarina kept correcting some people's chopstick-holding postures. The human race's desire for food is a natural instinct, and soon, everyone in the conference room began to feast. Shirhao's cooking skills have now reached the level of perfection. When the dishes enter his mouth, they immediately mobilize his taste buds, and the sense of satisfaction spreads throughout his body. They are just like Mickey who tasted human food for the first time, and they can't stop at all. Shirhao is on the Hunter Tan, and he is in charge of 3 pots by himself. It's not that he can't handle more, but there are only 3 pots. The Hunter Tan can simulate the Earth's atmospheric environment, so cooking is not difficult. Can you cook on Minion Star? Shirhao has not tried it yet. What do you think of the human race's food? After everyone had almost eaten, Tianning asked with a smile. It's so delicious. Almost shouting. Will I be able to eat it often in the future? Someone asked. When conditions get better, we will eat here often. But we have to create these conditions by ourselves. No problem, if there is anything we can do, just tell us. The effect of this meal is obvious, and Tian Ying's ability to mobilize people is also obvious. Captain, the giant lizards are here to make trouble. Mickey's urgent voice came from everyone's headset. What are you doing? Let me go! There was a burst of noise coming from the headset, followed by Mickey shouting. Okay, don't touch them, don't touch here, I go with you, Mickey said in an angry voice. Chapter 167. Hearing that Mickey was in trouble, Shihao had an idea. Everyone in the conference room was teleported to the Light Tan. Now there is something to do. Does anyone have any questions? Shihao asked directly. Please ask President Shi for instructions. Several people shouted loudly. Of course, there are also those who are timid and unwilling to express their opinions. Such people are often timid and cautious. The moment they were teleported to the Light Tan had already flown rapidly towards the open space of the human headquarters. Due to air resistance, the Light Tan could not fly too high. After more than 10 minutes, the Light Tan was suspended above the open space, and Shihao came down alone. I saw a dozen giant lizards wearing the same guard uniforms as Shemu, standing there and confronting the Shi people led by Qin San. President Shi, Mickey was taken away by the Sha guard officer. Qin San wanted to say Shemu, but seeing so many giant lizards, he instinctively felt fear in his heart, so he changed to the official title. You go with me. Shihao wanted to take Qin San with him to understand the situation. President Shi, I go with you. At this time, a Shi tribe member standing next to Qin San said, This is the president of the Shi tribe, Qin Lian. Qin San quickly introduced this Shi tribe member to Shihao. Then I have to trouble President Qin. Shihao was not polite. Sooner or later, he would have to deal with the Shi tribe members, and now was the perfect time. Qin San and Qin Lian entered the Light Tan in a flash. Qin Lian saw the more than 30 humans around him, and it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. He received information saying that there were only 5 humans and a few pets. Now it seems that the information is not true. Please feel free to go, President Qin. I will first ask Qin San about the situation. Qin Lian is the president after all, and his status is the same as Qili. Shihao would not be so rude as to leave him here. When we were starting construction, Shamu brought a group of tribesmen over and said that someone had reported that a giant lizard tribe member had disappeared in the back clan castle. They want to block that area and not allow us to continue construction. Shamu wanted to find the person in charge, and Miki went up to argue with him. As a result, after a few words, Shamu ordered those giant lizard tribe members to prepare to smash the construction site. President Qin and I led people to stop them, and they wanted to arrest us. In the end, Miki said that he would take responsibility for anything, and was taken to the starship by Shamu and flew away. Qin San quickly recounted the whole story. This Shamu just wanted to make trouble, and found an excuse at random. When he ran errands for the Bat clan in the past, he often found excuses to oppress us at random. Qin Lian continued Qin San's words. Where will they take Mickey? Shihao asked, narrowing his eyes. Tianning saw Shihao's expression, and understood that he had the intention to kill. Shemu should return to the headquarters of the giant lizard clan. He built it very solidly. At that time, our stone clan helped him build a house. The giant lizard clan also dug out the underground, and set up their own prison, and used private punishment to suppress other races at will. Shihao turned around and asked after hearing Qin Lian's words, Private prison? Doesn't the Silver Domain care? Since the Bat clan came, we haven't seen anyone from the Silver Domain, and the master of the system hasn't appeared. Although there is the Silver Domain law, it actually has little binding force on yellow-level planets, and the higher-ups all turn a blind eye. The Silver Domain law has become a tool for some people. Mianyun Star has really suffered a lot, and has been ravaged by the Bat tribe and Giant Lizard tribe. Like Qin Lian and Lei Li, they were getting more and more distressed the more they spoke. Shihao turned his head and asked the carrier pigeon, Can you lock the location? Captain, no problem. Let's go, we go pick up Mickey. Shihao's face was very calm, and he made arrangements in an orderly manner. The Hunter Tan directly passed through Mianyun City, and flew in a straight line to the headquarters of the Giant Lizard tribe on the other side of Mianyun City. Soon, the Hunter Tan arrived directly above the Giant Lizard tribe. Shihao used the Hunter Tan's teleportation function, plus his own mind search below. Soon, he found Mickey, and teleported Mickey in with a thought. At this time, Shemu was standing at the door of a cell, sneering at Mickey, and suddenly Mickey disappeared. It seems that the cell of the Giant Lizard tribe is still too low level, and there is no defense against thoughts. Chairman Qin, if the Giant Lizard tribe privately sets up a cell, can you be a witness? Seeing that Mickey was fine, Shihao turned to ask Qing Lian. No problem, I wanted to sue Shemu a long time ago, but the Bat tribe was there at the time, and the two families were in the same boat, so I had to swallow my anger and thought I would find a suitable opportunity to talk about it. Qing Lian agreed very readily. It seems that the Stone tribe is not blindly bullied. On the contrary, they see things very thoroughly, and are more tolerant than other races. When I first arrived at Minyan Star, I was received by your Stone tribe's guards. At that time, I felt that your Stone tribe was pretty good. Thanks to the territory lord's appreciation, many of the guards on the yellow-level planets are from our Shir clan, and they are directly under the silver territory. At that time, Shihao had a good impression of the Shir clan soldier. It seemed that the Shir clan had a good reputation, and was appreciated by the territory lord. I would like to ask President Qing to serve as the Chief Security Officer of Minyan Star. I wonder if you are willing. Qing Lian was a little shocked when he heard Shihao's words. He knew that Shihao was already the Star Master of Minyan Star, but removing a security officer was not a matter of words. It required strength and planning. If Sha Mu is willing to step down, I am willing to contribute to Minyan Star. Qing Lian wanted to agree in his heart. As a branch president of the Shir clan, although his situation was not as embarrassing as that of Li Li, it was an indisputable fact that he always ranked last. Who doesn't have some ambition? Qing Lian is no exception. Okay, I thank President Qing first. After Shihao said that, he looked at the image projected by Light Tan. Then he brought out a laser cannon on the Hunter Tan, and aimed it at the largest building in the middle of the Giant Lizard Clan, which seemed to be the headquarters building of the Giant Lizard Clan. A laser beam swept across, and the building collapsed in two. Shemu just came up from the basement in confusion, and when he saw the collapsed headquarters building, his mouth opened wide. Shihao teleported everyone to Shemu, who had just walked out of the prison. Catch Shemu for me, put him in the prison of the Security Bureau, and wait for trial. Shihao ordered the humans around him. The Giant Lizard Clan member was holding a long knife, and he immediately drew it out. Shemu privately set up a prison, fabricated false cases, and violated the laws of the Silver Domain. I am the new Star Master of Minyan Star. Today I will capture Shemu and bring him to court for trial. All other irrelevant people, retreat, otherwise I will kill them without mercy. Tian Ying, Katarina, Mickey and Pigeon took out laser swords, and Tai Yan picked up a laser gun. Several giant lizards rushed up at the instigation of Shemu. Mickey went up and used the laser sword to cut off all the long knives in the hands of the giant lizards in a few strokes, and then killed those giant lizards. The individual combat power of the giant lizards, according to the ranking, is estimated to be only slightly stronger than that of the rats, so they have the potential to be lackeys. Seeing that Shihao and his men were serious, the other giant lizards all retreated. The other 30 people of the human race swarmed up and controlled those giant lizards. Mickey twisted Shemu to Shur. Star-Lord Shur, you can't do this to me. I'm the chief of the Minyan Star Security. Shemu still looked down on Shihao from the bottom of his heart, which can be seen from calling Shihao the Star-Lord. All along, he didn't take those people of the human race seriously at all. You are not now, Shihao said disdainfully. You can't be so arbitrary. If you want Minyan Star to have a good life and avoid chaos, you have to discuss it with me. Shemu thought that everyone in the Security Bureau was a giant lizard, including people from other cities on Minyan Star, so what was he afraid of? But he didn't expect to meet someone who didn't reason with him at all, but was very reasonable. I didn't want to discuss it with you. Minyan Star can also leave you. You set up a private prison and created many wrongful imprisonments and wrongful cases. Wait for your trial. Chairman Qing, can you take over the position of security officer now? After Shihao finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Shemu, but turned to ask Qing Lian. Ha ha ha, it's really satisfying. I, Qing Lian, also went crazy and accepted it. Qing Lian saw that Shihao was so decisive, and solved Shemu while talking. He admired him very much, and immediately accepted Shihao's invitation. Everyone tied up Shemu, and the giant lizard guards. Shihao took them on the Light Tan, and sent them to the prison of the Security Bureau. Chairman Qing, I have a request. The Security Bureau needs to be restructured. It's not that I don't trust you. If the system is not perfect, the previous problems will reappear. Shemu completely regarded the Security Bureau as the back garden of the giant lizards, and used all his own people. It would be a miracle if there were no problems. In order to avoid similar problems from happening again, Shihao wanted to plug this loophole. How is Shing Lord going to change it? The Security Bureau changes the Chief of Security every Silver Domain year, and the Chief of Security is rotated by each race. President Qing, please be the first one. If the chief of security of a race is partial to the law, this race will be vacant 3 times, and then it will have the right to nominate its own people to be the chief of security again. Starting from this year, the giant lizards will be vacant 3 times. The Security Bureau has 1 chief of security and 4 deputy chiefs. For example, if your Sure tribe is the first chief of security, then the human race, the insect race, the beast race, and the giant lizard race will each have a quota for the deputy chief of security. President Qing, what do you think of changing the rules like this? Of course, there are many details, which will be improved later. There are 5 races in Minyan Star. It is impossible to completely remove any race. Sure Hao thinks this will be relatively fair. President Shure's idea is very good. It would be great if it was not the bats, but your human race that came to Minyan Star. I agree with President Shure's suggestion, and will implement it immediately. Who will you send to serve as the deputy security officer? Qing Lian is looking forward to close cooperation with the human race. Katarina, are you willing to come to the Security Bureau? Sure Hao originally wanted Mickey to take the position, but considering that Mickey is too simple, Katarina is more suitable. Brother Hao, if you say it's okay, then I have no problem. I am yours. After saying that, Katarina threw a wink. Patting his forehead, he ignored her and turned to Qing Lian and said, Chairman Qing, Miss Katarina will serve as the deputy security officer for the human race. I have to trouble you to go with me to the Zerg and the Beast tribe. I've met Chairman Qi, but I don't know the chairman of the Beast tribe yet. As for the giant lizard tribe, let's wait and see what happens after we figure out the sand curtain issue. Sure Hao thought about it for a while and felt that the giant lizard tribe had too many problems. He was afraid that a bad apple would spoil the whole pot of soup, so he decided to wait and see. Katarina stayed behind, and the others took off again on the Hunter Tan. Chapter 168. Chairman Sure, how about I go back to the construction site first? I need to explain the following work clearly, and then concentrate on rectifying the affairs of the Security Bureau. Everyone boarded the Lai Tan, and Qing Lian spoke. Okay, after all, the things over there are also very important. I am waiting to open that warehouse. I hope Chairman Qing will take care of it. The number of magnet blocks should be huge. Before starting large-scale excavation, the top priority is to build the warehouse quickly. Chairman Qing, are all the architectural styles in the Silver Domain like this? Aren't the houses in Minyan City too ugly? Sure Hao looked at the dark houses passing by quickly below and asked Qing Lian on the street. Other planets are not like this. Those planets with rich resources are well developed, and the city planning and construction are very beautiful. Large starships, like yours, are flying everywhere. But because the purchasing power of Minyan Star is too low, large starships are not sold at all. Since it became the headquarters of the Bat Clan, it has not only not developed, but has also regressed. Currently, Minyan Star ranks last among the more than 500 million yellow-level planets in the Silver Domain. Not to mention yellow-level planets, there are many unrated planets that are more developed than Minyan Star. It was indeed a bit surprising to hear that the planet where the headquarters of a race is ranked so low. Then if there are resources, can the houses on Minyan Star be built more beautifully? According to what Sure Hao has learned in the past 2 days, after the Bat Clan withdrew, 2/3 of the houses in the entire Minyan City and other cities of all sizes were vacant. He is willing to transform the city and introduce a new architectural style, but he knows that this is not something that can be done overnight, nor can it be accomplished by a few people. Since the Bat Clan transformed Minyan Star, the number of the Stone Clan has been shrinking, and many senior craftsmen have left Minyan Star. There are no good craftsmen and no technology. This is also the main reason why the architectural style of Minyan City is simple. It seems that talents and technology are indispensable everywhere. President Sure, you go back to the Star Lord's mansion first. I will inform President Ba of the Beast Clan and President Zhu of the Zerg Clan, and then go together. Sure Hao thought this was a good idea. After Qing Lian went down, the Hunter Tan returned to the Star Lord's mansion again. The Star Lord's mansion meeting room. Everyone sat together, and Sure Hao spoke. When you all stood in front of me wearing human clothes, I instantly felt that I had more family. Now I think it would be a bit of a waste of talent if I just asked you to help the human race recruit people. So I am considering rearranging everyone's work. Do you have any opinions? The fact is that Sure Hao found that there were not enough mobile phones for communication and not enough clothes. And most of these are clothes worn by ordinary people in Yin country, which is not enough to explain. The damage rate is too high. More than 400 sets will not last long. As long as the problem of clothes cannot be solved, the scale of the human race cannot be expanded at will. So Sure Hao plans to slow down the expansion of the human race for the time being. Don't tell me so much. The purpose of my coming here is to make money. Just tell me if you can make money? A slightly tongue-tied voice came from behind. Of course you can make money, and you can make more than before, and the money is more stable. Well, that's good. After Shirhao gave everyone a reassurance, the voice said again. Seeing this, Shirhao continued to talk. You have also seen that Minion Star has already belonged to the human race, and the Star Lord Mansion also belongs to the human race. The Bat race has evacuated, and the Shamu who harmed Minion Star has been arrested. I believe that under the leadership of President Qinglian, the Security Bureau will take the responsibility of maintaining public order as soon as possible. In addition, we are planning to restore Minion Star, which has been transformed by the Bat race, to its original state. According to the Insect race president, the original Minion Star was like a fairyland. Through his description, I found that the environment may be the most suitable for human survival. I personally look forward to it. Shirhao said this, stood up from the chair, and walked to the middle of everyone. But now there is a lot of work to be done. I need a lot of manpower to work day and night. Shirhao knew very well that if the human race wanted to surpass other races, they must start with high efficiency. That won't work. We all have to rest at night? I was exhausted yesterday. There is no precedent for working at night on Minion Star. Everyone expressed dissatisfaction. Daily salary is 15,000 yellow crystal coins. Shirhao ignored their words, and directly reported the salary. He had already investigated that someone as eloquent as Qin San could earn 8,000 yellow crystal coins on average every day. Some of them even had no income on the day when the salary was low, and they could not compare with Qin San when the salary was high. Hearing Shirhao's words, everyone shut up. Everyone was calculating in their hearts, and some could not hold back and smiled. Do you have any problem working day and night? No problem, of course not. Money can make the devil work, and this is true for the universe. Not only will I give you money, I will also give you identities. For example, the Security Bureau needs 2 people to assist Adjutant Katarina. Is there anyone willing to go? As soon as Shirhao finished speaking, 2 active people raised their hands. One was very thin, and turned out to be a rat tribe member. One was very strong, and was a beast tribe member. Okay, then you two, go to the Security Bureau to report to Adjutant Katarina later. Shirhao believed that the more proactive people are, the more active they are in doing things, and such people have relatively simple thoughts, or they don't like to go with the flow. Mickey and Qin San are taking care of such a large construction site, which is quite hard, so 4 people are also needed. Before Shirhao finished speaking, 7 people raised their hands, and everyone couldn't see which one was the fastest. 4 of you go with Mickey and Qin San. 3 of you go with Tianing. Shirhao simply pointed with his finger, and divided the people into 2 groups. The rest of the people follow Xinge and Tai Dan. Xinge, you and Tai Dan will take them to dismantle the magnet blocks first. This is a big project, and more people are needed. As long as you can endure hardships, as long as you are united with the human race, I will give you money, status, and in the future I can also give you, find women based on your own ability. Shirhao couldn't stop talking for a while, and almost shouted out the words give you women. Everyone looked at Shirhao's embarrassing look and laughed. Shirhao waited for everyone to stop laughing, and then continued with a smile on his face. For the convenience of addressing, I will first announce the appointment of the human race. My name is Shirhao, and I am the president of the human race. Tianing, vice president, responsible for administration, logistics and other comprehensive work. Katarina, vice president, responsible for the security of the human race and Minion Star. Xinge, vice president, currently responsible for the transformation of Minion Star, assisted by Tai Dan. Mickey, vice president, responsible for the transformation of Minion City, assisted by Qin San. Now that there are soldiers, Shirhao will naturally start to appoint generals. Once the personnel are ready, the rest of the things will naturally come naturally. Just get the team together and do it. The development of the human race has a long way to go. As long as you have ideas, I can help you realize them. If you want to go to another planet to be the president of the human race branch, no problem. If you want to start a company to make money, no problem. The big pie still needs to be drawn. Besides, these will definitely be realized with development. If you want Minion Star to develop, population, resources, and trade are all indispensable. If you want the human race to develop, 500 million yellow-level planets must be laid out in place. The project is huge, and the task is long. After the meeting, Mickey and Qin San drove the 4 people to the construction site of the Terran headquarters to supervise the work. Carrier Pigeon and Tai Dan led the remaining 22 people to form groups, and when the Zerg sent the detection location, they began to dig for magnetite blocks. Shirhao called Tianning over and gave her 10 purple crystal coins. He bought 3 more cars, plus the original one for each of the 5 people. There was also a transport starship. The Hunter Tan was responsible for leading the excavation, and the transport starship was responsible for transporting the magnetite blocks back to the warehouse. In this way, the curtain of the construction of Mianyun Star was opened. Shirhao asked Tianning to bring paper and pen, and started drawing at the desk. Dozens of hours passed by drawing and revising like this. Near the afternoon, Tianning came to report that Qing Lian, Yi Li, and the leader of the Beast tribe, Ba Ran, had arrived. Shirhao said without raising his head, "Please invite them here." He did not stop writing. After a while, Tianning came in with the 3 of them. Shirhao looked up and said, "Please sit down. 3 presidents, wait a moment, I will be done soon." More than an hour later, Shirhao stopped writing. "President Qing, come and see if this thing can be made?" "President Yi, please come and take a look." Shirhao turned the papers over, and Qing Lian and Yi Li walked forward to look at them carefully. Ba Ran sat there, his face gloomy, but Shirhao still pretended not to see him. "President Shi, it's incredible that you can design such a beautiful building." Qing Lian picked up the papers and looked at them again and kept exclaiming in admiration. "It's just that there are some places here that I don't quite understand." Qing Lian pointed to a few places and said, Shirhao worked for dozens of hours, and drew a plan of a Chinese courtyard based on his impression. If nothing unexpected happens, the Star Lord's mansion will be the headquarters of the Silver Domain human race, so Shirhao wants to build it well, and plans to tear it down and rebuild it. The main building in the middle is a 5-entry quadrangle. The Star Lord's mansion occupies a large area, so it is designed with 3 spans. Facing the entrance door, the front 2/3 of the right span is designed as a garden, with a pond in the middle of the garden and a third at the back as a training ground. There are also several small flower beds around the pond. Shirhao doesn't know whether Mianyun Star can plant trees in the future, so he reserved the space first. If not, he will place other things for decoration. Qing Lian was asking about those small flower beds, and he didn't understand their use. The span on the left will be used as the office space of the human race headquarters in the future. In the middle is the reception room and many guest rooms and bedrooms. The Yin people have a special liking for the Sahiwan, and Shirhao is no exception. Although he only drew the general layout, the strict and bright layout of the Sahiwan gives people a sense of elegance, tranquility, and comfort. The Sahiwan is about the layout and style. The bricks are polished and the seams are matched, the yellow pine wood frame, the wind and fire double eaves, the house is square brick floor, the windows are bright and clean, and every detail is exquisite. Unfortunately, if you want to build it on Mianyun Star, you can only make do with it. Shirhao has not yet drawn the details of the screen wall, the hanging flower door, the partition, and the complicated brick carvings. Shirhao only drew the shape, without meaning and charm, but it is already very amazing in the eyes of Qing Lian and others. That is where the decorations are placed. "I haven't thought about what to put," Shirhao answered while looking at the position pointed by Qing Lian. "I didn't expect President Shi to have such talent. It's really amazing. If this courtyard is built, I think it can rank in the top 10 among yellow-level planets. President Shi is too kind. This is a copy of a famous building in our hometown." Shirhao, Qing Lian, and Shirley were looking at the pictures and chatting enthusiastically. "If President Shi asked us to come here just to discuss building a house, then I, Ba Ran, will not accompany you." An angry voice came from behind them. Chapter 169. "President Shi, this is President Ba Ran of the Beast tribe." Qing Lian looked at the angry Ba Ran and quickly introduced her to Shirhao. "Oh, it seems that President Ba is busy with official duties. Who is he going to go to war with again?" Shirhao has not forgotten that he was tricked by the Beast tribe when he first arrived in Mianyun City. "If you are in a hurry, President Ba can leave first," Shirhao said coldly. "Humph, is this how you humans treat guests?" Ba Ran listened to Qing Lian's explanation of why he came to see Shirhao. In the past, he had always wanted to enter the security bureau, but it was always destroyed by the giant lizard tribe. This time, he felt very aggrieved when he heard what Shirhao said, but he did not lose his mind, and did not leave with his sleeves swung. "It's better than the way you beastmen treat guests with machetes and sticks." When Ba Ran heard that Shirhao was talking about yesterday, he stopped talking, and sat down heavily on the stone chair with an unhappy look on his face. "Today we are here for the future of Mianyun Star, and to discuss important matters. How about we start now?" Yi acted as a peacemaker. After hearing what Yi said, Shirhao also sat down. Shihao asked Qing Lian to explain the entire Security Bureau reform plan, and then said, the Beastmen represented by President Qing Lian will be the first security chief, the Zerg represented by President Qi will be the second security chief, our human race will be the third security chief, and the Beastmen will be the fourth. What do you think? Humph, you humans have a good plan. Editor's note. Some people may ask why there is a word abacus in the cosmic language. Shuzi will assume that this is what Shihao translated, in order to make the text smoother, so please don't worry about the wording. There will be many such cases in the future. Oh, President Ba has any opinions? Please speak up. Shihao did not continue to mock Ba Ran. In terms of combat power, my beast tribe should be the first. Why are we ranked last? Ba Ran said while patting his chest. How about this? Since President Ba is so confident in his combat power, how about we have a competition? Shihao took the initiative to propose a solution. Okay, I was just thinking of fighting with President Shi. Seeing that he finally had a chance to vent his anger, Ba Ran immediately stood up and motioned Shihao to go outside. I don't want to fight with President Ba, let her come. Shihao said, pointing to Tianying standing behind him. You underestimated me so much that you actually sent a woman to insult me. How despicable. The strength of a fighter is not about who has the loudest voice. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female, tall or short, fat or thin. You will know it after a real fight. After saying this, Shihao stood up and took the lead to walk out of the meeting room and went directly to the square outside the Star Lord's mansion. If you lose, you must obey my orders unconditionally. If we lose, you will be the next chief of the security. How about it? In close combat, Shihao is still very confident in Tianying. Wing Chun uses inch power and can attack and defend. The punch is fast, the horse stance is flexible, and the combination of hardness and softness is combined. As long as Tianying can play this characteristic, Ba Ran will not be able to take advantage. When Shihao and them practiced actual combat, he often discussed these techniques. Keep calm, don't take it hard, be flexible, and follow the punch. Shihao whispered to Tianying. President Shi, the Zerg, voluntarily give up the second place to the orcs. Forget about this competition. Cieli looked at Tianying, who was only half the size of Ba Ran, with a hint of worry on his face. Tianying looked weak and timid, and those rat tribes looked stronger than Tianying. If I hurt you, don't blame me. Ba Ran pointed at Tianying with a kingly contempt. Tianying didn't say anything, and used the split hand as the starting posture, with the right hand blocking and the left hand pressing down. Come on. After arranging the starting posture, Tianying said softly. Ba Ran saw this, and swung his right arm to hit Tianying. Tianying took a small step forward, then raised his left hand to block, and pushed his right palm upwards, hitting Ba Ran's chin. Because Ba Ran was too tall, Tianying had to find a vital point to attack. She judged that the vital points of orcs and humans were similar. Tianying felt that Ba Ran was very powerful, and it was a bit difficult to block with her left hand. After the right hand hit his chin hard, Ba Ran lost his balance and leaned back. The power of his right arm naturally dissipated, and the pressure on Tianying's left hand was relieved. Tianying continued to push forward, changing his left palm into a fist and punching forward, hitting Ba Ran in the waist. Ba Ran bent down reflexively in pain. Tianying stopped and took a few steps back. Qing Lian and Qili felt it was incredible. Before they could see what was going on, Ba Ran suffered a loss. Do you admit defeat? Tianying asked coldly, without a beat of heart or breath. Ba Ran recovered his breath and got ready again. Seeing this, Tianying still started with a split hand. This time, Ba Ran used his legs, with his left leg as the axis, and raised his right leg to kick Tianying's head. Tianying did not retreat but advanced, directly blocking Ba Ran's right leg with her left arm, then exerted her whole body strength, rushed forward with her shoulder, and pushed Ba Ran's shoulder with her right palm. Ba Ran lost his balance and fell heavily, landing on his back. It hurt so much that he couldn't stand up for a long time. President Ba, I don't think we need to continue. With President Qing and President Qi as witnesses, you can't cheat. After Shihao finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the Star Lord's mansion. Qing Lian and Qili bowed to Tianying and followed him in. They never dared to underestimate anyone around Shihao again. Ba Ran got up from the ground, lowered his head, and sat down in the main hall, looking like an eggplant hit by frost. President Ba, Tianying's strength is not as good as yours, and her physical fitness is not as good as yours. She won with skills, a kind of kung fu skills created by our human race. After all, this is the head of a meeting, and Shihao doesn't want him to be embarrassed. If you lose, you lose. Don't make excuses. In the future, I will do whatever President Sher says. Although Ba Ran is a little brainless, he is still trustworthy. Then the matter of the Security Bureau is settled. All work must be carried out as soon as possible. We need everyone to contribute and improve the chaotic state after the evacuation of the Bat tribe as soon as possible. We also need to discuss how to deal with Shamu. Let's all share our opinions. Sure Hao didn't want to be the only one to take the blame for dealing with Shamu. If the giant lizards were angry with the humans, things would be troublesome later. Such treacherous villains and lackeys should be killed directly, and there would be peace. The Bees tribe has always been excluded from the Security Bureau by Shamu, and Ba Ran has a lot of resentment towards Shamu. In addition, after the giant lizards privately hunted down the Bees tribe, conflicts between the Bees tribe and the giant lizards continued. Shamu is the president of the giant lizard tribe's branch on Minyan Star after all. We must handle it carefully, and there must be no future troubles. Qing Lian sees things more clearly and considers things more comprehensively. Sure Hao thinks that choosing him as the chief of the security is a correct decision. It is definitely an offense. The key is how to shut up the giant lizards. Qi Li said while thinking. I have a way. It depends on whether everyone dares to take responsibility. When Sure Hao spoke, he stressed the word take responsibility. Please tell me, President Sure, as long as it is reasonable, I Qing Lian can take responsibility. Qing Lian was the first to express his attitude. Am I afraid of taking responsibility? I dared to chop Shamu in front of me. Ba Ran said this with gritted teeth. Yes, President Sure, please speak first. Qi Li is more tactful. He did not express his position clearly. But this is understandable. On Minyan Star, the Zerg has never participated in the power struggle, and they are very good at dealing with people, trying to remain neutral. We must force the upper level to judge Shamu. How to force? Qi Li asked. Shamu privately set up a prison and fabricated false cases. This is against the new law. Do you all agree with this? Hearing Sure Hao's words, the three of them nodded. Since violating the law should be punished, we should expose all the laws and regulations that Shamu violated and his evidence of crimes, so that the forces behind him cannot protect him. If we hand Shamu over quietly, even with evidence of his crimes, if the forces behind him are strong, we may not be able to do anything to him. Sure Hao stopped talking, and the other three were silent. Then how to expose it? Qing Lian asked. The four of us will issue a joint statement in the Chong newspaper and publish Shamu's evidence of crimes at the same time. It depends on whether President Qi has the determination? Sure Hao said while looking at Qi Li, and the other two turned their eyes to Qi Li. Li did not express his opinion immediately, but thought for a while, and then said, President Sher's idea is indeed good. But we Zerg have always had a principle in publishing Zerg news, that is, to be as neutral as possible. I will report this matter to the headquarters, and then give a reply. The Silver Domain has never been so strict in enforcing the laws of yellow-level planets. This seems to be a small matter, but once it is exposed, it may cause a huge hole. Li is the one who sees this matter most clearly among the three of them. After all, the Zerg is the most sensitive to the direction of public opinion. Sure Hao expressed his understanding of Li's concerns, and the four continued to discuss some other things. Then Sure Hao asked Tianying to ask the pigeon for 3 mobile phones, and taught them how to use them. The four saved each other's numbers. Sure Hao found an opportunity to ask Li quietly, I wonder if President Li knows about stone-grained insects. Li looked at him in shock after hearing what Sure Hao said. After a while, he said, stone-grained insects are the most noble group among the insects. They can break away from the restrictions of the planet level. That is to say, they can freely enter and exit all levels of planets, including orange-level planets. Sure Hao thought to himself, it seems that the stone-grained insect king has a great background. What is the identity of the owner behind him? When you report it, just say, Sure Hao says hello to the stone-grained insect king. Now everything is in ruins, lacking people, materials, and backers. So Sure Hao doesn't mind using the stone-grained insect king's reputation to pull the tiger's skin and pull the banner. Li was stunned when he heard the 4 words stone-grained insect king. He felt that Sure Hao was a little hard to see through at first, but now he feels even more mysterious. Okay, I passed the message to the higher-ups. Also, we need to hurry up and explore the magnetic field of Minyan Star. I'm ready here. If we want to catch up with the lagging development of Minyan Star, we must improve efficiency. President Sure, don't worry. The people I sent have already set off. After talking with Sure Hao, Qi Li immediately said goodbye to Sure Hao, Qing Lian and Ba Ran, and hurried back to the Zerg branch to report. Chapter 170. Qing Liang continued to hold those pictures and read them intently. Ba Ren sat there and did not leave. After seeing Shi Hao send the gift away, he stood up and walked towards Shi Hao, saying embarrassedly, "Well, President Shi, those Beastman's bastards attacked you yesterday. It was really not my instruction. They also found me and wanted me to help them. When I knew that Qin Yu was behind it, I didn't come to you rashly. I mean to apologize to you on their behalf." From Ba Ran's unnatural expression, it can be seen that this should be the first time he apologized to others. The Beastmen have always believed in being indifferent to life and death, and fighting if they don't agree. They have this style of behavior because they rarely suffer losses when they really fight, and they have been cultivated for a long time. On Yin Star, the Beastman's combat power ranks first. However, Ba Ren lost to the seemingly weak Tian Ying today, and he was a little panicked. 8 people were knocked down yesterday, and all of them lost an arm. Today, as the symbol of the Beast tribe, he was also defeated. These two things made Ba Ren shaken for the first time in the battle strength of the Beast tribe. "President Ba, it's okay to apologize. But I still advise you to take good care of the people of the Beast tribe, and don't run into the muzzle of the gun, otherwise no one can save them. After all, I will soon be the deputy officer of the Security Bureau. I will definitely set an example, and never tolerate it." Ba Ren finally got what he wanted, and entered the core organization from a marginal person. It would be a lie to say that he was not happy in his heart. "President Shi, I want to compete with you to see how big the gap is." Ba Ren has been waiting for Shi Hao, still a little unwilling. "Forget it, I'm afraid of hitting you, so there's no need to compete," Shi Hao said lightly. Ba Ren heard Shi Hao's words and thought to himself, "You really care about me, damn it." This sentence has already hit him hard. "President Shi, I want to learn your martial arts. Do you think it's possible?" Ba Ren bent over and looked at Shi Hao with a smile on his face, and asked, "President Ba, our kung fu is not passed on to others. It can only be passed on to the human race. As for whether it is possible in the future, we will talk about it later." Ba Ran's question woke Shi Hao up, and made him think of a way to make money, but he had to investigate it first. "President Ba, now wars are fought with weapons. Whoever has the most powerful weapons has the advantage. Learning these kung fu is actually useless, right?" Shi Hao didn't know the weapon system and training system of the Silver Domain, so he wanted to inquire about it indirectly. "President Shi, you don't know that physical fitness, martial arts, and telekinesis are all very important in the universe. With good physical fitness and strong strength, you can pick up higher-level weapons and exert stronger power. Martial arts can determine life and death. I just lost because of my skills. In the universe, some races are very good at these. Their strength is not strong, but their martial arts are very powerful. For example, the Dark Spirit Clan, their body movements are like ghosts, and combined with weapons and other skills, they are basically invincible. In the universe, telekinesis is the most commonly used. The stronger the telekinesis, the advantages in all aspects, and it can even increase strength and martial arts. People with strong telekinesis can use telekinesis to attack, and can also control telekinesis weapons to attack the enemy. Of course, different levels of telekinesis can control different levels of weapons. After hearing what Ba Ren said, Shi Hao understood a little bit, that is, in the universe, some races focus on strength, some races focus on skills, and telekinesis is what everyone pursues. Shi Hao then asked Ba Ren how the levels are divided. Seeing that he and Shi Hao were getting more and more interested in each other's conversation, Ba Ren continued to talk. Ba Ren was not very clear about how the levels are divided in the universe, but he knew that the Silver Domain was divided into yellow, green, red, blue, purple, and orange. Strength, martial arts, and telekinesis are all divided according to these 6 major levels, and each major level is divided into 3 small levels: superior, medium, and inferior. For example, the yellow level is divided into yellow superior, yellow medium, and yellow inferior. Ba Ren also said that even some other items in the starship are divided according to such levels. Then what level do you think Tian Ying's martial arts skills are classified into? Shi Hao wanted to see what level Yin Gua Kung Fu would be in the Silver Domain. If we look at it in terms of viewing pleasure, I think it should be yellow level upper or green level. I have seen some martial arts when our beast men were competing, but their attack power cannot be compared with that girl's. The attack power should be able to reach green level middle or upper. Shi Hao felt that the level was not very high, but Ba Ran's evaluation was already very high. There were not many green level martial arts on the yellow level planet. Most of them were yellow level, and were not passed on to others. Some martial arts for sale were very expensive, and not affordable for ordinary people. If the telekinesis was strong enough, the attack power should be greatly improved. Ba Ran thought about the process of the competition with Tianning and added another sentence. The competition just now gave him the feeling of being frustrated. He had the power, but could not use it. When he was halfway through the accumulation of power, he was interrupted. Not only was he beaten, but he was also out of breath and almost got internal injuries. President Ba, do you really want to learn? Sure Hao asked seriously after listening to him. I really want to learn. Well, I can teach you a martial art for free, but I have conditions. Whatever the conditions are, just tell me. Ba Ran was immediately excited when he heard that there was a chance. I plan to sell martial arts to make some money. You also know that the human race is now poor and needs money everywhere. After you learn, you will help me promote martial arts. How about it? After Ba Ran finished speaking, Sure Hao decided to take out a few boxing techniques to sell. Okay, this is not difficult for me. I have learned it, and I can just fight a few times and promote it. President Ba, you are now a security adjutant. Can you still fight and kill casually? Oh, this is not yet adapted to the new identity. After saying that, Ba Ran smiled. You mentioned fighting, but I have an idea. We can set up a ring. Sure Hao also thinks that Ba Ran's fighting promotion method is good, but it has been improved. There is another problem. How can we ensure that the martial arts sold can only be seen by one person and not copied? This is the key point. If a martial arts is sold in one copy, the loss will be huge. President, sure you don't know this? There is a kind of blank telekinesis storage light ball, which can be written by telekinesis. Each light ball can only be read by one different telekinesis. If other telekinesis invades, it will explode. It is precisely because martial arts are stored in telekinesis light balls that they cannot be pirated. In addition, they need to be written by telekinesis, and the output is relatively low, so they are sold at a high price. It's really a pillow for someone to send when you are sleepy. This telekinesis light ball is prepared for Sure Hao. It seems that Inu's anti-piracy technology is still superior. President Ba, I buy some light balls and write them with my telekinesis, and then give one to you. In addition, I give you a 10% commission for every one you sell. Of course, the price must be set in advance, and you can't make a fuss. After hearing what Sure Hao said, Ba Ran immediately said, President Sure, wait a moment, I go buy them and be back soon. After that, Ba Ran ran out quickly. Sure Hao saw Ba Ran's performance and laughed. Whether the efficiency is high or not depends on whether there is enough profit. Whether it is an enemy or a friend also depends on whether there is enough profit. Originally, Sure Hao was a little depressed because the problem of clothes was not solved, so he couldn't make money by charging people. Now he has opened a better way to make money, and he feels very comfortable. President Sure really impressed me. Your human civilization is so well developed. From the sketch of the courtyard you drew, it is full of design wisdom. I also heard the conversation between you and the president just now. You can easily use martial arts worth hundreds of thousands of yellow crystal coins. I can't find a race with such a systematic civilization on the entire yellow level planet. Logically speaking, you have the strength to occupy a place on the green level planet. You came to the yellow level planet, which makes us feel embarrassed. Qing Lian said with a wry smile and shook his head. President Qing, do you think this courtyard I drew can be built in Mianyun City? This topic is not good to continue. Sure Hao simply asked about building a house. If you let us make a rough shape, I am confident that we can do it, but it will lack that kind of charm. My opinion is to wait and see, and build it when we have the ability. Qing Lian is very self-aware. It is not realistic to jump from the current architectural style of Mianyun Star to the courtyard drawn by Sure Hao. Can I take these drawings away for study? Qing Lian asked a little embarrassedly. President Qing, please take them. I just drew them on a whim. Thank you very much. I will go to the security bureau now to sort out the things there. The warehouse site is expected to be completed in 2 days. 2 days is equivalent to 4 months on Earth. Thank you, President Qing. After that, Sure Hao sent Qing Lian out of the house, and told him that he could also participate in the martial arts distribution. Qing Lian thanked him again. Not long after, Ba Ran came back jogging with 10 yellow transparent balls the size of bowling balls, emitting a faint yellow light. President Sure, after you activate the light ball with your mind, practice the martial arts in your mind, and it will naturally be written in. Hearing Ba Ran's words, Sure Hao took a light ball, held it with his right hand, and then closed his eyes to sense it. As he thought, a pale yellow space seemed to appear in his mind. He practiced the Luohan fist in his mind, slower than the actual practice speed, and it took about dozens of minutes. When the thought withdrew, the entire light ball turned milky white. Shirhao felt much more tired than practicing a set of boxing. It seems that he can write out 10 martial arts light balls with his mind power at most in a day. Ba Ran saw the light ball change color and understood that it had been written successfully. He looked at Shirhao with expectant eyes. President Ba, the martial art stored here is called Luohan Fist. I think it is more suitable for you. You can take a look. There is no way. Shirhao only knows one Luohan Fist. If he wants to sell other types of boxing, Shirhao has to learn it himself first. He is ready to mobilize everyone to make money. Ba Ran took the light ball. Shirhao saw that there seemed to be white light flashing in the milky white light ball. He guessed that this should be because it was reading. Ba Ran stopped after more than an hour. President Shi, this martial art is amazing, but a little complicated. I have only learned 20% of it. This martial art is no less than the one Miss Tianing practices. Ba Ran got the sweetness and began to use respectful titles for Tianing. Then what do you think is a suitable price? Making money is what Shirhao is most concerned about at the moment. Chapter 171. I think this martial art should be able to reach the lower green level. The market price of the lower green martial art is between 5 million and 8 million yellow crystal coins. This price was a bit beyond Shirhao's expectation. He could buy a nice flying car. It's so expensive. How many people would buy it? It's not okay to have a price without a market. We must find a balance between price and quantity. Don't be afraid of being laughed at by President Shi. There are no martial arts sales stores on Minyun Star. People from other planets have opened martial arts stores before, but they all lost money without exception. The people of Minyun Star are too poor. Most people can't afford such expensive martial arts. You can see the number of flying cars in Minyun City. The flying cars flying in the sky of Minyun City during the day are sparse. There are so many fairy ships because when the Bat tribe was there, the city had so many people, but on average, it was much less than other planets. The Bat tribe would not do such a low-level job as ferrying. Very few people who can afford martial arts will go to martial arts shops on nearby planets to buy them. Over time, fewer and fewer people practice martial arts on Minyun Star, and the atmosphere gradually disappears, falling into a vicious cycle. If I make some yellow-level martial arts, do you think if the price is set at 3 million, will more people buy it? Shirhao pondered for a while and asked. 3 million is estimated to be worth it, but not too many. There are still a few people in Minyun City who can take out 3 million yellow crystal coins. In addition, the yellow-level boxing itself is cheaper, and the market price is about 2 million to 5 million. Then 2 million yellow crystal coins for a martial arts light ball, only 30 are sold every day, and 10 of them will be distributed by you. President Ba, what do you think? There is another requirement, the buyer must activate it on the spot. Shirhao thought about it, and decided on the final price. In order to avoid being taken advantage of by scalpers, activating it on the spot was the best way. Ba Ran agreed with the price. He could earn 2 million yellow crystal coins just by talking and running errands every day. He was so satisfied. Shirhao decided to give 10 distribution quotas to the Stone Clan, the Zerg Clan, and the Orc Clan respectively. The purpose was to balance, and not let the Orc Clan dominate. After formulating the price and sales strategy, Shirhao started to make martial arts light balls again. Before dark, he wrote all the remaining 9 blank light balls into Arhit Fist, and gave them to Ba Ran, and told him to bring more blank light balls the next day. At night, Shirhao came to the practice room where 36 magnets were placed. His mind was still in a distorted state inside, but it had no effect on his brain. He practiced Tai Chi with his legs crossed, trying to strengthen his mind and correct his distortion. He practiced for 3 hours without any problems, so he simply stopped practicing. When he came out, he heard a noise outside. When he went out, Mickey, Katarina, and the others were all back, and the others had gone home. Shirhao called them over and asked each of them to learn another boxing or palm technique and practice it that night. Starting from the second day, everyone had to write 10 martial arts light balls with their mind and hand them in every day. Shirhao asked everyone to choose from Dragon Fist, Tiger Fist, Snake Fist, Leopard Fist, and Crane Fist. He didn't know what level these boxing could be rated. He felt that it was a little lower than Wing Chun, but it shouldn't be too much lower. There shouldn't be much problem with the upper yellow level. Mickey chose Leopard Fist, Pigeon chose Tiger Fist, Tian-Ing chose Snake Fist, Katarina chose Crane Fist, and Shirhao started practicing Dragon Fist. After everyone had divided the work, they each practiced in a room. Because they all had several years of practice, it took only hundreds of hours for everyone to practice their own boxing styles. Everyone came to Sherhao's practice room and started fighting one by one, with remarkable results. Sherhao also took the opportunity to explain the level division rules of the silver domain to everyone. Finally, Sherhao suggested that everyone practice in the room with magnets to take the opportunity to temper their mental strength. Sherhao came to the room with 72 magnets. Here, he persisted for an hour and a half and began to feel dizzy, and made a record. In the middle of the night, Sherhao's simple version of the mobile phone rang, and after answering it, the voice of the Li came over. "President Sher, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I want to visit you now. Is it convenient?" After getting Sherhao's affirmative answer, Li arrived at the Star Lord's mansion 30 minutes later. "President Sher, I just received a message from the headquarters asking me to cooperate with you unconditionally. Shemu's matter can be handled as you said. I have arranged people to collect evidence of Shemu's crimes and try to make it a dead case." Before Sherhao asked, Li told the story first. After Sherhao thanked him, he asked, "President Qi, I have a question I want to ask you." "President Sher, please feel free to speak, Qi will tell you everything. We humans need to wear clothes every day, but as far as I know, there is no clothing production and sales on the entire yellow level planet. How do you think I can solve this problem?" At this stage, clothes have become the fundamental reason restricting the expansion of the human race, and it is also Sherhao's biggest headache. Because the Zerg, Beast, Giant Lizard, Stone and the former Bat don't have this demand, not to mention the Rat, there is no clothing for sale on the yellow planet. Even if there is sales, most people can't afford it, and it's all priced in red crystal coins. However, yellow planets have a demand for armor, and there are some leather armor materials that can be used to make clothes. It is said that the elves, dark spirits, and yakshas also wear fur clothing. We can think of a solution from this aspect. In the past, a large source of income on Nianyun Star came from the fur trade. At that time, Nianyun Star had a good ecological environment and various. The food for the wild beasts is very sufficient. Take the rat tribe for example. They used to mainly feed on a kind of fruit that was all over Nianyun Star. The tribe was very large. When the ecology of Nianyun Star was destroyed, many plants withered and died, and the fruits disappeared. The food chain began to collapse, and eventually caused a chain reaction, and it became what it is now. At that time, there was another tribe that relied on plants for food. They were all uncivilized, and their number was larger than that of the rat tribe. They had long hair on their bodies. After cutting off the hair, they were sold to merchants on green or red planets. It was said that after processing, they became materials for making clothes. When Li said this, Sherhao felt hopeful. In the end, we have to speed up the transformation of Nianyun Star. It is estimated that it will take a long time to establish the entire ecological chain. I have to trouble President Qi for this matter. We have to disperse the thick cloud layer on Nianyun Star as soon as possible. Up to now, the Zerg has not sent the location information of the magnet block. Sherhao feels that the efficiency is a bit low. "President Sher, don't worry, I will fully cooperate. Before I came here just now, they had sent back more than a dozen location information. I have ordered them to detect as soon as possible day and night." As he spoke, Li handed over a ping-pong ball-sized light ball, milky white, and obviously written by thoughts. It seems that using thought light balls to record and transmit information should be a common method used in the silver domain. "President E, I will send someone to contact you later, and send you a few more mobile phones for easy communication." Then, Sherhao told Li about the sale of martial arts. Li was overjoyed. 10 martial arts light balls could be digested by the Zerg internally, and it was so cheap. When Sherhao said he would give him a 10% commission, he firmly disagreed. In the end, Sherhao decided to give Li 10 light balls containing the Mantis Fist martial arts after a while, because he had to practice it first. Sherhao called the pigeon to meet with Li. After the two discussed the details, Li left in a hurry. The next morning, Bahran brought 50 blank light balls. Sherhao handed all 50 light balls to the pigeon because he was about to take people away to dig for magnets, and would not be back in a short time. Bahran ran to buy 100 blank light balls without stopping. Katarina brought 10 blank light balls, and her 2 men to the security bureau to work. Mickey and Taidan took the blank light balls, and 4 men to the construction site to supervise. Sherhao found Tianing and explained a few words. Tianing and her men also went out. This will be their normal working state in the future. Li brought a copy of Insect News in the middle of the morning and handed it to Sherhao. There was a big title on it. Shemu, the president of the giant lizard tribe of Nianyun Star, abused his power for personal gain and set up a private prison. According to investigation and evidence collection, During the period when Shamu served as the deputy officer of the Minion Star Police, he colluded with the Bat Tribe, used bad means to suppress other races, and privately captured the Rat Tribe, Beast Tribe, and Zerg Tribe to provide them to the Bat Tribe to refine poison. In order to gain money, Shamu privately bought and sold the positions of Chief Officer and Deputy Officer of the Police in many cities of Minion Star. Shamu appointed people based on personal connections. After the Bat Tribe withdrew, he placed many giant Lizard Tribe members in the police bureau. Shamu also embezzled and accepted bribes, creating many false and wrongful cases. Shamu's various actions were shocking and sensational. The hard evidence is as follows. According to authoritative analysis, Shamu's actions have violated the third volume, Chapter 15, Articles 3, 4, and 5 of the Silver Domain Law, and also violated the Silver Domain Law. In summary, Shamu, who is extremely evil, should be sentenced to death, with his body destroyed and his consciousness annihilated. The head of the Insect Tribe branch of Minion Star, Li, the head of the Stone Tribe branch, Qinglian, the head of the Beast Tribe branch, Ba Ran, the head of the Human Tribe, Shi Hao, and the indigenous Rat Tribe of Minion Star jointly petitioned, asking the Lord of the Domain, the Lords of the Lord Gods, the Lord of the Throne, the Lord of the Clouds, and the Lord of the System to severely punish Shamu to set things right. Li also carefully considered the order below the petition, because Shi Hao had the title of the Stone Pattern Insect King, and the Zerg headquarters attached great importance to this matter, so Li put himself at the front to take the blame. They were all branch presidents, while Shi Hao was the clan leader, with completely different identities. The insect newspaper disclosed the name of the clan leader of the human race for the first time. From this day on, Shi Hao led the human race to officially step onto the stage of the Silver Domain. After Shi Hao and Li chatted for a while, Li said goodbye and left. Let the matter of the sand curtain ferment slowly. In the following days, Shi Hao practiced martial arts and wrote martial arts into blank light balls. He also fulfilled the Mantis Fist martial arts for Li. At the beginning, Shi Hao could write 12 martial arts light balls every day. After practicing in a strong magnetic field for a few days, and nearly 10 months of the Earth calendar, he could write 20 martial arts light balls every day, and his telekinesis increased significantly. The cooperation between the carrier pigeons and the insect race was very smooth. From the space, half of the clouds on Minion Star were slowly dissipating and thinning. That day, Chili came over in a hurry, and when he saw Shi Hao, he said, "The Bat Tribe has publicly announced that the strong magnet used to transform the Bat Tribe is the Bat Tribe's asset, and they are going to auction it off on Minion Star in 2 days." Chapter 172. Oh, is the strong magnet valuable? Now that Shi Hao knew that the magnet was called a strong magnet, he felt that it should be a good thing at the beginning, but he didn't expect the Bat Tribe to make a fuss about it. The Bat Tribe announced that the thick clouds of Minion Star were all imprisoned by strong magnets, which proved that strong magnets are a very suitable material for transforming planets. The most important thing is that the amount of strong magnets on Minion Star is relatively large. If all of them are taken away, one or several planets can be transformed. Some higher races are still interested. Although the universe is large, the population is also large, and resources are indispensable. Shi Hao felt that this matter was a bit tricky after hearing what the Li said. It was impossible for the Bat Tribe to take it away, but they couldn't leave an excuse, otherwise those higher races would uphold justice. Through observation, the Bat Tribe found that the clouds outside Minion Star had changed recently, and knew that someone had moved the strong magnets that were buried in order to transform Minion Star. The Bat Clan did this not because they really hoped to get the strong magnet back, but simply to disgust the people on Minion Star. They thought that if it could affect the human race, it would be great, so they would stir up trouble first. Shi Hao walked back and forth in the room for a few steps, thought for a while and said, "President, I have to trouble you again. Please help me publish a statement in the Insect News tomorrow." The general content is as follows. Shi Hao, the Star Master of Minion Star, claims 100 million purple crystal coins from the Bat Clan. Because the Bat Clan set up its headquarters on Minion Star, without consent, it privately transformed Minion Star, where the Rat Clan, the Insect Clan, the Stone Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Human Clan depended on for survival. Minion Star was originally a precious planet with rich resources, balanced ecology, and beautiful environment. After being transformed by the Bat Clan, the ecology suffered devastating damage, the environment became extremely harsh, and the rich resource output has ceased to exist. For a long time, the people of Minion Star have suffered huge losses, but they are afraid of the huge power of the Bat Clan on Minion Star, and dare not speak out. Thank you, wise Lord of the Domain, lords of the lords, lords of the thrones, lords of the clouds, lords of the system, for kicking this unkind and unjust dark race that disregards the law out of the sequence. Selfish. The selfish Bat clan must make compensation to Minion Star, to every race and every person living on Minion Star. Sure Hao, the Star Master of Minion Star, promised that once the Bat clan's compensation is in place, the infrastructure of Minion Star will be vigorously developed to benefit every person on Minion Star. If the Bat clan refuses to cooperate, the various races on Minion Star reserve the right to pursue their responsibilities and personally take back the compensation we deserve. The signature is, Sure Hao, the Star Master of Minion Star, and all the people of Minion Star. After listening to Sure Hao's words, Ely was shocked. This move was too cruel. From the moral high ground, there is only benefit and no harm for Sure Hao and the human race. The final result is just a matter of the size of the benefit. This statement may be ignored by the Bat clan, but the initiative has been grasped by Sure Hao. If the Bat clan does not compensate, when the human race becomes stronger, it can even use this reason to start a war against the Bat clan. I will contact the headquarters and put this statement on the front page. Ely took the initiative to say, President, we have to speed up and dig out the remaining strong magnets within 3 days. I can give you 1/3 of them. Hold the strong magnet in your own hands first, and take the initiative first. Chief Sure, I have no use for the strong magnet. After Minion Star is restored to its original state, I hope the chief will give me a piece of territory for the Zerg to breed uncivilized Zerg. The previous Minion Star was very suitable for Zerg to live and breed, and Lily could see farther. That's no problem. When you see where you like, tell me. Lily thanked him, and went back to arrange things. The next day, seeing Sure Hao's statement, the entire yellow level planet was boiling, and then the green level and red level planets knew about this statement. It was not because Sure Hao asked the Bat tribe for compensation, but because of the amount of compensation. Most people on the yellow level planet had never seen amethyst coins. Sure Hao spent 30 amethyst coins to buy Minion Star from Qin Yun, and 100 million amethyst coins was a large number even for people on the red level planet. This made everyone think that Sure Hao was crazy about money. Just when everyone thought it was a farce, news came from the core position of the Silver Domain. This news was announced by a throne, which roughly means that Sure Hao's claim of 100 million purple crystal coins from the Bat tribe is a bit too much, and the already poor Bat tribe can't afford it. The above believes that it is more reasonable for the Bat tribe to compensate Minion Star with 1 million purple crystal coins. After the Bat tribe transformed Minion Star lost at least 30,000 Silver Domain years of development, which is obvious to all. This news requires the Bat tribe to pay the compensation to Minion Star in 10 installments within 1 Silver Domain year, and no disobedience is allowed. The Bat tribe was kicked out of the sequence, so naturally there is no backer, and the previous backers will not stand up for them. The new human race has been in the limelight for a while, first exposing the matter of Shamu, and then the matter of the Bat tribe. The key is that in these two matters, Minion Star represented by Sure Hao is right, and Sure Hao is not just seeking personal gain. If there is no response to this statement, this matter will soon pass. But the higher-ups responded and helped Sure Hao to ask for compensation, and many people paid attention to Minion Star and the human race. In addition, the higher-ups announced that they would send a Cloud Master to lead the investigation of the Sand Curtain incident. Li knew more inside information. He knew that this statement would attract attention, but he did not expect to get a response from the higher-ups, so he obeyed Sure Hao even more. Qing Lian and Ba Ren felt that the people of Minion Star had never been so proud. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. I thought that putting them on a yellow-level planet would be farther away from us, and without external forces, we could fully test their true strength. A towering but somewhat hunched figure was sitting there, and said in an old voice. The stone-patterned insect king was standing behind him with his hands hanging down. Hee. Then you can just ignore it. Why issue such an order? Another figure standing in front of him took over. Some rules need to be changed. This is a good time. Besides, they are also relying on their own strength and using the rules. We can't just ignore someone who violates the Silver Domain law, right? Are there few people who violate the Silver Domain law? Don't you adopt the concept of non-intervention for yellow and green planets? Do you want to regret it now? Hey, the concept of non-intervention was imposed on me by you guys. For so many years, there hasn't been a single outstanding race below. If we make appropriate changes, there might be some surprises. You are biased. It took millions of years to plan, so what if I am biased occasionally? The Bat clan didn't expect that they would offend others, but instead cause trouble for themselves. As for refusing to compensate, they didn't have the courage. It took the Bat Clan leader 2 days to mobilize the entire Bat Clan to collect 100,000 purple crystal coins. There are more than 500 million yellow-level planets. Although the Bat Clan only built branches on 1/3 of the yellow-level planets at the beginning, the population of the Bat Clan is still very large. 100,000 purple crystal coins are a bit stretched, which shows how miserable the Bat Clan is. 3 days after the statement was issued, the Myeonyun Star Space Guard sent someone to ask Sure how to go up and receive the compensation from the Bat Clan. Under the supervision of the guard, the two sides did not say a word. A Bat Clan branch president came and said after the handover, "Be careful of retribution for spending this money." Haha, I hope this kind of retribution will come more and more. After saying this, he took the purple crystal coins and turned away. Before coming, the pigeon reported to him that all the strong magnets had been excavated. The warehouse was also built, and the strong magnets began to be transported to the warehouse one after another. The entire warehouse is 15 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, and finally the strong magnets occupied 4/5. I saw that the cotton candy-like clouds of Myeonyun Star had begun to dissipate, and many flocculent clouds appeared around. The area around Myeonyun City was the first to remove the strong magnets. The thickness of the clouds has dissipated by half, and the entire city is much brighter during the day. It rained a few times in the meantime. Although it was not heavy, it also brought a little moisture to the earth. In the fields outside the city, a thin layer of green can already be seen. Back to the Star Lord's mansion, Sure Hao left the 100,000 purple crystal coins untouched, and he was ready to wait. After all the clouds on Myeonyun Star have dissipated, we will observe the changes on Myeonyun Star, and then make comprehensive transformations on Myeonyun Star according to the corresponding characteristics. After Mickey came back, Sure Hao asked him to take Chin San to transport 3,600 strong magnets to the Sky Shuttle. In addition, 108 magnets were transported to the Star Lord's mansion to complete the layout of the third training room. In this way, there are 3 strong magnetic field training rooms for tempering telekinesis. Let Tianning buy one of each type of flying car, and small and medium-sized starships sold by the Silver Domain Golden Clan Starship Company, and send them to the Sky Shuttle. After Tianning came back, she asked, "Boss Sure, are you going back to Earth?" "Yes, it will take quite some time for Myeonyun Star to recover. Before it is fully recovered, we cannot make an overall plan for Myeonyun Star. I will go back to Earth during this period to get more supplies, equipment and talents. Only in this way can the human race develop in the Silver region. It is too slow for us to build something from scratch. Time waits for no one." Sure Hao has been thinking about returning to Earth these days. He did not expect to receive 100,000 purple crystal coins as compensation from the Bat Clan. This is also a pleasant surprise. Now that the funding problem has been solved, we can no longer grind slowly like before. Sure Hao asked Tianning to carry out the preparations in an orderly manner. Sure Hao also took time to take Tianning, Mickey and Katarina to temper their telekinesis in a room with 36 strong magnets. Not long after, the carrier pigeon came back with a group of people. Just after getting off the light in, the carrier pigeon sniffed deeply and said, "The air in Myeonyun City seems to have changed." He immediately took out an instrument and fiddled with it, ran around the square, and then called Taidan to board the light in, and came to the outskirts of Myeonyun City. "I told you, it's different. See? There are plants growing there. There is thin oxygen in the atmosphere." The carrier pigeon pointed at the thin layer of green, and showed it to Taidan. The carrier pigeon recorded the video, and immediately went to Sure Hao to report the situation. It seems that there was oxygen and water in the atmosphere of the original Myeonyun Star. This is undoubtedly another Earth. Sure Hao looked at the green layer and realized that as the number of plants continued to increase, there would be more and more oxygen, and the ecological chain would gradually be established. He immediately called everyone to a meeting to explain the matter. He couldn't wait to return to Earth to bring strength to develop Myeonyun Star. Finally, Mickey and Sure Hao returned to Earth. The remaining people were mainly Tianning, who maintained the status quo. If others asked, they would say that Sure Hao was practicing in seclusion. All the battle pets, including Jupiter and Lightning, were left behind. The more strength, the safer it was. Sure Hao left 500 purple crystal coins to Tianning, asking her to pay wages to Chin San's group every day, so that they could choose the opportunity to develop. They were required to practice martial arts every day without slacking off, and to use telekinesis to write martial arts light balls for sale. After I leave, the development of Myeonyun Star is not the most important thing. You can do what you can. I only have one request, that you must constantly improve your strength and ensure your own safety. After Sure Hao finished his instructions, He drove the space shuttle to the hunter seat to pick him up. Chapter 173. On the shuttle, Sure Hao used strong magnets to set up 3 more telekinesis training rooms, which were arranged according to the number of 36, 72, and 144, and divided into first level, second level, and third level telekinesis training rooms. Mickey practiced Hunyuan Gongfa in the first level training room, and Sure Hao practiced Tai Chi Dao in the second level training room. Continue to train until you feel dizzy, and then you can use martial arts techniques. When the shuttle came out of the yellow circle and arrived at the airspace, where the reception platform was located, Sure Hao no longer felt dizzy in the second level telekinesis training room, and his telekinesis increased significantly. When the telekinesis increased to a certain extent, he tried to penetrate the wall of the second level telekinesis training room, which was very smooth and the distortion did not occur again. The telekinesis needle technique can already achieve a needle with one thought, and a small cyclone will occasionally appear on the tip of the needle, and the attack power is getting stronger and stronger. When you are ready, cyclones will appear around you when you start, and those elf-like cyclones are clearly visible. After completing the whole set of Tai Chi postures in the second level training room, there was no awkwardness and no sonic boom. After continuing to train in the first level training room, Mickey stayed in it for longer and longer. When he felt that he had trained well and moved to the second level training room, he could only stay there for more than 40 minutes. After being slapped in the face by reality, he trained harder. Finally, the power of the Hunyuan palm with the Hunyuan Gongfa was greatly increased, and there was a small amount of penetrating damage. Sure Hao also had to be alert when fighting him. After arriving at the hunter seat reception platform, Sure Hao stopped the sky shuttle in the void and flew to the reception platform in a small cigar-shaped starship. Your starship is pretty good, it can be regarded as an antique, sell it to me. You make an offer. Sure Hao just stepped onto the reception platform when an arrogant voice came from the side, as if talking to someone was the greatest gift to that person. 3 people with metallic luster, well-proportioned bodies, and bald heads were standing on the reception platform more than 10 meters away from Sure Hao and his group. The man in the middle was bright silver, and the 2 people next to him were bronze. They looked similar to the liquid metal robots made by the Rya country on Earth, but the aura emanating from these 3 people was very powerful, far beyond the reach of those liquid metal robots. Captain, are these people from the Gene tribe? Mickey asked in a low voice beside him. Yeah. After Sure Hao finished speaking, he ignored those people and continued to walk forward. He knew that the starship that person was talking about was the Sky Shuttle. Hey, didn't you hear what my son said? A dissatisfied voice shouted loudly. Not for sale. Sure Hao did not stop and said coldly. With a whoosh, 3 people from the Golden Clan teleported in front of Sure Hao, blocking his way. Since it was a limited edition and a bit old, I give you 50 purple crystal coins. Sure Hao had to stop and reiterated, I said I won't sell it. You are the new human race in the silver domain, right? As the rumors say, you are learning to dress like those races that think they are noble. No matter how you pretend, you are just a low-level race on the yellow-level planet. You have to sell it today, whether you want to or not. The arrogance on the face of the man in the middle seemed to be born, and he kept this expression from beginning to end. His words were full of disdain for Sure Hao and Mickey. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the king? Get out of the way. Mickey is not a patient person, he said, while pushing a bronze-colored gold tribe member who was blocking him with his arm. Are you tired of living, kid? Seeing this, the man punched Mickey in the face. Mickey did not retreat. He pushed out his palm to block the man's fist. He felt that his fist was not as hard as metal, and he felt relieved. After blocking the fist with his palm, Mickey then pulled the man's hand back. The man also pulled hard to break free. Mickey immediately let go. The man's center of gravity was unstable, and he retreated thump-thump and almost fell. Another bronze-colored gold tribe member was not willing to be outdone and also rushed forward. This time he was not careless, and was very cautious in his moves. He and Mickey were entangled in a ball. Mickey's Hunyuan palm was already very proficient. He used his palm as a knife, dodged and kicked, and the Gene tribe member gradually couldn't resist and fell behind. The second Gene tribe member who fought with Mickey should have practiced martial arts, but he was slightly inferior to Mickey. It seems that you humans have some skills. You actually have a green-level top-level martial arts, the Gene tribe member said while fighting. At this time, the Gene tribe member, who almost fell, also joined the battle. 2 people fought against Mickey. Mickey, the palm method and the martial arts must be integrated. You only have the form now, but no rhythm. Seeing this, Sure Hao only moved his mouth and didn't go up to help. Mickey was distracted when he heard Sure Hao's words, and was hit by 2 punches in succession. Seeing that the situation was not good, he quickly retreated a few steps. The 2 Golden Tribe members started to chase, but they were slower than Mickey. On Earth, when Mickey and Laura practiced fighting, they competed in speed, and speed was Mickey's strong point. After hearing Sherhao's instructions, Mickey's body movements became more flexible, and his palm speed became faster. He didn't move one move at a time like before. Each move was more rounded and natural. The 2 Gene people slowly turned into sandbags. They didn't understand why 2 people besieged one person, but they were at a disadvantage. He has red level medium, or even superior martial arts. A Gene person, who was hit by several palms in a row, said in a lost voice. 2 idiots retreat. The bright silver Gene person cursed, and pulled out a stick. It seemed to be his weapon. This weapon was glowing red. A red bubble appeared on the top of the stick, getting bigger and bigger, and then the bubble completely wrapped Mickey up, just like the Yiksha door control wrapped around the starship. After wrapping, he began to wave his arms, trying to pull Mickey into the air. Mickey felt his body getting lighter and lighter, and slowly his feet left the ground. With the bubble floating in the air, punching and kicking had no effect. The Gene clan member's face was distorted, as if it was very difficult to drive the stick. Sherhao saw the scene, but he didn't rush to take action. After a careful look, he felt that this should be controlled by telekinesis, so he prepared to use telekinesis to deal with it. Sherhao silently used telekinesis to condense into a needle. The tip of the needle flew towards the bubble with a small cyclone. When the needle passed through the bubble wall, the entire bubble burst like a balloon and then disappeared. The Gene clan member screamed awe, and hugged his head in pain. You actually destroyed my weapons, and damaged my telekinesis. I will not let you humans go. Let's go! After the Gene clan member finished speaking harshly, he waved to his 2 subordinates, then quickly left, boarded a silver shining, sci-fi metal cube starship, and ran away. This kind of starship was the first time Sherhao had seen it. Master, are we just going to let them go? A subordinate asked. They have red-level martial arts and antique-level starships. I'm afraid they have a backup plan. A wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him. The person next to him is very powerful. If I guess correctly, his telekinesis has reached the middle level of green level, while I am only at the lower level of green level. His telekinesis is considered a top master on a yellow level planet. I really don't understand why the human race is arranged on a yellow level planet. According to their strength, they should be on a green level planet. This young master of the Gene clan is not stupid. He saw that the iron plate was too hard to kick and immediately withdrew. However, this is more interesting. We will play with them slowly and go home first. I will report this information, which should be exchanged for hundreds of purple crystal coins. The cube starship moved forward almost in a teleportation state. Is this the jump starship of the Gene clan? Looking at the way the starship left, Sherhao remembered the intergalactic jump starship newly developed by the Gene clan not long ago. Chief Sher is really powerful. He chased away the 5 young masters of the Gene clan. When Sherhao was deep in thought, a pleasant and crisp voice sounded in his ears. Chapter 174. Sherhao recognized the voice of Mia Yunju and looked around, but saw no one. Don't look around, just come to my office. Sherhao heard the words, and entered the reception platform comprehensive office building, and then went straight upstairs to Mia Yunju's office. Su was already waiting at the stairs on the 3rd floor. After taking Sherhao to the office, she came out to talk to Miki. Sister Su is getting more and more beautiful. Mickey's mouth is sweet. Su smiled even more after hearing it. Mickey, I can't tell, your martial arts are quite powerful. Our lady said that your martial arts have reached the elementary level of red level, and can be upgraded. It's not that exaggerated. It was still very difficult to beat those 2 people just now. I was hit several times. Those are the Gene people. Although they are better at technology, they use the upper level green level martial arts. Although their martial arts are ordinary on green level planets, they are invincible on yellow level planets. Su rolled her eyes at Mickey as she spoke. Mia Yunju's office. Patriarch Sher has just arrived at Mianyun Star for a few days, and he has become famous. He is amazing. Mia Yunju said half mockingly and half praisingly. Sherhao blushed and said, Sherhao would like to thank Yunju here. Your 50 purple crystal coins helped me a lot. If Yunju needs any help in the future, just ask. Giving timely help is precious. 50 purple crystal coins not only allowed Sherhao to gain a foothold in Mianyun Star, but also bought Mianyun Star and became the master of a star. This made Sherhao feel that he owed Mia Yunju a huge favor. I sold the big black diamond you gave me for 150 purple crystal coins. Besides, You also gave me such a beautiful pendant. No matter how you calculate it, I have made a profit. Mia Yunju said, as she played with the black diamond pendant on her neck. Okay, don't call me Yunju all the time, just call me Mia. According to the ratio between your Earth calendar and Silver Domain calendar, I, Mia, am about 28 years old, which should be considered a young girl in the eyes of you Earthlings. After that, Mia smiled lightly and looked at Hao. Women like to make themselves look younger, and the Silver Domain is no exception. Well, shall I call you Miss Mia? Oh, as far as I know, the word Miss in your Chinese language is not very nice. Miss referred to women of low status before the Song dynasty in Yin country, and after the Song dynasty, it was a respectful title for women from wealthy families, representing a noble status. But in modern Yin country society, this word became popular from the original Guangdong city, and gradually became the name of those special service personnel in some special service places, and then became popular in Yin country. So now calling a young woman Miss should be cautious. People gradually replaced Miss with beauty to address young women, which made the word beauty less pure. Hao didn't expect Mia to study Chinese so thoroughly, and his face was embarrassed. I call you Hao, and you call me Mia. Isn't it more natural this way? Mia saw Hao's embarrassment, and took the initiative to say, Okay, Mia. I came here to visit today because I have a question to ask. After a long time, Hao finally found an opportunity to talk about business. However, once the name was changed, there was less of a hierarchical barrier, and the relationship between the two immediately became much closer, and Hao slowly relaxed in his heart. You tell me. Mianyun Star was severely damaged by the Bat tribe, and the resources there are extremely scarce, so I want to open a route from Earth to Mianyun Star. I wonder if this can be done. If it can be done, how should it be done specifically? What are the precautions? If the resources and population of the Earth and the solar system can be transported to Mianyun Star without hindrance, coupled with the 100,000 purple crystal coins in Hao's hand, the development of Mianyun Star will be greatly accelerated, and its potential is immeasurable. This is easy. There are no restrictions on you Earthlings leaving the solar system. Just ensure your own safety. Every human who wants to pass the reception platform must first pass the cosmic language test, and then register each starship that passes. I originally thought that our elves were efficient enough, but compared to you humans, it's really a small witch compared to a big witch. So, Hao, I am looking forward to your future, and I hope we can fight side by side on the red level planet as soon as possible. Mia looked at Hao, with a hint of eagerness in her eyes. Mia, do you think our human race can really survive on a red level planet? Hao already has a deep understanding of the yellow level planet, and knows that the human race is not the weakest, nor is it useless. When the population grows, it can still compete with the other 4 races. To be honest, your original bodies are not strong, and can even be said to be very fragile, and your original lifespan is not long. But today I saw that Mickey can use red level martial arts, although it is elementary, but it seems to be able to upgrade. You yourself actually have a telekinetic attack method, and people who have this method are calculated at a ratio of 1 in a billion on a yellow level planet. As for the problems of lifespan and range of activities, you have almost solved them. What you lack is only time. Hao did not expect Mia to have such a high evaluation of the human race. It also gave him a further understanding of martial arts and telekinesis. But the Jin clan has already created a system-level jump starship. I am now driving an antique, which is not developed by the human race itself. Our technical reserves are far behind. Since he saw the technology of the Jin clan's new starship in the insect news that day, Hao's heart has been heavy. He always has a thought in his mind. When can the human race reach that high level of technology? Hee, what did I think you were worried about? You still don't know much about your own strength and the various races in the Silver Domain. I found another strength of the human race from the information I extracted. Mia's mouth corners raised meaningfully when she said this. What strength? You humans will definitely not be able to create a starship like the Jin clan with your current innovation ability. But you have a strong ability to imitate, don't you? Imitation is plagiarism, to put it bluntly, but it is also a good way. Hao nodded thoughtfully. I can tell you that the Silver Domain has not yet established a patent system like your Earth. That is to say, if you copy someone else's things, no one will care. The current patent protection policy on Earth is very complete, so imitation and plagiarism are rare. Hao was a little puzzled that there was no such system in the Silver Domain. Wouldn't that be a mess? Hao asked without thinking. No, if you are weak and can't learn to protect yourself, and someone catches you, then the other party will directly come to you to settle the account. It's a competition to see who has the harder fist. If you copy me, you must be prepared to be destroyed. The Gene clan is indeed very powerful in starship technology. At least it is at the top level among green level and yellow level planets. Their monopoly is achieved by strong suppression. Mia said it easily, and Sure Hao was sweating a little. But the Gene clan also has weaknesses. Their telekinesis is generally not strong. Otherwise, the fifth young master of the Gene clan would not have been suppressed by your telekinesis. Each race has its own strengths and weaknesses. Sure Hao thought that he must learn more about the information of each race in the future. Mia, thank you for your help and information. I am ready to leave and return to Earth. Sure Hao stood up and said goodbye. If you have diamonds of that kind, bring me some more. Is the Silver Domain also interested in diamonds? Isn't there a lot of them in the Silver Domain? Most of the rules in the universe are the same, and the types of resources are similar. The diamonds you are talking about have very harsh conditions for their generation, and the Silver Domain can't have them everywhere. Besides, the entire Silver Domain has a large population and great demand. Earth and the solar system are just a drop in the ocean in the universe, but they are still a part of the universe after all, so Mia's words are not difficult to understand. After Sure Hao clearly agreed, he said goodbye and left. He boarded the space shuttle with Mickey, passed through the circular door when they came, and quickly flew to the edge of the solar system. Mickey, let's go to the asteroid belt first to see if we can find some diamonds. The space shuttle cut into the asteroid belt. Sure Hao looked at the star map, and then searched the asteroid belt counterclockwise. Because the space shuttle is large and fast, and Sure Hao's telekinesis is strong enough, the exploration efficiency has been greatly improved compared to before. All the small pieces of high-purity ores and gems encountered on the road were collected directly. After nearly half a month of searching, a total of 5 pieces were obtained, 2 high-content gold mines, a gravity stone mine, a black diamond several meters long and wide, and a red diamond more than 10 meters in size. That day, Sure Hao found 3 light spots on the star map moving quickly nearby, and the movement direction was very irregular, sometimes east, sometimes west, sometimes up, sometimes down. After judging that there should be 3 aircraft chasing, Sure Hao drove the space shuttle to accelerate to the 3 light spots. Chapter 175. Soon, Sure Hao saw 3 aircraft chasing each other in a relatively open area in the small belt. The aircraft in front was about 500 or 600 meters long, and looked a bit like the Moon and Earth starships made by Yin Country. The starship behind was a matte black starship, chasing the starship in front. And behind these 2 starships, there was a starship similar to the Mianyun Star Ferry, with a mottled hull, but very fast. When the matte black starship was about to catch up with the starship in front, Sure Hao had already flown close, and he saw a Yin Country flag on the hull of the starship in front. With a thought, he put the starship into the space shuttle. And the starship at the back suddenly accelerated and hit it from the side. At the moment when it was about to hit, a person was teleported out of the starship behind. The matte black starship was knocked away by the mottled starship. Sure Hao took the lonely person in the void into the space shuttle. After doing this, Sure Hao teleported himself into the body of the Yin Country starship. After scanning around, he really found an acquaintance, Xia Yunhan. Xia, why are you here? What's going on? Xia Yunhan heard someone calling him, looked up, was stunned for a long time, and then shouted happily, General Sure, it's General Sure, we are saved. Others have not seen Sure Hao, but Sure Hao's reputation is known to everyone in Yin Country. It is said that he went to explore the universe and has become a godlike existence in people's hearts. For safety, Sure Hao teleported the last person sucked into a closed empty room. Sure Hao asked Mickey to greet Xiao Wenhan and his group, and he went to the room. Who are you? Sure Hao asked. My name is Sure Wei. You are General Sure? Sure Wei pays respects to the master. After the man saw Sure Hao clearly, he bowed slightly and saluted Sure Hao. Do you know me? Sure Hao looked at the man in front of him. His skin was blue, and his whole body was icy. Master, remember the laser cannon test on Europa, right? I am the bionic robot that fell on Europa. It turned out that the robot was hit by a meteor and transferred to Europa, and the whole person fell into the ice and was frozen. The headset also lost its function. He just lay on the ice, and at first, he felt very cold all over. 1 year, 2 years, as time passed, the feeling of coldness became weaker and weaker. And he found that he and the surrounding ice surface seemed to have become one. Just a few months ago, he finally sank under the ice layer by his own strength. After swimming for an unknown period of time, he found a small hill underwater and planned to rest there. There were some holes on the hill, so he went in through the holes and found the starship with mottled bodies. After exploring, he finally activated the starship with his mind and after unremitting efforts, he found a geyser that was erupting and got out from under the ice. He flew around in the starship, and originally wanted to find some gems in the asteroid belt, but he encountered the starship of Yin Country and was chased, so he followed it. That day, you searched for me around Europa. I could see you at first, but I couldn't move or make a sound. But I know you didn't abandon me, so I gave myself a name, Shui, and I regard you as my lifelong master. I hope I can protect you in the next life. I didn't expect to see my master here. After listening to Shui's explanation, Shihao was very happy and immediately gave Shui a hug. He leaned close to Shui's body, feeling like he was close to an ice lump. Shihao immediately thought, could it be that the things in the ice layer of Europa have penetrated into his body? He signaled Shui to fight with him for a few moves. After preliminary testing, Shui's physical fitness was no less than that of Song Han level, and his telekinesis was much stronger than Mickey. Shui, it's good that you can come back. From now on, we are a family. Don't always call me Master. You can call me Captain or Mr. Sure. Okay, Master. Shihao had to let him go. Let's get down to business now. Shihao brought Shui to the central control hall, looked at the star map, first put away Shui's starship, and then chased after the dumb black starship. The speed of the dumb black starship was much slower than the space shuttle, and its size was smaller than that of the Yin Country starship, but it was very powerful. Shihao didn't say much, and directly put it into the space shuttle, and then took Mickey and Shui and teleported it in. There were more than a dozen people inside, and their overall strength was equivalent to that of Taishan. However, they were subdued by Shihao and his 3 men in a short time, tied up and locked up. After interrogation, they were from the United States Federation. They first drove the United States Federation starship to explore the solar system. Once by chance, they found this dumb black starship on an asteroid. After activation, it was found that the performance of this starship was an order of magnitude higher than that of the Earth-class starship. After more than 10 years of development, there are a total of 100 starships from multiple countries exploring the solar system. Space exploration and resource collection have become a myth of getting rich overnight. They targeted those starships and started a pirate business. But it was too bad that today they not only met Shui, but also Shihao. It seems that the space economy of the Earth is developing very well now. Shihao sighed. Coming to the central control room, Shihao asked Xia Yunhan about the situation on Earth. Xia Yunhan said that the rapid development of the space economy is inseparable from the strong promotion of the Hausher Group. Currently, 2/3 of the civilian starships in space are manufactured by the Hausher Group. The Hausher Group has also built the world's first Jupiter energy collection platform on Jupiter. All starships can go to that platform to refuel with hydrogen or helium. Xia Yunhan is still in the military sequence and is under the management of Wang Guiyong. Shihao asked him to connect Wang Guiyong's phone. Oh, I see you look like a peach blossom. Did you find an alien girlfriend? Wang Guiyong said this when he saw Shihao for the first time. Old one, your taste is too strong, isn't it? Shihao was almost speechless when he heard Wang Guiyong's words. Are all aliens ugly? Wang Guiyong's question seemed to be ridiculed, but it had a deep meaning. That's not the case. There are also very beautiful ones. Shihao's mind immediately popped up the beautiful and intelligent Mia. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. Come back quickly, let's have a good chat. After Wang Guiyong hung up the phone, he immediately began to report the information about Shihao's return to his superiors, and called Lei Shiyu and Wu Yi. Shihao drove the space shuttle to Jupiter's outer space, and saw a large space station floating in Jupiter's near-Earth space. The difference is that there is a long tube extending from Jupiter's atmosphere. There are also several long tubes extending from the space station, and one tube is inserted into a starship. According to Xia Yunhan's introduction, the starship is adding energy, and this is the Hausher Group's energy collection station. The entire platform of this collection station uses an anti-gravity device, so it can float stably in Jupiter's near-Earth space. Those tubes are also specially made, with stabilization devices installed on them to resist the strong winds on Jupiter. These tubes are directly inserted into the ocean formed by liquid hydrogen and helium on the surface of Jupiter. Shihao observed for a while on the periphery, and then flew directly into Jupiter's atmosphere to fill the space shuttle with energy. Although Shui's starship and the dumb black starship had been hit, there was no damage on the surface, and they were also filled with energy. Then, Shihao did not stop anywhere, but flew directly to the Earth, parked the shuttle in outer space, and then took the starship driven by Xia Yunhan to land in Kyoto City. In space, Shihao saw that the Earth was lush and green, and most of the places were dark green, which showed that the Earth Space Dome project was very successful, and the Earth returned to its original state, and even became better. Because the number of starships increased, for convenience, Yin Country currently has a total of 4 starship bases: Lula City, Kyoto City, Yunnan and Guizhou City, and a city on the southern coast. After Shihao landed, Wang Guiyong and Lei Shiyu were already waiting there. Shihao took Miki and Wei and followed them to the flying car, and then sped away. "Where are you going?" "Let's go, take you to eat roast duck." Mickey's saliva almost flowed out when he heard the word roast duck. Chapter 176. Kyoto roast duck originated in the Yin Kingdom during the Northern and Southern dynasties, and was a royal food. The most famous roast duck restaurant in Kyoto. It was not noon, but the restaurant was already crowded. Everyone came to a medium-sized box and sat down. "Lao Wu is on the way, and will arrive in 10 minutes. Wang Guiyong said to Shihao. "I was thinking of visiting him on the moon in a few days, but I didn't expect that he would come back from the moon. After all, the Earth and the moon are 2 planets. Shihao felt that it was a bit extravagant to take a starship from the moon to the Earth for a meal. You don't know this? The speed of the civilian starships produced by your Hausher group has reached the standard of advanced starships on Earth. The maximum speed has reached 10,000 kilometers per second, but the distance between the Earth and the moon is a little short, so the speed can't be increased at all, but it can reach the Earth in more than 10 minutes. There are many people who go to the moon commercial street to eat fried chicken and fried stinky tofu after work at noon, and then come back to work. There are also many people who fly from the Earth to the moon for work and go back to the Earth to rest after get off work." Wang Guiyong's words surprised Shihao a little. He didn't expect that the Earth's technology has developed so fast. If the speed is reached, the distance is not a problem. What standard can the military starship reach? Shihao wanted to take the opportunity to understand the highest level of Earth's technology. According to the speed, it should be able to reach the standard of the solar intermediate starship. This speed has reached half of the light tan. It can travel in the solar system, and Shihao is quite satisfied. In fact, we have reserved the technology of the solar advanced starship, but considering the cost and practicality, we have not tried it yet. What we are worried about now is what should we do when the speed reaches the standard of the advanced starship of the Sun, that is, extremely close to the speed of light. There is no clue yet. We know that even if we can reach the speed of light, it will be difficult for us to fly out of the Milky Way. Wang Guiyong said this, obviously a little worried. At this time, the roast duck came up too. It was roasted with the ancient method of charcoal fire, with a ruddy color, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, fat but not greasy. Okay, no more talk, I think these problems will be solved. Lei Shiyu invited everyone to eat. Shihao, Lei Shiyu and Wang Guiyong each took a few pieces of crispy duck skin, added scallions, rolled it up with a pancake, and savored it carefully. I have eaten this roast duck for decades, and I never get tired of it. It tastes different every time. Come on, keep eating. Lei Shiyu lives in Kyoto. He has a dull personality, but he has a special liking for Kyoto roast duck. When Shihao was about to roll the second pancake, the 2 plates were empty. Miki and Wei's mouths were stuffed full of food, and they were eating so deliciously. Lei Shiyu and Shihao smiled at each other. Waiter, bring 2 more. Lei Shiyu shouted. No, bring 20 more. Shihao added that he knew Mickey's appetite, and since it was Wei's first time eating delicious food, he would probably eat no less than Mickey. Shihao felt that he would have to eat at least 2 or 3 to be satisfied. Lei Shiyu heard what Shihao said, and laughed and said, Waiter, bring 30 more. Don't forget, Lao Lei and I are both Songshan level, and our appetite is no less than yours. Wang Guiyong said on the side. Don't forget me. The roast duck on the moon is not as good as here. Wu Yiren's voice floated in before he arrived. Shihao stood up, and welcomed Wu Yiren to sit down. I can't forget you. There are other dishes. Kung Pao chicken, shrimp with cashews, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, pine nut corn, barbecued lamb legs. 3 servings each. Lei Shiyu ordered many more dishes. 2 hours later, looking at the empty plates piled high beside them, everyone smiled at each other. All foodies. Okay, we've had enough fun with you, and now it's time to get down to business. There's a meeting this afternoon, and the leaders will attend. After Wang Guiyong finished speaking, everyone stood up and prepared to return to the headquarters. Mickey, you and Wei go to the shuttle to send the flying cars and starships produced by the Silver Domain Gold Clan to the starship manufacturing plant. These are prototypes, and can be disassembled. At the same time, Shihao also gave Mickey a chance to see Yang Shui. The starship factory has moved to the moon. Chief Engineer Yang is also on the moon. I will send someone to accompany you. Wang Guiyong knew about Yang Shui and Mickey, and everyone knew that Yang Shui was waiting for Mickey. Shui, go to the moon to find Director Wu and ask him to help you check your body. Shui's body has changed a lot on Europa. What is the reason? It is still up to Wu Ruinfa to judge. A meeting room of a state agency in Kyoto City. As soon as the leader entered the meeting room, he walked quickly to Shi Hao and gave him a big hug. Then he said, "Welcome our hero back." There were a total of 20 people sitting in the meeting room, all of whom were the chief officers of various war zones and fields. After everyone arrived, the leader announced the start of the meeting without any formalities. First, please ask Shi Hao to tell me what he has seen and heard. Shi Hao started from leaving the solar system, and told me what he saw, heard, did, and thought. From the initial cue, to being accepted by the Silver Domain, then learning the cosmic language, to the human race officially stepping onto the Silver Domain stage, buying Minyan Star, and transforming Minyan Star. Everyone present listened with great interest, some were surprised, some were in a trance, and some couldn't help but applaud. After Shi Hao finished speaking, the warm applause lasted for a long time, and humans finally had a better understanding of the universe. Then, everyone began to ask questions. General Shi, you said that our Earth is a protected novice village? Then aren't we all trumpets in the game? A rough voice sounded. It can be understood that our Earth, including the solar system, is said to be protected by a certain main god. Although it can be regarded as a trumpet, if this trumpet is useless, there is no chance of rebirth. Hearing Shi Hao's words, everyone laughed. There was a sense of relief in the laughter. We can't be too optimistic. According to my judgment, the Silver Domain, including the entire universe, follows the law of survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest. I guess the main god level is no exception. Therefore, we must seize the opportunity to develop our own strength and be able to compete with other races and protect ourselves as soon as possible. Shi Hao has never stopped making progress because of the protection of the main god. On the contrary, he always has a strong sense of urgency in his heart. Do you think we humans have a chance of winning compared to other races? A not very loud voice floated from the end. From the voice, it can be heard that the person who spoke was not very confident. At first, I also had great concerns. However, after spending some time with the Zerg, Stone, Beast and Giant Lizard on Minyan Star, we are at least not weaker than the races on the yellow level planet. Their technological level is not advanced, but they are under the management of the Silver Domain and can enjoy the advanced technology and techniques of higher races. I once consulted a Cloud Master, and what she said made sense. Our human body is very fragile, our lifespan is very short, and our technological level is not high. This is our obvious weakness, but with the development of technology, these weaknesses have been supplemented. Take the body for example. I am a good example. Through body modification, I can be with the people of the Jin clan compete. Not to mention the lifespan. Although it cannot be compared with other clans that can easily live for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, it has also reached the standard of traveling in space. Besides, in terms of technology, we are indeed far behind. The Jin clan can already build starships for intergalactic jumps, and the construction of starships for interconstellation jumps has also been approved. Compared with the Jin clan, our technology is in orders of magnitude behind. However, 1 Silver Domain year is equivalent to 100 Earth years. We must rely on high efficiency and diligence to catch up with other clans. Technology, we can imitate, learn from, and then innovate. I think this gap is also easy to make up. Hearing Shi Hao's analysis, warm applause rang out again. Shi Hao, thank you for your detailed explanation and analysis. Aiming at the future and seizing the present, what do you think is the most urgent thing we need to do now? The road still needs to be taken step by step. How to take this step? Which foot to take first? How big a step should be taken? These are all issues that need to be considered. Chapter 177. There are many things to do. Shi Hao thought for a while and spoke. The first thing Shi Hao raised was the population problem. Although the population of the Earth is several billion, it seems a lot. But it is not enough in the universe. The peak population of Minyan Star can reach 20 billion, and there are more than 500 million yellow-level planets. The current population of the Earth is not even a fraction of that. So the Earth should vigorously promote childbirth. Next, Shi Hao extended the population problem to the population quality problem. If you want to leave the Earth and enter the void, you must at least reach the Taishan level, preferably the Songtan level. Shi Hao and his people are at the Songtan level, and they can barely compete with other races. The human body samples recorded by the Silver Domain human race are also at the Songhan level. So the Earthlings who are preparing to enter the Silver Domain must upgrade their bodies to the Songhan level at least. There is another important issue, which is the language problem. It is necessary to popularize the teaching of cosmic language on Earth immediately, so that humans will not have any obstacles in entering the Silver Domain from the reception point. The last question is about the martial arts in the Silver Domain. We need to start Kung Fu teaching on Earth, learn moves and techniques, and the purpose is to improve the martial arts and telekinesis that the Silver Domain values. These things need to be done immediately. The development of Yin Star requires a large number of people, and there are so many yellow-level planets waiting to be expanded. I suggest that the screening should start immediately. When I leave this time, I will take a large number of talents with me, preferably covering talents from all walks of life and fields. By the way, it would be best to find a few more experts in building courtyards. I plan to set the architectural style of Yin Star as the traditional courtyard style of Yin country. After saying these words, Shihao concluded, if the human race wants to gain a foothold in the Silver Domain, it must unite and surpass other races with team strength. The Earth and the solar system are strong backing, and the entire human race is a community of shared destiny, advancing and retreating together, and prospering together. After Shihao finished speaking, everyone was silent, thinking about the problem. Why not just arrange the urgent tasks at this meeting? The leader thought for a while and said. The recent work was quickly determined. On the principle of voluntariness, personnel were selected from various industries and recruited. Those who agreed to sign up were immediately organized to learn the cosmic language and hold exams. After passing the exam, they went to the moon to undergo body transformation work, and everyone was uniformly transformed to Songhan level. In consideration of the interests of the entire human race, the scope of recruitment is the whole world. At the same time, prepare to bring materials and production equipment to Yin Star, and strive to establish a complete industrial system on Yin Star as soon as possible. The new birth policy will be implemented. In the future, all newborns in Yin country will be provided with free medical care and free education by the state, and there will be a living allowance every month until they reach adulthood, and give villas, cars, and various supplies to families raising multiple children. After the policy was promulgated, the time Yingua couples spent on the internet and playing games every night was reduced. They turned off the lights early and started their plan to have children. Later, Shihao learned that 1/3 of Yingua people have undergone genetic modification, and their physical fitness has greatly improved. The physical fitness of the offspring born is no less than that of their parents, or even better. After the new birth policy was promulgated, the genetically modified group has a stronger body. As a result, within those 2 months, 1/3 of young couples had to replace their beds. This wave of human-making movement has led to the renewal of beds, which are stronger and more earthquake-resistant. After knowing this data, Shihao laughed and said to himself, I wonder what kind of bed the Songshan class will use. After the meeting, Shihao and Wui came to the moon together, because the headquarters of Haoshi Group had been moved to the moon. In outer space, Shihao saw that the moon was more brilliant. The entire moon was full of buildings, and the moonlit side was as bright as day. There are already 200 million people living and working on the entire moon. The entire moon has become the core area of the space economy. Yin country has built 10 cities, and 15 industrial zones on the moon. Wui pointed down and said, there was an endless stream of starships taking off and landing from the moon. How is Mars developing now? Shihao thought that after they defeated the Yellow Spot Worm King, the Big Ribbit was also disposed of. I wonder if there has been any change. The magnetic field of Mars has recovered a small part, but compared with the magnetic field in ancient times, it is still much weaker and has a poorer ability to bind the atmosphere. But urban construction on Mars has begun. Yin State has built 3 cities on Mars. Nikola State in Minsk has developed well, and that area has spread out. As the chief officer of the Space Command, Wu Yi is very familiar with the situation on Earth and Mars. I brought back a lot of strong magnets this time. The Bat clan used this thing to imprison the clouds of Yin Star. I think it should be useful to strengthen the magnetic field of Mars. It is on the space shuttle. Shihao brought back strong magnets for Mars. The moon does not have the foundation for transformation, but Mars is different. It is water and atmosphere. It is mainly because the ancient Martians gave Shihao greater confidence. That's great. I will report this situation immediately, and notify the countries and forces on Mars to hold a meeting. At this time, they have landed at the lunar starship base. You have to help me find personnel as soon as possible. This time, we have to bring at least 10,000 people to Yin Star. There is another thing. Please report to the higher-ups for me. Do you still remember the original Liang Wanlonga Panlong Brigade? The soldier who helped his sister to avenge? Yes, I want to take him away this time. He has been in prison for more than 10 years. It's almost time. Let him go to Minyan Star to make meritorious service. Okay, I do it. After the two finished talking, we returned to the office. Shihao came to the lunar headquarters of Haosher Group. Haosher Group is built near Chanhua city government. It is 6 stories high and covers a large area. Shihao walked into the door and found 2 beauties at the reception. One of the beauties looked at Shihao, was stunned for a moment, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. She immediately trotted to Shihao. Welcome, Mr. Shihom. Do you know me? Shihao was a little surprised. Please look, Mr. Shih. Shihao followed the direction of her finger, and saw several large photo frames on the wall of the hall. There were 2 large photos of Shihao, and several photos of him, and the company's senior management. Shihao saw this scene, and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Li Benhui to be so capable of making trouble. Is Mr. Li here? I have notified Mr. Li, and he will come down to pick you up right away. At this time, another beautiful woman at the front desk said softly. From the level of the receptionist at the front desk, it can be seen that Li Benhui should manage the company well. After a while, several people came out of the elevator and greeted them warmly. It was Li Benhui, Liang Wenhui, Wang Yukai, and Shi Shirui. Shi Shirui ran over and hugged Shihao. Mr. Shi, welcome home. The other 3 shouted in unison. Everyone led Shihao to the 3rd floor. Mr. Shi, this office is reserved for you, and someone cleans it every day. Although Li Benhui is the chairman, his admiration for Shihao is from the heart. When arranging the office, he insisted on preparing a large and luxurious chairman's office for Shihao. And he chose a small office for himself. Shihao asked everyone to sit down and chat about the recent situation. The main businesses of Haosher Group are now Haosher Civilian Starship, Haosher Bionic Space Robot, Haosher Bionic Materials, Haosher Energy, Haosher Transportation, Haosher Jewelry, Leiwa Auction House, Haosher Construction Investment, Panlong Fund, and Haosher Galaxy Flying Car. Mr. Shi, most of the industry has been transferred to the moon. The value of the 10 overseas plots is getting smaller and smaller. In order not to waste manpower and energy, I sold all the overseas plots. Benhui, I will not interfere with the company's management. You can do it according to your own ideas. I fully support it. Shihao heard Li Benhui's words, and said immediately, Where are they? Wu Cheng is in the factory. Su Yuan went to the Jupiter Energy Collection platform, and Wen Shan stayed on Earth. Shi Shirui replied, I have notified all senior executives to rush to the moon headquarters today to hold a board meeting. Okay, Benhui, you can arrange it. Call me when the meeting starts. While waiting, Shi Shirui accompanied Shihao to the moon commercial street. We started with fried stinky tofu, and ate it while walking along the street. Dad, there will be a large auction at Leiwa Auction House later. How about we go and have a look? When we were almost done eating, Shi Shirui asked Shihao. Let's go! Chapter 178. The two came to Leiwa Auction House. Dad, we came here temporarily. Minyu doesn't know. I go see if there are any boxes. After Shi Shirui finished speaking, she was about to leave. At this time, Shihao said, Don't bother so much. We can just find a seat and sit down and take a look. The staff inside knew Shi Shirui and easily arranged 2 seats, slightly behind the middle of the first floor. The auction has begun. Yang Minyu stood on the central auction table, wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a red bow tie. His hair was waxed and not messy at all. He stood there, exuding an invisible aura, attracting the attention of the whole audience and becoming the focus of the whole audience. Shihao felt that Yang Minyu had changed from the inside out. The venue has 2 floors in total. There is a large holographic projection image above the center, and a small holographic projection image every 10 meters above the seats. It allows people to see the status of the auction venue, and the auction items from any angle. This kind of large-scale auction is usually held every 3 months, and these people come from all over the world. Shi Shirui introduced the situation at the auction site. I think the scene is really good. What kind of items are usually auctioned? Shihao looked around, and saw that the people around him were all dressed extraordinary, and the word rich was written on their faces. Now the more popular items are space-related items, such as space gems, meteorites with years on various planets, and people have discovered items suspected of ancient alien life on Mars and other places. They are all hyped according to the routine of antiques. There are also auctions of plots on the moon and Mars, and auctions of space technology patents also account for a large part. After hearing what Shirui said, Hao fell into deep thought, thinking, it seems that the ancient Martians and other ancient life forms have indeed left many traces of activities in the solar system. What is their relationship with the elves? Okay, let's take a look at the first lot now. This is a biotechnology patent from the Russian Federation, which can greatly improve the quality of the human body. According to our research, the improved quality of the human body can reach the level of Yin country's quasi-Songshan level. The starting price is 300 solar coins, and each increase is not less than 10 solar coins. I declare that the bidding begins. Hao saw this lot, and judged that the Russian Federation had at least mastered the technology of Songshan level and above, otherwise it would not have put this thing up for auction. The technology of the Russian Federation is always 1 or 2 orders of magnitude lower than that of our country, but not weaker than that of the United States. Shirui's voice sounded again. So what is the current situation in terms of space technology development? When talking about space technology, people usually only talk about Yin country and other countries. Among other countries, the Russian Federation and the United States are in the same echelon, and the other countries are all the same. Pakistan and Ukraine are relatively close to our country, so they are relatively ahead. It seems that Stan and Riyal have fallen behind. The development of Yin country's space technology can be said to be truly rapid. It is not easy for other countries to catch up. Well, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this technology patent with 1,500 solar coins. Hao looked at the stage, and the first item had been hammered down. 150 billion Yin country coins to buy a technology. It's really rich. Hao sighed. Now an Earth primary starship is sold for nearly 300 solar coins. For a small country to win a seemingly useless biotechnology is already a big profit for them. At least it has one time to enter space. Now the GDP of space has surpassed the GDP of the Earth, faster than those experts expected. Hao understood this truth very early, but he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. However, this is understandable. How much is the value of capturing an asteroid from space? Next, a piece of commercial land on the Moon, a piece of industrial land on Mars, a meteorite found on Mars, and a 500-carat black diamond were auctioned in succession. The black diamond was auctioned for 15 solar coins. According to Shirui, since Hao captured that large piece of black diamond last time, so many starships have only found 3 black diamond rocks in the past few years. The largest one is no more than 1 meter. Most of them flow into industrial manufacturing, and a small part flows into the civilian market. Shirui's words made Hao a little puzzled, because when he came back, he spent more than 10 days in the asteroid belt to capture another large piece of black diamond and a large piece of red diamond. Is it really lucky? Hao is a little skeptical. Diamonds are scarce in the entire universe. It seems that Mia is right. How many diamonds do we have in stock now? Not many, most of them are sold to the country for weapons manufacturing. There is less than 1/5 left now. Shirui thought for a moment and replied, don't touch these diamonds for now, I will take them to the silver region, where they can be sold at a high price. The piece he gave to Mia was 100 carats, which could be sold for 150 purple crystal coins, which is much more cost-effective than selling it on Earth. Next, our auction item is a top-quality blood diamond. Blood diamonds are also red diamonds, and red diamonds are the best among colored diamonds. This diamond is in the shape of a chicken heart, and the total weight is 3,000 carats. There is one thing we need to explain. The smooth chicken heart shape on the outside is not artificially processed. It was in this shape when it was discovered. Leiwa Auction House has found several of the most famous jewelry experts on the Earth to conduct appraisals, which can prove that there are no traces of artificial processing, and they have all issued appraisal certificates. Yang Mingyu put on gloves, picked up a large diamond as red as a drop of blood and showed it to everyone, and then showed 7 appraisal certificates. Hao was attracted to this blood diamond at first sight. To be precise, he was attracted by the trace of thought rules that came out of it. He silently practiced Tai Chi Dao, but he could not penetrate the blood diamond. Its core seemed to block the power of thought. The starting price of this blood diamond is 150 solar coins, and each bid is not less than 10 solar coins. Immediately afterwards, Yang Mingyu announced the start of the auction. If you want to participate in the auction, do you operate here? Hao pointed to the small console in front and asked. Yes. Shirui was a little confused, but did not ask more. 180 sun coins. At this time, there have been 3 bids. 200 sun coins. The price Yang Mingyu called out was entered by Hao. 550 Sun Coins. After several rounds of bidding, there were 3 people left, including Sherhao. Humph, I just wanted to get back what belongs to us through the auction. If this goes on, don't blame us for tearing our faces apart. At this time, an angry voice came from a box. Sir, you can only bid, you can't threaten other bidders. Yang Mingyu said righteously. We saw this blood diamond first, but those bastards from Ba country got it first. Your grievances should be settled by yourselves. Whoever commissions it will own it. Yang Mingyu continued to speak neither servilely nor arrogantly. Don't be too arrogant, Leiwa Auction House. I know you are affiliated with Hausher Group. If you don't accept our appeal, we will attack Hausher's transport fleet. If anyone dares to bid again, my Phantom Pirates will pursue it to the end. We Phantom Pirates are not so easy to bully. The man began to make naked threats. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked when they heard the word Phantom, and then they became noisy. The Phantom Pirates are getting more and more arrogant. A friend of mine collected a large piece of red gold ore in space, and they hijacked his starship along with it. He hasn't come back yet. I heard that the United States Federation is behind this pirate group. Yes, they are too shameless. In order to disrupt the space situation, they came up with such a shady trick. No way, what if everyone knows? They are still at large. Sherhao frowned as he listened to the voices around him and asked Shiroi, is what they said true? The rumors outside are all like this. It is said that the Phantom Pirates are backed by certain countries. Their goal is to disrupt the order of space and slow down the development of space. At the beginning, they did not dare to take action against Yin country, but starting this year, they seemed to be more arrogant and began to harass Yin country's starships. I've always been a little worried about Su Yuan's safety recently, Shiroi said, with a trace of worry on her face. Everyone, please be quiet. That gentleman, if you make a sound again, you will be expelled. Yang Mingyu remained calm and issued a stern warning. I bid 560 Sun Coins. Is that okay? After the man made the bid, he stopped talking. Chapter 179. Another bidder was so frightened by the might of the Phantom Pirates that he stopped bidding. 570 Sun Coins. Yang Mingyu once again bid a new price. Humph, wait for it. A heavy snort came from the Phantom Pirates box, and then threatened. But no new bid was made. 570 Sun Coins twice. 570 Sun Coins 3 times, deal. Congratulations to the friend in seat number 1050. Sherhao was sitting in seat number 1050. Don't you give a close-up to the successful bidder? Sherhao said in a relaxed tone. The auction house will give a big close-up to each successful bidder in front of them, and receive everyone's applause. Because of the existence of the Phantom Pirates, in order to protect the bidders, Yang Mingyu made such an arrangement, but he didn't expect the other party to be unappreciative, so he had to ask the director to transmit the image of seat number 1050 to the big screen. When he saw the image clearly, the worry on his face turned into joy. We congratulate bidder number 1050. Yang Mingyu congratulated the successful bidder as usual. You, Hausher Group, just wait for the revenge of the Phantom Pirates. And you, number 1050, right? You will soon taste the power of the Phantom Pirates. A naked threat came out from that box again. Hee, I'm not number 1050, my name is Sherhao, the chairman of Hausher Group, you can come to me. Sherhao said jokingly. As soon as Sherhao finished speaking, the auction hall was detonated again. Everyone knew that the collision between Hausher Group and Phantom Pirates was inevitable. You notify Su Yuan and ask her to report to me the location of all the starships transported by Hausher. I will track them in real time. If you encounter a suspected pirate group, report to me immediately. Sherhao ignored that person and told Shiroi. Then he called Mickey and said, Mickey, contact Yang Mingyu and get the information of the people who participated in the auction of the Phantom Pirates. Then follow them with Shiroi and find a chance to catch them on the shuttle. Sherhao and Shiroi came to Yang Mingyu's office. Shiroi contacted Su Yuan to explain the matter. Sherhao called Wu Yi and asked Old Wu, do you know the information of the Phantom Pirates? Recently, we have received several pirate group attacks, all targeting Yingua starships. We investigated and found that several of them were done by the Phantom Pirates. We haven't caught anyone yet. What? Did the Phantom Pirates offend you? Wu Yi asked back after he finished speaking. Yes, at the auction today, the Phantom Pirates threatened to attack Hausher Transport. In that case, I don't mind uprooting them. When Sherhao spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly again. It is said that the Phantom Pirates are backed by a certain country, but no evidence has been found, and the starships used by the pirates are very similar to the new starships of a certain country. Their starships are about the same speed as ours, and it is difficult to catch up. Even if we catch up, we have no way to capture them. Wu Yi's words were helpless. The starships of Yin Country were not like the Hunter Tan and the Sky Shuttle, and they could not directly capture the pirate starships. Leave it to me. By the way, we also captured a pirate starship when we came back. You arranged for someone to deal with it, and see where they came from. Sure Hao almost forgot about the pirate starship, which was still locked in the shuttle. Mr. Sure, it's great that you're back. At this time, Yang Mingyu had finished his work and returned to the office. Mingyu, you are so powerful now. I guess no one in the Hausher group can compare with you on the auction table. Mr. Sure, of course, my ambition is to become the #1 auctioneer in the universe. Yang Mingyu did not forget his goal. This goal may have been new before, but now that Sure Hao can come back from the Milky Way, it means that alien life has been found. In this case, there are many possibilities. Mingyu, where did those people from the Phantom Pirates come from? They look like people from the United States. They were very low-key when they came. But when they saw that there was no hope of taking the Blood Diamond, they became excited. Is there something strange about the Blood Diamond? Yang Mingyu looked at the surveillance of the box and found some suspicious points. That Blood Diamond is indeed not an ordinary item. There may be a secret hidden inside. I will study it slowly later. As they were talking, a staff member brought in a box. Yang Mingyu took it and handed it to Sure Hao. Sure Hao opened it and saw that it was the Blood Diamond. It was crystal clear and very cool to hold in the hand. It was a good product at first glance. I have just sent the images of those people to Miki, and also sent him the relevant information. Yang Mingyu continued. Okay, Miki will handle it. Mingyu, you did a good job, keep working hard. I'm leaving, see you at the board meeting. After Sure Hao came out of Leiwa auction house, he quickly rushed to the Sky Shuttle. Sure Shirui returned to the office building of Hausher Group. When Sure Hao returned to the shuttle, Miki and Sure Wei had already returned. Captain, the people have been captured. A total of 3 people, and they are being held in custody. Those people had just left Leiyu auction house not far away, when they were restrained by Miki and Sure Wei, and taken to the shuttle. Let's go and interrogate those people captured in space to see if they have any connection with the Phantom Pirates. The rooms on the shuttle are all sealed on all sides. If the owner of the shuttle closes the portal at the door, people outside cannot get in and people inside cannot get out. After interrogation, those people did not belong to the Phantom Pirates, and they learned that the Phantom Pirates were much better equipped than them, and they attacked in an organized and planned manner, and they had good intelligence in all aspects. Then Sure Hao and the other 2 came to the room where the 3 people from the Phantom Pirates were imprisoned, and they heard roars from inside as soon as they were teleported in. You guys let us out quickly, or the Hausher group will be devastated. Oh, tell me how to make us devastated. Sure Hao found a stool and sat down, chuckling and asked. Every time your garbage transport ships are deployed, they are in a formation of 10 ships. If all of them are buried in space, do you think you can withstand it? If that doesn't work, we will bomb any of your passenger ships. How much compensation should your Hausher group pay? How much will your stocks fall? Also, your energy collection platform on Jupiter is a live target. Do you think it can withstand the bombardment of laser cannons? It seems that the leader among the 3 people said with a sneer and nonchalantly. So let us go as soon as possible. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have investigated everything, so you must have arranged everything, right? These people dared to challenge the Leiwa auction house openly. It seems that they are fearless. Tell me about your origins. The pirate group that can do this must be extraordinary. The rumors outside that there is a big country behind it may not be groundless. Miki, contact Sure Shirui and ask her to report the location of the Hausher group starship as soon as possible. Miki received the order and left the room immediately. Lao Wu, please send a battleship to escort the Jupiter Energy Collection Platform. The Energy Collection Platform is also a national strategic layout, and Hausher Group took the lead in building it. And there is only one space shuttle. Sure Hao was afraid that he could not take care of the beginning and the end, so he had to use the power of the country to protect it. The 3 people saw Sure Hao calmly, and then looked at him making the layout in an orderly manner, and a trace of panic appeared in their eyes. What? Don't want to say it? After the arrangement was completed, Sure Hao saw that they didn't say anything and asked coldly. Master, let me do it. Sure Wei's voice seemed to be filled with ice, and he walked towards the 3 people. He held the man's hand with his hand. The man didn't care at first, he just felt his hand was very cold, then his whole arm began to feel cold, and this chill went straight to his heart. Finally, the chill gradually expanded, including the whole heart, and slowly seemed to be frozen, with a feeling of suffocation. This person himself has also undergone body transformation, and can reach the level of Taishan in Yin country. Shi Wei was frozen under the ice layer of Europa for several years, and his body was gradually penetrated by the same substance in the ice, and his body cell structure was completely transformed. After Wu Ruinfa's test, his overall level was no less than Song's Han level. Wu Ruinfa named the thing in the ice layer ice crystal. This substance makes Shi Wei's body cold, giving him a special ability, that is, freezing, which is not the freezing of water ice on Earth. After measurement, this freezing is close to absolute zero, and can be controlled and amplified by Shi Wei's thoughts. Chapter 180. The man had not felt this way since his body was transformed. Suffocation was not the most fatal, he felt that he could survive it, but he immediately felt that the chill began to run wild in his heart, causing damage, and he instinctively felt that death was in front of him. I speak. The man was no longer able to speak clearly. Shi Wei saw this and let go of his hand, and the man slowly returned to normal. I am from the United States Federation. I used to be a worker, but because I lost my job, I accepted the recruitment and joined the pirate group. What kind of worker were you? Printer. What other jobs did you do before? What are your specialties? I have been a printer, and my specialty is printing. Who transformed your body? Oh no, it was the pirate group that transformed it. Sure how? And the man asked and answered. He is lying. Shi Hao said to Shi Wei. After hearing what Shi Hao said, Shi Wei held the man's hand again, and it lasted longer. When the man was about to collapse, Shi Wei let go of his hand. A pirate group will not do body modification for a person without special skills and background. So you are lying. There are 2 more people, so you only have 1 chance. Before the man spoke, Shi Hao said indifferently. I. This time he was not hesitant, but his current physical condition made him speechless. My name is Carson. I used to work for the United States Federation XXXX. Shi Hao was not too surprised to hear this. It was a secret special organization. Tell me where your lair is. Shi Hao was not interested in other information. He wanted to find the lair of the phantom pirates and destroy it. We all communicate through the communication system. After hijacking other pirate ships, someone will tell us where to hand over the prey. This is not surprising. Otherwise, if they were as arrogant as Carson and had no protection, the phantom pirates would have been destroyed long ago. How did you get into the hijacked starship? This is very important. As far as Shi Hao knows, if you want to enter the Yin country starship, you have to rely on your mind. Now the telekinesis control is relatively mature. These are all borrowed from the Pioneer, and have been promoted globally. According to the information provided by Wu Yi, the hijacked starships are all starships controlled by telekinesis, while those old starships are rarely hijacked. Occasionally, there are 1 or 2 cases, which were done by the few people they caught before, relying on the hardness of the picked up starships, violent collisions, forced stops, and hijacking. Each of our starships has a device that can be controlled by mind. If we encounter a hijacked starship, we just need to control this device with mind. Each starship has a person with strong mind to control this device, and teleport our people to the other starship. At this time, Mickey came in and gave Shi Hao the current location of all the Hausher transport starships. Which starship in person are you going to attack first? The nearest passenger ship to Jupiter. Shi Hao was shocked when he heard his words. Immediately, he silently activated the space shuttle and increased it to the maximum speed in a short time. When will we start? The passenger ship was carrying tour groups, and Su Yuan happened to be on this starship to Jupiter to investigate energy transportation. If I fail to get the blood diamond, they will take action after receiving my notice. Hearing Carson's words, Shi Hao felt relieved, but the shuttle did not slow down at all. The starship that Su Yuan was on has now begun to return from Jupiter. Because it is a tour group, the speed of the starship is not fast. The entire return time takes 3 days, and passes through several tourist attractions. A few hours later, Shi Hao saw the starship on the star map, and slowly followed and observed from a distance. You contact the people at your headquarters. Just say it failed. Shi Hao said to Carson. Now Yin country has deployed quantum communication satellites throughout the solar system, and there is no problem in communication between the Earth and the Moon, Mars, and Jupiter. After more than 2 hours, Shi Hao found a bright spot on the star map, which represented a starship. It was approaching the passenger ship very quickly. The sky shuttle began to quickly move towards the starship. Shi Hao chose the horizontal direction above the line connecting the incoming starship and the passenger ship's direction of travel. When Sure Hao could see the starship with his naked eyes from the image, the starship extended a gun barrel. Sure Hao's heart trembled. The Phantom Pirates wanted to shoot down the passenger ship. Sure Hao controlled the Sky Shuttle with the strongest telekinesis in his mind. The Sky Shuttle almost flashed in front of the laser cannon of the pirate starship. At this time, a bull-sized reinforced laser shot out and hit the Sky Shuttle. Only a faint light flashed on the Sky Shuttle, and the laser did not leave any trace on the Sky Shuttle. This surprised Sure Hao a little. It seemed that he didn't know much about the shuttle. Then, Sure Hao sucked the pirate starship into the shuttle. Sure Hao disappeared from his seat. 10 seconds later, 5 people were teleported to Carson's room. "Who is the captain?" Sure Hao asked with his eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Someone stood firm and immediately pointed at Sure Hao and shouted. Sure Hao didn't say anything. He walked over and punched him in the face. The man was knocked out and slid down the wall. "No matter what, find the location of their nest," Sure Hao said to Mickey and Sure Wei, and then disappeared. At this time, the shuttle had arrived near the passenger ship. Sure Hao boarded the shuttle directly and teleported himself to the captain's room, where Su Yuan was. The people inside were startled. After seeing who was coming, they immediately shouted, "Grandpa?" Su Yuan then rushed toward Sure Hao. After letting go of Sure Hao, she asked, "Grandpa, are you a god? You come and go as you please." "Xiao Yuan, you are doing well now. The scale is getting bigger and bigger." Sure Hao sat down on the sofa next to him. "In the future, if you see a star ship on the star map, stay away from them and leave as quickly as possible." "What happened?" "So serious." Seeing Sure Hao's serious look, Su Yuan also sat down next to him and asked seriously. "Something happened, but it's not a big problem. Pirates are rampant now, so we can't be careless. Okay, I have something to do. See you on the moon." After that, Sure Hao disappeared without waiting for Su Yuan to reply. Sure Hao appeared in the room where the pirates were imprisoned again. Using the teleportation ability of the Light Tan and the Sky Shuttle, Sure Hao felt like he was dominating the world. "Captain, it's done. Their lair is on Mars." Sure Hao came to the pirate starship and found the teleportation device. After studying it, he found that it was similar to the principle of the Hunter and the Sky Shuttle, but the transmission distance was much shorter. The laser cannon equipped on the pirate starship is equivalent to the Yen country's light super laser cannon. It has a strong attack power. If it hits any starship of the Yen country, it will cause huge damage. This thing is definitely not something that ordinary pirates can get. Sure Hao talked to Wu Yi on the phone and told him the location of the Phantom Pirates' lair. After comparing the location, Wu Yi told Sure Hao that it seemed to be a secret base under the United States Federation. Mickey and Sure Wei recorded and videotaped the confessions of those people. Wu Yi said that this kind of evidence was not very conclusive, so there was no way to negotiate. Even if the evidence was conclusive, it could only be negotiated through the official. It was not realistic to use force. "Lao Wu, I understand the situation. Leave the rest to me." After hanging up the phone, Sure Hao flew the shuttle to Mars. Chapter 181. When they were almost at Mars, Sure Hao asked Mickey and Sure Wei to be fully armed. They had reconnaissance robots, super laser swords, special daggers and heavy laser guns. According to the people, the secret base on Mars was located underground, with a radius of dozens of kilometers. The space shuttle was parked in outer space far away from Mars. Sure Hao and his team boarded the pirate starship, took the captain with them, and flew to Mars together. Under the captain's guidance, the starship flew in from a huge crater. After flying in, Sure Hao found that there was a huge space below, which had been transformed and had more than a dozen starship berths. The protective suits of the staff inside were masked, and the 3 of them left the starship after being fully armed. The captain was tied up. "The main purpose of our coming in is to collect evidence, take more photos and videos." After Sure Hao explained and tried the headset, they began to act separately. Sure Hao walked in the protective suit in a swagger. The starships parked above are all starships of the Phantom Pirates, with logo. After walking down a few floors, Sure Hao found a starship with the logo of a certain big country next to him, and the model was consistent with the starship model used by the Phantom Pirates. Sure Hao recorded the images of these starships. All the starships parked on both sides of the huge space above, walked down 3 or 4 kilometers, and stepped on the ground. Sure Hao walked around and finally found 2 elevators. The elevator had no buttons, no card reader, and nothing to operate. In desperation, Sure Hao had to try to control it with his mind, and finally found a telekinesis switch, but it seemed to be encrypted. Hao had never seen such a telekinesis encryption device before. Unable to activate the switch, Hao tried to attack with telekinesis and ended up cracking the encryption device with telekinesis needles. An elevator rose up, and Hao stepped into the elevator. After a few dozen seconds, the elevator door opened again. What came into view was a huge space, which was very modernly decorated. It should be a large laboratory. This space is divided into 3 floors, connected by stairs. Hao walked from top to bottom, 1 floor at a time. It seemed to be a biological laboratory, which surprised Hao a little. He originally thought it was a Starship research base. When Hao came to the last floor, he was stunned. He couldn't get in there, but he could see through the glass. He saw dozens of aliens of all kinds were locked up inside, but without exception, they were all dead. And there were many staff members wearing military uniforms of a certain big country on the 2 floors above. Hao found a corner, took out the super laser sword, controlled the sword body within 10 centimeters with his mind, and then pierced the special glass. There was an alien lying in each room, 37 in total. Through the glass, Hao could see that there were all kinds of aliens, with different looks, but without exception, they all had tiny holes on their bodies, and they died in the same way as Tiedon's 2 ancestors. When he came to the center, Hao suddenly heard someone speaking in cosmic language. These humans have big ambitions. This was a slightly hoarse voice. Yeah, I never thought things could be done so insidiously. The other one seemed to be a female voice. Hao carefully poked his head out, and saw a skinny alien talking to a Zerg-like alien. The hoarse voice came from the skinny alien, and the female voice came from the Zerg. Alas, I have been squeezed by them almost enough. You should be careful. They want to study our telekinesis. We are locked up here. How can we be careful? The Zerg female voice said again. If you can tell me why they locked you up here, I can rescue you. Hao came to the outside of the house and said. The 2 people inside were startled. The hoarse alien was the first to calm down. He said, How can you understand what we say? Don't ask so many questions. If you agree with what I say, I will rescue you. Hao continued to ask. Since you can get here, and you can understand what we say, it will not be good or bad for us to tell you or not. Next, the skinny alien told the whole story. This alien has been on Earth for a long time. He relied on a treasure he brought with him to protect himself, so he was not killed by the rules of the Earth like other aliens, but he was captured by the Earthlings. A certain big country locked him up and assisted them in technological research and development, otherwise they would threaten to kill him. In the end, he had to guide them to develop devices related to telekinesis. After he successfully developed a telekinesis transmission device, this big country began to form a pirate group to attack starships in the solar system. This big country knew that these aliens could not escape, so it told the alien all these things. The Zerg alien accidentally entered the Earth, was seriously injured, and was also captured. In order to prevent her from dying, she was locked up with the skinny alien, which was considered to be protected. But at the same time, they began to exploit her. I really can't imagine that these people are so despicable that they use the things we developed to deal with their own people. This is impossible to happen in our place. The skinny alien was still talking. Can you move? After listening to them and recording them, Hao was ready to act. Yes, as long as the 2 of us don't go too far away, there will be no problem. Well, you follow me, I can take you to the Silver Domain Hunter Seat reception point, and then go home. Hearing Hao's words, the 2 were overjoyed. They took action immediately. The skinny alien was inconvenient to move, so the Zerg alien simply carried him on his back and walked out with Hao. Mickey, Wei, each of you find a starship, make sure the laser cannon can be used normally, and start evacuating when I come out. At this time, Hao ran up quickly with the 2 aliens. At this time, someone had already discovered them, and for a moment, the alarm sounded loudly. Hao picked up the laser gun and fired continuously. Because the corridor was narrow and winding, it was not easy for the security personnel to chase. They had no choice but to watch Hao take the 2 aliens to the elevator. Captain, the starship at the bottom is reserved for you, and the laser cannon is also normal. When they came near the starship, Hao moved his mind and took the 2 aliens into the starship. Take off, and use the laser cannon to destroy this base after you get out. After saying that, Hao controlled the starship to open the laser cannon first, and then fired the laser beam. The starship came to the middle position and rotated to fly towards the crater above. The surrounding starships and berths were completely destroyed. Soon, the starship flew out of the crater. After flying out, Hao, Mickey and Wei drove the starship above the crater in a triangular shape, then turned on the laser beam and began to cut along the crater. Circles and circles. The crater began to collapse from the center outward. The entire base was destroyed. The three drove the starship back to the space shuttle, and then entered the space shuttle with the starship. Shihao came to the central control room, collected the images recorded by Miki and Sherwei, and sent them to Wu Yi. The base was also destroyed, and the evidence was also obtained. Shihao didn't care about the rest. How long can you hold out? It may take me some time to return to the Silver Domain. As long as we are not on a planet in the solar system, these rules are relatively weak to us. If we can leave the solar system, we will be completely safe. My baby should be able to hold out for another half of the Silver Domain year. After hearing what the alien said, Shihao had an idea in his mind. It seemed that he could temporarily place them on the space shuttle. The space shuttle had already recognized Shihao as its master. If he did not release his authority, no one else could activate the space shuttle. Your starship is pretty good. It's old. The skinny alien wandered around in the space shuttle and praised the space shuttle. Although your starship has a low technological content, it is an antique. It's old. It has a royal style. As a collection, those dignitaries will definitely like it. I can't believe that you, an unknown race, actually have such a thing. The skinny alien was not worried about his situation at all, and looked knowledgeable. Are you from the Zerg? Shihao first asked the female alien, who looked like a Zerg. Yes, I am from the Zerg. It seems that you have been to the Silver region? The Zerg alien answered and then asked back. Yes, I have been to the Minion star in the Hunter constellation. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. What race is this old man from? Shihao turned around and asked the skinny alien, who looked like an old man. Chapter 182. I am from the Iksha tribe. Also, I am not an old man. It's just that this shriveled body gave you an illusion. My name is Yifeng. Shihao looked at him again. Judging from his facial features, he did look a bit like the Iksha goalkeeper on the reception platform. My name is Zhu Zhuang. The Zerg alien also introduced himself. Who is Zhu Li to you? You actually know Uncle Zhu Li. He is my fifth uncle, and now he is the Zerg branch president on Minion Star. Zhuang said happily. Chairman Qi helped me on Minion Star. I will return to Minion Star after a while, and you can meet your uncle. Thank you, sir. How did you come to the solar system? I was going to go to the red-level planet Wuwei Star through the Hunter seat reception platform. I passed through the solar system many times. I also knew that there were hidden rules here, but I couldn't help but enter the solar system in the end. Yifeng heard Shihao's question and started talking. Because I carry a treasure with me, which can shield certain rules. In the void, I felt the obscure rules, but under protection, I didn't suffer much damage, so I didn't take it seriously. But when I landed on the Earth, the power of the rules became more and more irresistible, and I couldn't fly out of the Earth in the end. Finally, I fell into the hands of the people you call the United States Federation. Those people are too shameless, and have been exploiting me. So, I am very grateful for your rescue, sir. After that, Yifeng saluted Shihao. What's your name, sir? My name is Shihao. I just came back from the Silver Domain and learned the cosmic language. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to communicate. Shihao felt that although Yifeng condemned the gang, his words were very calm, as if these things were not happening to him. He admired him a little. I fell asleep on the way to the reception platform. Before I fell asleep, I was thinking about your mysterious solar system. As a result, there was an error in my mind control, and the course was off. After waking up, I found that I had fallen on Mars, and was captured. I don't know where they took my starship. Zhuang said a little aggrieved. Shihao thought to himself that you slept soundly, and had a big heart. Don't worry, you two. I will set off to Minion Star in a few months, and take you back then. The two thanked Shihao separately. Shihao drove the space shuttle to the near space of the moon, settled Yifeng and Zhuang in the space shuttle, and returned to the moon with Miki and Sherwei. Wu Yi's office in the Space Command. Old Wu, we are recruiting people from all over the world to go to Minion Star. We will not accept people from the United States Federation and other countries that have always been hostile to Yin country. As for when they can enter the Silver Domain, I don't care. But if I meet them, I will definitely block them. Humanity has always been a community of shared destiny, but human internal strife has never stopped since ancient times. This struggle may have accelerated the development of human civilization, but in the Silver Domain, humans have to fight against tens of millions of other races. If the people taken out are not in harmony, and some unnecessary conflicts arise, then it may delay the development of the human race in the Silver Domain. If this hadn't happened, we could have let them off the hook. Now they are openly making trouble, even at the cost of destroying others to hinder our country's development. This time, not only will we not recruit their people, but we will also offer compensation. Otherwise, we don't mind starting a war. Wu Yi's face showed a rare vicious look, and he seemed really angry. This kind of despicable means actually came from the hands of a big country. This is provoking a war. I have submitted these evidences to the higher-ups. What to do next will be notified. Well, I go to see Director Wu. This time when I go to Mianyun Star, I hope that experts from various research institutes can go with me. Of course, considering the safety issue, I won't let old Wu go. I just send a staff member. Other research institutes also select people based on this principle. After Shihao told Wu Yi about this situation, he immediately called Wang Guiyong and Lei Shiyu. Not long after, Wang Guiyong called and said that Wu Yi had been appointed as the commander-in-chief to coordinate all the work related to Mianyun Star, and all matters could be coordinated through Wu Yi. Shihao discussed with Wu Yi for a long time and determined the details of various aspects of the work. After that, he brought Mickey and Shui to Wu Ruinfa's laboratory on the moon. For safety and confidentiality, Wu Ruinfa's laboratory was built underground. There are 6 floors underground, and the area is 3 times that of the laboratory on Earth. Wu Ruinfa took Shihao to visit. The test samples of the lunar laboratory are richer, the regional division is more detailed, and it has formed its own system, which can be copied and upgraded. In addition, there is a starship in space that provides a void test environment for various research institutes. Wu Ruinfa and his team placed many culture dishes on that starship. There are 2 patrol ships, and 2 combat ships around the test starship that provide uninterrupted protection. Director Wu, have you made any new research results recently? The human race's physical strength is barely acceptable on yellow-level planets, but Shihao does not have much confidence in green-level and red-level planets, so if it can be strengthened again, it would be even better. There is no qualitative breakthrough, but there are also considerable gains, which should be helpful to you. Wu Ruinfa invited Shihao to sit down, and then began to talk. After several years of research, Wu Ruinfa's team found that relying on human genes, a new body can be constructed through culture dishes, and at most one other element can be combined, such as the Songhan level is carbon-based and silicon-based. Carbon-based is the foundation, which is the element that is most compatible with human genes. If it is not available, cells cannot be generated. Not only can it be combined with carbon-based, but also with sulfur-based or iron-based. Carbon-based and silicon-based materials have better physical strength and flexibility. Carbon-based and sulfur-based materials have worse physical strength and flexibility. The combination of carbon-based and iron-based materials greatly enhances physical strength, but the flexibility is greatly reduced, which in turn affects flexibility. However, iron-based materials have good performance in high-temperature resistance, extreme cold resistance, and heavy impact resistance. This is the only combination when culturing cells. However, after several years of research, Wu Ruinfa discovered that the structure of cells can be adjusted through cell microcirculation. How much can be absorbed and to what extent is determined by the cells themselves. The simplest way is to take other elements to slowly change. The process will be longer for different people. Initially, this idea came about when Taidan took college in stone. After several years of experiments, it is indeed the case, and the effect is very obvious. This idea has also been proven by Shui. His body absorbed unknown elements. We call it ice crystals, which contain more than one element. Through my analysis of his body cell tissue, I found that he still has a lot of room for improvement. If he continues to stay in this ice crystal-like environment or take such substances, his ice attribute will be enhanced. At present, I can't find a reasonable explanation from the scientific theory, but this conclusion is not wrong. After hearing Wu Ruinfa's words, Shihao looked at Shui beside him, and touched his cold arm with his hand. His heart was also hot. After hearing Wu Ruinfa's words, Shihao knew that his body had the possibility of upgrading again, but he didn't know which elements or substances were more suitable. I look for it slowly in the future. The silver domain is so big that I should be able to find more suitable substances for upgrading. Director Wu, I want to take a few people from your team to Mianyun Star. Who do you think is suitable to send? But I have to say it in advance. You are a national treasure, and you definitely cannot go this time. I also promise to take you there in the future. Wu Ruinfa heard Shihao's words and smiled helplessly and said, Okay, then I will send you a capable person, you should know him. Oh! Tell me about it. Zhao Qing. Shihao thought of the girl who went to pick him up with Su Yin. You didn't see her when you came back in those years. I sent her to Yanhui University of Science and Technology to study genetic biology again. She studied from undergraduate to master's degree to doctoral degree. After graduating with a doctorate, she came back to work for me. In the past few years, she has surpassed her teacher. Not only did she get my true teachings, but she also proposed many innovations. This time, she proposed many ideas for the research results. No wonder Sure Hao didn't see Zhao Qing in the first few years before he went to Inu. It turned out that she went to school. Okay, let's arrange for her to go, as long as she is willing. She is now in the space laboratory. I will call her back immediately to make preparations. Wu Runfa immediately expressed his opinion. After the two chatted for a while, Sure Hao said goodbye and came to the headquarters building of Hausher Group. Chapter 183. Sure Hao went directly to Li Binhui and asked him to arrange a board meeting as soon as possible. The development of Mianyun Star must be inseparable from the help of Hausher Group, and a large number of people must be transferred to Mianyun Star. Li Binhui was very efficient. After more than 10 hours, all the board members rushed to the moon. When everyone heard that Sure Hao was back, they did not choose to attend the meeting using holographic images. Su Yin, now the highest official of the Lunar Administrative Region, but he still served as the supervisor of Hausher Group. On the one hand, it was to complete Sure Hao's entrustment, and on the other hand, it was because Hausher Group and the cities on the moon had close cooperation. At Sure Hao's insistence, the meeting was chaired by Li Binhui. The first item of the meeting was for Sure Hao to tell everything about Inu and Mianyun Star. When everyone heard that the environment of Mianyun Star was similar to that of the Earth, and that Sure Hao had become the Star Master, the applause was warm and lasted for a long time. Now that the human race has stepped onto the big stage of the Silver Domain and has such a good foothold as Mianyun Star, I came back this time to recruit talents from various fields, lead materials to build Mianyun Star, and accelerate the development of the human race in the Silver Domain. Now, please tell us your opinions. After hearing Sure Hao's last words, everyone fell into deep thought. There was too much content, and they had not digested it yet. Director Sure, Director Li, let me say a few words first. At this time, Wang Yukai stood up. After not seeing each other for many years, Wang Yukai was a little thinner than before, but he was in good spirits. Old Wang, you speak. Sure Hao smiled and stretched out his hand to signal Wang Yukai to continue speaking. The strategic layout before Director Sure left the solar system, coupled with the wise leadership of Director Li and General Manager Liang, our Hausher Group is developing rapidly, and the achievements are obvious to all. I'm not saying these words to flatter you. At this point, Wang Yukai laughed. I've said it a long time ago that I, Wang Yukai, am not a talented general. But the layout and development of the Hausher Group in the solar system has reached a bottleneck, and there is no doubt that it will develop to the Silver region. But I consider myself a talented general, and there is no problem in leading the Hausher Group in the solar system. So I'm here to make it clear that I won't go to the Silver region this time. I stay at home to look after the house, and do the logistics work for everyone. I hope that after you build Mianyun Star, I go and have some fun with Xiao Yuan's tourist starship. That's my attitude. Am I a bit of a sit and leave and take? Wang Yukai is very clear about the current situation. The Hausher Group has developed very maturely in the solar system. What it needs is defense and stability. He wants to be the balance of the solar system. Old Wang, we are a family, I won't say much to thank you. Sure Hao heard Wang Youcai's words, and understood what he meant. He also considered who would stay in the solar system, and knew that Wang Yukai was the most suitable candidate. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I, Li Binhui, like freedom. If I had the opportunity to go to Inu, I will definitely go. I will follow Mr. Sure to Inu to buy planets. Li Binhui expressed her opinion in a few short sentences. Going to Inu to play with finance is a bit big, but I like it. Liang Weiwei has always been very grateful for his original choice. He knew that Hausher Group had great development, but he didn't expect it to develop outside the solar system. Dad, Shirui, Xiao Yuan and I have made up our minds many times when we were at home. If you come back this time, we will definitely go with you to see it, and take a walk in the universe. There will be no regrets in this life. Su Wuqing expressed his thoughts, and Shirui and Xiao Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. Grandpa, you know, my goal is to build an interstellar fleet. This time, I want to open up a route from the solar system to Mianyun Star. Yes, Grandpa, Xiao Yuan and I both think so. Yang Xiaojia also said after hearing Su Yuan's words. You called me Grandpa. Humph. Su Yuan said to Yang Xiaojia dissatisfiedly. Xiao Yuan, we agreed that when Grandpa comes back, we will get married and let Grandpa be the master of ceremonies. You can't regret it. Yang Xiaojia said anxiously. Okay, I will be the master of ceremonies for you. Xiao Yuan, Xiaojia, we have been waiting for this day for a long time. I will arrange it for you in the next few days. Sure, Shiroi couldn't close her mouth when she heard the news. Aunt Lin, ask Yang Shui if she wants to come with us. She said she will wait until Miki comes back. Su Yuan said with a blush. In order to divert the firepower, she pulled Yang Shui along. Oh, really? Okay, I ask her later. Boss Lin, call Yang Shui now. I tell Mickey. Shihao said, which was also the result he hoped for. The meeting turned into a marriage discussion meeting. As an elder, Shihao was very happy and let them discuss. After more than an hour, everyone decided on Su Yuan and Yang Shui's marriage and continued the meeting. The meeting finally made a resolution. Li Binhui, Lian Wenhui, Su Wuqing, and Zhou Xueyu were the first group of people to follow Shihao to Mianyun Star. Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiajia will follow them to familiarize themselves with the route from Mianyun Star to the solar system and open up the route as soon as possible. Ilef is also going there. But Haoshir Galaxy flying car is ready to be sold. After the sale is completed, Ilef will go to Mianyun Star with Su Yuan and others. Wang Yukai, Shi Shirui, Lin Yunshan, Yang Ningyu and Chang Fanpeng stayed in the solar system to maintain the operation of Haoshir Group. In addition to Wang Yukai and Chang Fanpeng, the other people will also go to Mianyun Star after finding suitable managers to take over. Wang Yukai is the chairman of the solar system Haoshir Group, and Chang Fanpeng is the general manager. Sun Qian replaced Zhou Xueyu as the executive director of the solar system Haoshir Group. After the candidates were determined, Li Binhui and the other four began to select key personnel from the group, solicit opinions, and prepare for going to Mianyun Star. After the candidates were determined, they had to learn the cosmic language first. Shihao asked Mickey to be the cosmic language teacher and opened a cosmic language training class on the moon. The country sent top language experts to participate in this training class. They must improve the cosmic language course creation work as soon as possible and strive to popularize the study of cosmic language in Yin country. Hello, Chief Su. Shihao came to see Su Yin for the first time after returning. After the meeting, he came over to greet him. General Shi, you can just call me Xiao Su. I will follow you to Mianyun Star this time, and I will follow your arrangements at that time. Okay. I feel that the pressure is reduced by half if you can go. I don't have much experience in planetary construction and the development of the entire race, and I am still a little overwhelmed. Shihao was telling the truth. It would not be a big problem for him to go alone. The construction of a planet is too complicated, and there are too many trivial things, which will waste a lot of his energy, and in this way, it will affect the development speed of the human race. With someone in charge on Mianyun Star, he can go to other planets without worries. After all, there are 500 million yellow-level planets, and the number of green-level and red-level planets, as well as those planets without ratings, is unimaginable. I feel relieved to have you in charge of the human race headquarters. I will start preparing to go to Mianyun Star when I return. General, do you have any suggestions? After you have transformed your body, it is best to choose a set of skills and moves that suit you to practice. In the universe, at least in the silver domain, martial arts and telekinesis are more valued. Telekinesis should be a universal rule in the universe. I am currently practicing Tai Chi Dao, Tai techniques and Tai Chi moves, which have a very obvious improvement in mind power. I don't know if it is suitable for you, you can try it. Okay, General, I will try it. Su Yin then said goodbye. There were indeed many things to do before leaving, including work handover and his own preparation. For the next period of time, everyone began to get busy step by step. That day, Wu called and said, Shihao, there is a result on the matter of the Phantom Pirates. Chapter 184. Did they admit it? The evidence is irrefutable. They had no choice but to admit it. And they suffered a loss in silence. Wu Yi was very happy. At first, they really didn't admit it, but when we showed them the video and the witnesses, they gave in, and now they begged us not to expose it. In the end, they compensated us with 2 million Sun coins. This amount of compensation is indeed not small, equivalent to 200 trillion Yingua coins. But the most important thing is to relieve my anger. Didn't they mention going to the Silver Territory? Yingua publicly recruited people to go to the Silver Territory all over the world, and all countries knew about it. They also wanted to sign up, but we rejected them. Very good, at least we won't let them get involved before we stand firm. Before the power is strong, we can't let these people with two minds get involved. They will find the Silver region sooner or later. When they find it, the status of the human race will be almost stable, and they will have little choice in their relationship with other races. Old Wu, let's not talk about this. How are the preparations for going to Mianyun Star going? Shi Hao asked. A total of 25,000 people were consulted, and more than 12,000 people were finally selected. They include elites from all walks of life. These people are undergoing cosmic language training, and the exam will start in a week. Wuyi has been busy day and night for the past 2 or 3 months. There are too many things to do and too many people. There are many industries covered, including agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, raw materials, textiles and clothing, building materials, exploration, metallurgy and minerals, information industry, machinery and electronics, industry and public utilities, etc. After these people arrive at Mianyun Star, they can make Mianyun Star self-sufficient, generate their own hematopoietic ability, and bring about industrial upgrading. On the Haoshi Group side, Li Binhui, Liang Wenhui, Su Wuqing and Zhou Xueyu selected a total of 60 people from the Haoshi Group to go together. In terms of supplies, from various seeds, animals to various materials, as well as mechanical equipment used in various industries, everything is available. Of course, the most brought is cloth, and it is the special cloth for Shi Hao's protective clothing, which is very strong and wear-resistant. During this period, Shi Hao also visited various martial arts sects and got more than 50 martial arts masters to transform their bodies and go to Mianyun Star. After another 2 months, 2,000 people have not passed the cosmic language test. In desperation, Shi Hao did not intend to wait, and finally 10,300 people accepted body transformation. That day, Shi Hao received a call from Wang Guiyong, asking him to receive several battleships. Yan Guiyueshing Shipyard. Haozi, there are 6 heavy battleships in total, each equipped with a heavy laser cannon and an electromagnetic rail gun. These 6 battleships are loaded with laser guns, laser swords, special daggers, various reconnaissance equipment, positioning devices, and 6 quantum communication satellites. Considering that the volume of Mianyun Star is about the size of 3 Earths, in order to ensure the communication effect of the entire planet, Wang Guiyong specially prepared 6 quantum communication satellites for Shi Hao. The laser cannon on it uses new technology, and the diamond array used has been energy amplified twice, and the lethality has increased by about 100 times compared to the previous generation. This heavy laser cannon can instantly destroy the Pioneer, and it is estimated that the Litan may not be able to stop it. In the more than 10 years since Shi Hao left, Yan's technology has been developing continuously. In addition, entering the silver domain, without a certain military force, the human race has no confidence to develop. Old one, thank you. What polite words. We are all for the development of mankind. In the past, we were just for the fate of Yan, but now it has risen to the fate of the entire human race, haha. I can't believe it. Wang Guiyong patted Shi Hao on the shoulder and said, Old Wan, I just wanted to go out and see to satisfy my curiosity, but I didn't expect to open that door. I don't know whether this is good or bad. This is indeed what Shi Hao thought in his heart. He really has no idea whether the human race can gain a foothold in the silver domain. Forget it, don't think too much. Man proposes, God disposes, and there is no turning back now. We will be your strongest backing. I will send people to deliver these starships to the space shuttle. It is almost full now, but the space for these 6 starships has been reserved. Okay, Lao Wan, I leave first. There are still some things to be finished. I plan to leave in 2 months. After finishing the work, Shi Hao said goodbye and went to work. A few days before leaving, Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiajia, Mickey and Yang Shue's weddings were held. Shi Hao was the witness, and the whole Haoshi group was in a happy mood. Li Binhui asked why they held their wedding so late. Shi Hao stared at Li Binhui for a while and said, Mickey is Songshan level, and Yang Shue has undergone genetic modification. If Yang Shue's body is not upgraded, do you think she can withstand Mickey's torment? Half a month after the wedding, the rooms on the shuttle were full of people. The warehouse was full, and the space for parking starships was also full. Soon, the shuttle set sail amid cheers, carrying the hope of mankind to the silver region. When the shuttle was fully loaded, it took 1/3 longer to accelerate to the fastest speed than when it was empty. The fuel consumption for nuclear fusion was also 3 times more than before. Since the others entered the shuttle, Yifeng and Zhuang stayed in a room and never came out again. Shi Yi, is it fun to drive the shuttle? Mickey asked from the side in the central control room. Are you happy with your wedding? Fang Jia looked back at Mickey and asked with a smile. Mickey lowered his head and blushed and smiled. I heard that your bed also collapsed that night. Fang Jia continued to say jokingly. How happy you are getting married is how happy I am flying the shuttle. Fang Jia half teased and half answered Mickey's question. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shijie came together on this trip, but Yang Shui is now the chief engineer of a starship project, so she did not come with them for the time being and will go to Minyan Star with the next batch of personnel. During the journey, under the instruction of Shi Hao, the more than 50 martial arts masters were not idle and led everyone to practice. Shi Hao also led everyone to practice Tai Chi in his spare time. Soon they left the solar system. That day, Shi Hao came to Yifeng and Zhu Zhuang's room. He was stunned for a while when he first entered the room, because he found a Yiksha tribe member who looked pretty good sitting there and talking to Zhu Zhuang. The Yiksha goalkeeper who was first seen at the reception platform had a green face, a huge mouth, and fangs. This Yiksha goalkeeper looked a bit delicate. Although he also had a green face and fangs, his face was very coordinated and his body was very well proportioned. "Are you Yifeng?" Shi Hao came in front of him and stared at the Yiksha man and asked. "Yes, Mr. Shi, I am Yifeng. After leaving the solar system, my body began to recover quickly." Hearing Yifeng's words, Shi Hao was very surprised at the recovery ability of the Yiksha people. And Zhu Zhuang's expression was much better than before, and he had more energy and spirit. "Mr. Yifeng is really a handsome man. I didn't expect that the Yiksha people could be so handsome." Shi Hao was sincere. He felt that Yifeng's temperament was like that of a young man from a noble family. Young Master Yifeng is a young man from a great family of the Yiksha clan. It goes without saying that he is elegant. Zhu Zhuang said beside him. "Mr. Shi and Miss Zhu Zhuang are so kind. I find it too uncomfortable to chat with such politeness. How about I call you Brother Shi? You can just call me Yifeng directly." Yifeng's personality is very casual. Whether he was skinny or in his current state, he always spoke slowly and calmly. "Okay, Yifeng. We are friends. It's awkward to be so polite all the time. We will arrive at the reception platform soon. You can go back after you find the receptionist of your Yiksha tribe, right?" Shi Hao continued to say to Yifeng. Zhuang, how about I take you to your fifth uncle in Minyan Star?" Shi Hao and Julie are more familiar with each other. He thinks it is safer to take Zhu Zhuang to Minyan Star. "Brother Shi, I came out to gain experience. This time I want to go to Minyan Star with you to play, okay?" "Okay, then let's go to Minyan Star." The three of them sat there and talked about interesting things in the silver domain. The more they talked, the more speculative they became. "Both of you have lost your starships? Isn't that very convenient?" Shi Hao looked at them and didn't seem to be in a hurry. He wondered if there were other means of transportation in the silver region. "It's actually no big deal. Go to Minyan Star and fly for a few months with your space shuttle. I mean the Earth calendar. There is a large teleportation array there." Sure enough, Yifeng continued Shi Hao's words and answered. "What teleportation array?" Shi Hao was secretly happy when he heard Yifeng's words, but he asked calmly. Chapter 185. Do you think you can travel all over the silver region by taking a starship? Besides, the speed of your starship is really not good. The silver region has a large teleportation array between each nebula. Hearing this, Shi Hao felt that this was more reasonable, otherwise how could hundreds of millions of planets be reached by flying? Large teleportation array? How big is it? The kind that can teleport starships, which are several times larger than your space shuttle. Are such teleportation arrays built by the Cloud Masters themselves? Shi Hao couldn't figure out how big the teleportation array was that could teleport such a large starship. How much energy is needed to maintain it? Does it even need traditional energy to maintain it? No, it is generated and maintained by the main brain. No one in the silver region can build such a large teleportation array. Without people, the main brain can generate a teleportation array out of thin air? Shi Hao couldn't imagine the generation process of the teleportation array. It is said that when a new throne is recognized by the main brain, all the nebulae contained in this constellation will generate a teleportation array. Yifeng's statement made Shi Hao feel a little creepy. This was his intuition. Yifeng's words also gave him a deeper understanding of the silver domain. "You just said that our starship is too slow, but from the perspective of our understanding of Earth's technology, the speed of this starship has almost reached a limit. Brother Shi, you want to talk about the speed of light, right? I also have a certain understanding of your technology on Earth. That light speed is indeed a limit for you humans, but it is not fast in the universe. Breaking it is just the beginning." Yifeng's words reminded Shi Hao of the jump function of the Jin clan starship. It seems that human technology still has a long way to go. Shi Hao did not continue to ask. He knew that humans would reach that level sooner or later. More than 10,000 people brought an unprecedented lively scene to the reception platform, but this was just the beginning. With the arrival of the human race, this place soon became a post station full of life. After arriving here, Yifeng and Zhuang left, saying that he would come back when Shi Hao and the others left. Sister Su, I have to trouble you this time. Miki brought more than 10,000 people to take the exam. In total, Su has received many people and arranged many people to take the exam. But it was the first time that Su saw so many people from a new race coming at once, and they were required to take the exam without learning. This made all the staff of the reception platform have a strong interest in the human race. Chief Shi, it seems that your human race's technology has developed very well, much better than I expected. The backup force is also sufficient, all of which makes me look at you with new eyes. Shi Hao, this makes me more confident in cooperating with the human race. Mia directly called Shi Hao's name instead of calling him Chief. From this, it can be seen that Shi Hao's status in her heart has been raised to a higher level. As Mia spoke, she put away a box full of diamonds and handed Shi Hao a small bag with 5,000 purple crystal coins in it. If nothing goes wrong, this box of diamonds can make me earn 10,000 purple crystal coins, but it's a pity that the amount is a bit small. Shi Hao cut and polished the diamonds collected from the earth and sold them to Mia. Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiajia have already registered at the reception station, and the interstellar fleet transported by Haoshi will soon maintain normal navigation. In the future, I will let our fleet bring you more good goods. After staying at the reception station for a total of 3 Earth days, everyone passed the cosmic language test, and then everyone set off again to Minyan Star. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuang arrived on time before departure. The Yiksha goalkeeper stood behind him respectfully, and it seemed that he was performing the courtesy of a servant. After passing the test, everyone's uneasy mood was put down. On the way back, with the help of more than 50 martial arts masters, they chose the moves and skills that suited them. The ancient sages dreamed of pioneering, and the days of opening up new territories and multiplying are long. After setting off, Shi Hao looked at the vast starry sky, and was moved by the scene, and 2 lines of poetry came out of his mouth. Under Su Yan's organization, after Shi Hao's description, they had a preliminary understanding of Minyan Star, and everyone began to formulate work plans and work processes. Shi Hao watched Su Yan organize the tedious organizational work in an orderly manner, and he felt relieved and became a hands-off boss. He practiced martial arts, chatted, and wrote memoirs every day. Xiao Xian, before leaving, I handed over all my memories of you to Director Wu, and applied through Lao Lei, hoping that you can live out your own life. I also discussed your affairs with Xiao Rui. From my heart, the biggest reason I want you to be reborn is because you live for Xiao Rui and me, and live for others all your life. I modified those memories, and downplayed the part about Xiao Rui and me. I hope you can be carefree and happy all your life. Before leaving, Shi Hao specifically found Shi Shirui to discuss the matter of letting Zheng Xian be reborn. This was also the result of their discussion. To be honest, decades later, Shi Hao's attachment to Zheng Xian was completely family affection. And letting Zheng Xian be reborn was Shi Hao's obsession after drifting in outer space for 35 years. Now that Earth's technology has reached this level, Shi Hao did it naturally, and he felt indescribably relieved after it was done. He himself confirmed his mood. Yes, just relaxed. Outer space of Minyan Star. The space shuttle parked steadily in the dedicated berth. Originally, the human race headquarters had 3 dedicated berths. Now that he is the Star Master, there are 5 berths belonging to the Star Master's mansion, a total of 8. It is said that the berth is dedicated, but there are not many starships parked around Minyan Star, which also reflects the degree of economic decline of Minyan Star from the side. The cotton candy wrapped outside Minyan Star is gone, and the thick clouds have disappeared. White clouds were scattered over the sky of Minyan Star. They were flocculent and would float. It can be seen that most of the Minyan Star was covered with green. From the time he left to the time he came back, a total of 3 Earth years had passed. Such changes confirmed Shi Hao's guess. Next, it was time for construction. Shi Hao and Miki came out of the shuttle. Shi Hao looked around and found that there were several starships with particularly cool appearances parked there. Wow, that starship is what I saw in the brochure of that sales company. It's so cool. Miki looked at one of the starships and couldn't help but exclaimed. Shi Hao looked over and found that the starship was also shuttle-shaped, purple gold in color, and covered with purple gold prismatic blocks on the outside, with a beautiful shape. It was not like the shuttle was wrapped in a layer of black stone. Shi Hao looked at the other ships again. They all had extraordinary appearances. One of them was a cube-shaped starship that caught his attention. Shi Hao remembered the arrogant 5th young master of the Jin clan he met at the reception platform. Seeing these starships, Shi Hao's mind moved, and he thought, it seems that Minyan Star has attracted the attention of other races. Mickey, go back to the shuttle. Shi Hao and Mickey entered the shuttle again, and called Shi Wei and Liang Wenlong over. After applying, the higher-ups approved Shi Hao's suggestion and asked Liang Wenlong to follow Shi Hao to Minyan Star. The four people wore special daggers, super laser swords, and carried heavy laser guns on their backs. Fang Jie used telekinesis to control and drive a battleship to land on Minyan Star. Fang Jie chose to practice Tai Chi Dao. After Shi Hao's guidance along the way, he had already entered the door. The strength of telekinesis was no less than Mickey. He could control the battleship at will. Originally, Shi Hao only wanted to take Mickey to Minyan Star to see the recent development of Tianying and others, and then let the Hunter Tan go to the shuttle to transport all the people and materials to Minyan Star. But when he saw those starships, he changed his mind. This battleship is 300 meters long, which is not big compared to the starships in the Silver Domain, but its combat power cannot be underestimated, and its speed has reached the top level of the intermediate solar level. Half of the space inside the battleship is occupied by two small nuclear fusion reactors and fuel. One of the small nuclear fusion reactors is specially used to power mobility, and the other is specially used to power laser cannons and railguns. Under Mickey's guidance, Fang Jie drove the battleship directly to the Star-Lord's Mansion Square. There were already many flying cars parked on the square, and the ferry and other small starships occupied 2/3 of the entire square. This was in sharp contrast to the empty square before. Chapter 186. Shi Hao asked Fang Jie to park the battleship in a corner of the square far away from the Star-Lord's mansion. The four people got off the battleship and walked towards the Star-Lord's mansion. Fang Jie stood by on the battleship. Shi Hao led Mickey, Shi Wei, and Liang Wenlong to the entrance of the Star-Lord's mansion. They saw a crowd of people there and cheers from time to time. As they got closer, they saw a large platform made of stones on the square near the entrance of the Star-Lord's mansion. It was square, and about 30 meters long and wide. There were two words written in the cosmic language hanging on both sides of the platform, like a couplet. Shi Hao took a closer look and saw that it said, "Step on the yellow level martial arts academy and punch the green level kindergarten." There was also a horizontal banner. That's how cool it is. Shi Hao was a little confused when he saw this couplet. Mickey was taken away by him. Who else could make such a spoof? But Shi Hao calmed down immediately. The challenges that the human race will face in the future are much greater than this arena. Since he has done it, he will continue to do it. At this time, Tianying had already seen Shi Hao and the others, and hurried over to greet them. "Mr. Shi, I'm sorry. This ring was built by Ba Ran and Tai Dan without my permission. Since it has been built, I didn't withdraw, otherwise it would seem that we humans are afraid of trouble." Tianying saw Shi Hao and explained. Then she nodded slightly to Mickey and the other three and greeted them. "You handled it very well. Since the ring is set up, there are moves to deal with it." Tianying's handling of it is very consistent with Shi Hao's style. It must be said that Tianying is indeed Shi Hao's right-hand man. But Shi Hao also understood why the couplet was so low, probably from Tai Dan's hand. "Where are they?" "Katarina is taking the security personnel with her. After you left, Xingda took a few people out to survey Minyan Star and prepared to draw a panoramic map of Minyan Star. Tai Dan and Ba Ran are the champions, and they are on the stage. This is the third day of setting up the stage. On the second day, after the report of the insect newspaper, some people from other planets came today." Tianying pointed to a group of people sitting in the middle. There were hundreds of stone chairs arranged there, and a large and wide stone platform was built around, which was also full of people. These are all here to watch the fun. Did President Qi report this matter to you? It is said that this news was leaked by a Jin clan member from an alien planet. President Qi only found out about it later. After he saw it, he immediately came to apologize to me. Shi Hao looked into the crowd and found the fifth young master of the Jin clan. It must be him who did it. "Mickey, you and Jie go and pick up General Su's team, General Li and his people, as well as Yifeng and Zhu Zhuang. Everyone else stays on the shuttle for the time being. By the way, invite the senior brothers of those sects down. In this kind of occasion, the martial arts masters brought from Yen country must be seen." Now that so many people are staying in front of the Star-Lord's mansion, Shi Hao does not plan to expose the people he brought to everyone for the time being. Yifeng and Zhu Zhuang are guests, and they should be invited to the Star-Lord's mansion for reception. Besides, there are also arena competitions to watch. Su Yan is about to take over the management of the human race and Minyan Star. Li Benhui and others' goal is to develop the economy of Minyan Star. They must not miss this scene. "Everyone, I am Ba Ran from the Beast tribe. Today is the third day of the ring competition. As of today, we have held 10 ring competitions, 6 for me and 4 for Tai Dan. We are currently undefeated. To be honest, in the past, I, Bahran, was the weakest branch president in the Beast tribe. It was unthinkable for me to take the initiative to set up a ring. Why am I so powerful now? And why is Tai Dan, who is called Tai Hanin, also so powerful? That's because we have all practiced martial arts. These martial arts come from the human race. Currently, there are 3 martial arts for sale. They are quite powerful. Each martial arts light ball costs 2 million yellow crystal coins. The purpose of Bahran setting up a ring is to sell martial arts light balls. The market on Minion Star is too small, and it is easy to be saturated. In order to make money, Bahran thought of the method of setting up a ring mentioned by Sure How. Bahran, are you from the Beast tribe or the human tribe? You are such a disgrace to the Beast tribe. Brother Ba Ping, I am really ashamed for you Beast tribe. A giant lizard said to Bahran sarcastically. Bahran, you are so disgraceful. I will report to the tribe leader and dismiss you from the position of the branch president of Minion Star when I go back. The Beast tribe member named Ba Ping stood up and pointed at Bahran and warned him. Ba Ping, you are just a young master of a side branch, pretending to be a big-tailed wolf in front of me. Editor's note. Language processing. Don't worry about whether there is a big-tailed wolf in the universe. Although I, Bahran, am the branch president of Minion Star, I am also the least popular branch president. But I made money for the Beast tribe and improved the combat power of the Beast tribe. If you are not convinced, come up and practice. The Beast tribe respects combat power. If you are strong, you are awesome. As for other things, they are secondary. Otherwise, Bahran wouldn't dare to get so close to the human race openly. Ba Ping, go up and teach him a lesson. At this time, a dozen people sitting in the middle urged. Ba Ping saw Bahran's momentum and wanted to retreat, but he had to go to the ring. Ba Ping, you young men are delicate and tender, just stay at home. Why do you have to run around and cause trouble? Ba Ping is not thinner than Bahran, but from the temperament, Ba Ping lacks the fierceness. Come on. Bahran stood up straight and got ready. Ba Ping started to speed up from the side of the stage and ran towards Bahran, looking like he wanted to have a savage collision. When Ba Ping was about to get close, Bahran took a light step, his body shifted, Ba Ping rushed past him, and then pushed him from behind. Ba Ping couldn't stop his momentum and fell to the ground. Bahran has been sparring with Tian Ying and Tai Dan a lot recently, so he has learned to beat the fast with the slow and overcome the hard with the soft. He especially learned to use clever strength from Tian Ying's Wing Chun. The dozen or so other tribesmen who came with Ba Ping couldn't bear to watch this embarrassing scene, and felt it was too embarrassing. Ba Ping climbed up from the ring, and Bahran shook his head at him, then hooked his finger. This time Ba Ping didn't rush over, but slowly approached Bahran, and then punched and kicked several times. He also has martial arts, but the moves are a bit stiff and incoherent, but it is much better than blindly punching and fighting. Bahran didn't take it hard, but dodged these moves like a drunk. After Ba Ping's moves were used up, Bahran was already drunk and lying on the ground. Sure How understood that this move was drunk Arhat, and the next move should be a series of attacks. Sure enough, Bahran started to move faster, attacking Ba Ping's bottom lane with his legs continuously. After the lightning-fast combo, Ba Ping fell to the ground with a thump, covered his legs, and never stood up again. Ba Ping, listen to my advice, you can't mix in the circle of those young masters. You will only be used as a gun by them there. If you agree to go back to the branch to rest, just nod your head. Ba Ping lowered his head in shame, then nodded slightly and left. Bahran signaled his men to come up and take Ba Ping away and send him back to the branch. You guys are just cowards, arranging others like women. If you have the guts, come up and fight if you don't agree. The phrase fight if you don't agree was learned by him from Tai Dan, and it is very suitable for the style of the Beast Man. Oh, I didn't expect that Mayan Yongxing is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there is also a person like Bahran. At this time, a man with 2 wings behind his back stood up. He was a member of the Feather Clan. After saying that, he flew to the ring. I am Yu Fan from the Feather Clan. I came here to tell you that people should not be too arrogant. After saying that, Yu Fan launched an attack. He left his feet and flew towards Bahran quickly with his wings flapping. Bahran was unable to dodge, and was hit by Yu Fan's palm. Bahran stumbled back a few steps. The Feather Clan is good at speed, but weak in strength. Even so, Bahran felt a little numb in his shoulder after being hit. This speed made him a little flustered. He took 2 deep breaths, slowly stabilized his emotions, and then turned sideways to face Yufan. One-legged horse and one body is a unique method of Luohan fist, which can be used for attack and defense. Yufan flew over here again, and when he got close to Ba Ran, he slapped him with both palms alternately. Ba Ran withstood the pressure this time and did not retreat. He stood sideways, quickly responded with his fists, used inch force, and defended. Yufan accelerated the flashing of his wings, his body was horizontal in the air, and then began to rotate around Ba Ran, attacking without slowing down. Ba Ran had to constantly adjust the direction and always stay sideways. In this way, the two fought evenly. The technique is to use a hook, the hand is like an arrow, and the hand is like cotton. One move is successful, and the continuous attack. At this time, Shirhao had already sat on the chair under the ring. The sound was not loud, and with the power of thought, Ba Ran could hear it very clearly. Chapter 187. Ba Ran understood immediately after hearing what Shirhao said. His fist changed into a hook. He seized Yufan's weakness and struck him hard on the arm like an arrow. Then he made 13 consecutive moves, each of which hit Yufan. Only then did Yufan remember to fly backwards. But his arm had been caught by Ba Ran. The two attacked each other for several rounds. Finally, Yufan was grabbed by Ba Ran's shoulder and pressed to the ground. Yufan didn't expect Ba Ran to be so difficult to deal with. In the end, he was exhausted and defeated. Cheers came from the audience. In the previous few games, Ba Ran fought against the races of the yellow-level planet. The Yu clan was equivalent to a high-level race, so the scene was ignited instantly. Ba Ran became famous this time. At this time, Miki brought everyone to the ring. Tianing had arranged for people to add chairs, and everyone sat down. Ba Ran, don't be so arrogant, let's try it out. The dozen people felt slapped in the face, and they were really unhappy and wanted to get back at each other. Are all the people of the Jin clan so shameless? Use a round-robin battle. Which bastard dares to say that about me, Jin Rui? Are you tired of living? The one who came on the stage was the fifth young master of the Jin clan, Jin Rui. Jin Rui, your brothers don't dare to act wild in front of me. Who do you think you are? You owe its master Yifeng. Jin Rui lost his temper instantly after seeing who was talking. Shirhao also took a look at Yifeng. He felt that Yifeng was extraordinary, and seemed to have a very noble status. Jin Rui, right? If you are itching for trouble, let this young master meet you. Miki jumped onto the ring while speaking. He had practiced a lot and exchanged with those martial arts masters along the way. He was just looking for someone to try his hand. That day, Jin Rui unexpectedly trapped me with a telekinetic weapon. Now I feel aggrieved when I think about it. Along the way, Shirhao also taught him the art of turning telekinesis into needles, but he could not condense a needle because of his skills or the lack of telekinesis strength. He could only condense a telekinetic stick as thick as chopsticks. However, after hard work, the tip can become sharp and have a certain attack power. It's you. Didn't you suffer enough that day? Jin Rui recognized Miki. If you hadn't attacked with a weapon, how could you have trapped me? Then let's have a fist fight. If you lose, let's see how you make excuses. The Jin people rely on their good physical condition to practice martial arts with twice the result with half the effort, and their attack power is also very impressive. Boy, you seem to be very unconvinced. Let's bet on something. Since you brought it up, let's bet on something. Miki couldn't figure out the market, and didn't know what he had worth betting on. I think the thing you're carrying is pretty good, let's bet on that. Jin Rui pointed at the laser gun on Miki's back. As mentioned before, Jin Rui is a little arrogant but not stupid. He knows that it is a weapon, and wants to take this opportunity to get one back to the family for research and exchange for some contribution points. Okay, but what do you want to bet with me? When Miki saw that he wanted a laser gun, he was relieved. There were a lot of these things, all in the battleship. Are you interested in this thing? I bet with this. Jin Rui took out the stick-shaped telekinetic weapon. There were a lot of these things in the silver domain, but he knew that the human race didn't have them. Okay, it's a deal. Miki took off the laser gun and placed it on the stone table at the edge of the ring. Jin Rui also placed the stick-shaped object next to it. Brother Sure, Jin Rui's telekinetic stick is only a medium-level green one, and it only costs 3 purple crystal coins to buy it, but it's worth exchanging it for a laser gun. Yifeng whispered beside Shirhao. The telekinetic stick is a very common item for higher races, but he also knew that laser guns are just standard weapons for the human race and have a similar status. What are the names of the stick-shaped weapons equipped by those soldiers? What are the differences between them? Shirhao has always wanted to understand these telekinetic weapons. what their power and functions are, and took the opportunity to ask clearly, so as not to be completely in the dark. The soldiers on the yellow and green planets are equipped with red-level medium-level weapons called prisoner ship sticks. This is the classification method in the military. From the name, you can see that the size of the telekinetic bubble it emits can imprison a starship. Jean Rui's Rui stick, if classified according to the military, is called the prisoner dragon stick. As the name suggests, the size of the bubble can imprison a person. Sure Hao understood a little after hearing Yi Feng's explanation. Can it only be imprisoned? Sure Hao thought for a while, and asked again. In general, it can be imprisoned. If it is infinitely reduced, it can be attacked. When the person holding this kind of telekinetic stick has strong telekinesis, he can control the bubble to compress the imprisoned object. Yi Feng's statement reminded Sure Hao of their super laser sword. The shorter the blade, the stronger the attack power, and the longer the blade, the weaker the attack power. Weapons are one aspect, and the strength of the operator's telekinesis is the decisive factor. That Rui stick is a simplified version made by the civilians based on the military's technology. In addition, it's not that Jean Rui can't afford a better telekinetic stick, but because his telekinesis can only control this level. Yi Feng looked at Jean Rui, who was fighting with Mickey on the stage, and said to Sure Hao. The two were evenly matched, fighting back and forth, and every move was a blow. Jean Rui's body was metallic in color, and his body was also made of metal. When Mickey's fist hit Jean Rui, he felt as if he had hit a thick layer of rubber, and all the strength was removed. The inner layer was like a steel plate, very hard, similar to human bones, and he didn't have a good way to win with one blow. Jean Rui felt that Mickey was very slippery, and he hit Mickey's body many times, but he always resolved it. He judged from the feedback of the fist that Mickey was not hurt. You can make me serious, you are very good. After the two exchanged a move, they retreated separately, and neither of them took advantage. Jean Rui moved his body, then pointed at Mickey and said. After that, Jean Rui took a bow step, then quickly started and began to attack quickly. This Jean Rui is considered to be in the middle of the pack among his peers, and he still has some strength. It is said that he has mastered the Jean clan martial art Flash Shadow to perfection, and has used this martial art to achieve success many times. Yi Feng introduced it to Sure Hao while watching. Jean Rui's speed was twice as fast as before, and the effect of his martial arts was like the ninjutsu of the Ryak Kingdom, flashing around Mickey like a ghost, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. The difference is that Jean Rui relied on telekinesis to gain leverage. As Mickey, who had trained with ninjas before, calmed down immediately after being hit by 2 punches at the beginning. He used telekinesis to sense the subtle fluctuations around him, and then judged the landing point of Jean Rui. Just as the dozen people cheered for Jean Rui, the wind direction suddenly changed. Jean Rui failed to sneak attack once, and immediately dodged. When he was preparing for the next attack, Mickey was already standing at his landing point, and then grabbed his arm with both hands, and threw him to the ground. Before Jean Rui could get up, Mickey caught up, grabbed his arm again, swung it over his head, and Jean Rui was thrown to the ground again. I give up. When Mickey was about to repeat the same trick, Jean Rui quickly raised his arm, and said with difficulty. He felt that he was about to be thrown to pieces. After a while, Jean Rui got up from the ground. You human race are very strong. I will tell the leader of the Jean tribe to be on guard against you. Jean Rui is not stupid. After 2 fights, he knows the depth of the human race, and he is definitely not a match. It's just that your Jean tribe is too useless. You can only rely on starships and weapons. You Jean tribe are destined to never become a big climate. At this time, an arrogant voice came from the group of people. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the Dark Eagle Master. No wonder you are so arrogant. Yi Feng said sarcastically without turning his head. Yefeng, I'm not as scheming as you. You've gotten involved with the human race so quickly. Inning was not to be outdone. Okay, the human race is nothing more than that. Let's go! After saying that, Inning led the way out. Although he seemed calm and composed, he was still a little afraid of Yefeng. This Dark Eagle can rank in the top 5 among the younger generation. At this time, the silent Zhuang said. Oh, so powerful. Then what's the ranking of Mr. Yefeng? Liang Wenlong took over and asked. Second. Hearing Zhuang's answer, Sure Hao was also surprised. He didn't expect that Yefeng was so strong. To use our Chinese language, Mr. Yefeng is really a contemporary hero. Sure Hao looked at Yefeng and cupped his hands in admiration. Brother Sure, didn't we agree to call me Yefeng? Those titles are all false, and I'm not interested in this. Yefeng, who is ranked first. Is he very strong? Chapter 188. Yefeng, who is ranked first. Is he very strong? Anmo, but everyone calls him Anmo, the elder brother of Inying. He is very strong. Very strong. When Yefeng talked about Anmo, his face was very complicated, with admiration, anger, unwillingness, and even a hint of hatred. Yefeng, who had always been calm and composed, had such a fluctuation in emotions for the first time. At this time, Mickey came down with a Rui stick and handed it to Shi Hao. It felt a bit heavy in his hand, and the material was not metal, but jade. Shi Hao put it in his backpack and planned to study it in his spare time. Young Master Yefeng, welcome to Mianyun Star. The voice of Chi Li came from behind. He had come a long time ago, but when he saw that the competition was not over, he stood behind and did not come over. Uncle. Seeing this, Chi Zhuang hurriedly stood up and saluted Chi Li. Chief Shi, you are finally back. You are the one who decides the plan for Mianyun Star. After greeting Yifeng and Zhuang, Li said to Shi Hao. Chairman Li, please call Chairman Qing over so we can discuss it together. Let's go to the Star Lord's mansion and have a seat. And Ing and the dozen people had already taken off on a small starship. Although Jean Rui failed, he did not look downcast. Judging from his performance, he was not a brainless person. Mickey, you take your way, and Wen Long and drive the hunter to transport people and supplies down. Tianing, you will be in charge of the accommodation and storage of the personnel, and Chief Su's people will cooperate with you. You guys go ahead and do your work. We will discuss the specific plan before we proceed. Shi Hao led everyone to the conference room. Tianing led people to rearrange the conference room, making it more like a conference room. Everyone sat around the conference table, including Shi Hao, Su Yin, Yifeng, Li, Qing Lian, Ba Ran, Li Binhui, Liang Wenhui, Su Wuqing and Zhou Xueyu. Yifeng was going to visit Mianyun City with Yi Zhuang, but Shi Hao insisted that he stay. Such a good consultant can't be found on Mianyun Star. Chief Shi, the giant lizard tribe sent a new branch president here. Do you want to invite him together? Li asked. I don't know him either, and we don't have much friendship. Today's meeting is mainly to let everyone give some opinions to our human race. Forget about irrelevant people. By the way, didn't they say that a cloud master would come to Mianyun Star to deal with the gauze curtain? Has he come? No, we can't guess what the boss is thinking. Qing Lian replied slowly. Okay, forget about him. Let's start talking. After hearing Qing Lian's words, Shi Hao no longer worried about the gauze curtain. He was just a passerby in Shi Hao's heart. Shi Hao first introduced everyone to let everyone know each other. After the ceremony, Qing Lian and Ba Ran looked at the human race in front of them, feeling a little weak in their hearts. 3 presidents, our human race has more than 10,000 people this time, but it will not affect the development of your 3 tribes. Our goal is the Silver region, so you can rest assured. I hope that everyone will work together to strengthen Mianyun Star and develop together. I think as Mianyun Star becomes stronger, your status as branch presidents in your tribe will become higher and higher. Influenced by the culture of Yin country, Shi Hao has a good understanding of human nature. When the human race settles in Mianyun Star, the other 4 races will be the first to be affected. He understands the principle that cooperation is beneficial to both sides, and fighting is harmful to both sides. The human race currently needs stable development, so he must suppress the signs of disharmony, and win over the races that can be won over to develop together. I will rely more on the 3 presidents in the future. Su Yin continued what Shi Hao said. Shi Hao has already discussed with Su Yin and let him serve as the deputy chief of the human race and the commander-in-chief of the human race headquarters. Shi Hao simply used the title of General Su. The human race has just arrived in the Silver region and does not understand many things. It is still uncertain about the direction of development. I hope everyone here can give us some suggestions. The number of 500 million yellow-level planets has always been on Shi Hao's mind. If he develops branches on other planets, not only will he not have enough manpower, but he will also have to face many competitions. In this case, it is still unclear how fast the human race will develop. I think the human race should open more branches. With branches, we can collect head fees, which is very cool. The Beastman relies on the strong individual combat power to attract many small races to join. Head fees and annual fees are a major source of income for the Beastman. The human population is too small. This is the fundamental problem. If we want to develop greatly, we must vigorously develop the population. The Lili saw it clearly. This is a problem faced by all new races. When humans only guarded the Earth, resources were limited and the population must be controlled. Coming to the Silver Realm and heading towards the universe, The population has become a weak point and a factor restricting development. Chief Shi, tell us if you need any help. I will take the housing construction work for 10,000 people. I will only charge the labor cost. Qing Lian was very pragmatic and offered substantial help. Thank you, President Qing. I will definitely trouble you later. Shi Hao had a good impression of Qing Lian. People like pragmatic people. Brother Shi, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Yi Feng listened to them and looked at Shi Hao and said, Yi Feng, just say it. Okay, then I will speak frankly. The population problem and the problem of collecting per capita fees are not fundamental problems. This is a stage that you humans have to go through when you first arrived in the Silver region. You should consider the general direction. Once the general direction is determined, everything else will be easy to say. It's meaningless to discuss with them here. Their horizons are so broad. What feasible solutions can they come up with? Yi Feng's words revealed a hint of arrogance, but the three people of the Lily nodded in agreement without any rebuttal. They all knew who Yi Feng was, and that he was not someone they could reach. We will discuss what to do in private with Brother Shi later. Yi Feng said this and stopped talking. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became awkward. Seeing this, Qi Li immediately stood up and said, Chief Shi, I have to go back and inform my family. Qi Shuang is here with me, and my eldest brother is almost worried. After saying this, Qi Li bowed and left. Qing Lian also figured out what was going on and said that there was something waiting for him to deal with at the Security Bureau, so he had to leave first. Before leaving, he also took Ba Ren away. Qing Lian was afraid that Ba Ren didn't understand the meaning of this. Yi Feng, we are not outsiders here, just say whatever you want. After the three of them left, Shi Hao said to Yi Feng, who was bowing his head and not saying anything, Brother Shi, do you know where we are in the Silver Domain now? According to the information I have collected, this should be the Orion constellation that we often talk about on Earth, and it is called the Hunter constellation in the Silver Domain. This is not much different. Shi Hao knew that the Earth was located on the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way, but he had not studied the specific location. He felt that the circular arch of the reception platform and the 6 circular arches of different colors had the function of long-distance transmission, but it was unknown how far they were transmitted. Which constellation is closest to Orion? I wonder if Brother Shi knows. It is really hard for me to say, because I have not yet found the sense of direction in the Silver Domain. There is no sense of direction in the universe, including the Silver Domain. There is no difference in all directions. Except for the planets, it is the void, endless. According to your Earth astronomy, it is the Unicorn and Canis Major. Talking about these 2 constellations, Yi Feng opened up the conversation. I am planning to develop in Canis Major, and I suggest that you humans develop in Kirin. Why? Because these 2 constellations are both wild constellations, without thrones, cloud masters and system masters. Shi Hao was a little surprised to hear what Yi Feng said. There are nearly 100 constellations in the entire Silver Domain, and there are currently a total of 36 thrones, and more than half of the constellations are out of the control of the Silver Domain. Wild constellations, that means you have to create something from scratch, and even reshape the planets. Isn't it very difficult to develop, and many things are unknown? Maybe Brother Shi has a misunderstanding of the word wild. Wild just because it is not controlled by the Domain Master, it does not mean that there are no races living on it. In fact, many planets have life and civilization. After Yi Feng's explanation, Shi Hao understood in his heart, and at the same time remembered what Mia had said. I have heard that if a new throne appears, the 13th main god will appear. It seems that Yi Feng has great ambitions. But there are many people eyeing those constellations, right? Since everyone is so concerned about the emergence of the new throne and the new main god, the competition should be very fierce. Shi Hao understands this. Yes, many people are eyeing those ownerless constellations. Chapter 189. It seems that Brother Shi has made a lot of friends since he first entered the Silver Domain. These inside stories are not known by people from yellow level and green level planets. Yi Feng looked at Shi Hao and said meaningfully, Maybe I'm lucky. I heard a friend talk about it by chance, but I don't know much about it. Shi Hao doesn't plan to let anyone know about his relationship with Mia. The Silver Domain is not peaceful. Although there are many people watching, not many can accomplish things. If it were that easy, the 13th Lord God would have come out long ago. Yi Feng was dismissive of the so-called competition. Although Zhuo Zhuang knew that his combat power ranked 2nd, what he didn't know was that his shrewdness was recognized as the first among the younger generation in the Silver Domain. Then why can this good thing fall on our human race? Since Yi Feng made this suggestion, Shi Hao has been thinking about this issue. Brother Shi, Do you know why the 13th Lord God, the 37th throne, hasn't come out for so long? Yifeng didn't answer Shihao's question, but asked back. Shihao shook his head. Now, there are only 10 races in the Silver Domain that have entered the sequence, but a long time ago, it was not like this. At that time, there were 32 races that ruled the current 36 constellations. With development, those ancient races were gradually eliminated and replaced. In other words, there are fewer and fewer races that can be on the stage. And developing and unifying a new constellation is not something that any race can do. The current rules require the races that have entered the sequence to not relax, otherwise they will be eliminated, so they must focus a lot of energy on competing for the resources of the existing 36 thrones. The current situation has been formed by mutual restraint and mutual constraints. No race that has entered the sequence dares to take risks. Those races that have not entered the sequence are powerless. At least so far, no race has been able to break out. When Yifeng said this, he adjusted his body and changed his sitting position. Then young Master Yifeng wants to unify Canis Major. Aren't you afraid that other races will be unfavorable to the Yaksha tribe? Su Yan asked after hearing what Yifeng said. I can say that among the races that have entered the sequence, the Yaksha tribe is the most united race. After I complete my investigation in Canis Major and determine the strategy, the entire race will go all out. Besides, even if the Yaksha tribe is eliminated, it will only lose a red-level planet the first time, and will not be removed from the list. I think our Yaksha tribe will not be that stupid. Yifeng's words revealed confidence. Then our human race is weak, and it is very difficult to unify a throne. Can it work? This is what Li Binhui asked. According to the current human race's foundation and population, which do you think is more difficult and profitable, developing in one constellation or spreading across 500 million yellow-level planets? After hearing Yifeng's analysis and question, everyone was silent. That's true. No matter which path the human race chooses, it will be difficult to do. After a while, Shihao spoke. As for the benefits, I think everyone understands that the benefits of one constellation are definitely greater. Once we take over a constellation, we humans have the final say. In addition, the resources of the human race will not be so scattered, which is convenient for unified allocation. However, we must first gain a foothold in the Hunter constellation. Even if we have to go to the Kirin constellation, this is also a window for us to trade and communicate with other planets and other races in the Silver Domain. Although Shihao didn't say much, Yifeng admired his insights and arrangements. Originally, their Yaksha tribe wanted to swallow up Kirin and Canis Major together, but through contact with Shihao and others, Yifeng felt that it might be wiser to be an ally with the human race. A favor in exchange for an ally is worth it no matter how you calculate it. From this point of view, Yifeng is as smart as Mia. Yifeng, I want to hear your opinion on the development of Minyan Star. What we just discussed is the general direction. Once the general direction is determined, we have to take one step at a time. But the human race does not have a thorough understanding of the yellow-level planets. Listen to Yifeng's opinions to avoid taking detours. In fact, it is better to lay out according to your human civilization and technology. In the Silver Domain, many races have established guilds, called adventure guilds, and many tribesmen will earn rewards and contribution points through tasks issued by adventure guilds. When the time is right, I suggest that you humans also establish adventure guilds, which will be good for your development. The universe, including the Silver Domain, has many regions and many races. There are also many dangerous places and various enemies. Adventure guilds are the best way to solve these problems. One party issues tasks, and the other party earns rewards and contribution points. It is fair and just. There is no need to intervene through administrative means. It is really good. This is a world that advocates force. There should be different rules. Su Yan and his friends heard what Yifeng said and started to discuss. Shihao took this meeting to discuss the planning of Minyan Star with everyone. Su Yan and Li Binhui also put forward their own suggestions. Soon, everyone reached a consensus. After the meeting, everyone got busy. On the way here, Su Yan had already led everyone to make plans. Tianning led his assistants to register all the empty houses and temporarily resettle everyone. After the personnel settled down, the urban management planners began to get busy. First, they took a small starship to fly back and forth over Minyan City countless times and drew an accurate map of Minyan City. The first project to be determined was to demolish the headquarters of the human race. It used to be the headquarters of the Bat tribe, and the people living around it were all Bat people. When the Bat tribe evacuated, the surrounding area of more than 30 kilometers almost became an empty city. The area after the demolition will be built into a comprehensive light industrial zone. clothing processing, daily necessities processing, food processing, winemaking, condiments, furniture manufacturing, cultural and sports supplies, furniture manufacturing, musical instrument manufacturing, tool manufacturing, basically covering all aspects of daily life. With the compensation of 100,000 purple crystal coins from the Bat tribe, the human race is not short of money, and the materials brought from the earth are relatively large, so Shihao and Su Yan think that they should start to roll out the business in an all-round way. There is only one purpose, which is to create a comfortable living environment and produce goods for people to enjoy. Their purpose is to show the human lifestyle, human food, clothing, housing and transportation to other races, so that food, housing, beverages and food can conquer other races, and they must do it to the extreme. After the matter of the industrial zone was finalized, Tianning began to take people to register the houses in the surrounding areas of the Star Lord's mansion. The vacant houses were directly confiscated, and the houses occupied by other races were all purchased at high prices. All the houses within 20 kilometers around the Star Lord's mansion were demolished. Here we start to build commercial pedestrian streets, snack streets, entertainment, and sports venues. And all residential areas are planned between these areas, and the architectural format is all courtyards with improved courtyard style. All the people who come here, if they are a family, will have one set of houses. If they are not a family, they will have one set of houses for every 2 people. After they get married, they will be allocated another set of houses exclusively for the family. And we strongly encourage marriage and childbirth. During Shihao's first visit to explore the Silver Domain, Wu Runfa had already conducted fertility tests on Songshan level people, and found that they can give birth, and the physical fitness of children is no less than that of his parents, and some have higher physical fitness. Meeting room of the Star Lord's mansion. How do the 3 clan leaders feel? This is our human race's plan for Mianyun Star. There are only 4 people in it: Shihao, Qing Lian, Li and Ba Ran. Shihao sat down while talking. We humans promise that we will not accept requests from the Stone tribe, Zerg tribe, and Orc tribe on Mianyun Star to convert to the human race. This is to dispel your concerns. But I will not restrict people from other planets. In addition, we will replicate the plan of Mianyun City and other cities on Mianyun Star. You 3 tribes should quickly determine your own architectural style and business plan. I will send relevant human experts to assist you, give suggestions and draw blueprints. You can live together with humans or establish settlements for different tribes. We must be mentally prepared. It won't be long before people from other yellow-level planets will travel to Mianyun Star and even settle there. There are many people from your own race among these people. Therefore, you must leave margins in your plans, and think of more ways to make money. It is best to imitate us to build a commercial street that suits your race's style. If you have any opinions or suggestions, please raise them. Shihao stopped talking and looked at the 3 of them. Chapter 190. Chief Shih, rebuilding requires a lot of money, and we can't get it for the time being. Mianyun Star was not well developed before. If we ask for money, it is unlikely that the headquarters will approve it. Ba Ran was worried when he mentioned money, otherwise he would not have set up a ring to sell martial arts light balls. In order not to affect the overall layout of Mianyun Star, I can lend you money. What if we lose money? Qing Lian also had concerns. The Shih clan has always been conservative and earns money steadily. He has never borrowed money. If you lose money, it's my responsibility. Shihao still has some confidence. Since Chief Shih has said this, I agree. Li felt Shihao's determination. He also saw the efficiency of the human race. At the same time, he also wanted to make some achievements to show the headquarters. Well, I do it too. At worst, I sell more martial arts light balls to make up for the deficit. Ba Ran also made up his mind. Since Chief Shih is so confident, for this renovation of Mianyun City, our Shih clan will charge a little labor fee and fully support the construction of Mianyun City. As for the renovation of other cities, our Shih clan will charge according to the market price. The human race has made plans and drawn blueprints, and can provide guidance, but the work still needs hundreds of millions of Shih clan members to do it. Well, I will introduce you to the people in the human race's urban planning department. Shihao never mentioned the giant lizards from beginning to end, and they didn't ask, but they all knew in their hearts that it would be difficult for the giant lizards to gain a foothold in Mianyun Star. Everyone worked day and night for more than 10 days of Mianyun calendar, and the city construction was basically completed. During this period, the carrier pigeon came back with the terrain data of Mianyun Star, and the people in the planning department immediately began to draw maps based on the data. Shihao also demarcated the areas that belonged to the Zerg, Stone, and Orcs. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shajia set sail back to Earth, with Fang Jie driving the air shuttle and Liang Wenlong leading a small team as escort. Before leaving, they also brought a 10-person work team, which was affiliated with the propaganda department. They planned to set up camp at the Hunter Seat reception platform. Their mission was to promote the human race, promote Minyan Star, and attract people to Minyan Star. Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiaojie's mission was to continuously transport people and materials from the solar system. When planning the city, the tallest building in Minyan City was built on the side of the Star Lord's mansion. It was a hexagonal tower with a height of more than 50 meters. There were 6 big characters on the tower. Human Adventure Guild. According to the surveying of the carrier pigeon, the terrain on Minyan Star is similar to that on Earth, with plains, mountains, hills, riverbeds, and canyons. There are also many places covered by thick clouds, and the scenery below cannot be seen clearly. These places need people to explore. The Adventure Guild issued a daily task: explore Minyan Star. Task rewards. Different rewards and contribution points are given depending on the exploration content. The Human Adventure Guild is different from other races. This task is open to all races. For the sake of overall development, the authority to issue tasks is open to various departments, but not to individuals for the time being. Soon these departments issued many daily tasks, such as finding suitable raw materials for textiles, finding delicious food, finding minerals, recruiting craftsmen, etc. A square for parking flying cars and starships was rebuilt behind the Star Lord's Mansion Square. This square also has many towers several tens of meters high, with platforms on top for parking slightly larger starships, such as the Hunter. The front of the Star Lord's Mansion has been transformed into a leisure square, with a musical fountain and an open channel in the middle. Since Shihao and his team came back, Minyan Star has had many rains, and a new drainage network was built during the city planning. The propaganda department also organized people to create many popular songs in the cosmic language. Some of these brainwashing divine songs have also been sung among other races, and they have a unique charm, with the unique voices of each race. 50 martial arts masters from 5 sects built 5 martial arts halls with a large area. The martial arts halls not only teach martial arts and skills, but also sell martial arts light balls. Insect News followed up on the dynamics of the human race on Minyan Star. The human race took 15 days to complete the overall renovation of Minyan City. The Zerg, Beast, and Stone tribes have all established their own exclusive living and commercial areas. The architectural styles of these 3 races are very unique and ingenious. According to our reporter's on-site visit, the courtyard design of the human race is even more amazing, and the furniture, decoration, and layout are all exquisite. This is life. The human race also opened the first courtyard hotel, welcoming guests from all planets to stay. The human race made a herbivorous animal on Minyan Star into a delicacy, and the taste is unforgettable. Their snack street is so unique, and the human race knows how to enjoy it. The human race made clothing from the fur of plants and animals, with many styles, and strong and wear-resistant. The Stone tribe, Zerg, and Beast tribe on Minyan Star actually learned to wear clothes like humans, which is incredible. It has only been 30 days, and the human race on Minyan Star has reached 10 million. According to the investigation, the number of giant lizards on Minyan Star has been the most serious, followed by the rat people. 50 days have passed, and the human race has completed the transformation of all cities on Minyan Star. The human population has reached 50 million, covering all cities on Minyan Star. After almost 10 years on Earth, rivers, deep forests, animals, and the human population on Minyan Star have reached 150 million. Most of them are converted from other races, and the population from Earth is about 5 million. The total population on Minyan Star has reached more than 8 billion, and the population of the beasts, insects, and stone tribes is returning, while the giant lizards have almost disappeared. Of course, before the population growth, the problem of raw materials for clothing manufacturing has been solved. When they came, they brought a lot of sheep. Zhao Qin genetically modified them, and they quickly adapted to the environment of Minyan Star, began to reproduce in large numbers, and the wool production rate was very high. In addition, fibers suitable for textiles were found from plants on Minyan Star. The clothing material processing and manufacturing plant was built by Li Binhui and several others, with a high profit margin. As the population of Minyan Star increased, the sales of flying cars and small starships also became popular. They started the establishment of flying car and starship manufacturing plants. Facts have proved that the human race's cultural infiltration strategy is very correct. After dismantling the Gene Clan starship, the Earth starship manufacturing technology has made a great breakthrough. A total of 10 cigar-shaped starships about 5 kilometers long were built, all delivered to Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiaojia as the interstellar fleet from the solar system to Minyan Star. Although the passenger ship function is used, laser cannons and orbital cannons are installed. This greatly improves efficiency. Hundreds of Earthlings have been stationed at the reception platform for a long time. As long as you step onto the reception platform, you can see colorful flags fluttering and music playing. This is the propaganda department doing propaganda and attracting people. Half of the stalls in the entire commercial street are fixed stalls of the human race. Clothing, food, daily necessities and handicrafts are displayed. With the rise of industry and commerce, the tax revenue of Minyan Star is very substantial. 2 years ago, the human race implemented a policy, announcing that all people who joined the human race were exempt from head fees and annual fees. And they would give a subsidy of 1,000 yellow crystal coins and provide job opportunities in Minyan Star. The human population has since begun to grow explosively. As the population soared, the quality of personnel varied, and the public security situation gradually deteriorated. That night, in the meeting room of the Star Lord's mansion. Yesterday, there were 200 robberies, 1,200 thefts, and 134 fights. The security environment on Minyan Star has deteriorated seriously. Katarina stood there to make a report, and Shi Hao and Su Yan both looked serious. Qing Lian, Li Li and Ba Ran were also present. The responsibility mainly lies with me. There are too many things for the Shi clan to deal with, so I can't take care of both sides. I didn't expect Minyan Star to develop so fast. After Katarina finished her report, Qing Lian stood up and took the responsibility first. To be honest, I can manage a branch, but the current situation on Minyan Star is too complicated and involves various races. There are also a large number of people from alien planets who have moved into Minyan Star. I feel a little overwhelmed. Qing Lian knows his ability very well. He has tried hard, but the methods he used have little effect. The situation has changed so fast. The original organization of the Security Bureau was very suitable, but it is a bit outdated now. We must make changes. After hearing Qing Lian's words, Li Li expressed his own opinion. Qi Shi, I have seen that you humans are capable of doing great things. We will do whatever you say. It has only been a few days, and the population of our Minyan Star Beast clan has increased by 1/5. We are making more and more money. The money I paid to the headquarters a few days ago is almost the sum of the past 10,000 years. The Minyan Star Beast clan has always relied on subsidies from the headquarters to survive, but now it has become a money-making machine. Ba Ran's status has also risen, so she is very convinced of Shi Hao. Chapter 191. When the public security showed signs of deterioration, Shi Hao and Su Yan both had the relevant data. However, considering the overall situation of Minyan Star, Shi Hao did not intervene too much. Since Qing Lian was entrusted with the management of the Security Bureau, Shi Hao did not want to go back on his word, but he did not expect that the public security situation would deteriorate more and more seriously. Shi Hao had no choice but to invite the three of them to discuss a solution. After hearing what they said, Shi Hao pondered for a while and stood up. Yes, according to the current situation, the original organization setting is not very reasonable and must be changed. I apologize to you, even if I, Shi Hao, have spoken out of turn. Shi Hao came behind Qing Lian, Li Li and Ba Ran, holding the back of the chair and said softly, I have an idea, let's talk about it. Shi Hao did not pause and continued to speak. We humans are going to set up a human security command, which is part of the human headquarters. Katarina will be the deputy commander. Shi Hao originally wanted to set up a human army, but he learned that each throne has its own army, and the guards of Minyan Star belong to the throne army. It is not realistic to set up an army now, so we can only set up our own armed forces for the reason of maintaining public order. Su Yuan brought back the news that Wu Yi will soon bring 20 Shenlong teams and several management personnel to Minyan Star. The position of the security commander is reserved for Wu Yi. The Minyan Star Security Bureau still exists. During this period, we will send personnel from the Human Security Command to assist the Minyan Star Security Bureau in maintaining the public order of Minyan City. You three races should set up your own public security patrol team to maintain the public order of your territory. Starting tomorrow, if there are any more people or forces causing chaos, no matter which race they belong to, they will be killed without mercy. So you must control your people. If there is a problem, the Security Command and the Security Bureau will not accept any requests for mercy. I hope you will not make it difficult for me when something really happens. Severe punishments must be used to suppress the rebellion. The Minyan Star Security Bureau must vigorously recruit personnel and do a good job in the public security management of all cities in Minion Star. We still have to rely on you. As for the chief of the security, Shirhao paused here deliberately. I think Katarina is the most suitable as the chief of the security, so that I can focus on the construction of Minion Star and manage the Shir people well. Qing Lian hurriedly continued what Shirhao said. Well, in that case, Katarina will serve as the chief of the security from tomorrow. Yes, I will definitely live up to your mission. Next, everyone discussed the issue of law enforcement. Shirhao arranged for Qing Lian to start the prison reconstruction project from the next day, embedding 2 layers of strong magnets in the prison walls to isolate telekinesis detection and transmission. 3 days later, the Insect News reported, the human race established a security headquarters to assist the Minion Star Security Bureau in carrying out a major security rectification in the cities of Minion Star. Killed 500 people, arrested more than 2,000 people, and destroyed 13 gang forces. These included the human race, the insect race, the stone race, and the beast race. According to the investigation, many of these cases were planned and organized by the giant lizard race. There are even shadows of the bat race behind some cases. Minion Star Security Bureau. Boss Shir, a total of 8 bat race people converted to human identity and planned more than a dozen cases, most of which were in collusion with small gangs to seek relief and cause trouble everywhere, disrupting public order. Katarina was reporting to Shirhao about the situation of law and order rectification. Shirhao looked at the images transmitted from the prison and saw that those people were human bodies, but their skin was dark blue, revealing a gloomy evil spirit. Shoot these bat people, and establish a human identity registration system as soon as possible. No matter which race is converted into a human body, there must be a detailed identity record. As the human race develops, the situation will become more and more complicated. There are many visible and invisible enemies, and there will be more and more cases of infiltrating the human race to cause trouble. We have to build a firewall from the system. Adventure Guild Mission Release Hall. Look, there are new missions released. The hall was full of people, sitting or standing. With the establishment of the Adventure Guild, many adventurers appeared. They made a living by taking tasks to earn rewards and contribution points. The tasks released by the human race are relatively rich and diverse, and the rewards and contribution points are also sufficient, so more and more adventurers are rushing over from alien planets. Everyone stared at the screen. Task name: find the bat people who have mixed into the human race. Task level: green level primary. Reward: 1 red crystal coin, 10 contribution points. Task duration: long term. This is the first time since the establishment of the Human Adventure Guild that the reward calculation method in red crystal coins has been released, and the contribution points are also very objective. Yellow level planets are mainly traded with yellow crystal coins, and red crystal coins generally appear on green level planets. Rewards calculated in red crystal coins can greatly attract people's attention. Contribution points can be transferred and can be used to increase the adventurer level. Adventurers with high levels can only accept high-level tasks. After issuing the task, the effect was obvious. In 5 days, 37 infiltrators of the Bat tribe were captured. Meeting room of the Star Lord's mansion. Shirhao, Wu Yi Su Yin, Li Kun, Wang Ping, Laura, Mickey, Pigeon, Big Guy, Black Feather, Windless, Old Black, Ding Yuan, Yang Shui, Zhao Qing, Shi Wei, and Liang Wenlong were all present. There were also the chief officers of various departments. The meeting was chaired by Su Yin. First of all, let us welcome General Wu and other colleagues with warm applause. Your arrival is a powerful expansion of the human race headquarters. Now, please let General Wu speak. After Su Yan's opening remarks, Wu was invited to speak. After Wu arrived, he would be in charge of the human race's military and police system, while Su Yan and Deng Yuan would be in charge of administrative affairs. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Before landing, we visited Minion Star and Minion City. It is a blessing for the human race to find such a beautiful planet. Shirhao's contribution is beyond words. It is also a blessing for the human race to have you. After discussing with General Shir and Chief Su, I will now announce the personnel appointment decision. Then, we will clarify the positions and division of labor of the personnel. Shirhao, the chief of the human race, coordinates all affairs. Wu Yi, the commander-in-chief of the human race's Silver Domain General Command. Deng Yuan, the deputy commander-in-chief. Wang Ping, the chief of staff of the Silver Domain General Command. He Yu, the deputy chief of staff of the Silver Domain General Command. Big Guy, the deputy chief of staff of the Silver Domain General Command. Laura, the commander-in-chief of the Security Command. Wu Feng, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Security Command. Katerina, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Security Command. Su Yin, Chief Administrative Commander of the Human Race's Silver Territory. Li Kun, Secretary General of Administration. Lao He, Deputy Chief of Human Administration. After returning to Earth, Lao He was rewarded for his efforts in exterminating mutant beasts, and then he was demobilized and served in an important department of the administrative agency. In view of his experience in military and local governance, he was sent to assist Su Yin. Mickey, Pigeon, Shi Wei, and Liang Wenlong are Shi Hao's personal guards, forming a personal guard regiment, with Liang Wenlong as the head of the personal guard regiment and Shi Wei as the deputy head. Yang Shui is the Minister of the Silver Domain Industry Department, in charge of starship research and manufacturing, as well as other industrial manufacturing, and is part of the military establishment. Zhao Qing is the Minister of the Silver Domain Science and Technology Department, in charge of biological research, genetic research and other research institutes, and is part of the military establishment. Li Binhui, Liang Wenhui, Su Wuqing and Zhou Xueyu have established the Silver Domain Hausher Group Company, and the business layout has been launched. Next, I will report on the recent work of Minyan Star. Su Yin summarized all the big and small things, with clear regulations and clear priorities, so that everyone present had an intuitive understanding of their work. Everyone has a general understanding of their respective work. Let's discuss some issues below. After Su Yin finished his work report, Shi Hao spoke. Katerina, please tell us what is the current situation of the human population registration. According to the instructions of Chief Shi, I contacted relevant scientific and technological personnel to build a human identity registration system. This system has been running smoothly for 3 days. We have placed staff on each identity conversion platform to ensure that everyone who converts to the human race can be registered. After the improvement of the population registration system, it has become much more difficult for the bad people to infiltrate the human race. But there is a problem. When we installed the monitoring system in Yanyan City, we encountered resistance from the beast men, insects and stone tribes. After Katerina explained the human registration system, she raised another question. Chapter 192. Oh, what resistance! Installing surveillance in Yanyan City was a decision made by Shi Hao and Su Yin. The other 3 races are not allowed to install surveillance in their residential areas, and the surveillance we installed in the nearby streets has been destroyed. According to our investigation, someone behind the scenes deliberately spread the idea that installing surveillance is a restriction of personal freedom, and will infringe on the privacy of other races. Many people in the Stone Tribe, Zerg Tribe, and Orc Tribe are very resistant to this. Such a situation was anticipated at the beginning, but they still underestimated the resistance. Then install it in the human residential area, and stop installing it in the residential areas of the other 3 races. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is installed in their place or not. However, this also reminds us of the problem of how to get along with other races. The development of the human race will inevitably hurt the interests of other races. This is an unavoidable problem. When we first arrived at Minyan Star, we were weak and needed to establish good relations with other races and use their resources. Now we have good relations with other races for stability. After hearing Shi Hao's words, Wu continued, yes, in a country, there are conflicts between ethnic groups and between countries. In the Silver Domain, there are conflicts between planets and races. We will get along with them on the principle of mutual benefit and common development. If we really can't get along peacefully, we won't be afraid. Improving the human race's organization, establishing a security command, and a personal guard, all of these are within the scope permitted by the laws of the Silver Domain. In addition, it is also because of the sense of crisis that Shi Hao and his team are always considering. I talked to the 3 of them after the meeting. Shi Hao thought about it, and decided to talk to Qi Li, Qin Lian and Ba Ran to put the problem out. Next, we need to discuss the development path. Should we develop to 500 million yellow-level planets or to Qilin? We need to determine this issue today. Shi Hao has been thinking about the suggestion given by Yi Feng that day. The current human population is about 200 million, but only about 10 million have come from Earth. It is not realistic to want to spread to 500 million yellow-level planets. The problem of getting along with other races that we just discussed will definitely appear on other planets. Our human headquarters is located here, and it is still so. If we set up a branch alone, it will be more difficult. So, I personally think that developing to Qilin is a good choice. Su Yin was there that day. He also thought a lot. Recently, he learned about the development of many yellow-level planets from the side and had many ideas. Xiao Su wrote a report at that time. We also discussed it in China and agreed that it was a good idea to develop towards the Kirin constellation, but in the end, it is up to you, Sure Hao, to make the final decision. We also brought the above opinions. In this case, let's develop towards the Kirin constellation. Next, we have to do the following tasks. From Yunyun star to the Kirin constellation, there are 3 large teleportation arrays in the middle. There are more than 80 yellow-level planets along the teleportation arrays. In order to ensure trade between the Kirin constellation and the Hunter constellation, our human race must gain a foothold on these more than 80 yellow-level planets. This is what I think. Select high-quality soldiers from the army, and let them serve as the vanguard to develop these planets, and establish a human race branch. Then we will recruit veterans from Earth on a large scale, provide them with favorable conditions, and let them enter these more than 80 yellow-level planets as adventurers. Sure Hao made a deliberate decision to use veterans to lead the charge. This kind of individual behavior of a single soldier may seem scattered, but in fact it has a strong cohesive force. Under their leadership, a human adventurer atmosphere will soon be formed. Adventurers are relatively strong, and they will be less bullied when they go to new planets. Even if they are bullied, they have a certain ability to protect themselves. Okay, Le Wang Ping and He, you take charge of this matter. Wu Yi responded after hearing Sure Hao's words. Yang Shui, how much difference is there between our human starship technology and the gold race? After discussing the above, Sure Hao wanted to understand the gap with the gold race. He had a hunch that he would have a conflict with the gold race sooner or later, but the technology gap was too big, which made Sure Hao a little worried. When the human starship is manufactured and sold, it may be the time when the conflict breaks out. On Earth, we dismantled the Gold Clan starship you brought back and found that the technology they used was completely different from ours. Our technology cannot exceed the speed of light. Their technology is different. From our preliminary research, their technology relies on the core device to emit a powerful force, and then transmit the starship. This force transmits a particle state. It is like breaking down the starship, the crew, and everything that needs to be transmitted into very small particles, and then transmitting these particles synchronously. But during the transmission process, there is no damage to the material structure, or it can be said that after the transmission, these particles are reorganized back to their original state. We have no clue yet, but we have already started the project and are researching in this direction. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Sure Hao remembered that he had tried to transmit quantum states to Earth with telekinesis. Perhaps the particles transmitted by telekinesis are quantum, or other forms of tiny particles. Don't stop the project research. Continue to increase the research efforts. The flying cars and starships manufactured by the Starship Factory are only sold to the human race, not to other races for the time being. After weighing the pros and cons, Sure Hao decided to avoid a head-on collision with the golden race before the technology was broken through. This was a strategy to buy time for the human race. Xiao Qin, how much room is there for improvement in the physical fitness of the human race? This is another question. After Xiao Qin came to Yunyun Star, he has been focusing on this research direction, which involves the future of the human race. We have conducted continuous testing on those warriors. We found that the quality of the human body can be improved through the practice of martial arts and techniques, and it varies from person to person, with some people improving more strongly, and some people improving less. According to the standard of the Songshan level physical quality just generated, the quality improvement is about 80% to 150%, and the average improvement rate is 120%. Of course, these samples are all warriors who have practiced for a long time, and they are not representative, but the data is very objective. Sure Hao has a personal experience of the improvement of human physical quality through the practice of martial arts and techniques, and Xiao Qin's data provides strong evidence. However, Sure Hao also knows that this data is not absolute. After practicing Tai Chi Dao, Sure Hao feels that his physical quality has improved several times. This is not only related to martial arts and techniques, but also has a lot to do with the effort and understanding of the practitioner. In addition, we have also studied the biological samples of alien races that we can get. After comparison, our Songshan level physical fitness is slightly worse than their average level, but the gap is not very large. Among the human race, Sure Wei's physical fitness is much stronger than their average level, which may be related to his body being transformed by ice crystals. So we infer that if the Songshan level human body is placed in a special environment with suitable elements or substances, after a period of time, the physical fitness can be qualitatively improved. According to the theoretical model, the strength of the body after such transformation is at least 50% higher than Sure Wei's current physical fitness. Because when Sure Wei fell to Europa, His body was quasi-Taishan level, not yet Songshan level. Let's temporarily name that body level Kunlun level. Conservatively speaking, the physical fitness strength of a standard Kunlun level human body will be stronger than 80% of the races in the silver domain. Everyone was very happy to hear Zhao Qing's explanation, which showed that the prospects of the human race were still very bright. There is another thing to be solved immediately. After listening to Zhao Qing's speech, Shihao continued. The calendars we are currently exposed to include the Earth calendar, the Silver Domain calendar, and the Mianyun Star calendar, which has caused calendar confusion. When we go to other planets in the future, they will have different calendars due to their different revolutions and rotations, so we need to unify the calendar. I have thought about it for a long time. The human race uses the Earth calendar internally, and the Silver Domain calendar externally. Our timekeeping and calendar books should simultaneously display these two calendars. In this way, from the time I first arrived on Mianyun Star, our human race has been on Mianyun Star for 123 days according to the Mianyun Star calendar, about 20.5 years according to the Earth calendar, and 0.2 Silver Domain years according to the Silver Domain calendar. After 20 years of development on Earth, there are 200 million people in Mianyun Star. This development speed is still very objective. After 20 years of continuous policies to encourage population birth, the population of the solar system has exceeded 9 billion. The next 100-year plan, Earth calendar, is to transport 1/3 of the solar system's population to the silver region. The birth policy of the solar system will not change. It is estimated that in 100 years, the number of people who can be transported to the silver region will be about 6 billion. It seems a lot, but compared with other races, it is less than a fraction. So we must focus on quality, education, martial arts and cultivation. For a yellow-level planet with 500 million people, the average population of each race is about 2 billion, and the population of each race on Mianyun Star is the smallest. It seems that the gap in the human population is too large, but as human life expectancy increases and human reproductive capacity increases, this gap will be slowly filled. After hearing Shihao's words, Wu Yi continued, before I came, the world reached a consensus, including the United States Federation, to popularize the study of cosmic language, popularize Yanhua Kung Fu, and strengthen the unification of Earth culture. The next step is to popularize the promotion of Songshan-level human bodies. Director Wu has done a lot of follow-up research in the past 20 years. Most of the offspring born by Songshan-level human bodies can also meet the standards of Songshan-level human bodies. But the fertility cycle has become longer, and they can only give birth once every 10 Earth years. The reason is unknown, but it makes sense. If you want to become powerful, you need to stay in the mother's womb for a long time. After giving birth once, the mother needs a long time to recover before the next pregnancy can be carried out. This reminds everyone of Neza in ancient mythology. After that, everyone determines some other things. For example, communication standards, cultural propaganda, and the promotion of martial arts skills. After the meeting, Shihao did not stay, and directly asked Mickey to invite Qi Li, Qing Lian, and Ba Ran to the human headquarters. The meeting room of the human headquarters. Shi invited the 3 presidents here today to discuss with you the recent problems in the development of Mianyun Star. Chapter 193. Human Race Headquarters Meeting Room. Shi invited the 3 presidents here today to discuss the recent problems in the development of Mianyun Star with everyone. When the human race first arrived at Mianyun Star, it was able to develop so quickly with the help of the 3 of you. I thank you on behalf of the human race. Everyone can speak freely about anything. Shihao finished speaking and looked at the 3 of them. Chief Shi, I will leave Mianyun Star tomorrow. I was going to come to say goodbye to you today. Ba Ran's words surprised everyone. Since the human race came, the development speed of their 3 tribes has not caught up with the human race, but it is also in full swing. The 3 of them get along well with the human race. It is unreasonable for Ba Ran to leave at this time. Is President Ba unhappy here, or does he have some difficulties? They have almost gotten along well. Now that Ba Ran is gone, and another branch president is sent, who knows what accidents will happen? Li and Qing Lian were silent, thinking about their own thoughts. Shihao broke the silence and asked, Don't get me wrong, Chief Shi. In fact, I was transferred this time, because the Beast tribe developed too well on Mianyun Star. The chief transferred me to Xuanyun Star to serve as the branch president. Tomorrow, there will be a new branch president. You have met him. It's Ba Ping. He will come with the department master and cloud master in charge of Mianyun Star. They are here to investigate the case of the gauze curtain. Shihao almost forgot about the gauze curtain, and the department master and cloud master just came. This efficiency is too low. Chiefsure, you have to be careful. The Department Master is from the Beast tribe, and the Cloud Master is from the Gold tribe. From Jean Rui's story, it can be seen that the Jean tribe does not like the human race. Ba Ren is not a fool, so I would like to remind Shihao here. Chiefsure, don't think that the leader is easy to talk to. The leader is also a person who will not get up early without profit. Have you met Ba Ping? He is very close to the leader. In addition, the Jean tribe is very close to the original Bat tribe. The Bat tribe is protected by the main god of the Jean tribe. Okay, that's all I have to say. Maybe it's a good thing for me to leave Minyan Star. If I have to, I will not be an enemy of the human race in the future. This is the reality. Ba Ren has a clear understanding of the racial conflict. After saying this, he bowed to Shihao and the other two, and walked out of the meeting room. Shihao stood up, and Ili and Qing Lian also stood up and sent Ba Ren out. Then, Shihao, Ili and Qing Lian returned to the meeting room and sat down. What do you think of Ba Ren's words? After sitting down, Shihao asked. Chiefsure, we have discussed this privately many times. The human race is developing too fast, which puts a lot of pressure on other races. The Beast tribe has transferred Ba Ren away, and may have to change the strategy of getting along with the human race. Chiefsure should also be mentally prepared. But Chiefsure can rest assured. We are very clear about our position. Besides, other races cannot replace the Shur tribe. We just need to do auxiliary work on each planet. Race with similar genes to the Shur people generally choose to join the Shur tribe, so your influence on the population of the Shur tribe is not great. Using the bodies of other races, you can't feel the power of mountains and rivers that they need. Ba Ren said so much. The purpose is to make the position of the Shur tribe clear, which is also the intention of the Shur tribe. The rise of the human race is unstoppable. This is our consensus. Chairman Qin, Chairman Ba and I all understand one thing. The three of us are more than qualified to be branch chairman, and Chiefsure is a man who does big things, and his level is far from yours. But Qing Lian and I can assure Chiefsure that the Zerg and Stone tribes will not harm the human race. This is also what the above means. Not only Shihao and his men felt the problem, but the three races that have close contacts with the human race, such as the Zerg, Stone and Orcs, have also collected intelligence on the human race and discussed these issues. Ba Ren's departure is not accidental, but an inevitable development of things. So Chiefsure, don't worry about the two of us. I hope that after the human race grows stronger, Chiefsure can still remember the two of us. Yes, that's what I mean. After the speech, Qing Lian echoed. Thank you, brothers Qi and Qing. I will never forget your help to the human race. You can find me when you encounter problems. Shihao stood up and bowed slightly to the two. After Qi Li and Qing Lian left, Shihao sat there and thought for a long time, thinking about the visit of Yunju and Shiju to Minyan Star. Then he went to find Katarina and explained the situation to her. Since Yunju and Shiju did not inform us, they came to Minyan Star in the name of investigating the gauze curtain. You will be responsible for the reception. If they ask to see me, bring them here. Before that, I will pretend that I don't know about it. After Shihao explained to Katarina, he went to find Wu Yi and Su Yin to explain the situation and some details of the matter. Regardless of whether Shiju and Yunju came to see Shihao or not, all work had to be carried out step by step. To be honest, before the human race was ready, Shihao didn't want to have too much to do with the Cloud Lord and the System Lord, but it was inevitable to deal with them when they were under their control. The next day on Minyan Star, during the day, the Minyan Star Security Bureau. Jean Buffing, the Cloud Lord of the Hunter Constellation Fengguang Nebula, sat in the main seat. Bada, the System Lord of the Copper Pattern System, Ba Ping, the new Beast Tribe Branch President, as well as Qing Lian, Ili and Katarina sat on both sides. President Qin, President Yi, the current security situation on Minyan Star is very good, and you have made an indelible contribution. Bada looked at Qing Lian and Ili and said, he didn't look at Katarina directly, it seemed that he did so on purpose. System Lord, you are too kind, this is all the credit of Katarina, the chief of the security and the human race. Qing Lian is a real person, and he is embarrassed to take the credit for himself. President Qing is too modest. This time, Lord Yun and I came here mainly to investigate the matter of the gauze curtain. Please tell us about the case. Bada did not discuss the issue of merit. Next, Qing Lian made a statement on the case, and Katarina submitted relevant evidence. This matter is not troublesome. With the complete evidence of witnesses and materials, the matter can be quickly determined. The insect news has been exposed, and there is no way to cover it up. The human tribe leader is quite arrogant. We finally came to Minion Star, but we couldn't see him. After the matter was done, Bada spoke. Katarina heard Bada's words, and knew that what Sure Hao was worried about had come. It seems that the visitor is not friendly. Because Lord Yun and Lord Shi did not notify us in advance, the human race has not received the news yet. Yes. We didn't know you were here until the two adults arrived outside the security bureau, and we didn't have time to prepare. Shili was also saying something nice. I will go and inform Chisha right away and ask him to come and see the two adults. Oh, no need, I will go with Bada. I heard that the architecture of the human race is quite unique. We can take this opportunity to visit it. Jean Buffing stopped Katarina, who was standing up and preparing to go out. Well, I will inform them first, and then take the two adults there. Katarina didn't wait for them to speak, and immediately called Sure Hao. After the call was connected, she said, Chief, Master Jean Bofengian and Master Bada are going to visit the Star Lord's mansion. I hope you can make some arrangements. Katarina used the kind of communication watch on Earth. Miss Katarina, is this the communication tool of your human race? Although it is a little backward, it sounds unique. After Katarina and Sure Hao finished the call, Jean Buffing spoke. What he said was true. The technology of the Golden Clan, which combines telekinesis with tiny particles, is not only applied to starships, but also to many other fields, including communication systems. Yes, when the human race first arrived in the Silver region, all aspects of development were very backward. Our clan leader often told us to learn more from other races. Showing weakness, this is what Sure Hao told Katarina. Katarina drove her own flying car to take Jean Buffing and Bada to the Star Lord's mansion. Chapter 194. Sure Hao took Wu Yi and Su Yin to the square of the Star Lord's mansion and waited. No matter what they do, we should lower our posture, talk less and listen more, and send them away safely. If there are any requests, we can agree to them as long as they do not violate the principles. Wu Yi stood in the middle, and said to Sure Hao and Su Yin. Sure Hao did not want to be hypocritical with others, so it would be better to let Wu Yi handle this matter. Among the three of them, Wu Yi has patience and experience. Jean Buffing sat in the flying car, thinking about things without saying a word. He came to Minion Star this time more to find out the truth about the human race. Jean Rui has already contacted the human race and evaluated the human race as the source of future disasters. The higher-ups were a little worried about the evaluation given by a junior, so Jean Buffing came again. Minion Star is the headquarters of the human race, and he cannot simply treat Sure Hao like a Star Lord, because he represents a race. Looking at the entire Silver region, the clan leader of each race is high and mighty. Even the weaker races such as the Bat Clan and the Giant Lizard Clan have their clan leaders, thrones, and main gods who can speak. However, the human race is indeed a little weak at present, without even a system leader, let alone a throne and main god, who can measure the fighting power of the race. This is why Jean Buffing did not take it lightly, and notified the human race in advance to welcome him. Soon, the flying car arrived at the gate of the Star Lord's mansion. Katarina introduced the identities of both parties one by one. Then everyone sat down in the conference room. Jean Buffing was not polite, and sat down directly at the main seat. The others sat on both sides. It is an honor for the human race that the Cloud Lord and the System Lord can come to visit. Wu Yi did not mention the Star Lord Mansion or Minion Star, which means that this reception was held in the name of the human race. There is no other way. This is the only factor that can support the human race. It is said that the outside world has a high evaluation of your human race's architectural style. Some people say that your architectural style can be compared with the royal family. I came here to visit. Jean Buffing's whole body is shining with metallic luster. His original color is silver, but his skin is faintly radiant with dark red luster. He wears armor on his body, which is faintly intimidating. When he spoke, his face had no expression, and he could not see joy, sorrow, or sadness. You are too flattering. How can the human race's little tricks rise to the level of the royal family? Even if we compare ourselves with the beast men, insects, and stone tribes on the yellow level planets, we are ashamed of ourselves. In addition, the starship technology of your gold tribe is really amazing. At the beginning, they bought me a starship made by your gold tribe, but I couldn't even learn how to drive it. I am ashamed. Wu Yi heard Jean Buffing's words, which seemed to be a compliment to the human race, but he compared it with the royal family, which was obviously a trap. But taking the architectural style of the beast men, the mysterious totem adds a charm to the whole building. This kind of organic integration of one's own culture into the building can be said to be a stroke of genius. Wu Yi immediately praised the beast men, on the one hand to give Bada face, and on the other hand to divert attention. I like compliments. Bada smiled when he heard it. Jean Buffing was slightly angry when he saw that we had just said a few words to resolve his move. He said expressionlessly, I heard that you don't allow the Bat tribe to use human bodies, and you even had people find all the Bat tribe members and lock them up. Is that true? Master Yun, please understand. The Bats have infiltrated our human race to cause damage and seek trouble. We have caught the Bats who are secretly causing trouble. Hearing the bad words, we immediately explained the cause of the matter in a dignified manner, so as not to be caught. Oh, so that's how it is. But you can't stop other tribes from choosing your human bodies to enter the yellow level planet without reason. If everyone does this, it will be a mess. Wu Yi's words and deeds are flawless, and Jean Buffing can't force a conviction, so he can only say so. Master Yun is right. We will not stop the Bats from choosing human bodies to enter the yellow level planet. Besides, it was only after the Bats withdrew that our human race was able to join the Silver region. We are grateful. At this point, Wu Yi had to go with the flow. The human identity registration system has been perfected, and the surveillance has been arranged. The Bats can't make a big wave if they sneak in. The giant lizards are accusing the humans, beasts, zergs and stones of occupying all of Mianyun Star, and they have no place to stand. What's going on? Since the humans started to build, they have not pulled the giant lizards in, and have been letting them fend for themselves. 70% of the giant lizards are from other small races, who entered the yellow level planet with the help of their bodies. As they developed, many people fled to the other 4 races. The giant lizards are now huddled in a small area near the branch. It's not our fault. Since the head of the giant lizards branch was arrested, the development of the giant lizards has slowed down. During this period, we were building Mianyun Star, and the giant lizards have been silent. Maybe they have other plans, and we can't interfere with them. But since the Cloud Lord has ordered, if they want our human race to help, just come to us. Wu Yi said innocently, but gave Jean Buffing face and set a trap for him. The giant lizards came to the human race, which must have been instructed by Jean Buffing. If there was no conflict, it would be fine. If there was an unpleasant conflict, the account would definitely be attributed to Jean Buffing. Since there is no deliberate suppression, let them develop on their own. Now please take me on a tour. Jean Buffing changed the subject helplessly. At that moment, Wu Yi, Shihao and Su Yan took Jean Buffing and Bada on a tour. Jean Buffing took out a red telekinetic light ball, and Bada took out a green telekinetic light ball, recording as they walked. After the visit, Jean Buffing said, I heard that your human weapons are very unique and powerful. I want to ask for one to take back for collection. Sorry to make you laugh, but every time I go to a race, I am most interested in their weapons. My house is full of various weapons of various races. I wonder if Chief Shi can meet my requirements. When Jean Buffing said this, he did not look at Wu Yi, but at Shihao. Among the 3 people in front of him, Shihao gave him a very unique feeling, an indescribable sense of threat. I didn't expect that Lord Yun had such a hobby. You came from afar, and I was just thinking of giving you some gifts. Since Lord Yun proposed it, take our simple weapons as gifts. After that, Shihao signaled Tian-Ing to get 2 weapons. Soon, Tian-Ing came back with 2 assembled laser guns and 2 daggers. Shihao took it, and presented it with both hands. Jean Buffing and Bada took the weapon, and looked at it. Jean Buffing felt it with his mind, and found it was not a mind weapon, so he looked down on it. Bada was quite interested in the finely crafted laser gun, which was not available in their beast tribe. Jean Buffing said on the pretext that he wanted to visit the Jean tribe industry, and Bada wanted to take Ba Ping to take over the beast tribe branch, and the 2 said goodbye. Shihao asked Katarina to see him off. Howsy, prepare a batch of old laser guns and ordinary daggers in advance. It seems that you are right. Wu Yi patted Shihao on the shoulder and said. In that ring match, Jean Rui proposed to use weapons as a bet. Shihao understood Jean Rui's intention. Afterwards, Shihao specifically instructed the arsenal to build a batch of ordinary laser guns, laser swords and ordinary daggers. These preparations are made to deal with such a scene. The details of the human race cannot be known so quickly. As for when the bottom is revealed, it depends on God's will. Old Wu, we need to speed up our weapons research and develop a new super laser gun that can amplify telekinesis as soon as possible. The purpose of Jean Buffing's trip to Mianyun Star is self-evident. He is targeting the human race. This silver region is not peaceful. Shihao said to Wu Yi as he watched the flying car go away. Yes, this Jean Buffing is not simple, and the Jean clan behind him is not simple either. On the one hand, I will increase the research and development of weapons and starships, and on the other hand, I will let Wang Ping, He Yu and others speed up and gain a foothold on the planets along the Kirin constellation as soon as possible. Go to Kirin constellation as soon as possible to develop and build a territory belonging to the human race, otherwise it will be too passive. Wu Yi said with a worried look on his face. Xiao Su, in terms of urban planning, try to help the Stone tribe and the Zerg tribe as much as possible to maintain stability with them. In addition, monitor the movements of the Beast tribe. If they regard us as allies, we welcome them. If they regard us as enemies and make small moves, let them disappear on Mianyun Star like the giant lizard tribe. Ba Ping is here. It is hard to say how the Beast tribe will treat the human tribe. Sure Hao has to be on guard. General Sure, General Wu, don't worry. I will handle the relationship with other races well. If there is any problem, I will report it in time. Chapter 195. Jean Buifeng and Bada stayed in Mianyun Star for another 2 days, toured Mianyun Star, and then left at the same time. Bada, what do you think of the human race? On the surface, they are beautiful, but their overall combat power is far inferior to the beast men, insects, stone tribes, and even the giant lizards and bats. I am afraid they are slightly inferior. Bada went back and tried the power of the laser gun and dagger, which made him a little disappointed. What's the use of doing beautiful surface work? Jean Buifeng smiled slightly after listening to Bada's words, and said nothing. Jean Buifeng just made a report to the headquarters of the Jean tribe. The general content is as follows. The human race's mind should not be underestimated. The technology and combat power are not very strong, but if it is allowed to develop, it will become a big problem. Jean Buifeng said at the end of the report, I have made a good layout, and will be successful soon. From the different reactions of Jean Buifeng and Bada, we can see the difference between the beast men and the Jean tribe. In the following days, the human race was relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside, and they carried out the construction of Mianyun Star in an orderly manner. The 20 Shenlong teams brought by Wu Yi were all incorporated into the personal guard regiment. Mickey, Pigeon, Sherwei, and Liang Wenlong organized training every day, which was different from on Earth. In addition to tactical drills, they also added the practice of martial arts and exercises. Those who came to Mianyun Star from Earth all chose martial arts and exercises that suited them. The atmosphere of cultivation became increasingly strong and spread within the human race. Wang Ping went back with the fleet and brought back 30,000 active military personnel. They will form groups of 300 and set out to the 86 yellow-level planets to establish branches. At the same time, he brought back more than 100,000 retired soldiers, who will also be divided into 86 groups and enter the 86 yellow-level planets as adventurers. After entering the Silver Domain for 26 years, Earth calendar, the human race began to develop outside Mianyun Star. At the same time, the number of Earthlings entering the Silver Domain continued to increase, and the human population on Mianyun Star has reached 350 million, all of which are concentrated in the 10 megacities of Mianyun Star. The layouts of these cities are similar, and they are all planned with reference to Mianyun City. The Silver Domain Hausher Group has commercial layouts in all 10 cities. Meeting room of the Star Lord's Mansion. The number of bats who borrowed human bodies is 5,683 in total, spread across the 10 major cities of Mianyun Star. According to our monitoring, there are 2,572 bats who left Mianyun Star recently, of which 862 have never returned since they left. We checked these data after the central quantum computer issued an alarm. Su Yin was explaining the data on the holographic image. In other words, the central computer system believes that this phenomenon is abnormal through data analysis? Sure Hao heard this and asked. Yes, I checked the past data records. After the bats infiltrated the human race, some people often left Mianyun Star and went to the Bat Star, but they usually came back soon. After Jean Buifeng left, in order to prevent Jean Buifeng from catching the handle, the human race lifted the restrictions on the bats entering Mianyun Star with the help of human bodies. But they also strengthened the monitoring of each bat member, just to prevent accidents. It seems that we don't know what the bats are planning. We should pay more attention recently. I will let the Shenlong team strengthen patrols in outer space. In addition, we will transfer personnel to assist the Security Bureau to strengthen public security management. Now that the bats are no longer hiding, it means that what they are planning may be implemented. Wu Yi, who is in charge of the military and police system, made the above response after hearing Su Yan's data and analysis. Well, strengthen monitoring and keep an eye on the location of every Bat Clan member on Mianyun Star. Sure Hao finished speaking and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Wu Yi and Su Yan went to their respective deployments. 2 months passed peacefully. The number of Bat Clan members who left Mianyun Star and did not return increased, which made Sher Hao, Wu Yi and Su Yan nervous. On this day, Sher Hao was practicing martial arts when he received a call from Mickey. After the call was connected, Mickey's voice came. Captain, a Bat clan member's body was found in the starship entering Minyan Star. Mickey was leading the Shenlong squadron of the Royal Guards to patrol in space and inspect every starship entering and leaving Minyan Star. When Sher Hao heard the news, he immediately boarded a small starship to space. The Bat tribe member's blue skin had a little bit of black on the surface, and his whole body was a little swollen. There was another Bat tribe member traveling with him. That Bat tribe member's condition was not as serious, but Sher Hao also saw some black spots on his skin, and the swelling on his face was barely visible. It seems that those Bat tribe members who did not return are dead, Sher Hao said as he looked. Suddenly, he remembered something and immediately told Mickey, immediately notify all members of the guards to put on full sets of protective clothing, hats and gloves, and do not take them off. After Sher Hao finished speaking, he motioned Mickey to put them on as well, and he also fully armed himself. After he put them on, he immediately called Wu Yi. Old Wu, all cities on Minyan Star are under martial law, and everyone is asked to stay at home and not go out. Check the current locations of all Bat tribe members, and control them immediately. Let all military and police system personnel wear the issued protective clothing, hoods and gloves. Sher Hao's words shocked Wu Yi, as if he was facing a great enemy. Haozi, what happened? If I'm not mistaken, those missing Bat tribe members are dead. They died of some unknown virus. I'm worried that this virus is highly contagious. When Sher Hao first arrived at Minyan Star to take over the Bat tribe headquarters, he knew that the Bat tribe's main weapon was the virus. They had been brewing for so long, and they were probably developing a virus to fight against the human race. In the history of human development, there have been many major disasters, several of which were pandemics caused by various viruses. Each time, a heavy price was paid, and the death toll was in the hundreds of thousands or millions. Okay, I understand. Wu Yi knew the seriousness of the matter, and without saying much, he immediately began to deploy. Humans have experienced many disasters, and similarly, humans have accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with viruses. Sher Hao called Su Yan again. Xiao Su, notify colleagues at the Genetic Research Institute and the Pathology Research Institute to set Level 4 protection. Then bring a few people to space to bring back the bodies of the Bat people for pathological research. We must analyze the pathology as quickly as possible and develop a special medicine. Sher Hao then briefly introduced the matter of the Bat virus, and Su Yan also began to get busy. Ben Hui, stop all other work that can be stopped, and concentrate all manpower on producing protective clothing, and produce as many as possible. Okay, Mr. Sher. I will also contact other manufacturers to cooperate in production, don't worry. Li Binhui rarely saw Sher Hao so eager to ask him to do something, which shows the seriousness of this matter. Carrier Pigeon, you arrange people to send information to all human beings. The content is, a deadly virus has been found in the human settlement area, and there is a risk of spreading. All people are required to be quarantined at home and not go out without permission. Thinking of the lesson of the virus rampant on Earth, Sher Hao had to be on guard. Even if it was a false alarm, it would not matter. Finally, Sher Hao called Tianying and said, Tianying, you take people and Level 4 protection. Collect all evidence related to the Bat tribe in this virus incident. As orders were issued one after another, Sher Hao's heart slowly settled down. He returned to the meeting room of the Star Lord's mansion and turned on the holographic screen. The information from Wu Yi and Su Yan kept coming back. There are currently 4,320 Bat tribe members on Minyan Star, spread across 10 cities on Minyan Star. From a location point of view, they are very scattered and are all in the human settlement area. With further investigation, 168 Bat tribe bodies were found, all of whom died in their own residences. There is no doubt that they did not know how many people they had infected before they died. The information from the Genetic Research Institute and the Pathology Research Institute was also fed back. After research, it was found that this virus was developed for human genes. It is somewhat contagious to the Beastmen and Zerg, but it is very weak compared to the human race. The Stone Clan is completely immune to it because of its completely different physical characteristics from the other 4 clans. Sher Hao immediately called to inform the Li, explained the situation of the virus, and asked the Zerg to take precautions. Because he was not familiar with Ba Ping, Sher Hao asked Li to inform him. After these viruses enter the human body, they will gradually penetrate into human cells, and then start to destroy from the inside. Because the metabolism rate of Songshan level human bodies is slower than that of ordinary people, The speed at which the virus invades the entire human body is also slower, and it can be fatal in about 15 days. Note: Earth calendar. All calculations will be based on the Earth calendar unless otherwise specified. Similarly, even if there is a special medicine, it will take a long time to enter the human body. If the virus is infected for a long time, even if there is a medicine, it cannot be saved due to the metabolic rate. The Research Institute reported that it will take at least 2 months to develop a special medicine. Hearing this news, Shihao felt heavy again. At this time, his throat felt itchy. Cough, cough. He couldn't help coughing. Chapter 196. Since upgrading to Songhan level, Shihao has never felt sick. He knew that he was infected when he was checking the body of the bat tribe. At this time, Suyin called. General Shi, according to our preliminary investigation, more than 5,000 people have symptoms of coughing and fever. It can be confirmed that human-to-human transmission can be carried out. After being sent to the hospital, it was found that the virus had damaged their lungs, and there were many black spots inside. Although the human bodies of the people who came to the Silver Domain were upgraded to Songhan level, the most vulnerable part was still the lungs. Because Songhan level people rarely get sick, there are no rescue measures in the hospital, and there are few beds. The transformed human body has basically been away from birth, aging, illness, and death, so medical resources are basically blank. Xiao Su, strengthen the isolation measures. Everyone must stay at home and not go out. All staff must wear a full set of protective clothing. I have asked Li Benhui to arrange for people to produce it. Send people to get as many as you can. These protective clothing can be used continuously. You ask the Research Institute to hurry up and see what the virus is most afraid of? What measures should be taken to kill it? Shihao hung up the phone and coughed out the cough he had been holding back. The news that he was infected with the virus must not be known to others. Mickey, come back and help me in the meeting room of the Star Lord's mansion. As expected, Mickey was probably infected too, so he was called back to prevent it from being passed on to others. Tianning was outside the starship at the time and did not go in, so it should be fine, but Shihao still called to remind her to wear protective clothing and not take it off. Mickey came over soon. Mickey, do you feel uncomfortable? Shihao asked Mickey the first thing he said when he saw him. No, I feel fine. At this time, Shihao coughed. Captain, you? Yes, I think I've been infected with the virus. The concentration of the virus in that corpse is too high. I think we both inhaled a lot of it. Shihao's coughing frequency became faster and faster. He could hold it back at first, but then he couldn't control it anymore. Mickey wanted to call for help, but Shihao wouldn't let him. Seeing Shihao sick, Mickey was helpless. He had to sit there anxiously. When he saw the feedback from Wu Yi and Su Yan, he read it to Shihao. Su Yan's feedback said, the virus is highly contagious and can be killed by disinfectants on Earth, but it is resistant to both low and high temperatures. Su Yan has arranged for people to disinfect everyone's protective clothing and the places where the bat people have been. In addition, they have not found an effective way to treat people infected with the virus. Just like that, 3 days passed. Shihao has begun to cough continuously. Mickey still didn't respond. According to the information Su Yan provided, 123 people have died from the virus, and the number of people with symptoms has reached 18,230. The number of patients is increasing day by day, and everyone is helpless. General medical treatment has no effect at all. Songshan level human bodies have a strong firewall, so they rarely get sick. But when the firewall is breached, it is difficult to intervene with general medical treatment, and the prognosis is poor. Su Yan stayed in the hospital all the time, looking at the patients on the floor. His eyes were red. Captain, I heard my father say a word. I didn't understand it at that time, and I don't understand it now. He said that if human physical fitness continues to improve, if you get sick, you can only use quantum therapy. Mickey said this to relieve his inner anxiety. But Shihao listened to it. Mickey, don't you feel uncomfortable yet? No. Go find Su Yan and ask him to take you to the Research Institute to see if you have antibodies. Mickey first came into contact with the dead bat tribe member. Now he is fine. He is likely to have antibodies in his body or be immune to the virus. After Mickey left, Shihao sat cross-legged and silently practiced Tai Chi. He first tried to use his mind to look inside his body. In the past, his inner vision was always at the position of the forehead, and then he felt the surrounding environment. This is the first time to check his body through inner vision. Continuous coughing frequently interrupted his inner vision. He slowly strengthened his mind power, and gradually reached the level of selflessness. Still coughing, but it no longer affected him. Hao's mind slowly extended from his head down to his throat, and he found a small black dot on the top of the cell there. He continued to observe the cell, and finally he could even feel that the black dot was penetrating his cell wall and drilling into it. After looking inward at the whole situation, his mind continued to extend around and downward, and he found that the black dot on the cell was getting bigger and bigger, and it penetrated deeper and deeper into the cell. When he reached the lungs, he was shocked. There were many black areas in the lungs, and the cells in those areas were completely occupied by the black virus. Quantum? Quantum. Hao silently recited these two words. At first, he was confused and didn't know how to start. Then he created dozens of very tiny quantum particles according to the way he used to practice to stimulate quantum. These quantum particles are much smaller than cells, and even smaller than the black viruses that have just reproduced. Hao used his mind power to control those quantum particles to penetrate the black viruses, and wanted to kill them. He didn't know if he could kill them, nor did he know how to kill them. He moved the position of his mind from the lungs to the neck, where there were not so many viruses, and they had just started to invade the cells there. Hao controlled the quantum particles to penetrate those viruses. After penetration, the black dots lost their vitality, stopped moving, and no longer penetrated downwards. After a while, the black dots disappeared. The powerful self-healing ability of Song's Han level squeezed out those black dots, and the cells returned to their original state. Seeing this scene, Hao was overjoyed. He began to control dozens of quantum particles to penetrate those viruses separately, killing dozens at a time. However, he found that the speed at which he killed the virus was far behind the speed at which the virus reproduced. He started a tug-of-war here. After several hours of hard work, Hao killed and spawned more quantum particles. When the number of quantum particles he controlled increased more than 10 times to more than 1,000, the speed at which he killed the virus exceeded the speed at which the virus reproduced. He began to control the quantum attack. While attacking, he spawned quantum particles. When he could control more than 10,000 quantum particles, he had already attacked the lungs. The black area in the lungs increased again. At this time, it was impossible to tell which was a cell and which was the virus. Hao did not rush to attack, but used the 10,000 quantum to defend. At the same time, he frantically promoted the birth of quantum. When it reached 100,000, he did not stop and continued to promote it. When it reached more than 1 million, he adjusted his mind power to ensure the stability of control. Then, he began a cluster attack, controlling the quantum particles to sweep across the black areas of the lungs in pieces. Wave after wave, piece after piece, he did not know how long it took. He was very tired and thirsty, and sweat beads appeared on his face for the first time. But he persisted. When he controlled the quantum particles to sweep across the lungs in pieces for the third time, he found that the color of the lungs began to lighten. After the fourth sweep, the black area in Hao's lungs completely disappeared, and a large area had returned to its original state. Hao stopped sweeping the lungs and began to check the whole body with his mind, killing the virus with quantum particles while checking. After more than 10 hours of continuous fighting, Hao's body was completely restored. Hao opened his eyes. He found Tianying standing in front of him with tears in her eyes. "Give me a bag of concentrated nutrient solution, I'm so thirsty," Hao said with a hoarse voice. Tianying ran out quickly and ran back soon. Hao poured the whole bag of concentrated nutrient solution into his mouth, closed his eyes slightly, and stood up after a quarter of an hour. "Tell me about the situation." Hao looked at Tianying. "It is the 13th day now. The number of infected people has reached 150,000, and about 37,000 people are seriously ill. 4,837 people died, all of them are Earthlings. Another 30 million people have lost their human identity." Hearing Tianying's last words, Hao knew why all the dead were Earthlings. After the aliens were converted into human bodies, their original bodies were still preserved in the main brain. If they were sick, they just needed to change back to their bodies. Are all these patients concentrated together? Yes, centralized isolation points have been established in 10 cities. The Institute of Pathology has developed a prescription that can slow the spread of the virus, but it cannot eliminate it. Chapter 197. After hearing what Tianying said, Hao thought for a while, and said, "Tell Su Yin to equip each quarantine area with holographic images. I want to speak. Teach everyone how to eliminate the virus. Also notify all human beings to listen together. They will also benefit a lot." After hearing what Hao said, Tianying immediately called Su Yin happily. An hour later, Su Yin replied that everything was ready. Tianying had already set up the camera. Hao changed into a traditional white Tai Chi training suit and sat cross-legged there. Hello everyone, I'm sure how you all have suffered. This virus incident was planned by the Bat tribe, specifically targeting our human race. Unfortunately, I also got the virus. But fortunately, I found a way to eliminate the virus. I used to have symptoms of persistent dry cough, and my lungs were all black, but now I'm cured, so everyone should have confidence. I tell you, you follow me, I believe we can eliminate the virus. I hope that fellow countrymen who are not infected can also learn this method, which has 100 benefits and no disadvantages. Next, Sure How began to teach everyone how to use thoughts to generate quantum particles, and how to kill the virus after generating quantum particles. He taught tirelessly, and more than 300 million humans learned seriously. After teaching for more than 10 hours, 1/3 of the more than 100,000 patients generated quantum particles, which greatly increased everyone's confidence. I hope that those fellow countrymen who can generate more than 100 quantum particles can go to the centralized isolation area to help those patients who cannot save themselves. We will then announce the addresses and telephone numbers of the isolation points in each city. Unite as one and tide over the difficulties together. Thank you all. After more than 10 hours of TV teaching, very good results were achieved, but Sure How knew that the challenge was still ahead, and the task was very arduous. He and Tianning came to the largest isolation point in Minyan City together. General Sure, the Institute of Pathology has developed a special medicine based on the antibodies in Mickey's body, which can effectively kill the virus, but because the metabolism of Songshan-level bodies is too slow, the mortality rate of severe cases is still very high. Sure How followed Su Yin to the severe isolation area. Then he came to the middle and sat down. He used Tai Chi Dao and began to stimulate the quantum particles. When the stimulation reached more than 1 million, he did not stop and continued to stimulate until his limit. He controlled these quantum particles to start sweeping dozens of patients nearby. Because there were a lot of quantum particles, he directly spread the quantum into about the size of a human body, penetrating the bodies of dozens of patients around him. After sweeping 3 times, he moved to another place. Stimulate again, sweep again. Tianning followed him with a box of concentrated nutrient solution. Sure How drank a bag every 3 times he changed positions. When Sure How changed positions more than a dozen times, he produced more and more quantum particles, and could clear more than 200 patients at a time. After more than an hour, the patients who were cleared gradually regained consciousness, and were able to sit up slowly. It took Sure How 3 days to clear all the critically ill patients in 10 cities. In the end, he could clear more than 2,000 people at a time, and he felt that his telekinesis was much stronger. During this period, 1,874 people died, and a total of more than 6,600 people died in this virus incident. More than 40 million people have left their human identity. After Sure How's TV teaching, tens of millions of people have emerged who can use their minds to generate quantum particles, of which more than 1 million can generate more than 1,000 quantum particles. And 10 most effective exercises for improving mind power have been selected. This incident has greatly improved the human mind power system, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. But the price is too high. Meeting room of the Star Lord's Mansion. The Genetic Research Institute and the Pathology Research Institute have strengthened the Songshan-level pathology research, and the mind power quantum therapy machine has also begun to be established. All martial arts halls have strengthened the research on mind power, and will vigorously promote it. For those who have left their human identity, should their ID numbers be cancelled? For those who have left their human identity in times of crisis, Su Yin doesn't like them in his heart. If they choose to be human again, how should they be treated? This needs to be explained. Just leave them there. Whether they come back or not is up to them. We shouldn't turn them away. It's human nature to make such a choice in such a critical moment. It's unreasonable to wait for death without any solution. Of course, we should publicize those foreigners who stand with us and participate in the treatment of patients and give them generous rewards like the people on Earth. Sure How was certainly uncomfortable with those people leaving the human race, but for the development of the human race, he should be tolerant. Xiao Su, General Sure's words make sense. If they can come back, they still recognize the human race in their hearts. In addition, don't worry, I will block the way for the Bat people to mix into the human race. This incident is not that simple. At least there is the shadow of Jean Buffing behind it. When Jean Buffing came to Minyan Star, he opened the door for the Bat tribe to infiltrate the human race, and then the virus incident occurred, which made Wu Yi suspicious. Yes, the Jean tribe is not unrelated. Tianning, you contact Li and publish the collected evidence through the insect news. At the same time, solemnly declare that the Bat tribe members are not allowed to borrow the identity of the human race. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy, and declare that the human race will retaliate to comfort the dead souls. The virus incident of the Bat tribe caused huge losses to the human race. Shirhao must avenge this hatred. On the other hand, it is also to remind other races that the human race is not easy to bully. Mickey, you go and publish the green level medium task. Then Shirhao told him the content related to the task. That day, the Adventure Guild was in turmoil. Task content: hunting the Bat tribe, which can be the original body or any body transformed into other races. Task level: green level medium. Mission reward: 2 red crystal coins and 20 contribution points for each Bat tribe member. Mission duration: permanent. Mission supplement: this mission is also effective for alien planets and alien races. So far, the Human Adventure Guild has only had 2 green level missions, both related to the Bat tribe. The Guang Nebula Cloud Lord Mansion. I didn't expect the human race to find a solution to the virus so quickly. We expect at least 1/3 of the human race to die. Jean Buffing was reporting to the Jean tribe headquarters, explaining the reasons for the failure of the virus incident. After the report, Jean Buffing sat there with a gloomy face, not because he was scolded, but because of the difficult human race. This was also the first time he failed when dealing with other races. This made him pay more attention to the human race, and he began to plan again in his heart. In Yu Haosher Group Conference Room. Binwei, we must open up trade with other planets as soon as possible. This time, we must deal a devastating blow to the Bat tribe at all costs. So we are very short of money. Killing 100 million Bat tribes requires 20,000 purple crystal coins. 1 billion is 200,000 purple crystal coins. The human race has spent a lot of money on the development of Minyan Star, and the trade between the human race and other planets has not yet been fully launched, so making money is the most important task at present. The things that Minyan Star can currently show off are clothing, furniture, crafts, and accessories. These products have no market on yellow-level planets. Most of the people who like these products are high-level races, especially the royal family, but we can't go to green-level planets and red-level planets, and we can't open up sales there. Our starship technology is several orders of magnitude different from that of the gold race, and there is no market. Shirhao understood what Li Binwei said. This is indeed the problem. Let's start with the sale of flying cars. It shouldn't be difficult to use our technology combined with telekinesis control technology. The technical content of the flying car doesn't need to be too high, as long as the speed can be comparable to that of the Jean clan. In terms of price, we set it at half of the Jean clan's flying car to seize the Jean clan's market. Many mineral deposits have been discovered on Minyan Star. We can smelt them ourselves, and the cost is not high. Some rare metals we need can be transported from the solar system by Su Yuan and others. In this way, Shirhao launched an attack on the Jean clan from the field of flying car sales. Shirhao asked Li Binwei and others to think more about other ways to make money and strive to achieve financial freedom for the human race. A few months later, when Shirhao returned to the Star Lord's mansion and was practicing, Tianning came to report, Mr. Butt is here. The old butt of the elves? Shirhao was stunned for a moment and asked back. Chapter 198. Yes. Tianning answered softly. Shirhao immediately stood up and went to the reception room. Welcome Mr. Butt to Minyan Star. Where are you from? I've been traveling all the way here. Old Butt still had vicissitudes of life on his face and was dusty. Do the elves have the habit of eating delicious food and drinking fine wine? Shirhao wanted to entertain Old Butt, so he had to understand his living habits in advance. He thought that the elves and humans should have similarities, so he asked. The royal family likes it more. We rough people keep everything simple to support our families every day. Shirhao heard what Old Butt said, and immediately arranged for Tianning to prepare. Since we are on Minyan Star, please ask Mr. Butt to taste the human food and wine, and give us your judgment. After Tianning was ready, she invited Shirhao and Old Butt to have dinner. Old Butt did not refuse, and behaved neither servile nor overbearing. Seeing the table full of dishes and wine, he and Shirhao made concessions to each other, and then sat down generously. Shirhao poured him wine, and he drank. He picked up dishes for him, and he ate. The two of them were silent during the meal. After eating and drinking, Shirhao took Old Butt to visit Minyan City. After visiting the buildings, they began to visit clothing factories, furniture factories, daily necessities factories, handicraft and jewelry factories. I met the young lady at the Hunter Seat reception platform a few days ago. She suggested that I come to Minyan Star to have a look. She didn't say it directly, but I knew what she meant. After visiting, old Boot returned to the Star Lord's mansion and spoke. I also heard that your human race has made a big splash here. Today, I saw that it is indeed extraordinary. Your wine is good. It should have a market on other planets. The material of the clothes is good, but the style is not what they like, so it needs to be changed. The style of the furniture also needs to be changed. I will bring some samples of handicrafts and accessories back this time. Before Sure How could speak, Old But spoke first. Thank you so much, Mr. But. To be honest, we were worried about making money, and you brought me good news. Old But didn't say a word during the meal and the visit, but he was very measured. The opinions he put forward were exactly what Sure How wanted. Don't be polite, Chief Sure. It's a good thing for me to find an exclusive source of goods. I didn't have much hope, but you gave me a surprise. You see how I look, I'm very down and out. I also need a chance to turn things around. So, we are in a cooperative relationship. Hearing what Old But said, Sure How immediately stretched out his right hand to hold Old But's hand, and said happily while shaking hands, happy cooperation. Because I don't know much about the things in the factory, I found someone to connect with you. Sure How took Old But directly to the office building of Inu Hausher Group. Introduced Old But to Li Benhui, Liang Winhui, and Su Wuqing. They quickly reached a consensus, and Old But promised to bring back the clothing and furniture samples he needed next time. Old But was like a link, opening a gap for the human race's foreign trade, and it was directly connected to the red level planet. Tupo Star is one of the 86 yellow level planets settled by the human race. The human race branch here has been established, and the Adventure Guild has also been established. Old Wang, this is your 123rd one, right? The recorder of the Adventure Guild said while recording. My goal is 500 Bat Tribe members. Lao Wang wiped his dagger while speaking, with a faint bloodthirsty feeling. He wiped and asked, how many tasks has our Adventure Guild completed in total? A total of more than 500,000. The ranking is a bit behind all the Adventure Guilds. The recorder replied, and when he talked about the ranking, he was slightly unhappy. It's okay, I found a gathering place for Bat Tribe members, and I'm contacting a few old brothers to prepare to pull it out together. After Lao Wang finished speaking, he put the dagger back into his waist, and strode out of the Adventure Guild. Hey, Lu Yin, are the Bat Tribe members who have infiltrated the Zerg tribe about to be killed by you? When Lao Wang walked to the door, he saw a Zerg member holding a bag and said loudly, those Bat Tribe members are too disgusting. If we don't kill them all, we're afraid that they will spread the virus. Lu Yin responded loudly without looking back, and went straight to the counter and put the bag on it. Such scenes are played out every day in the 86 Adventure branches and the Adventure Association of Minion Star. Sure How was reading the insect news in the Star Lord's mansion. There was a message on it. According to statistics, as of yesterday, the number of people who completed the hunting bat tribe task issued by the human race reached 130 million, and the human race paid a price of 26,000 purple crystal coins. The hunting is still going on, and the data is reported every day. The total population of the bat tribe is countless, and many of them have mixed into the beast tribe, insect tribe, stone tribe, and giant lizard tribe. However, the characteristics of the bat tribe are very obvious and can be easily found. It's just that there are too few planets where the human race has set up adventure guilds, so the number of hunts is limited. The fact that the human race offered a bounty to hunt the bat race caused an uproar on the yellow level planet, and there were many accusations. However, due to the solid evidence in the hands of the human race, no one spoke publicly for the bat race that was eliminated. It is obvious that the human race holds grudges, and no one wants to get into trouble. But undercurrents are inevitable. The Beast Tribe branch of Minion Star. President. When President Ba Ran was on Minion Star, he received a lot of favors from the human race. Isn't it a bit ungentle for you to do this? An old general, who has followed Ba Ran for a long time in the Beast Tribe branch, was arguing with Ba Ping. Ba Ran has left Minion Star. Now I am the branch president here, and you have to listen to me. I am considering the future of the Beast Tribe, and you are considering your own future. If you are afraid of trouble, you can leave Minion Star and go to Ba Ran. Do you think he dares to accept you? Ba Ping said fiercely. At worst, I can be an adventurer, humph. The old general slammed the door and walked out angrily, and several people followed him out. Soon, dozens of beastmen boarded the starship and left Minion Star. Ba Ping sat on the chair, thinking in his mind, and the viciousness in his eyes became stronger. A few months later, at the headquarters of the Bat Clan on a certain star in a certain galaxy. Bat, are you ready to sit and wait for death? The voice was clearly Jean Buffing, who said in a contemptuous tone. Jean Buffing, Your Jin clan said that you would support the Bat clan, but you went back on your word and let us be eliminated. You still have the face to see me? The Bat clan's gloomy and sharp voice seemed to penetrate other people's eardrums. Bat, isn't the help provided by our clan's main god enough for you? Let you transform Minion Star, but how did you do it? All the Bat tribe branches are in a mess, disgusting. How many races would choose to join you? You don't reflect on yourselves, but instead blame us, the Jin tribe. Jin Buffing retorted without any politeness. Humph, it's not the turn of a little cloud lord to teach me what to do. Fushan is the chief of the tribe, which is equal to the throne and the Lord God. Otherwise, why would the Lord God support them in the first place? What a big tone. Don't you see the current situation of your Bat tribe, and you are still showing off to me? Don't forget that your Bat tribe has been killed by the human race for 150 million people. The human race has only been in the Silver region for a few days, and you have been messed up so badly. Not only did you pay compensation, but you also lost your life. Have you paid a total of 200,000 purple crystal coins to the human race twice? And the heads of your people were bought back by the human race with this money. I came here to help you with ideas this time. If you don't need it, forget it. Jin Buffing said, turned around and made a gesture to leave. Don't talk so righteously. Fushan's tone softened a little, and he came to sit next to a stool. You, the Golden Clan, feel that the human race is a threat, so you want to use the power of the Bat clan to get rid of the human race. Am I right? Hearing what Fushan said, Jin Buffing also sat down. Yes, I don't deny that the human race is very strong. But it can't threaten the Golden Clan. The human race can only face the Golden Clan when it reaches the green level planet. But after our investigation, they are very similar to the elves who just entered the Silver domain. Although they are weak, they have great potential for development. You, the Bat clan, will not give up entering the Silver domain sequence from now on? Because we want to get rid of the human race. And to get rid of the human race, we need a race to replace it. At present, only your Bat clan has this strength. With the relationship between the Golden Clan and the Bat clan, as long as you work hard to get rid of the human race, the Lord God can let you re-enter the sequence. Jin Buffing threw a bigger temptation to Fushan. On one side is the crisis, and on the other side is the temptation. He couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 199. Your grievances with the human race can rise to the level of war. Your application for war will definitely be approved. Eliminate the human race, and Minion Star will still be yours. After hearing Jin Buffing's words, Fu Xian did not say anything and thought. What help can you provide? After thinking for a while, Fu Xian looked up at Jin Buffing and asked. We can help you transport the Bat people to Bat Star. Don't think it's simple. The Bat people can't use large teleportation arrays now, and can only use starships for transportation. The Golden Clan can send transport ships to help you transport troops, but the others can't help you. There are many races watching in the Silver domain. If the Elf Clan catches the handle, the Golden Clan will not have a good time. Jin Buffing is not stupid. Although his Golden Clan has reached the edge of the higher races, it is not stable. The Yiksha Clan and the Elf Clan have always been at odds with the Golden Clan, and the Feather Clan is also superficially united and has different ideas. The Bat Clan is attacking a yellow-level planet. Are you sure there won't be any problems? The Bat Clan was still a little nervous. In the past, the Bat Clan and the Human Clan were in confrontation. If a war breaks out, it will escalate into a racial conflict, which is completely different in nature. You Bat Clan killed thousands of Human Clan people, and the Human Clan killed more than 100 million Bat Clan people. The outside world predicts that the Human Clan will kill at least 500 million Bat Clan people this time. It would be abnormal if there is no war when things have come to this point. Once the war breaks out, the Beast Clan will meet you on Minion Star. Hearing Jin Buffing's words, the Bat Clan pulled the chair closer, and the two of them whispered to discuss the details. The main mansion of Minion Star. Mr. But, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Did you have a smooth journey? Sure, Hao was receiving old, but who had returned again. I came here for two things. First, the lady suggests that you cancel the task of hunting the Bat tribe. Because when you kill a certain number of Bat tribe members, they have the right to propose a war against the human race. Sure, Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard what Old But said. He always thought that the Bat tribe was kicked out of the sequence, and dared not attack the yellow-level planet. Is there such a rule in the Silver domain? Yes, so the lady asked you to be careful. Old But did not explain too much, just conveyed me his words. The second thing is that the batch of wine, handicrafts and accessories I brought have a market, and I also brought samples of clothing and furniture. I can take them away and sell them if there are goods. However, I have a personal request. Old But paused here. Mr. But, just say it, I will definitely do my best to satisfy you. Sherhow saw that But was a little hesitant, and immediately gave him a reassurance. My funds are limited. I plan to only take on the business of wine, clothing and accessories. I hope that Chief Sure can let me take care of these businesses. For the rest, I can introduce someone to you to take care of them. As long as you do business, no matter where you are, you want to be unique and control the first-hand supply of goods in your own hands. Mr. But don't worry. You can take the first batch of goods first and pay us after you sell them. Others who want to be agents of our products, unless you introduce them, I will not accept others. When Old But heard Sherhow's words, he stood up excitedly, shook Sherhow's hand, and said thank you repeatedly. Since Old But retired due to injury, he has been doing badly. He doesn't want to ask others for help. Now he is indeed a little down and out. He wanted to find a chance to turn things around and try to return to that high and mighty circle with his own ability. Seeing Sherhow's courage, Old But admired him from the bottom of his heart, and realized that my Yan Lord had not made a mistake. Li Bin came over and took Old But to the factory. Sherhow went directly to Wu Yi's office. I was just about to find you. Wu Yi saw Sherhow as soon as he entered the door. An intelligence was sent back from the branch. It is said that the Golden Clan will help the Bat Clan transport troops to the Bat Star. The purpose is unknown. The Bat Clan is preparing to send troops to the Bat Star to attack Mianyun Star, but the Bat Clan cannot use the large teleportation array, which requires the help of the Golden Clan starship. Sherhow told Wu Yi the news brought by Old But. Issue an order immediately. The Adventure Association and the branch will all cancel the task of hunting the Bat Clan. We need time. In addition, let each branch increase the intensity of intelligence collection. Sherhow was also helpless. The human race was not ready, and could not afford such a big war. I just don't know if the war application submitted by the Bat Clan will be approved after the bounty mission is stopped. In addition, we must speed up the mass production of combat ships, patrol ships, and the establishment of an army. We need to find a planet that is not far from Mianyun Star, and has no rating, and put the human army there. It is only a matter of time before the army is established, and Sherhow can't wait any longer. I will let Wang Ping and Hey you take charge of this matter, and transfer people from Earth immediately. The Starship Research Institute has also made some progress. Last time you used telekinesis to generate quantum particles to kill viruses, and this method was borrowed by them. The Golden Clan Starship Jump technology should be based on this principle. Hearing this good news, Sherhow breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed uncomfortable with being suppressed by the huge mountain of the Jin clan. Sherhow returned to the office of the Star Lord's mansion, and called Chi Li to ask him to come over. He needed to understand the rules of the Silver Domain. If Mia hadn't asked Old But to come and remind him, the war between the human race and the bat race would have been difficult to avoid. Not to mention the Jin clan's instigation behind the scenes. While waiting for Chi Li, a carrier pigeon came in. There was also a person following behind. Sherhow stared at him for a long time. The person looked very similar to the Jin clan, but was stronger than the Jin clan. The head, arms, legs and body were all round. Carrier pigeon, who is this? The carrier pigeon heard Sherhow's question, smiled and said, you know him? Tai Dan? Sherhow stood up, opened his eyes wide, and circled around Tai Dan a few times. Tai Dan had disappeared since the end of the ring. Sherhow thought that he had been hanging out with Miki and the pigeons, and didn't ask about it. He didn't expect that he would change so much. Chief Sure, thank you very much. I am going back to the Stone Star, and I came here today to say goodbye to you. Then, Tai Dan talked about the reasons for his physical changes. During this period, Tai Dan has been staying in the Gene Research Institute, cooperating with Zhao Qing to conduct genetic project research. Zhao Qing extracted Tianan's genes and re-edited them, increasing his body metabolism rate by 100 times. Tai Dan has been taking collagen stone powder during this period, and his body has become softer and more flexible. His body shape gradually began to change, and he became more and more like a Gene tribe member. Tai Dan can already practice complex human martial arts, but due to meridian problems, he cannot practice the exercises. But I asked Mickey for a few of your exercises. I will study them carefully to see if they can be modified to suit our practice. Chief Sure, I'm leaving. I come back to help you after I finish solving the problems on Shir-Tatar, and unify Shir-Tatar. After saying goodbye, the carrier pigeon sent Tai Dan out of Mianyun Star. There were a large number of super laser guns, super laser swords, and special daggers on the Hunter Tan, as well as the super laser cannon and rail gun that he relied on the most. Since meeting Sherhow and the others, Tian has undergone a qualitative change. After absorbing human culture, he also had the ambition to unify Shur Tatar. Not long after the carrier pigeon and Tian left, the ceremony arrived. Shur Hao asked directly about the issue of war between races. From the current situation, if the Bat clan wants to declare war on the human clan, there is only one way, that is, to wait until the human clan kills 1 billion Bat clan members before proposing war. Racial disputes are not uncommon, so the Silver Domain has formulated this rule. When there is an irreconcilable conflict between the two races, it depends on who has the harder fist. Chief Shur, you may not know that the outside world is already predicting when your human race's bounty mission will reach 500 million, and when it will reach 1 billion. Some people even predict when you can start a war. Li is very clear about the rules of the Silver Domain, and is always paying attention to the movements of the human clan and the Bat clan, and is very familiar with the situation. It seems that there are many people watching the show, but they may be disappointed. We have revoked the bounty mission. Shur Hao originally thought that this was just a matter for the human clan, but it seems that there are many people in the entire Silver Domain who eat melons. Chief Shur, sometimes you can't withdraw just because you want to, or even if you withdraw, it will be useless. Chapter 200. Shur Hao fell silent after hearing what Li said. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Shur Hao muttered to himself. Li did not understand what Shur Hao meant by this, but did not ask. Do they really dare to do this? Shur Hao stared at Li and asked. When the Bat clan evacuated, many people were from other small races, who borrowed the bodies of the Bat clan. Because they adapted to the identity of the Bat clan, they evacuated together. If necessary, the Bat clan should sacrifice the lives of these people, and then put the blame on the human race. Li's words convinced Shur Hao. We have only killed less than 300 million Bat clan so far. Can the Bat clan kill nearly 700 million of their compatriots? That is not the Bat clan itself, but some other irrelevant small races, which are dispensable. Besides, 1 billion people are only a small part of the big races in the Silver Domain, and they are insignificant. Through questions and answers, Shur Hao was convinced of the determination of the Golden Clan and the Bat clan. Shur Hao imagined in his mind that billions, or even tens of billions of bats would pounce on Minion Star, which made him a little irritated. This feeling rarely occurred to him. Shur Hao slightly closed his eyes, silently practiced Tai Chi Dao, and forced himself to calm down. Li sat quietly beside him, and waited. After a few minutes of silence, Shur Hao opened his eyes full of spirit. Chairman Yi, do you know any authority who published comments in the newspaper? After getting Li's affirmative answer, Shur Hao talked to him a lot more, and Li went back to make arrangements. There was a comment in the insect newspaper the next day. We have received news that the human race has taken the initiative to withdraw the bounty task of hunting the bats. As of yesterday, the human race has hunted more than 290 million bats through bounties. According to our prediction, the human race and the bat race will soon reach the standard for war, that is, when the total number of bats hunted by the human race reaches 1 billion. However, when the human race stops, the expected war is impossible. Of course, this is not absolute. If the bat race takes out the lives of 700 million of its own people, and puts the blame on the human race, this war may still start. The above situation is just an extreme situation. As far as I know, there are still many small ethnic groups in the bat race that are not the main body of the bat race. In my opinion, these groups can be sacrificed. The above comment was arranged by Shur Hao to be released by Li. After the release of this news, it quickly fermented. People of various races on the 500 million planets are discussing this issue. There are even people who list the small ethnic groups that are still in the bat race, and count the number of these groups in the bat race. Yunyan Mansion on Mute Star. There were sounds of smashing things and cursing in Jean Buffing's room. Since the human race came to Minion Star, he has encountered 2 failures. The originally well-planned things were resolved by a piece of news published by Shur Hao in the Insect News. The human race, which is so difficult to deal with, is like a thorn in his heart. After he reported the situation to his superiors, he was scolded and was full of anger. This layout was not only noticed by the human race, but also by the elves, which gave the Jean people a headache, so the Jean tribe headquarters strictly ordered him not to act without authorization. The human race got a chance to breathe. In this way, after more than 2 years, the virus incident and its sequelae were calmed down, and everything returned to peace. Meeting room of the main mansion of Minion Star. Shur Hao, Wu Yi, Su Yin, Wang Ping, Laura and his group, Li Binhui and his group of Haoshi Group, Zhao Qing, Yang Shui and other research institutes and heads of other fields, sat together. Shur Hao was speaking. Everyone on Earth Our yin country is very powerful. As long as we defend well, others will not dare to bully us. However, the silver domain is different from Earth and the solar system. The silver domain is full of risks and crises, and our human race is the weakest. On the one hand, we must act cautiously. On the other hand, we must speed up the pace of development and narrow the gap with other races as soon as possible. This is the current situation. Many hands make light work. Everyone, please share your opinions. It's okay to explore slowly from Earth, but it's clear that there is not much time left for the human race, and danger may come at any time. Let's start with the military and police system, and let them talk about it themselves. After Wu Yi finished speaking, he gestured to Wang Ping, Mickey, Laura, Katarina, and Yang Shui. Let me talk first. Wang Ping stood up, and the Earth, the solar system, and Nianyun star appeared on the holographic projection, with some arrows drawn and some data marked. Hey, you and I have accelerated the speed of Earthlings entering Nianyun star. 50 advanced solar starships have been produced, all of which are handed over to Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiajia for dispatch. Each starship can transport 100,000 people, and each is equipped with 2 Shenlong teams for vigilance. We found an asteroid with a diameter of 300 kilometers at the edge of the solar system. We captured it, and let it stay on the road that must be passed from Earth to Hunter constellation. We have mobilized all military and civilian starships in the solar system to transport personnel and supplies to this asteroid. Our plan to transport Earthlings to Nianyun star can be shortened to 1/3 of the original plan. But due to human reproduction, we will be able to transport 3 billion Earthlings to Nianyun star by then. Half of them will be able to reach standard combat power. According to our estimates, after 30 Earth years, the number of Earthlings on Nianyun star will reach about 3.5 billion, and the number of other races joining the human race should also reach this number. At that time, the total population of the silver domain human race can reach 7 billion. After Wang Ping finished his explanation, warm applause broke out in the conference room. Then Mickey stood up. Nianyun star has a moon-sized satellite, which is a rocky planet. It was originally occupied by the Bat clan, but according to the silver domain rules, the satellite belongs to Nianyun star, and the Bat clan evacuated at the same time. It is full of disgusting venom, and we have begun to clean it up. Silver domain stipulates that the upper limit of the number of members of a race's personal guard is 500 million. We are preparing to expand the personal guard according to the standards of establishing the Shenlong squad. Use that satellite as a base to train personnel and deploy warships. Nianyun star revolves around a red dwarf star. The planetary system of this red dwarf star is not large. Including Nianyun star, that star has a total of 4 planets. One is a gas planet, and the other is a rock planet. The gas planet is not suitable for transformation and development, and the rock planet is too close to the red dwarf star, and the temperature is too high, so it is not suitable for development. So now we can only use the satellite of Nianyun star to form the human army. After getting married, Mickey has matured a lot, and can already stand on his own. Sure Hao is very relieved. After Mickey finished, Laura began to introduce the public security situation. All city surveillance on Nianyun star is running normally. After the virus incident, the Zerg and Stone tribes agreed to install surveillance in their residential areas. But Ba Ping still disagrees to install surveillance. According to the investigation, more than 100 Zerg were infected in the virus incident, but no one from the orcs was infected. According to gossip, the orcs may have known the actions of the Bat tribe in advance and evaded them in advance. We got news from the branch that the orcs may have to act as an insider when the Bat tribe attacks. This news is said to be revealed by the orcs, who left Nianyun star, and went to other planets to become adventurers. We have strengthened the monitoring of the orcs. Since Ba Ran left and Bada and Jean Buofeng arrived together, Sure Hao felt that the orcs may have reached some kind of agreement with the Jean tribe. Hearing Laura's report, Sure Hao was not surprised. Once you find that the beasts are threatening the human race, don't be soft-hearted. At all times, do a good job of collecting evidence and intelligence. Sure Hao said calmly. Yes. Laura and Katarina answered firmly. Yang Shui, please inform everyone about the starship manufacturing situation, starship research progress, and weapon manufacturing situation. Humans are not physically strong, so weapons are very important. First, let me introduce the situation of starship manufacturing and weapons manufacturing. In the suburbs of the human residential area of Nianyun City, the scale of the starship manufacturing and weapons manufacturing industrial zone has been further expanded. It can meet the equipment needs of the 500 million guards for super laser guns, laser swords, and special daggers. The super laser guns and super laser swords use the latest diamond array amplification technology. According to experiments, they can easily penetrate the hull of the Jin clan's civilian starships. Half of the 50 starships mentioned just now were manufactured by the Mianyun Starship Factory. This starship factory mainly builds civilian starships. Of course, civilian starships are equipped with super laser cannons and electromagnetic railguns. After the satellite of Mianyun Star is cleaned up, we will build a military starship factory on it, which will produce the latest model of starships. The latest starship mentioned by Yang Shui aroused the interest of everyone present.